Chapter 1. Is it cold? Why be consumed? Wah, wah, ah. The feeble cries echoed within the small, drafty room. A woman tightly clutched the child in her arms, using a tattered quilt, nearly reduced to mere scraps, to shield the infant from the chilling winds seeping through the doors and windows. The room was dimly lit, mirroring the somber atmosphere, as a single oil lamp flickered precariously, threatening to extinguish at any moment. Wah, wah, ah. Tang San made another feeble attempt to vocalize, but all that escaped his lips was the most rudimentary of cries. Having arrived in this world just a few days ago indeed, a mere 3 days she had only just been born. Yet, he was already acutely aware of the dire circumstances surrounding him. Once a revered god-king, he had relinquished everything in pursuit of his reincarnated wife. Just before his consciousness faded into oblivion, he received a faint signal, leading him to this world. No matter how formidable he had once been, in this rebirth, he was merely an infant. The most precious aspect of his previous existence was the memory he retained. Yet the most lamentable truth was that no matter how powerful those memories were, they could not alter his fragile and delicate form. At 3 days old, subsisting on the meager milk of a malnourished mother, he found himself unable to comprehend the language of this world. After all, such understanding necessitated time. Yet, he could vividly sense that the world into which he had been reborn was far more arduous than he had imagined. In his former life, he had been born into a blacksmith's family, with a father who was a hidden powerhouse and endowed with remarkable talent himself. Now, however, his greatest concern was whether he would survive. The long journey through the cosmos had left his consciousness barely able to bear the weight of his memories, rendering him incapable of any meaningful action. Yet, he could feel the profound misery of his diminutive body. His mother, beset by chronic malnutrition, had given him a reborn frame that was utterly starved of sustenance. Even his cries were weak and frail. In his previous life, he had been a father, and he knew well how a healthy child should cry. Yet now, even the act of weeping seemed a Herculean task, as if he might perish at any moment. Although he had never envisioned himself reborn into a family of privilege, he certainly had not anticipated such a dire fate. The resurrection of a god-king, facing imminent death, would that not spell the end of everything? Would the story conclude before it even began? Nevertheless, during these fleeting 3 days, he had gleaned some insights about this world. His awareness of his precarious situation was intricately tied to this newfound understanding. He had been reborn as a human, at least as close to the humanity of his former world as could be. However, in this realm, humans appeared to occupy a position of utter subservience, essentially slaves. They were mere chattels to a superior race, which explained their lamentable plight. For 3 days, he had not encountered his father in this world. He had only his mother for companionship. Each day, ragged figures from the same race stealthily brought meager provisions to his mother, sustaining their existence. Every face bore a blank or numbed expression, as if they had long since grown accustomed to their grim circumstances. Tang San, endowed with the memories of his past life, possessed a consciousness that rendered his spirit stronger than that of an average individual in this world. The primary reason he had yet to master the language of this realm was that these humans rarely spoke or interacted. When they did, it was merely in a few terse words. Could it be that he was already destined to perish? Tang San felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress another round of wah. Wah. Xiao Wu, if you are reincarnated with any awareness, please watch over your husband. Above all, grant him the gift of survival. Otherwise, we shall never reunite as a family again. His frail body succumbed to slumber, and thus he spent an entire month in a haze of uncertainty. Each day, he consumed the scant milk provided by his mother, managing to stave off starvation. Yet, the weakness of his tiny frame was undeniable. By Tang San's own estimation, after a month, he weighed no more than 5 or 6 pounds, in almost identical weight to that of a newborn in his previous life. Bang! The feeble door suddenly burst open, producing the loudest sound Tang San had heard since his arrival in this world. Instinctively, he opened his eyes to see a robust figure squeeze through the doorway, and upon seeing him, Tang San was momentarily taken aback. For this was no ordinary human. In his former world, he had encountered many creatures, but the being before him was utterly novel. This intruder appeared to be male, with a physique resembling that of a human, towering over 2 meters, yet possessing a wolf's head. Fangs protruded from its jaws, and a faint smell of blood wafted from its form. Its powerful frame nearly shattered the doorframe. "It has been a month, hand him over," the werewolf growled at Tang San's mother. Tang San's mother tightened her grip around him, tears streaming down her face in torrents. The werewolf, however, paid her no mind, striding forward and effortlessly lifting Tang San from the swaddling blanket with a clawed hand. My child," she cried out in anguish. Yet in that moment, she made no attempt to reclaim her son. Instead, she draped the only tattered quilt in the room over Tang San's small form. In that instant, Tang San felt as if his heart had been crushed. After arriving in this world, it was the first time he experienced the pangs of sorrow. His mother suddenly noticed that the small face turned toward her, the once vacant eyes of the infant sparkled with life. Seeing that sudden shift in expression, Tang San's mother froze momentarily, her actions stilled. "Get away!" The werewolf impatiently shoved her aside, sending her sprawling against a pile of straw, before clutching Tang San's frail body and making his way outside. The cold air outside was biting, the winds frigid. Whether the werewolf acted out of kindness or fear that Tang San might perish, it ultimately covered him with the tattered quilt. As darkness enveloped him, the outside winds were temporarily muffled. Aside from the difficulty in breathing, for the moment, he was not in immediate peril. Tang San endeavored to calm himself, fervently praying within. "Do not perish, dear mother of this world. If I survive, I will seek you out and ensure you live well. I shall return." With his composure regained, he arrived at a preliminary conclusion. The werewolf was likely not taking him away to consume him. The basis for this judgment was simple. Firstly, his meager weight was certainly less appealing than that of his mother. Secondly, the werewolf had taken the precaution of covering him with a quilt, presumably to prevent him from freezing to death. If he were merely food, who would concern themselves with his survival? Yet, the possibility remained that they might prefer to consume him alive. Nevertheless, regardless of his tranquility, what could a one-month-old infant achieve? All he could do was accept his fate. Faintly, he could hear the wind howling. The world outside seemed devoid of any other sounds. This world was called the Fairy Continent. This was Tang San's assessment of the realm after having grasped some elements of the language. As he had surmised, humans in this world were nothing more than slaves, subjected to servitude. Even among slaves, they occupied the lowest tier, as their frail bodies appeared to possess little worth. This left open the grim possibility that humans could be regarded as food in this world. The lowest of slaves being treated as sustenance was not inconceivable. As for other information, it remained scarce, given that his mother had scant interaction with the others of her kind. A month had passed without sight of his father, and it seemed unlikely that the situation would be favorable. What a tragic fate! How utterly dismal! Even if starting from zero, would it be too much to ask for some time to begin anew? Tang San lamented in silence. He had contemplated the difficulties of reincarnation, yet he never anticipated such overwhelming adversity. At last, it seemed the werewolf had come to a halt. Tang San faintly heard it utter a few words, but through the quilt and his limited grasp of the language, he could not discern them. Then, he felt himself being lifted. When the quilt was pulled away, Tang San instinctively curled up. Yet, instead of the anticipated cold winds, warmth enveloped him, accompanied by some rather unpleasant odors. This was the first time since his birth that he experienced warmth in all its dimensions. He opened his eyes to observe carefully. Another little monkey-like child. "Ha! Ha!" came a muddled voice. Then Tang San beheld a large visage approaching him. Was this a pig's head? Indeed, it was a rather substantial pig's head, at least in his understanding. The pig's head drew closer to examine him and then embraced him, carrying him further inside. Woo-wah-woo. The sound of wailing intermittently echoed around him. Tang San suddenly realized that he was seemingly not the only child present in this place. He was then placed upon a soft pile of grass. Well, he thought it could be called a pile of grass, or perhaps a nest would suffice. Beside him, the cries grew increasingly piercing. Then, a shadow loomed over him. Something pinched his mouth, prying it open, and a large, soft, sweet-smelling object was thrust into his mouth. As the warm milk surged down his throat, Tang San's eyes widened in shock, not from emotion, but nearly choking. If his mother's milk was like a babbling brook, then this was akin to the mighty Yangtze River. In an instinctive bid for self-preservation, he subconsciously closed his toothless gums to compress the enormous object, allowing the milk to flow in more slowly. Only then could he manage to swallow a modicum of it. He inhaled deeply through his nose, striving to adjust his feeble frame. After a considerable struggle, he finally caught his breath. Then, disregarding everything else, he began to drink fervently. Nourishment, this rare sustenance. Could this be the dawn of hope? Regardless of whether it was human milk or pig milk, he felt an overwhelming sense of contentment simply to have something to eat. However, his satisfaction was short-lived, as the massive shadow soon departed. Although he felt somewhat full, he could not resist the urge to consume more. After all, this was his first substantial meal in this new world. Having eaten his fill, his spirits lifted slightly, allowing him to observe his surroundings more keenly. He found himself in a house with a floor strewn with straw. In his weakened state, he could merely turn his head to glance around. He was incapable of rolling over. Thus, he could only catch fleeting glimpses of the world. Nearby lay 3 or 4 other children, all appearing to be of similar age. Their physiques were comparable, all appearing rather frail. They lay together upon a bed of soft straw. The temperature in the room was pleasantly warm, at least not cold. The pig mother who had fed him seemed to have simultaneously nourished the others as well. This sensation was strikingly reminiscent of being reared like livestock. Were they not akin to uniformly raised slaves? Tang San silently reassured himself that at least he was not food. That alone was a considerable blessing. After this satisfying meal, he finally felt that he had a chance of survival. Thus, life continued in this manner. The pig mother visited 3 times a day to provide nourishment. Initially, Tang San struggled to adapt to the overwhelming quantity of milk, but he soon adjusted. Whenever the pig mother arrived to feed him, he made an effort to drink more, knowing that only with proper nutrition could he thrive. If he grew stronger and matured, he might have the possibility of cultivation. With cultivation, he could become powerful and seize control of his own destiny. No matter the nature of this world, surviving was of utmost importance. As he reached the 100th day in this world, he had noticeably grown plumper compared to his companions. Here, it seemed there was more than one pig mother and countless children. By the 100th day, through diligent consumption, Tang San could finally roll over. Naturally, this allowed him to observe more. From the conversations among the pig mothers, he gained a deeper understanding of language and learned more about this world. The fairy continent was vast, beyond what the pig mothers could adequately describe. They resided in a small town in the northeastern region of the fairy continent, under the dominion of a wolf demon noble. This world was dubbed the fairy continent due to the 2 predominant races ruling it, the demon race and the spirit race, collectively referred to as fairies. Chapter 3. Wind Wolf Town. The small town they inhabited was known as Wind Wolf Town. Both the demon race and spirit race appeared to possess formidable presences, at least according to the words of the pig mothers. Humans, in this world, were regarded as the lowest class of slaves. The children like him were raised uniformly, subjected to indoctrination, and destined to become the property of the nobility. In simple terms, he was now considered property of the Wind Wolf Lord, and the least valuable kind at that. The population of humans seemed considerable, as inferred from the pig mother's discourse. The only redeeming quality of humans was their reproductive capacity, while the fairy races had relatively poor fertility. This was the foundation of humanity's survival in this world. Humans were deemed excessively weak, incapable of performing even menial labor in the eyes of the demon and spirit races. Yet, humans were somewhat more intelligent than other slave races, capable of undertaking more intricate tasks. Additionally, for certain demons and spirits, Human flesh was regarded as tender and desirable nourishment. Slaves' food. It appeared to be a fate too grim to fathom. Tang San could only silently comfort himself, thinking that since the situation was already so dire, perhaps any future changes would bring about a sense of happiness. His only concern now revolves around the fate of his wife, where she might be reincarnated and whether she would endure a similarly tragic existence as his OWN. It must be said that the nourishment provided by the pig mother far surpasses that of Tang San's biological mother, at least ensuring that he is adequately fed by the time he reached 6 months. Tang San felt that he had finally attained a physical condition comparable to that of an ordinary child from his original world. This state of being made him noticeably plumper than the other frail children around him at this age. A bit of extra weight was a sign of health, which naturally endeared him to the pig mother, as it seemed that in this world, strength was synonymous with beauty. However, upon reaching 6 months, the milk supply ceased, replaced by a porridge-like substance that was simply tossed into a basin beside the children. They would have to scoop it up with their hands, taking as much as they could manage. Most of the children were not even able to sit up on their own, compelling the pig mother to often impatiently feed them with a spoon. During this time, Tang San garnered even more affection from the pig mother, as he was already capable of using his small hands to feed himself from the basin. Thus, he naturally consumed more and was even rewarded with an occasional drink of milk. He was unsure of what he was eating, but as long as it filled him up, that was sufficient. With a full stomach, Tang San lay in a straw nest, suddenly feeling a smile creeping upon his lips. He was reminded of a phrase often uttered by a dear friend in his previous life. Even in a straw nest, a golden phoenix can be found, he thought to himself, having grown up in such a humble setting. How would his companions react if they were to learn of it? As this thought crossed his mind, Tang San closed his eyes and quietly pulled some straw over himself for warmth. Then he silently focused on guiding the bloodline within his body. This was not his first rebirth. The last world he had inhabited was called continent. In comparison to that experience, this one was evidently far more dismal. Yet he had the chance to survive this time, and thus he needed to strive to grow stronger. The Xiantian Gong was the foundational technique he had cultivated in his past life, balanced and serene. Nothing was more fitting for establishing a solid foundation than this. During his last rebirth, he had mastered the first level of Xiantian Gong by the age of 6, laying the groundwork for his eventual ascension to godhood. In this life, his understanding of Xiantian Gong was evidently much deeper than during his previous rebirth. The only issue was the frailty of his current body, which could only withstand gradual progress. At 6 months, there was little he could accomplish. Rebirth did not grant him the ability to cultivate at such a tender age. The meridians of his infant body were still developing, and even with Xiantian Gong, he could not truly operate it. The only thing he could do was to use the method of Xiantian Gong, along with a sliver of his consciousness, to tentatively sense the spiritual energy in the air, quietly absorbing a bit to nourish his body. His initial attempts had begun a few days prior. At 6 months, his body was still manageable, though not robust, yet he was no longer in a state of perpetual weakness, as if facing a life-and-death trial. When Tang San first endeavored to perceive this world with his nascent consciousness, he was astonished to discover that, in this realm where humans were treated like livestock, the concentration of spiritual energy was alarmingly rich. This Fenglang town was far from a treasure trove. It was merely an ordinary territory of monster tribes. Yet as he sensed the environment, he distinctly felt the density and purity of spiritual energy here. Far surpassing that of Dua continent during his initial rebirth, he could not ascertain whether the evolved Dua star possessed such richness. Before he began to explore, he had felt conflicted and anxious, primarily fearing that he had arrived in an era devoid of spiritual energy, where not a shred of life force remained. As the saying goes, a clever woman cannot cook without rice. Humans in this world were essentially slaves, and the future appeared bleak. If his cultivation progressed at such a dismal pace, facing powerful monsters and spirits would surely lead to his demise. The abundance of spiritual energy provided Tang San with a sigh of relief. It was indeed the first piece of good news he had received since arriving in this world. At the very least, with such ample spiritual energy, should he begin to cultivate, the process would undoubtedly be much easier. Each day, he absorbed a little, quietly enhancing his body from within. Though externally, he merely appeared slightly more spirited than other children, still quite frail. As days passed, the children gradually began to speak, and roughly a quarter of them perished silently. There were no medical interventions here, merely sustenance. No one was there to provide guidance. They had to learn to speak on their own. Upon reaching 1 year, once they could barely walk, they were sent to another location. Overseen by a stern pig demon, the ground was once again covered in straw, and the wooden hut barely kept the Chilabi in a space of 200 square meters. 200 human children were housed. Yet the food provided was barely sufficient for 150. From the conversations between the pig demon and the wolf demon, Tang San gleaned that only the stronger children, capable of competing for food, could endure longer as slaves. Those who were weaker were deemed unworthy of wasting resources. Aside from feeling a deep sorrow for the human plight in this world, he, at merely 1 year old, could do nothing but harbor a seed of rebellion within his heart. As he absorbed the nourishing spiritual energy, Tang San's body became considerably stronger than that of his peers. However, he only consumed what his body required, leaving the remainder for the others. He could only watch helplessly as the frailest children were taken away, unable to intervene. During the stillness of the night, he would quietly contemplate while drawing in spiritual energy. A year had passed since his arrival in this world, and witnessing the human existence that was truly worse than that of pigs and dogs filled him with urgency and anguish. He dared not imagine that his reincarnated wife might be enduring a similar existence, perhaps even becoming one of those feeble children being taken away. It was essential to remember that she had truly been reincarnated, destined to forget everything from her past life. Each time this thought crossed his mind, a wave of intense rage would swell within him against this world. Why were humans so weak in this realm? Xiao Wu, where could you possibly be? He longed to grow quickly and become powerful, for then he would be able to seek out his Xiao Wu. She must still be alive. She must be doing well. Chapter 4. Growth in the blink of an eye. 3 years had passed, during which he had scarcely glimpsed the outside world. He had peered through the cracks of the wooden hut. Outside, the day had dawned. Among his surviving peers, the majority could barely articulate their thoughts, stumbling through every word, living in a state of dazed oblivion. There was, of course, no education here, nothing at all, merely a life sustained as if they were livestock. Suddenly, the door burst open, and a massive wolf demon strode into the room. "Get out! Drive them all out!" The wolf demon commanded imperiously to the pig demon, who was typically quite brutish, often kicking the children without hesitation. The pig demon shrieked in response, causing all the children to tremble in fear at the sound of her cries. Upon stepping outside, the children instinctively curled their bodies, for the world beyond was far more terrifying. Before them lay several large carts, pulled by adult humans. Each cart housed large cages, and the enslaved humans pulling the carts exhibited vacant expressions, seemingly indifferent to the presence of the children, as if they had long since grown accustomed to such sights. They were herded onto the carts, the cages locked shut. Under the wolf demon's direction, the human-drawn carts were dragged forward. Clearly, they were to be relocated once more. The road was smooth, paved with gravel, and the wheels creaked loudly as they rolled over it. This was the first glimpse of the outside world for Tang San in 3 years. The sky was clear, and the air was cool. The weather seemed pleasant today, at least not too cold. Though the majority of the children continued to shiver from the chill, Tang San fared better. Towering trees lined the road, and the term astonishing was fitting, for the vegetation within view was extraordinarily grand. Compared to the plants from his previous life, these bore similarities but were far more massive. Some sturdy trees reached nearly 100 meters in height, necessitating one to tilt their head back to see them clearly. Aligning with the sky. Occasionally, a colossal creature would fly overhead, resembling a bird, though he could not discern it completely. The air was infused with rich spiritual energy and a vibrant life force. After 3 years, Tang San was now certain that this was a world remarkably suited for cultivation, a realm with a high level of life. Undoubtedly, those powerful monster tribes and spirits thrived in such an environment. Over the past 3 years, Tang San had successfully mastered the first level of Xintian Gong in his original world, Duluo continent. breaking through to the first level of Xintiangong had required special methods. Here, however, one need not, for when he traversed the meridians and the mystical energy within him flourished, it naturally led him to break through the first layer of his limitations at merely 3 years of age. He found himself in stark contrast to his previous world, where he had only achieved such a breakthrough at the age of 6. While the understanding may differ, it is undeniably linked to the abundant spiritual energy of this realm. Yet, he remained frail, harboring a deep-seated dread of being discovered by the monstrous tribes. He could sense that even the most ordinary wolf demon would pose a significant challenge, at least equivalent to reaching the second tier of the mystical heaven technique. Coupled with the inherent disparity in physicality, any attempt at resistance would be tantamount to courting death. In this world, humanity was steeped in ignorance, that if one truly wished to alter the status of human subjugation and eradicate this ignorance, it would undoubtedly be the most pressing concern. After traversing for over an hour, or at least what felt like an hour to Tang San, they were led to a settlement reminiscent of a village. The most rudimentary wooden huts surrounded them, populated by humans clad in tattered garments, predominantly men, with few women in sight. This village appeared to house at least 1,000 residents. The human transport halted. The door swung open, and several women approached, bowing deeply before the wolf demons, their postures reflecting sheer trepidation. With a cold grunt, the leading wolf demon declared, "These little ones are now in your care. Take them away." Tang San paused, taken aback. Did this imply a return to the human world? The children, having been confined for 3 years, possessed little in the way of wisdom, confronting this unfamiliar world with nothing but fear. Dragged into the village, Tang San felt a chill wash over him upon realizing that the human slaves here exhibited little compassion for these children. Their expressions were vacant, mechanically ushering the children into the settlement. In the days that followed, the children were granted the opportunity to learn. Yes, they began to acquire the right to education. But what would they learn? Initially, they were introduced to various objects, the tools of servitude, and taught rudimentary speech. The food they received was even less than what they had during their captivity. Clearly, provisions were scarce here. Women and children were allotted meager rations, while only the sturdier men had the chance to eat a bit more. At last, the children were no longer restricted in their movements. Tang San observed that the male humans frequently departed for extended periods, presumably to engage in labor. Death within the village was a common occurrence. Through interactions among the villagers, he learned that he belonged to a different settlement. Here, human villages did not permit the sustenance of children born within their own communities. Instead, they exchanged and adopted them. Tang San refrained from any rash actions or startling proclamations. He chose to live quietly and cultivate his abilities in secrecy. 3 years passed, and he was now 6 years old at this age. Children were expected to contribute to village tasks, weaving mats and moving lighter objects. These children had always been gathered together, and even at 6, they remained so that a third of the children had perished over the past 3 years, succumbing to various causes, with the lack of medical care being the most significant issue. Compounded by hunger, as night fell, a figure stealthily slipped out of the inconspicuous human village. Like most human children, Tang San slightly hunched his back, yet his movements were swift. The moment he entered the woods, his posture straightened, and the dullness in his eyes was replaced by a vibrant gleam. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the cold night air of Wind Wolf Town, where the temperature fluctuated greatly between day and night. Yet, within this brisk atmosphere lay a rich essence of spiritual energy that invigorated him. Tang San formed a circular embrace with his hands before him, a faint white light shimmering across his surface. With a gentle push of his toes against the ground, he became agile, drawing from his past life's experiences. He was intimately familiar with the mystical heaven technique, yet this body required training to align with his thoughts. Since the age of 5, he had often sneaked out at night. The wilderness offered denser spiritual energy, allowing for more effective cultivation. His light-footed steps were akin to the ghostly shadow step, one of his most refined abilities from his previous life. This became his primary practice, for in this perilous world, nothing was more crucial than preserving one's life. As he trained, a jade hue gradually manifested on his hands, signifying another profound skill, the jade hand, which rendered his palms impervious to toxins and blades alike. An hour of cultivation left him slightly warm, as the energy of the mystical heaven technique flowed smoothly within him. However, he was somewhat disheartened that the martial soul he had awakened in his past life on the Dolo continent seemed absent in this world. Yet, this was to be expected. He had been reborn. Carrying only memories and not the powers he once possessed, he finally completed the third tier of the mystical heaven technique. At 6 years of age, he had achieved what was once unimaginable in his previous life. Yet, in terms of strength, he fell far short of the level he had reached in his past life with the third tier of the mystical heaven technique. For in the Dolo continent, he had awakened his martial soul, which endowed him with formidable power. Moreover, he was uniquely gifted with twin martial souls. The mystical heaven technique served as the foundation of his inner strength. While the martial soul was the means through which that power was unleashed, he vividly recalled the moment he broke through to the third tier in the Dolo continent, merging with a powerful soul ring and acquiring a formidable soul bone that laid the groundwork for his future. Now, apart from a mystical heaven technique and the abilities detailed in the mystical heaven treasure record from his initial world, he possessed no other skills. Although cultivating the mystical heaven technique would continually strengthen him, it seemed insufficient. Chapter 5. The ability to transform his thoughts swirled in his mind. Tang San stretched his body to it was still quite early before dawn, and the villagers, having labored throughout the day, would retire early and sleep soundly. Tang San resolved to venture deeper into the forest. For the spiritual energy there was evidently more potent than that of the village. Surely, the depths of the forest must harbor rare treasures. Having recognized that in this world he could not awaken a martial soul and could only cultivate the mystical heaven technique, Tang San's plan was straightforward: to elevate the mystical heaven technique to a higher level and accumulate power. Thereafter, determining how to wield that power. With the profound techniques inherited from the Tang sect's mystical heaven treasure record, as long as he reached a sufficient level, self-preservation would not pose an issue. Through his cultivation, he began to grasp why humanity was so feeble in this world, relegated to slavery. This realm was known as the Phelan Star, comprising a singular, vast continent, namely the fairy continent. The demon and spirit races possessed extraordinary innate abilities. And in this energy-rich land, they merely needed to absorb the essence of heaven and earth after birth to amplify their inherent talents, rendering them immensely powerful. And no other races could compare. Conversely, humans lacked any combat-oriented innate abilities or cultivation methods. Apart from being resourceful, they were virtually devoid of merit, which naturally relegated them to the status of slaves, subjugated by the formidable demon and spirit races. Within the forest, where the vegetation was dense and the light dim, there existed a celestial body akin to the moon, casting a gentle blue glow, strangely enchanting. Tang San's eyes shimmered with a faint purple hue, a manifestation of another profound skill from the mystical heaven treasure record, the purple extreme demonic eye, which required daily training. While gazing at the rising sui in earlier years, he would strain to practice through the cracks of the door, but in recent times, he had more opportunities to cultivate. With the aid of the purple extreme demonic eye, he could discern the circumstances within the forest with greater clarity. The deeper he ventured, the more peculiar sensations arose within him, in his former world. There existed creatures known as soul beasts, oppressed by humans who encroached upon their territory, leading to a struggle that ultimately resulted in coexistence. Yet on this very continent, it was the demons and spirits that dominated, while humans were left to struggle for survival. As if the roles had been entirely reversed, as he continued forward, he suddenly heard a commotion, instinctively darting behind a large tree, concealing his presence. Thud! Just ahead. A figure tumbled to the ground, rolling twice before coming to a halt. Their breathing was rapid and disordered, gasping for air, struggling to rise, but seemingly lacking the strength. They faltered once more. Tang San remained still, honing in with his purple extreme demonic his astonishment. The figure sprawled on the ground was in fact a human, donning a mask that obscured their visage. The individual S-form clearly indicated their humanity. Judging by the manner in which they had leaped, they were evidently no ordinary individual, a capable human. Tang San's eyes sparkled with intrigue. he was still woefully ignorant of the world beyond, confined as he was to the small locale of Wind Wolf Town. The sudden appearance of such a capable human was, to him, a source of immense surprise. Yet, it was evident that this individual carried a strong scent of blood, indicating he had sustained injuries, just at that moment. Heavy footsteps echoed ominously, thud, 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 approaching with alarming speed. Tang San, who was about to step out, hurriedly concealed himself once more. "Whoa! Over here!" A roar resounded, and a robust figure leaped down from seemingly nowhere, in the darkness of night. His eyes glowed a ghostly green. He was unmistakably a wolf demon. He charged forth on all fours with astonishing speed, and upon rising, his stature exceeded 2 meters, his muscular frame brimming with explosive strength. A third-tier wolf demon. Over the years, Tang San had gleaned some understanding of the hierarchical system within the demon continent. Here, regardless of race, individuals were assessed based on their tier, Tier 1 being the lowest. Ordinary humans did not even possess a tier, existing instead as part of the slave class. Wolf demons, by contrast, were born at Tier 1, maturing to at least Tier 2, while the most powerful among them reached Tier 3. This was merely the most common bloodline of wolf demons. Tales spoke of even more potent bloodlines. As for the highest tiers within the demon continent, Tang San was currently unaware. Wind Wolf Town was merely a remote settlement. Rumored to have a Tier 5 wolf demon lore. In comparison to his own cultivation of a Xiantian skill, he had conducted an assessment, concluding that the energy intensity of a skill at the same tier was likely on par with that of similarly ranked demonic beings. This meant that he, having cultivated to the 3rd level of Xiantian skill, was nearly equal in energy tier to the 3rd-tier wolf demon. The 3rd-tier wolf demon, descending from the air, lunged directly at the human. The individual, sprawled on the ground and gasping for breath, instinctively sensed the impending danger. With a sudden roll to the side, he narrowly evaded the wolf demon's attack. Simultaneously, he performed a peculiar maneuver. His body appeared to elongate momentarily. Claws extending from his hands, and a faint yellow aura enveloped him, becoming particularly conspicuous in the night. Tang San distinctly observed a layer of brownish-yellow fur sprouting from his skin, adorned with dark brown patterns. As this transformation occurred, his speed surged dramatically. With claws aimed directly at the chest of the 3rd-tier wolf demon, he struck. The wolf demon abruptly altered its trajectory, its foreclaws colliding with the human's claws, producing a sharp, ringing sound. The human, clearly outmatched in strength, was abruptly flung backward, visibly staggered, blood dripping from his lower abdomen. Just then, streaks of azure light shot in from a distance, targeting the human. Windblade. The 3rd-tier wolf demon roared in fury, unleashing a wind blade from its maw towards the human. In that critical moment of life and death, the transformed human seemed to unleash his full potential, springing back into action with astonishing speed. Deftly weaving through the incoming wind blades, the pale yellow glow surrounding him intensified, propelling him forward with lightning speed until he positioned himself directly in front of the 3rd-tier wolf demon. With a sudden swipe of his claws, the wolf demon hastily raised its own claws to defend, but its movements were a fraction too slowed. In moments of dire peril, all creatures can summon extraordinary strength, and this transformed human was no exception. His claws struck the wolf demon's throat before he himself was struck by the wolf demon's claws on the shoulder, sending him tumbling away. Hiss, hiss. The 3rd-tier wolf demon emitted strange sounds, its focus now on staunching the blood gushing from its severed throat. The most vital blood vessels had been ruptured, causing its ghostly green eyes to roll back, clearly mortally wounded in the blink of an eye. Another powerful wolf demon leaped forward, evidently a companion of the first that had previously unleashed the wind blades. With an enraged roar, it bellowed, "You scoundrel!" Leopard flash. The fallen 3rd-tier wolf demon lay on the ground, unable to stem the flow of blood from its throat, a consequence of the human's final, devastating strike. Die. Another 3rd-tier wolf demon lunged at the human, its claws radiating a sinister glow, infused with the elemental power of wind, enhancing its attack. This moment, from the shadows, an inconspicuous figure darted silently from the side. The third-tier wolf demon's attention was entirely fixated on the transformed human, oblivious to the newcomer's approach. Chapter 6. The initial battle. The small figure moved with astonishing speed, emerging from the blind spot of the wolf demon's vision that a hand, as white as jade, struck towards the wolf demon's eye from the side. Tang San's precision in timing, position, and distance was impeccable, but he understood well that even with his mastery of Tang Sek's ultimate skills and his cultivation at the third tier of Xiantian skill, he would not stand a chance in a direct confrontation against the formidable wolf demon. Especially considering his youth and insufficient vitality, prolonged combat would be futile. Had the transformed human not felled one of the wolf demons, he might not have dared to engage at all. His own life took precedence. However, if he chose to act, he had to ensure a successful strike. The wolf demon, consumed by rage, only realized Tang San's presence when the latter's hand was already upon its eye. With a sudden twist of its head, the wolf's jaws lunged towards Tang San. Yet, with remarkable agility, Tang San seized the wolf's fur, leveraging his smaller frame to change his trajectory, flipping to the opposite side of the third-tier wolf demon. With his right hand, he formed a sword-like gesture, channeling the Xiantian skill through his fingers, causing them to shimmer with a pearlescent glow as they darted towards the returning wolf demon's eye. With a swift thrust, Tang San's slender fingers pierced the warm flesh, and though he lacked the physical strength to rival the third-tier wolf demon, striking its vital point left no room for luck. The Xiantian skill, infused with energy from his Xian Jade hand, spiraled into the wolf demon's brain, obliterating it into a pulpy mass. Its roar was abruptly silenced, as if choked, and its robust form collapsed to the ground. Tang San nimbly pushed off the fallen beast, landing several paces away. The success of this strike was greatly aided by his extensive combat experience from his previous life. The combination of his slight frame and the cover of darkness provided the perfect concealment. While the wolf demon's fury dulled its senses in a direct confrontation, even his Xian Jade hand might not have been able to penetrate the wolf demon's thick hide. Yet, the eyes remained the most vulnerable spot. And once pierced and infused with the Xiantian energy, death was inevitable. As he touched down, he noted that the other third-tier wolf demon had fallen silent. Tang San exhaled a sigh of relief. He did not rush to inspect the human, but instead crouched low to the ground, pressing his ear against the earth to listen for any signs of pursuers, given his current strength. Facing a third-tier wolf demon directly was a daunting task. Despite his skills, his frail body was still too weak that a single strike from the wolf demon could prove fatal. The seemingly simple attack he had executed required all his effort. With his mental resolve at its peak, no further disturbances were detected, confirming that only two third-tier wolf demons had been pursuing the transformed human. This realization allowed Tang San to relax. Otherwise, he would have had no choice but to flee. He approached the human cautiously, remaining vigilant. As he drew nearer, he was startled to find that the fur which had sprouted from the human's body had vanished. His heartbeat quickened, given his youthful circumstances and the fact that the transformed human was a stranger. The most prudent course of action would have been to refrain from intervention and wait for the wolf demons to depart. Yet, he had chosen to act, compelled by the knowledge that the target was human. Additionally, he was intrigued by the transformation he had witnessed in his original world of Delua continent. There existed soul masters with beast martial souls, capable of similar abilities, and who could grow stronger through training. If such powers existed in this world as well, acquiring them would greatly enhance his own strength and facilitate his integration into this new realm. Tang San crouched down, intending to turn the human over, just as the individual, previously motionless on the ground, suddenly flipped and lunged at him with a claw. As he turned over, the two individuals, in such close proximity, caught each other's gaze in the dim light. The man's hand momentarily froze in midair, refraining from further aggression, while Tang San swiftly sprang to his feet, retreating beyond the reach of his attack. "Are you human?" The man's voice was somewhat hoarse. He appeared to be in his 20s, his complexion as pale as parchment, yet he possessed a certain handsomeness, with blood seeping from his mouth and nose. As he spoke, his hand fell limply to his side. At that moment, Tang San could discern a significant gaping wound in the man's abdomen, with his intestines protruding and blood pouring forth. Tang San nodded, hastening to his side. The man seemed to have lost all strength. Collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath, his pupils dilated. Without hesitation, Tang San's hands moved rapidly. The man's primary issues were excessive blood loss and internal injuries. With his current abilities, saving him was beyond reach. He could only endeavor to prolong his life for a while. He swiftly tied off the severed intestines and pushed them back into the abdominal cavity, tearing a strip from the man's clothing to staunch the bleeding, at least temporarily halting the flow of blood. Then, he placed his other hand on the man's chest, gradually channeling his Shantian power into his thorax, safeguarding a breath of warmth for his heart. The man's breathing began to stabilize, and a flicker of vitality returned to his eyes. You were still a child, he uttered. Tang San replied, your injuries are likely beyond saving. Do you have any last wishes I can fulfill? However, you must answer me one question. Hearing Tang San's remarkably mature voice, the young man paused momentarily, then replied without hesitation, very well. Ask your question first, and if I can answer, I shall request your assistance. Undoubtedly, this was the first rational and clear-minded human Tang San had encountered since arriving in this world. He was certainly not a being of slave origin. How did you acquire your transformation ability? How can one obtain it? Tang San immediately inquired, expressing his utmost concern. The young man was taken aback by the question. Do you not know about the demon god transformation? How did you kill that wolf demon? What is the demon god transformation? My ability is a natural gift. I do not know what it is, Tang San replied thoughtfully, firmly committing the term demon god transformation to memory. The young man's eyes brightened a fraction. Could it be that you naturally awakened the demon god transformation? What is your ability? Tang San frowned slightly and responded, I'm the one asking you now. The young man gasped a few times and said, the demon god transformation is a power inherited from the bloodline connection between humans and demon or spirit races. Tang San's heart sank. Are you suggesting that it is a result of mixed blood? The young man grimaced, indeed. Only in this way can we possess some power. Those like me, who acknowledge themselves as human, are exceedingly rare. Most individuals with the demon god transformation choose to become vassals of the demon and spirit races, enjoying a status far superior to that of ordinary human slaves. We, however, do not consider ourselves demons or spirits. We merely desire for humanity to possess the right to survive independently, free from enslavement. Thus, we rise in rebellion. My initial objective was to assassinate that Wind Wolf Lord. However, I misjudged the situation and was gravely injured, leading to my current plight. Chapter 7. Devour and Absorb. Tang San asked. So your demon god transformation is also inherited through mixed blood? The young man gritted his teeth. Yes, a leopard demon insulted my mother, and I was conceived thereafter. Tang San inquired, is this the only way to obtain the demon god transformation? The young man replied, there's another method. Deprivation. One can extract their own demon god power to create a form of inheritance, passing it on to another for a short time. If that person can resonate with it, they may acquire that power. If they cannot, they will die. Tang San's eyes sparkled with interest. How many inheritances can one accept? Under what circumstances does resonance occur? The young man explained, generally, those without demon god power are the most likely to resonate. But it also depends on whether their physique can withstand it. For those who already possess a form of demon god power, the ability to inherit will depend on whether the two powers can harmonize and evolve. Tang San surmised, so could it be possible to directly extract the demon god power from the demon and spirit races, to assimilate that power and enhance one's own transformation? The young man was momentarily taken aback. I don't know. Can it be done? But if one were to devour the bloodline power of a demon or spirit, wouldn't that lead to their own bloodline becoming chaotic, resulting in death? It seems implausible. Tang San remarked, perhaps it is worth a try. Through his exchange with the young man, he had finally gained some understanding of the power dynamics in this world, particularly how humans could utilize the demon god transformation to access the bloodline power of demons and spirits. However, due to mixed heritage, human bloodlines were inherently weaker, and thus, they could not compare to the formidable powers of demons and spirits. Nevertheless, humans who acquired the demon god transformation were undoubtedly far stronger than ordinary humans. It appeared that if he wished to grow stronger rapidly, he would need to focus on the demon god transformation. You have anything to convey? Tang San inquired of the young man. The youth, with a hint of bitterness, replied, My name is Zhu Jiasin, and my mother was tortured to death by that leopard demon. I have no family left in this world, at your tender age, possessing the ability to contend with third-tier wolf demons. Your demon god transformation must indeed be remarkably powerful, if possible. And if you are willing to assist us humans, I hope you will join our organization that I am on the verge of death. Since you're interested in the demon god transformation, I can pass my demon god power to you. Whether you choose to absorb it is entirely up to you, but if you feel a lack of resonance, do not force it. Your organization? What is it called? Where is it located? Tang San asked with curiosity. Zhu Jiasin responded, Our organization has a presence in every major city of the demon and spirit races. I cannot provide specific contacts, but I believe that when you grow up, you will be able to find us if you seek. Our organization is called Redemption, that we exist to redeem humanity. As he spoke, a flush suddenly appeared on his face, and his body began to tremble violently. A faint yellow light began to swirl around him, his gaze becoming clearer. Child, you need not reveal your identity to me, but I firmly believe that one day we will overthrow those demons and spirits that enslave us, allowing humanity to truly become the masters of this world. For redemption, we must strive relentlessly to grow stronger. Do not bother with my remains. Do not expose yourself. Grow up well. Become powerful. Long live humanity. By the time he reached the conclusion, his voice had grown weak, yet the yellow glow intensified, ultimately coalescing into a luminous sphere suspended before him. The brilliance of the yellow sphere illuminated Tang San's youthful visage, while Zhu Jiasin's eyes brimmed with yearning and a near-religious fervor. As the sphere fully formed, he slowly collapsed. The sphere hovered in the air, flickering in and out of visibility. Tang San sensed a peculiar power emanating from it, one that seemed to be beginning to dissipate, at risk of vanishing entirely. After all, this was the inheritance bestowed in Zhu Jiasin's final moments. Without hesitation, he raised his hand, covering the sphere with his palm, channeling his Shantian power. Zhu Jiasin had mentioned that those without the demon god transformation were most likely to accept the inheritance. He certainly did not possess it. His strength derived from Shantian power, and being shielded by it, he felt confident. Zhu Jiasin's demon god power was not particularly strong, approximately at the third-tier level. If it did not suit him, it would leastwise not cause significant adverse effects. Moreover, he had come to this world seeking love, aspiring to transcend and return to his original realm, which necessitated becoming stronger. Utilizing the powers of this world to achieve that growth seemed the most straightforward path. The yellow sphere radiated warmth, and as his palm pressed against it, he immediately felt the energy within begin to seep into him. Rather than directly absorbing it, he guided the energy into his right arm, swiftly sealing the meridians with Shantian power to prevent the energy from penetrating further into his body. He silently attuned himself to the changes brought by the yellow glowed. His astonishment, when his Shantian power made contact with the inheritance of the demon god transformation, it seemed to soften, naturally merging into his Shantian energy with remarkable compliance. Upon its initial entry into the body, the sensation was somewhat restless, even carrying a hint of wildness. However, upon making contact with the Shantian energy, it immediately softened. Tang San silently operated the Shantian skill and instantly perceived that the yellow energy swiftly merged into his Shantian skill. As warmth enveloped him, he felt as though his Shantian skill had been enhanced significantly, akin to several months of diligent training. Moreover, the yellow energy seemed to subtly alter his physical form, nourishing his bloodlines and initiating an imperceptible transformation. Tang San could sense that his meridians, bones, and muscles were all strengthening. The inheritance of the demon god transformation felt akin to consuming a nourishing supplement, revitalizing his entire being, while the energy from the demon god transformation could be absorbed by his Shantian skill. It appeared to differ from the inheritance described by Zhu Jiasin that he had mentioned the dangers associated with inheritance. If the compatibility was insufficient, death could ensue. Yet, during his integration process, he felt no threat whatsoever. Rather, It seemed as if his Xiantian skill naturally facilitated the swift absorption of this inheritance. This was indeed intriguing. Once he fully digested this inherited power, he wondered if he might regain the ability akin to the leopard flash he had previously demonstrated. Contemplating this, Tang San suddenly had an idea. He swiftly approached the corpse of a third-tier wolf demon and placed his hand upon it. As he activated the Xiantian skill, energy surged into the lifeless form. The wolf demon had only recently perished, its body still warm. With the infusion of Xiantian energy, Tang San immediately sensed a faint energy lingering within the wolf demon's body. When his Xiantian skill connected with this energy, it adhered to him as if drawn by a magnet, merging seamlessly into his own skill. Though the energy was minimal, Tang San was entirely certain of its existence. Was this the bloodline power of the wolf demon? Upon retracting his Xiantian skill, he immediately felt a new hue of aquamarine within its energy that in comparison to the earlier yellow energy from the demon god transformation. This aquamarine was notably more subdued, likely due to the time elapsed since the wolf demon's death, which had allowed some energy to dissipate. Nevertheless, this aquamarine energy was undeniably present, and like the yellow energy, it integrated effortlessly into the Xiantian skill, contributing a slight enhancement. Furthermore, it did not conflict with the yellow energy, settling harmoniously within his Xiantian energy, seemingly being absorbed by his body in a subtle manner. This was indeed fascinating. Tang San quickly approached another wolf demon corpse and repeated the process. The time since this one's death was comparable, and the bloodline power extracted was similarly negligible. After completing this, he did not linger. He erased his footprints and swiftly returned to the village. He refrained from collecting Zhu Jiasen's body, mindful of the potential danger in leaving excessive traces. However, Zhu Jiasen's words resonated deeply within him. The Redemption Organization, a group existing for the survival of humanity. Perhaps this was the first glimmer of hope he had encountered since arriving in this world. At the very least, not all humans were mindless slaves. A faction was actively striving for humanity's future. It was a tragic irony that these individuals also bore the bloodlines of demons and spirits. Quietly returning to the village, he found his wooden house occupied by a dozen or so peers. Among these children, few could articulate their thoughts clearly, let alone express anything further. Tang San typically mirrored their demeanor. Upon returning to the wooden abode, he immediately curled up in a corner, closing his eyes. For him, this night had yielded considerable gains. Most importantly, he had gained a deeper understanding of this world, learning of the existence of a human resistance organization. Additionally, he had begun to grasp the uniqueness of the demon god transformation and the Xiantian skill. At this moment, the meridians within him felt warm, seemingly nourished by the energies he had previously absorbed. He could distinctly sense an enhancement in his physical prowess. This was an augmentation of his constitution rather than the Xiantian skill itself. Living on meager rations, he had little access to nourishment. He relied solely on the Xiantian skill to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. This time, however, was different. The powers from the demon god transformation and the bloodlines of the two wolf demons were evidently nurturing his meridians. Bones and internal organs. It was a comprehensive enhancement. The existence of the Xiantian skill ensured there was no conflict, facilitating even better absorption. Could it be that the Xiantian skill had transformed into a form of devouring power upon entering this world? The ability to absorb the bloodline powers of demons and spirits was remarkable. He wondered if it would also be possible to devour them while alive. If so, that would be terrifying. Of course, there were potential risks. If he absorbed too many different bloodlines, would it adversely affect his body? A chaotic amalgamation of energies would undoubtedly hinder his cultivation. He needed to observe the changes in his body following this absorption to draw conclusions. Humans possessing the demon god transformation would gain the qualifications to transcend into the realms of demons and spirits, no longer remaining mere slaves. But he silently formulated plans in his heart to seek out the Redemption Organization in the larger cities after finding them, joining their ranks, and utilizing their resources to search for the reincarnated Shao Wu would surely be more feasible. This organization appeared to have a significant presence, especially if similar groups existed in every major city. Windwolf Town showed no signs of change despite the deaths of a few individuals. At least, their slave village remained unaffected. Tang San dedicated 7 days to fully digest the energies for the demon god transformation and the bloodlines of the 2 wolf demons. Upon completion, he felt markedly stronger, his physique noticeably more robust. With his cultivation experience, he understood that physical strength was intrinsically linked to the limits of his training. Without a sufficiently resilient body, one could not endure greater energies. After this enhancement, he felt confident that he could now confront a 3rd-tier wolf demon. Yet, this was not his greatest gain. The true boon lay in the fact that he had managed to retain the abilities associated with the demon god transformation and the wolf demons. As night fell, Tang San stealthily returned to the woods. With narrowed eyes, he suddenly activated the Xiantian skill, causing his bloodlines to surge within him. With a brief push off the ground, a yellow light enveloped him, and he surged forward like lightning, covering 10 meters in an instant. The Xiantian skill consumed a portion of its energy, and as he stood firmly on the ground, a wave of fatigue washed over him. The explosive speed had taken a toll on his body, yet Tang San did not pause. He raised both hands, each glowing with a green light. With a swift motion, 2 wind blades, each about 3 inches long, shot forth. The azure blades vanished into the air after traveling 5 meters. Indeed, this was a result of the absorption he had undergone. The leopard flash and wind blade skills were inherited from Zhu Jiaxin's demon god transformation and the wolf demon's bloodline, respectively. Through the devouring absorption of the Xiantian skill, he had learned them both. This was an outcome Tang San had never anticipated. After absorbing the 2 bloodline powers, he sensed 2 new abilities emerging within his memory, readily accessible whenever he desired to use them. Strangely, when he invoked these abilities, his body did not undergo the beast-like transformation associated with the demon god transformation. Instead, the energy expended was solely from his Xiantian skill. Moreover, the previous yellow and aquamarine energies had vanished from within his Xiantian skill. This sensation was akin to having acquired 2 distinct skills, now at his disposal. However, regardless of how much he practiced, these 2 skills would not strengthen. They were significantly weaker than the leopard flash and wind blade, as executed by Zhu Jiaxin and the wolf demon, respectively, as if they had become fixed in potency. While not entirely useless, the inability to enhance their power rendered them somewhat limited. The sole silver lining was that the abilities he had devoured and transformed into his own skills did not produce any conflict. They seemed merely a conversion within the Xiantian skill. Overall, this was a positive development. Tang San harbored some judgments and hypotheses regarding the situation. Undoubtedly, he was different from the humans that existed in his original world. The Xiantian skill was unique as well. The transformation between the Xiantian skill and the power system of this world required further experimentation to uncover more insights. Acquiring these 2 skills was undoubtedly beneficial. Given that Zhu Jiaxin and the wolf demon were not exceptionally powerful, the skills obtained through absorption were naturally weaker. However, what if, in the future, his Xiantian skill gained greater prowess, and he absorbed stronger power from the demon god transformation? The skills he acquired would surely become more formidable. At the very least, he had discovered a more accessible path to enhancement. Additionally, this method of absorption would accelerate his cultivation of the Xiantian skill, particularly in this world where spiritual energy was already abundant. Tang San was almost certain that if he continued to cultivate at this pace, by the time he turned 20, he could potentially reach the 9th level of the Xiantian skill, corresponding to the 9th level of this world. That would indeed signify becoming a formidable powerhouse. However, this possibility hinged on the premise that his cultivation proceeded smoothly. The Xiantian skill was remarkably compatible with the spiritual energy of this world, which was the greatest advantage Tang San had acquired. Days passed in a monotonous routine. He toiled during the day and practiced in the evenings. Once again, Tang San found himself leading a rather unremarkable life. 2 years had slipped by, and he was now 8 years old. Perhaps due to his earlier assimilation of the wolf demon and the transformation of the demon god, he had grown taller than the average child. At merely 8 years of age, he stood taller than many who were 10, albeit still somewhat slender. Nevertheless, he was considered exceptional, which resulted in him being assigned more labor. Chapter 9. The bottleneck Tang San's mood had recently soured. The reason was simple. For 2 years, he had yet to break through to the 4th level of Shintian skill that he had initially believed that by the age of 7, he would have achieved this breakthrough. Yet upon reaching the pinnacle of the 3rd level, he encountered a bottleneck. This obstruction did not seem to stem from his own limitations, but rather from an inherent oppressive force within this Fa-Lon world. The transition from the 3rd to the 4th level appeared to be particularly arduous. Tang San had been diligently practicing and accumulating energy, yet he remained unable to surmount this oppressive barrier. 2 years had passed, and at 8 years old, he still found himself at the peak of the 3rd level. Moreover, the energy he had amassed did not seem to aid in achieving a breakthrough. He had become proficient in using Leopard Flash and Windblade, yet their potency had not increased in tandem with his advancement in the Shintian skill. It felt as though his abilities had become stagnant. This stagnation posed a significant dilemma. He had lost the pathway to ascend, and without such a pathway, he could only continue to grow in this limited state. What could one accomplish with the peak of the 3rd level? In this world, it rendered him a still feeble entity. Tang San realized he must undertake some daring ventures. Today, his task involved transporting timber in the village. He assisted the adult males in moving the felled trees, utilizing a cart to convey them to the town. There were 7 children in total, aiding 4 adults in transporting a load of wood. The adults led the way, pulling the cart with ropes, while the children pushed from behind. The gravel road was relatively even, and though the cart did not move swiftly, the adults exerted themselves, advancing in a rhythmic manner. Fenglang Town, which Tang San had visited several times before, was inhabited by the Fenglang clan of wolf demons. The lord of the Fenglang resided in the largest house at the town center. Over 1,000 Fenglang clan members lived in Fenglang Town, alongside 7 human slave villages that served them, providing labor and sustenance. The Fenglang were carnivorous, and, occasionally, human slaves would become their prey. However, they also consumed various other livestock. Comparatively speaking, the Fenglang were among the demon clans with a lesser inclination for human consumption, which meant that the chances of the humans being devoured were somewhat reduced. This was not due to any benevolence on the part of the Fenglang, but rather because they deemed human labor more valuable. As he pushed the cart, Tang San observed the surroundings of the town. He contemplated that the bottleneck he faced might largely stem from the Shintian skill he practiced clashing with the rules of this world, resulting in suppression. With his current capabilities, it was evident that he could not break free from the constraints imposed by this world's rules. These rules were often an intangible manifestation of the plane's dominion. As a former deity king, he was acutely aware of this aspect. Having lived here for 8 years, though he had never ventured beyond Fenglang Town, one thing he could ascertain was the exceptionally rich spiritual energy of this world, indicating the strength of the entire plane. Such a potent plane would undoubtedly harbor formidable pinnacle existences, likely surpassing the divine level of his original world. Thus, the plane's dominion, essentially the planet itself, must also be immensely powerful. Through his previous interactions with Zhu Jiaxin and his absorption of the wind elemental energy within the wolf demons, he vaguely sensed that the Shintian skill possessed the potential for devouring the abilities of this world. Perhaps it was precisely because of this that he faced suppression from the rules. To achieve a breakthrough, relying solely on the Shintian skill would prove exceedingly challenging. He needed to carve a new path. From the perspective of his divine king insights, the most direct course of action was to gain the recognition of the plane's dominion, to have the rules acknowledge him. The dominion often existed as an intangible entity, and the regulations governing the plane were primarily to safeguard itself, maintaining the balance from being disrupted. Therefore, to continue his progress, the best approach for Tang San was to amplify his strength within this world, concealing his Shintian skill to diminish the rule's perception and suppression. In doing so, he could seek opportunities for a sudden breakthrough and continue his cultivation. He was observing Fenglang Town in hopes of attempting a daring venture. At this juncture, the optimal way to augment his abilities in this plane was to enhance the powers he already possessed from the Fenglang clan or the Leopard Flash ability. While the Leopard Flash left no trace, the Fenglang clan was abundant within the town. His plan was to identify suitable Fenglang clan members to target, specifically those around the 3rd level. For experimentation, he had no intention of killing. Rather, he aimed to incapacitate them and see if he could extract their bloodline power using the Xiantian skill to bolster his existing Windblade ability. If successful, he would then observe whether the Fenglang from whom he siphoned the bloodline power could recover it. If they could, it would serve as an excellent cover for him. Yes, the Windblade continued to enhance. The presence of the Fenglang bloodline within him would grow richer, facilitating his breakthrough of the bottleneck in the Xiantian skill. This was the plan Tang San had meticulously devised after much contemplation. With the abilities of Leopard Flash and Windblade, combined with the pinnacle of the third level of the Xiantian skill, he felt confident in ambushing a Fenglang. As he walked, the wooden cart suddenly halted, causing the children behind to instinctively pause, with one of the smallest among them even tumbling to the ground due to the sudden jolt. Tang San quickly reined in his strength, pushing gently and mirroring the reactions of the other children. The adult men ahead had stopped, seemingly gazing in a particular direction. From his peripheral view, Tang San could perceive a hint of envy in their eyes that it was noteworthy that these human slaves, raised from a young age, typically exhibited a deep-seated numbness, rarely speaking. Instances of differing emotions were indeed rare. Following their gaze, Tang San observed a few individuals posting a notice not far away. Indeed, the ones putting up the notice were humans. However, compared to the slaves, these individuals wore clean and tidy clothing. Tang San squinted, activating his purple extreme demon eyes to enhance his vision. The notice read that a bloodline screening would occur 3 days hence, inviting any slaves with Fenglang bloodline to come forth for testing. Those who passed would be permitted to reside in Fenglang Town and enter into vassal training. Bloodline screening. In an instant, Tang San grasped the implications. He frequently traveled to Fenglang Town for labor, yet this was the first time he had encountered such a notice. Undoubtedly, those humans putting up the notice were vassals of the Fenglang clan, possessing a degree of Fenglang bloodline that elevated their status above that of ordinary slaves. At the very least, they were no longer mere slaves. Upon reading this, Tang San's heart stirred. If this were the case, his plans could be adjusted. Remaining a slave, while an effective disguise, posed a significant drawback. He had far too little exposure to this world. Without sufficient contact, he could not hope to grasp more. He was unable to access the true resources of this world. The bloodline screening in Fenglang Town presented an undeniable opportunity for the humans if the slaves retained even a shred of dignity. They would undoubtedly recognize this as an immense insult. What manner of human could possibly possess Fenglang bloodline? It was unambiguously a product of hybridization, implying that these were offspring born of unions between wolf demons of the Fenglang clan and humans. In this world, humans lacked the qualifications to serve as partners for demon clans, relegating them to mere objects for bestial gratification. Chapter 10. The Awakening Ceremony. Tang San had pondered the existence of the Redemption Organization. The establishment of such an organization as a clandestine opposition group undoubtedly stemmed from the conscience of certain humans, who deeply understood the nature of the world they inhabited. The ratio of human slaves to the Fenglang clan members clearly indicated that the human population in this world was far from negligible. 3 days later, the day after the posting of the notice, various villages began to respond. In the village, the slaves were overseen by a leader, naturally a wolf demon. At the break of dawn, the wolf demon summoned all the villagers, regardless of age or gender. However, the older humans bore a look of muted resignation in their eyes. The younger ones, around 20 years of age, exhibited a flicker of hope, as it was evident they were the most likely candidates to awaken the Wind Wolf bloodline. Tang San stood among the crowd, his heart heavy with sorrow at a gathering of humans, awaiting the prospect of gaining a trace of demonic blood due to their mothers having been violated by monsters. How profoundly tragic this was. Regarding the dominion of the demon and spirit races, Tang San felt no discontent. After all, it was the inherent order of this world. Nevertheless, as a human, witnessing his kin's numbed acceptance of their enslavement merely to survive filled him with deep melancholy. Over the past 8 years, this accumulation of emotions had solidified his resolve. Aside from searching for his wife, he must find a way to present opportunities for humanity, empowering them to rise and live with dignity in this world. Listen carefully. Shortly, I will facilitate your bloodline awakening. Any slave who awakens the bloodline of my Wind Wolf clan may participate in the test 2 days hence. Those who pass with sufficient bloodline strength, can serve as vassals and enter the town for education. Exceptional vassals may even attain the same privileges as my clan. This is your chance, an opportunity to ascend to greatness. Therefore, during the awakening process, feel your bloodline without restraint. Allow any changes to manifest. That clear. The human slaves bowed in unison, their expressions a mix of fear and trepidation. The wolf demon nodded in satisfaction, its fangs protruding as its eyes began to emit an eerie green glow. Ferocity flickering within. Suddenly, it threw back its head and let out a piercing howl that a chorus of howls echoed in response from afar. Though positioned towards the back, Tang San's keen perception allowed him to distinctly sense the wolf demon's roar, causing a surge of fiery energy to erupt within him, the bloodline within him boiling with intensity. This wave of energy radiated outward, causing tremors in the bodies of those present, as the last echoes of the howl faded. Another howl erupted from the wolf demon, the essence of its bloodline growing ever more potent. Suddenly, a young human male to Tang San's left trembled violently as if enduring great agony, emitting a strangled cry before collapsing to the ground on all fours. Grayish-blue fur sprouted from his skin, yet he writhed in apparent torment. Was this the awakening of the wind wolf bloodline? Rather than reveal himself, Tang San chose to observe quietly. In another corner, a teenage girl cradled her head in her arms, seemingly undergoing some transformation as well. Beyond these two, the rest merely shivered and quaked, casting envious glances at the pair. When the third howl rang out, Tang San realized he could no longer wait. He abruptly crouched down, cradling his head, feigning distress, which startled the nearby children. As the howl subsided, the wolf demon's gaze swept over the crowd, naturally drawn to the significant changes exhibited by Tang San and the others. It approached, selecting them for scrutiny. The youth covered in fur writhed on the ground, visibly altered, drooling and appearing semi-conscious. The changes in Tang San and the girl were less pronounced. The girl bore minimal fur on her neck, while Tang San exhibited no signs of transformation whatsoever. Ignoring the youth and the girl, the wolf demon kicked Tang San, sending him tumbling. You must understand the consequences of impersonating my clan's noble bloodline. You better hope for a genuine response. Otherwise, you'll find yourself a meal on the sacrificial altar tomorrow. Take them away. Several second-tier wolf demons seized the trio, tossing them onto a cart for transport. The number of slaves awakening the wind wolf bloodline was fewer than Tang San had anticipated. When gathered, only 13 emerged, of varying ages. Among them, displayed significant signs of transformation. Judging by appearances, those exhibiting such changes likely possessed a more potent bloodline. Tang San's lack of transformation set him apart, as he remained entirely unchanged, while others showed varying degrees of mutation. Gathered together, they would undergo a unified bloodline test the following day to Tang San's surprise. Dinner that night included meat for the first time since his arrival in this world. Yet he found himself lacking in appetite. Tragically, 3 of the youths who had displayed the most significant changes perished before dinner. And Tang San investigated their bodies, discovering the cause was the same. Their frail slave bodies could not withstand the transformations of the wind wolf bloodline awakening, leading to organ failure or ruptured vessels. The 3 corpses were removed by the wolf demons who came to inspect them later. The remaining individuals consumed their meager meal in silence, no one daring to speak. The food remained coarse. Even the meat was tough and unidentifiable, merely boiled without flavor. After dinner, Tang San found a corner to sit quietly. With 2 days remaining until the bloodline test, he felt no anxiety about awakening the wind wolf bloodline. He had his own methods for this. He closed his eyes to meditate and prepare to cultivate his Xiantian skill. He suddenly sensed something and instinctively opened his eyes. His surprise. A girl slightly older than him, also from his village, had approached. Though she appeared older, her frame was slender. Despite her dirt-smudged face, she retained a certain charm. The girl opened her mouth, her voice hoarse. Communication among human slaves was rare, particularly among children who had received no education and were thus bewildered by the world. "Are you really going to be all right?" she whispered. Tang San regarded her with surprise as she lowered her voice further. "If you can't, you'll die." Was she genuinely concerned for him? A wave of warmth washed over Tang San, marking the first time he felt such comfort since arriving in this world. Chapter 11. Intent to kill the girl pointed towards a corner of the wooden cabin, where a pile of straw was stacked, revealing a slightly damaged wall. If it doesn't work, you should run. Pretending to be genuine will lead to death. Her voice grew less hoarse with each word, as if her resolve strengthened. Thank you. I can manage, Tang San replied softly. The girl met his gaze, her eyes revealing a hint of worry. Can you really? Yes, Tang San nodded reassuringly. Oh, this moment. Other human slaves had begun to cast glances in their direction. Ling Muxiu dared not utter another word. She simply nodded slightly at Tang San before curling her body and moving to the other side. The brief exchange with Ling Muxiu lightened Tang San's mood somewhat. Alone in a foreign land, he felt a warmth akin to discovering a spark of fire after 8 long years. The 2 days passed swiftly. During this time, the 10 survivors enjoyed the finest meals this world had to offer, and their spirits visibly improved compared to when they first arrived. The older youths bore expressions of keen desire. Fully aware that this was their opportunity, among the 10, only Ling Muxiu was a girl, yet no one paid her any particular attention. Everyone's focus was on the awakening of their bloodlines if they could pass this test. It would signify their emancipation from slavery, allowing them to become vassals of the Wind Wolf clan, an ascension indeed. In this world, slaves were treated with a lowly status, scarcely better than livestock, and often worse than animals. Finally, the door of the wooden hut swung open, drawing the eager anticipation of the majority that a few robust wolf demons entered, barking orders for Tang San and the others to follow. As they stepped out into the sunlight. Its brightness was somewhat blinding, yet it brought a comforting warmth. Ling Muxiu stayed close to Tang San, and he once more felt her worried gaze upon him. It's all right, he murmured softly. Ling Muxiu paused, looking up at him, and he nodded reassuringly. The wooden hut they had occupied was situated within the town, yet today they found themselves in the heart of a place Tang San had never visited before, Wind Wolf Town Center. Before them lay a small square, nearly 1,000 square meters in size, now bustling with members of the Wind Wolf clan. In the center stood an altar, and Tang San's pupils constricted as he discerned that its base, seemingly constructed from mortar and stones, was interspersed with human skulls, his hand instinctively clenched. Even in death, they were to be treated thus that a flame of fury ignited within him. Once a god-king, his mental fortitude surpassed that of ordinary beings. Yet at this moment, he was consumed by a desire to annihilate the demon clans. His gaze turned icy, a faint murderous intent lingering in his heart. Ling Muxiu, sensing something amiss, shivered and instinctively took a few steps back, widening the distance between them. Her movement startled Tang San, yet it vaguely resurrected memories of his past life. He recalled traversing a path, a road through hell. Calming his emotions, he slightly closed his eyes, concealing that flicker of inspiration deep within. The demon clans? Excellent. The 10 of them were led to one side of the square, where beneath a large tree sat an elderly wolf demon. This ancient wolf demon appeared to be female. Her eyes a deep emerald green, clutching a staff with her right hand, seated upon a grand chair. Beside her stood a human, seemingly in his 40s, gaunt yet clad in opulent attire, a hint of green flickering in his eyes as he slightly hunched, wearing a respectful expression. The wolf demon who had brought Tang San and the others approached the elder and bowed respectfully. Great priestess, we have brought the slaves awakening their bloodlines this year. The elder, referred to as the great priestess, acknowledged with a slight nod, gesturing to the human man beside her. The man first bowed respectfully to her and then slowly approached Tang San and the others. Tang San silently assessed the aura of the great priestess. Powerful. At his current strength, he could not discern her cultivation level, of course, without utilizing his scant mental energy, which he dared not expend lightly given its scarcity. Only in dire situations would he consider using it. He needed to grow stronger for it to truly manifest its potential. Just as the human man was about to speak, the surrounding wolf demons parted respectfully. Bowing as a towering wolf demon, over 3 meters tall, strode towards them with great strides. This enormous wolf demon appeared exceptionally robust, its muscles brimming with explosive power, its deep green eyes radiating potent energy. It approached the great priestess, slightly bending forward, and placed its right hand over its chest. Addressing her as Great Priestess, a smile flickered across the Great Priestess's aged face. The Lord of the clan has arrived. After honoring our ancestors, is the Lord ready? She remained seated, indicating her elevated status in Windwolf Town. The Windwolf Lord replied, "Everything is prepared. The offerings are in place that I ask the Great Priestess to preside over the ceremony. Once these slaves undergo the bloodline examination, we shall commence," the Great Priestess stated softly. "Let us begin," the Windwolf Lord instructed the middle-aged human who had approached Tang San and the others. "Yes, my lord," the man replied, bowing respectfully before turning back to the 10 before him. "Listen carefully. Shortly, I will conduct a bloodline examination. During the process, feel free to express any reactions that do not suppress or fear. Give it your all. You understand?" Tang San met his gaze, catching a fleeting glimmer of sorrow in the man's eyes. Chapter 12. The assessment. In the next moment, the middle-aged man slowly extended his arms, gazing skyward as he proclaimed, "Great wind, please bestow your favor upon your people," allowing them to grasp the true essence of the wind. As he chanted, his body began to swell, grayish-blue first sprouting from his skin, his garments splitting apart to reveal his solid musculature, an intense azure light erupting from him. Fourth stage? Or perhaps fifth? This was Tang San's initial impression, as this middle-aged human stood as the most formidable individual he had encountered among humans. The rich wind elements coalesced, saturating the surrounding air with a palpable intensity, enveloping the 10 of them within. The Windwolf Lord turned to the Great Priestess, commenting, "Wang Yanfeng has significantly improved his control over the wind elements." The Great Priestess replied coolly, "After all, he possesses the bloodline of a slave. His upper limit is merely the 4th stage. Yet, humans do possess certain advantages in control. He simply manages it better. However, my lord, you should refrain from dallying with those she-wolves and focus on enhancing your own strength instead. Otherwise, you may be mocked at our clan's grand ceremony in a couple of years." The Windwolf Lord's expression stiffened momentarily as he acknowledged her words. Bathed in the wind elements, the 10 individuals exuded a faint azure glow. Tang San narrowed his eyes, silently absorbing the richness of the wind elements. Feeling the wind blades, he commanded respond to the influx. He cautiously drew upon the power of the wind blades, merging it with his bloodline. Initiating a transformation in his aura, he soon realized that the abundant wind elements around him began to be absorbed following the change in his bloodline. The energy of the wind blades felt as though it was accumulating. His astuteness and wealth of experience led him to a realization. The previous inability of his wind blades and leopard flash to advance stemmed not only from bloodline limitations, but also from the lack of similar, rich elemental support. Now, amidst this dense wind element, his wind blades were evidently stirred. This indicated that, under favorable conditions, his wind blades could indeed evolve that moment. Among the 10, the sole survivor who had previously manifested the clearest signs of beast transformation during awakening had his clothes tear apart as his body expanded, first sprouting forth, his eyes shimmering with a faint azure glow. Wang Yanfeng's eyes brightened as he waved his hand, summoning a whirlwind that enveloped the youth, pulling him aside, an apparent sign of passing the assessment. Tang San refrained from rushing to showcase his own abilities. This dense wind element was a phenomenon not found in the natural world, and given his current cultivation, he could not actively condense it. Thus, he seized the opportunity to absorb as much as possible, hoping it would aid in breaking through his own bottleneck. Unexpectedly, the second to react was none other than Ling Muxue by his side. With a delicate cry, her figure also swelled slightly. Though not as pronounced as the youth's transformation, she too sprouted some fur at the nape of her neck, her eyes glimmering with a more intense azure hue. Before her, a shimmering blue light encircled her, even lifting her body slightly upwards. Wang Yanfeng waved his hand again, using the wind element to gently guide her body to the side. Meanwhile, he remarked, the bloodline may not be strong, but it is more attuned to the wind element. Subsequently, 2 more youths, around 15 or 16 years of age, exhibited a pronounced reaction. Wang Yanfeng appeared increasingly anxious, and the gathered wind elements intensified. However, Tang San clearly observed beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Sustaining such a powerful wind element undoubtedly took a significant toll on him. His fervent efforts were driven by the hope that more among them would pass the bloodline assessment. That should suffice. Insufficiency is simply insufficiency do not delay the sacrificial ceremony, the Wind Wolf Lord coldly stated. Wang Yinfeng implored, "My lord, grant me just one more minute. I believe there is still potential." Tang San realized he could no longer wait. He closed his eyes and slowly raised his hands before him. When he opened his eyes again, a brilliant azure light burst forth, and the surrounding wind elements noticeably coalesced towards him, seemingly dissipating in the process. Then, within his palms, a wind blade, approximately 3 inches long, began to take shape. Though small, the wind blade was remarkably lively. In the next instant, it shot forth into the air as if it had lost control, emitting a piercing sound as it sliced through the atmosphere. The wind blade has awakened? Wang Yinfeng was startled, but swiftly waved his hand, drawing Tang San out. The Grand Priestess, seated calmly, furrowed her brow and cast her gaze toward Tang San. At that moment, Wang Yinfeng's manipulation of the wind element came to an end. He gasped for breath, clearly nearing his limits. The physical changes are minimal, yet the affinity for the wind element is exceptionally strong, awakening our Wind Wolf clan's innate skill, the Wind Blade. The slight physical alteration is likely due to age, somewhat akin to my own experience, Wang Yinfeng said, panting as he respectfully addressed the Grand Priestess. The Grand Priestess glanced at him without comment, her gaze shifting away from Tang as over a mere child was inconsequential. Among the 10 participants in the assessment, 5 had displayed reactions sufficient for passing. The remaining 5 appeared utterly bewildered. With a wave of his hand, the Wind Wolf Lord summoned several robust wolf demons who swiftly seized the 5 humans who had failed the assessment and dragged them aside. At this juncture, the Grand Priestess slowly rose and made her way toward the altar, intoning, "Let the sacrificial ceremony commence." Yes, the Wind Wolf Lord respectfully bowed to her before following her toward the altar. Wang Yinfeng did not accompany them, but stood beside the 5 who had successfully passed the assessment. His breathing had steadied somewhat as he lowered his head to look at Tang San, whose gaze was somewhat vacant and perplexed. Having lived through 3 lifetimes, he was adept at concealing his emotions. The Grand Priestess ascended the platform, and the Wind Wolf Lord stood beside her, letting out a long howl. "Awu!" As his howl resonated, all the wolf demons present raised their voices in a chorus of howls, creating a cacophony that echoed throughout Wind Wolf Town, as if a beastly horde were preparing to launch an assault. The Grand Priestess gradually raised her staff, and the howls gradually subsided. Though she appeared aged, her deep green eyes glimmered with a chilling light as she coldly proclaimed, "Today is the day to honor our ancestors. Our wolf clan is among the formidable races within the sacred lineage. The great wolf ancestor created us, allowing us to thrive. Let us offer the most exquisite blood as a tribute to our wolf ancestor. That our wind wolf lineage may grow ever stronger." At this point, she suddenly turned her gaze toward the 5 human adolescent slaves who had failed the assessment. "You have tainted our bloodline, but failed to awaken our glory. Your filthy blood seeks to obscure the essence of our Wind Wolf clan. Only blood can cleanse this disgrace. Kill them." The wolf demons seemed to have been prepared for this moment. As soon as the Grand Priestess spoke, they swiftly seized the 5 human youths, gripping their shoulders, and with a powerful tug, tore their bodies apart, blood erupting and splattering onto the altar. This scene unfolded abruptly, and upon witnessing it, Tang San felt a surge of hot blood rush to his head, his body stiffening as his hands clenched. Yet just then, darkness clouded his vision as a figure silently positioned itself before him. Blocking his sight was Wang Yinfeng. Chapter 13. Cruelty. Tang San bit his lip, overwhelmed by an impulse to charge forward. However, Wang Yinfeng's obstruction gradually cooled his boiling blood. The Wind Wolf Lord was likely a 5th tier or higher powerhouse, and the Grand Priestess was probably at least 6th tier. Should he rush out now, it would only lead to his demise. Nonetheless, even if the human slaves here could be described as soulless, they were still his kin. The wolf demons slaughtered humans as if they were mere livestock. In their eyes, humans were even less than beasts. Present the offerings. The Grand Priestess's voice rang out once more. Tang San shifted his stance slightly, evading Wang Yinfeng's shield, and gazed outward. Wang Yinfeng seemed to sense this, turning to him with a slight frown. Meanwhile, the other awakened children trembled in fear, and Tang San's expression mirrored their terror, which offered Wang Yinfeng a modicum of relief. With a swift motion, he pushed Tang San back behind him. Though Tang San was unaware of Wang Yinfeng's standing within the Wind Wolf clan, his earlier actions during the assessment and his current demeanor suggested he still harbored a heart inclined toward humanity. Just before being pushed back, he caught sight of several naked human women being brought forth onto the platform. 10 in total, undoubtedly the offering spoken of by the Grand Priestess. Tang San's body trembled. He did not need to feign his horror. Although he had witnessed countless human deaths in Wind Wolf Town, this direct and large-scale slaughter was unprecedentedly brutal. Even in his previous life, he rarely experienced such intense fury. Once a divine king, he had prided himself on his emotional stability. Yet at this moment, how could he remain calm? Great ancestors, today, your descendants present the most exquisite blood as a tribute. Please continue to bless your offspring, allowing our Wind Wolf lineage to flourish. The Grand Priestess's voice rose to a shrill wail akin to a ghostly lament. The 10 human women placed upon the altar had their throats swiftly slit, their blood flowing and staining the altar. The piercing howls of the wolves reverberated throughout Wind Wolf Town. For them, the sacrificial ceremony was a moment of frenzied excitement. Another 10 lives lost. Tang San closed his eyes in anguish. At this moment, he felt no hesitation within that he was determined to change this world, to transform everything here. He would not allow humanity to remain as livestock. He would awaken them, overthrowing the dominance of the monster and spirit races. In any world, the law of the jungle prevailed. Only by empowering humanity could everything be altered. The sacrificial ceremony continued, lasting a full half-hour before it began to draw to a close. Throughout, Tang San kept his head bowed, his body seemingly trembling, and he refrained from glancing in the direction of the altar, silently standing behind Wang Yinfeng. At this moment, his resolve had solidified. Beyond seeking his wife, he had acquired an additional weighty responsibility in this world of Phalon. On this continent of spirits, as the ceremony concluded and the wolf demons dispersed, Wang Yinfeng turned to Tang San and the 5 others, saying, "Follow me." The 5, trembling with trepidation, followed him as he led them to a house on the western side of Wind Wolf Town. This house was a world apart from their previous dwelling in the village. Constructed of wood and stone, it was a 2-story building, complete with a yard enclosed by a wooden fence, encompassing a little over 100 square feet. Wang Yinfeng pushed open the yard gate and led them inside. As the door to the 2-story building opened, a strikingly beautiful woman emerged. Upon seeing Wang Yinfeng's return, she hurried forward and softly asked, "Is it over?" Wang Yinfeng sighed. "It is over." The woman lowered her head, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. Were these the only 5 children? Yes. 5 did not pass. She clearly understood the implications of failing to pass. Wang Yinfeng embraced her gently, holding her close. "Please, come inside," the woman said in a hushed tone, her voice noticeably hoarse. Under the guidance of Wang Yinfeng and the woman, Tang San and the 4 others were ushered into the house. The interior was warm, with a fireplace on the wall radiating a comforting heat. The decor was simple, yet the space was adequately furnished with tables and chairs, flanked by rooms on either side, and a staircase leading to the upper floor. Although the 4 companions of Tang San felt somewhat out of place in this newfound warmth, they were able to relax a bit compared to their earlier terror. The woman stepped aside and poured several cups of hot water, handing them out to each of them. As Tang San held the cup, he suddenly felt a sense of renewal. Ling Muxue couldn't help but break into soft sobs. Wang Yinfeng sighed and said, "You are fortunate, yet also unfortunate. Being chosen means you have been granted a new life. Children, from this day forth, I shall be your teacher. You must learn from me, for only by acquiring the means to protect yourselves will you truly survive. In 3 years, there will be another assessment, and you must overcome your peers, the wolf demons, to earn the right to be vassals. Otherwise, as you witnessed today, the fate of those children could easily be yours. After a brief pause, he continued, I do not know if you can fully comprehend my words, but I will strive to teach you. From today on, you will reside here until you pass the assessment and become vassals. At which point you may have your own homes. He turned to the woman beside him, saying, This is your matron, Qiu Jing, that we once stood where you are now, having endured everything you have experienced today. Our survival is due to our status as vassals. In the coming 3 years, you too must strive to attain this status, lest you remain slaves. Now, go and rest. The matron will guide you to your rooms. The boys will share a room, while this girl will have one to herself. Tomorrow, I shall begin your instruction. Here are identification tokens for each of you. As he spoke, Wang Yinfeng distributed wooden tokens, intricately carved and embedded with a piece resembling a wolf's tooth, though not a tusk. Their accommodations were on the ground floor, with Tang San assigned to share a room with a boy just over 10 years old. Qiu Jing led them to their quarters, where there was a communal bathroom on the first floor. She instructed each of them to cleanse themselves. Afterward, they were given a set of coarse linen garments. Despite the rough texture, the fabric was thick and provided decent warmth. Once they had washed, they gathered on the ground floor for a meal consisting of root-like tubers, simply boiled and lightly salted, accompanied by some cooked meat. For slaves, it was quite a sumptuous feast. Sipping a flavorless yet aromatic meat broth, the atmosphere among them lightened considerably. However, Tang San noticed that Ling Mushue's eyes remained swollen and vacant, and she had eaten very little. Wang Yinfeng inquired about their names, and among the 5, apart from Tang San and Ling Mushue, the other 3 had no names, only simple titles. The first to awaken and exhibit the wind wolf transformation was referred to as Dechang. The boy sharing a room with Tang San was called Xiao Mutu, while the one with Dechang was named Maotu. Wang Yinfeng assigned them names that were straightforward, akin to Tang San's, calling them Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San, and informed them that once they truly became vassals, they could choose new names for themselves. Only by achieving vassal status could they truly possess their own names and hang their vassal tokens, thereby avoiding the fate of being treated as expendable slaves. After dinner, Wang Yinfeng sent them to their rooms to rest, as instruction would commence the following day. Upon returning to his room, the fear of the day and the warmth of the space allowed Wang Er to fall asleep quickly. Seeing him asleep, Tang San quietly climbed out of bed. The outside world had already darkened. He tiptoed through the hall to the door of the room on the opposite side, where Ling Mushue was staying, and gently knocked. The door opened to reveal Ling Mushue's tear-streaked face. Upon seeing Tang San, her swollen eyes moistened anew. Tang San swiftly entered and closed the door behind him. What is the matter? He asked softly, concerned for the girl who had first brought him warmth in this seemingly apocalyptic world. To his inquiry, Ling Mushue suddenly burst into tears, exclaiming, Mama, Mama. Tang San was taken aback, steadying her trembling frame, and an ominous premonition washed over him, as though his breath had been caught in his throat. What happened to your mother? He asked with urgency, but Ling Mushue was too distraught to articulate her thoughts. Furrowing his brow, Tang San guided her to sit on the edge of the bed, placing his right hand gently on her back to stabilize her emotions by channeling his Xiantian power into her. As his energy coursed into her, he sensed a faint azure energy within her, seemingly yearning to merge with his own. Tang San quickly retracted his power, unwilling to extract the wind wolf bloodline energy from Ling Mushue all at once. Fearing the consequences of such an act, however, that brief infusion of Xiantian power provided her with warmth and steadied her emotions somewhat. Through tear-filled eyes, she looked at Tang San and said, Mama, I saw Mama on that altar. A wave of confusion washed over Tang San, leaving him momentarily blank. The altar, Mama, on that altar lay the 10 human women, who were likely the mothers of those 10 individuals inheriting the wind wolf bloodline. Among them was Ling Mushue's mother, and undoubtedly, the woman who had brought him into this world. Even though he had only glimpsed her briefly, with no clear memories, she was the one who had ushered him into this realm. It was his choice to impersonate an awakened wind wolf bloodline individual that led to this calamity. Realizing this, Tang San trembled with shock, unable to fathom the depths of the wolf demon's cruelty. The other 3, likely like him, had been separated from their mother since childhood and could not recognize their kin. Only Ling Muxue, who had grown up with her mother, could identify her in that moment of horror. She had been paralyzed with fear, yet she recognized her mother. The overwhelming dread had stifled her cries, preserving her life, but witnessing her mother's demise had overwhelmed her with grief once her emotions stabilized. This world was indeed merciless. Just then, the door swung open, and Wang Yanfeng and Qiu Jing entered. Qiu Jing's eyes were also red-rimmed. Tang San sprang to his feet, feeling his blood boil with an urge to unleash his fury upon the world, wishing to annihilate everything in sight. But at that moment, Qiu Jing quickly approached and enveloped Ling Muxue in her embrace, soothing her gently. Wang Yanfeng shut his eyes in anguish, stating, "Each of us who survived as vassals has faced such a scene. It is the law of the monster race. Human women who bear offspring with their bloodline are seen as sacrilege to their ancestors, destined to be offered as sacrifices. Did you see the human skulls beneath that altar? Those are the victims of their cruelty. Upon encountering the two of you, I sense your uniqueness. You both possess wisdom, especially you, although you appear the same as the others when the children who came for the assessment were slain. Your body tensed not from fear, but from a readiness to spring into action. That I felt it because I was by your side. That if I'm not mistaken, your wind wolf transformation has already awakened. I did not know who imparted wisdom to you, but I must tell you that in this world, survival is paramount. Impulsiveness leads only to death, not just for you, but for all of us and everything here. According to the monster race's laws, if a vassal betrays, all vassals in the town face execution as a consequence. Even if you are merely a child, the safest course of action would be for me to capture you both and hand you over, allowing them to interrogate you on how you gained wisdom. You understand. The fury in Tang San's eyes gradually transformed into a chilling coldness as he gazed at Wang Yanfeng. His look, imbued with an unsettling calm amidst the frost, posed a question. Are you planning to surrender us? Suddenly, Wang Yanfeng felt a tremor in his heart, unnerved by the intensity of Tang San's gaze, despite the fact that he was merely a child. Seemingly so fragile in his eyes, he could not help but offer a bitter smile, saying, "If I were to hand you over, would I still stand before you at that moment? Child, do not act recklessly, nor venture forth. You will never see your mother's corpse again. It has long been disposed of by them. That if you truly care, then live well and strive to grow stronger." The iciness in Tang San's eyes began to dissipate, and his clenched fists slowly relaxed. He realized that if he exerted even a fraction of his divine consciousness, he could obliterate everything in this place with an 80% certainty. However, his aspiration to regain divinity under the constraints of this world would render that prospect exceedingly slim. The rules governing this planet were overwhelmingly formidable. Yet in this world, on this continent of fairies, did the tragedy of humanity occur solely in Wind Wolf Town? No, it manifested in every corner. Even if Wind Wolf Town were to be annihilated, it would not resolve the fundamental issues facing humanity. Wang Yanfeng was correct. Only by becoming truly powerful could one hope to address everything. That moment, a warm hand clasped his. Tang San turned to find Qiu Jing's tearful, misty gaze upon him. "Child, we are powerless. Living well is the greatest solace you can offer your mother. I, too, have a child, but he failed his awakening assessment. Had he succeeded, I would gladly sacrifice myself." As she spoke, Qiu Jing pulled Tang San into her embrace, cradling both him and Ling Muxue, tears streaming down her face. Her embrace was warm, soothing the murderous intent that filled his heart. Ling Muxue, amidst her tears, gradually succumbed to sleep within that comforting hold. Wang Yanfeng escorted Tang San back to his room. "Get some good rest," he said, ruffling the boy's hair. Chapter 15. Instruction. Tang San looked up at Wang Yanfeng, observing the man who appeared somewhat aged and whose eyes bore the weight of suffering. Qiu Jing's child was also his child. Their offspring had once failed the awakening assessment, just like the 5 children today. It was this very reason that he fought so fiercely, striving with all his might to ensure more children could survive. "Teacher, thank you." Tang San bowed deeply to Wang Yanfeng, despite having once been a divine king in his previous life. And Wang Yanfeng, being a humble existence even in Wind Wolf Town, The efforts Wang Yanfeng made to preserve the last flicker of hope for humanity had earned his respect, even after just a single day of acquaintance. With his divine consciousness, Tang San could sense the sorrow and genuine affection within Wang Yanfeng and Xiao Jing that in this world. He finally felt he had a family. A sleepless night ensued. Tang San did not practice. As images of the altar incessantly replayed in his mind, he refrained from venturing out. The seeds of hatred were deeply planted within him, yet the warmth bestowed upon him by Wang Yanfeng and his wife was something he cherished profoundly. At this juncture, he could not act impulsively, that he needed to ensure absolute certainty and devise an escape route for the inhabitants of this house before he could justify taking action. Morning arrived, and Xiao Jing had prepared breakfast early. After a night of rest, Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San appeared noticeably rejuvenated. They relished a rather sumptuous breakfast, their faces alight with satisfaction. Tang San, on the other hand, seemed somewhat listless, while Ling Mushue's eyes were puffy, her gaze somewhat vacant. Wang Yanfeng seemed to have returned to his normal self. After breakfast, he instructed the five to stand before him. From today onward, I shall teach you. Each morning, I will impart cultural lessons and knowledge relevant to the continent. The following morning, there will be an assessment of the previous day's content. Failure to pass will incur punishment. In the afternoons, I will instruct you in the cultivation of wind-wolf transformation. You must strive to elevate yourselves as swiftly as possible. For the next 3 years, you shall not rest. You must work diligently every day. Only in this manner will you have a chance of survival 3 years hence. You understand? Yes, Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San nodded in agreement. Here, they felt as though they had arrived in an unprecedented paradise. Free from labor and well-fed. This alone was a source of immense satisfaction. Though they were not particularly enlightened, humans are innately clever, and they likely grasped that their fates had shifted. They understood Wang Yanfeng's mention of the assessment 3 years from now. Failure meant death, akin to yesterday's trial. Wang Yanfeng brought forth a blackboard and began inscribing characters, teaching the five to recognize the written language of this world, one letter at a time. Among them, only Ling Mushue possessed some understanding of these characters and could write a little. Tang San could speak, but had never truly learned to write, having spent 8 years as a mere slave. On the first day, they learned just 10 basic and simple characters. Following this, Wang Yanfeng began to narrate the history of the fairy continent. In our fairy continent, there are primarily 2 major regions, one controlled by the Monster Clan and the other by the Spirit Clan. The Monster Clan refers to themselves as the Holy Clan, governing an area known as the Heavenly Universe Empire. The Spirit Clan, also known as the Spiritual Clan, presides over the region called the Sun and Moon Empire. The names of these nations vary among the clans, hence, in future discussions, I shall predominantly refer to them as the Holy Clan and the Spiritual Clan for clarity. The origins of the fairy continent are shrouded in mystery. According to historical record from both clans, it is said that ancestral monsters and ancestral spirits once existed in this world. They created the Monster Clan and the Spirit Clan, also known as the Holy Clan and the Spiritual Clan. Both clans possess innate formidable abilities, gradually growing stronger through the absorption of the spiritual energies of heaven and earth. Eventually, powerful monsters and spirits emerged. The might of these 2 clans allowed them to dominate the vast expanse of the fairy continent. There exists a certain interdependence between the Holy Clan and the Spiritual Clan, which, despite occasional conflicts, allows for a degree of balance, as their strengths are relatively comparable. Thus, they govern separately. The Holy Clan primarily controls the northeastern part of the fairy continent, while the Spiritual Clan occupies the comparatively warmer southwestern region. Each clan boasts numerous major cities, ruled by powerful great monsters and great spirits, but the central point where the borders of both clans converge. One could say it is the very heart of the fairy continent, lies the sacred spirit city. This city is the largest in the entire fairy continent, home to the most powerful great monsters and great spirits. Its vastness is said to be beyond imagination. As Tang San and the others listened to Wang Yanfeng's narration, even Ling Mushue, still grieving, found herself somewhat entranced. After all, her mother had merely been a slave and knew little. Wang Yanfeng's words unfolded the expansive world beyond their previous comprehension, akin to a tale being told for the first time. The monster clan has 8 main cities, while the spirit clan possesses 7. Together with the sacred spirit city, there are a total of 16 major cities. Only the mightiest great monsters and great spirits have a right to rule these cities. Those of lesser strength form villages and towns centered around the major cities. Organized by clan units, these villages and towns vary in size. Windwolf Town, for instance, is merely one of the smallest. The Windwolf clan itself is not particularly powerful, and our lineage is among the more marginal bloodlines within it, thus rendering us even weaker. And what of humanity? Are we humans found everywhere? Tang San inquired. Wang Yinfeng cast a glance at him, then nodded slowly, responding, "Indeed, humanity is spread throughout the entirety of the fairy continent. In terms of numbers, we even outnumber the combined populations of the Monster Clan and the Spirit Clan. Among the enslaved races, we're the largest clan, though we humans lack innate abilities and are physically frail. Compared to the Monster Clan and the Spirit Clan, who possess innate talents from birth, we are exceedingly weak. Some formidable monsters and spirits can even be born with 5th or 6th tier strength, breaking through to 9th tier in adulthood and advancing toward even greater power. While we may be weak, our reproductive rate is relatively swift, and we possess a degree of intelligence that allows us to execute more complex commands and exhibit creativity." At this point, his expression twisted slightly as he continued. "Moreover, we are regarded as livestock by certain clans that, in their eyes, we are but lowly beings. Yet, curiously, when those powerful monsters and spirits reach a certain level of cultivation, or are innately strong, they can sometimes assume forms that resemble ours. This is merely hearsay, as I have visited the major cities, but have not witnessed it myself. It is said that human slaves fare somewhat better among the Spirit Clan, as they primarily do not consume meat and tend to be less ferocious. Furthermore, there are instances of fusion between our kind and the Spirit Clan under fortuitous circumstances. Thus, the vassal-level humans emerging from the realm of the spirit beings hold a higher status than us. Moreover, it is said that there are formidable entities among them. Well, that is all for today. If I speak too much, you won't be able to remember it all. After returning, make sure to write the characters I taught you today 10 times, and commit them to memory diligently. There will be an assessment tomorrow, and failure to pass will result in punishment. Now go." With the morning class concluded, it was evident from Wang Yinfeng's narration that despite his limited perspective, he is undoubtedly one of the most learned individuals among humanity. The information he shared, particularly regarding the fairy continent, proved to be highly beneficial for Tang San if he wishes to locate his reincarnated wife. He must first comprehend this world. Chapter 16. The cultivation method of the spirit transformation. After diligently writing the 10 characters as instructed by Wang Yinfeng, Tang San reflected on the lessons imparted that day. And lunchtime soon arrived. Following their meal, Wang Yinfeng allowed the 5 individuals to rest for an hour before commencing the afternoon class. The topic for the afternoon would delve into the cultivation of the wind wolf transformation, which piqued Tang San's interest even further to restore his former strength. He understood that he must begin by grasping the inherent capabilities of this world. By comprehending these abilities, he aimed to gradually reclaim his past powers. Simultaneously, he could leverage the characteristics of this world along with his own Xintian Gong to augment his strength. It is only through formidable power that one can accomplish anything. The reason you have been selected is that within your bloodlines lies a fragment of the wind wolf essence. Thus, when this bloodline is awakened, your bodies will undergo a transformation towards that of the wind wolf, granting you certain capabilities. This phenomenon is what we refer to as the wind wolf transformation. Any human who possesses the bloodline of a spirit being, if awakened, will gain such abilities, collectively known as spirit transformation. The essence of cultivation lies in enhancing the strength of the capabilities within your bloodlines to attain greater power. Within 3 years, you must cultivate the wind wolf transformation to reach at least a 3rd tier strength to survive the assessment. That I must reiterate, survival is paramount. Otherwise, the consequence is death, much like the 5 children who failed the assessment that day. Except for Tang San, fear was evident in the eyes of the other 4. And one is free from the fear of death. They too share this sentiment. To master the spirit transformation, one must understand the cultivation methods of the spirit beings. Regardless of the species at birth, their bloodlines manifest a certain energy. This energy is essential for their sustenance and growth and also bestows them with abilities. Even without deliberate cultivation, their bodies will naturally absorb the essence of the world, strengthening their bloodlines over time. The more powerful spirit beings possess methods to enhance their bloodlines, facilitating easier cultivation and quicker advancement, thus achieving a higher ceiling of power. Our cultivation methods are somewhat analogous to theirs. We too absorb the essence of the world for improvement. Here, I possess the cultivation methods for the first 4 stages of the wind-wolf transformation, which I shall now impart to you. The core principle lies in awakening the energy within your bloodlines, enabling them to produce more energy under stimulation while maintaining control over it. I will now teach you how to guide the wind-wolf bloodline for cultivation. At this moment, Wang Yinfeng commenced his instruction. Tang San listened intently, as Wang Yinfeng's explanations were quite accessible, primarily aimed at ensuring the Wang brothers could comprehend. He felt relatively confident in Tang San and Ling Mu Shui's understanding. The principal method of cultivating the wind-wolf transformation essentially involves stimulating the bloodline, by manipulating the energy already present within it. You can ignite your physical form and bloodline, allowing it to absorb more of the world's essence during this fervent process. According to Wang Yinfeng, the denser the essence of the world, the more beneficial it is for enhancing the bloodline. However, one must avoid cultivating in overly dense environments, as the human body remains inherently fragile. Therefore, practicing here in Wind-Wolf Town is sufficient for them. The method to stimulate the bloodline is not complex. From Tang San's perspective, it merely involves channeling the wind-wolf power within to stimulate several corresponding acupoints. It could be described as an exceedingly simple cultivation technique that, in comparison, Xintian Gong is infinitely more intricate. Nevertheless, regardless of how simplistic this cultivation method may seem, Tang San found himself unable to master it. The reason is straightforward. He does not possess a genuine wind-wolf bloodline. His wind blade was acquired through the absorption of Xintian Gong, essentially retaining the energy of the wind blade within his body. Upon usage, Xintian Gong could transform this energy according to the imprint left by the wind blade, but its potency merely mirrored that of the energy he had initially absorbed. Therefore, the wind-wolf transformation cultivation technique held no significance for him, serving only to deepen his understanding of this world's cultivation methods and spirit transformation. Under Wang Yinfeng's guidance, the Wang brothers quickly discovered the sensation of stimulation with the assistance of his own bloodline power. Ling Mu Shui was even swifter in grasping the cultivation method, requiring only a single guidance from Wang Yinfeng to begin her practice independently. As for Tang San, before Wang Yinfeng could offer his guidance, he was already enveloped in a shimmering azure light while activating the wind blade. "Have you mastered it?" Wang Yinfeng inquired, somewhat astonished by the strength of the wind elements surrounding Tang San, clearly more potent than that of the others. Curiously, however, there were no observable changes indicative of the wind-wolf transformation. "Yes, your explanation was quite clear that I attempted it, and it appears to have worked," Tang San replied earnestly. Wang Yinfeng regarded him with skepticism. He had instructed many, yet Tang San was the first to achieve the wind-wolf transformation without needing guidance. Such talent was remarkable. Upon first encountering Tang San, Wang Yinfeng sensed something unique about this child, though he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. Nonetheless, this was undoubtedly a positive development. Even during his own youth, he had not possessed such capabilities as Tang San. What Tang San truly wished to inquire about was whether there were any bottlenecks upon reaching the 3rd tier of cultivation. However, he deemed it inappropriate to ask at that moment, lest Wang Yinfeng grow suspicious. He resolved to conduct his own experiments before seeking answers, as his cultivation method diverged from that of spirit transformation. "Very well. Continue your cultivation diligently. Strive to enhance your bloodline power. In 1 month, I shall assess your progress and evaluate your strength," Wang Yinfeng stated. "Teacher, may I pose a question?" Tang San ventured. "Certainly." Wang Yinfeng nodded. Tang San inquired, "Teacher, what is the highest tier that the spirit beings and spirit creatures can attain in the fairy continent?" Wang Yinfeng paused, clearly caught off guard by the question. Observing the somewhat gaunt yet distinctly bright-eyed child before him, he replied, "It is said to be the 12th tier, remarkably powerful AS for whether legendary ancestral spirits exist beyond that tier. I cannot say for certain. Upon hearing this, Tang San's heart raced with excitement as a realization dawned upon him. In his original world, Dua continent, the highest attainable tier for an ordinary person was 9. With the next tier being divine, if we align this with the tiers here, the 10th, 11th, and 12th tiers correspond to the first, second, and highest divine ranks respectively. This suggests that the spirit beings and creatures in the fairy continent can cultivate to the level of first-tier deities. If that is indeed the case, the sheer magnitude of energy present on this planet, known as Phalans, is undeniably among the most extraordinary he has encountered, should the so-called ancestral spirits surpass first-tier deities. It would imply a reach into the realm of divine kings. However, in his current experience, he is yet to sense the existence of a divine realm. If divine kings can manifest solely based on the energy of this planet without the presence of a divine realm, it indicates that the energy hierarchy of this planet aligns with that of a divine realm, and not just any divine realm at that. Indeed, he has arrived in a remarkable place. Navigating through such a tiered landscape is no simple feat. With these thoughts in mind, Tang San couldn't help but feel a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. There is no alternative. He must proceed cautiously, taking each step as it comes. Chapter 17. Further absorption. After guiding Tang San and the others through the Wind Wolf transformation cultivation, Wang Yinfeng instructed them to return to their respective rooms for practice. When dinner time approached, he turned to Wang De, Wang Er, and Wang San, saying, "I've given it some thought, and I believe it is time to bestow upon you names. Names that belong uniquely to you. Would you like that?" "Certainly," they replied eagerly. Wang De nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Er blinked his eyes and replied, "Sure." Among the group, Wang San was the tallest, even exceeding Tang San in height, yet he was exceedingly slender, resembling a mere bamboo stalk. "Is that good?" "Yes." Wang De shot a glare at Wang San. "Oh." Wang San appeared somewhat intimidated by Wang De and could only nod in response. Wang Yinfeng said, "Then it's settled. I've thought of names for you all. Wang De, from now on, you shall be called Wang Chao. Wang Er will be named Wang Zhong, and Wang San will be referred to as Wang Xiaolei." Wang Chao expressed his joy, saying, "Wonderful. Thank you, teacher. I finally have my own name." Wang Zhong blinked but said nothing, appearing more reserved compared to Wang De and Wang San, though not timid. Among the three, it was only in Wang Zhong's gaze that Tang San had detected a glimmer of hatred during the sacrificial ceremony. Rather than mere fear, Wang Xiaolei frowned and remarked, "My name has 3 characters. Isn't that hard to write? Why are you so talkative?" "That is how it is. Thank you, teacher." Wang Chao shot him a glare. Adopting a big brother demeanor, as he was indeed the eldest, Tang San, "Let the teacher give you a name as well," Wang Chao kindly suggested. Tang San shook his head and replied, "No need. I'm quite fond of the name Tang San." "All right, then let's eat." After dinner, they each returned to their rooms to cultivate. The Wang brothers still required Wang Yinfeng's personal guidance to enter a state conducive to stimulating their bloodline cultivation, while Tang San naturally did not need such assistance. What astonished Wang Yinfeng was that, after just one session of guidance, Ling Mushui was able to independently activate her bloodline for cultivation as well, a development he had not anticipated. As night deepened, Tang San, seated cross-legged on his bed, gradually opened his eyes. Across from him, Wang Zhong was still diligently practicing, exuding a remarkably steady aura. Tang sensed the rhythm of the bloodline within him, and faintly, he could perceive fluctuations of wind elements surrounding his body. Quietly getting out of bed, Tang San's expression sharpened. Among the 5 children, he was indeed the youngest. Wang Chao was already 17, Wang Zhong 14, and Wang Xiaolei 12, while Ling Mushui was 10, leaving him at a mere 8 years of age. Life had finally begun to change, at least settling into a state where he no longer feared becoming prey. The most pressing concern now was to enhance his strength. That he had only 3 years to achieve this. In 3 years, it would be time to leave this place, and simultaneously, the time for revenge. He gazed out the window towards the direction of the Fenglang town square, instinctively clenching his fists. The mother he had only met once had perished at the hands of the Fenglang tribe, sealing the fate of his enmity with the monster clan. Stealthily pushing open the window, Tang San swiftly slipped through, carefully closing it behind him. Although Wang Yinfeng possessed greater cultivation, he was confident that with the Tang sect's unique skills carried from his previous life, he could evade detection. Silently advancing, Tang San gradually distanced himself from their dwelling. He did not head towards the square, fearing that if he were to see the bones beneath the altar, he would lose control of his emotions. Instead, he moved along the shadowy corners beside the walls, cautiously concealing his form. Tang San had frequented Fenglang town many times before. While he couldn't claim absolute familiarity, he was well acquainted with most of the terrain. Soon, he arrived near a larger stone house, where he could see lights ablaze and hear the raucous sounds emanating from within. Viewed through the lens of his past life, this resembled a tavern. Tang San was unsure what the alcoholic beverages in this world were like, but this was undoubtedly a favored haunt of the Fenglang clan. Though it was quite late, the tavern remained lively. Indicating that Tang San had indeed found the right place, he crouched in a shadowy corner, silently observing the entrance of the tavern, waiting patiently. Perhaps due to the late hour, he did not have to wait long. A few towering figures emerged from the tavern, their voices loud yet muddled, clearly indicating they had indulged a bit too much. As they walked, these wolf demons laughed and cursed at one another. Tang San watched them as they meandered into the town, parting ways at a fork in the road to return home, and he fixed his gaze on a medium-sized wolf demon and swiftly followed. Moving with stealth, he remained unnoticed, as the drunken demon was oblivious to his presence. The Fenglang tribe's strength could be discerned from their size. Generally, smaller figures indicated second-tier Fenglang, while larger ones were third-tier. Only the particularly robust among them might belong to higher ranks. Yet truly imposing Fenglang were exceedingly rare within the town. The likes of the Fenglang Lord, towering over 3 meters, were singular. The target Tang San had selected was a third-tier Fenglang. Typical of the robust variety found in Fenglang town, he quickly closed the distance, silently positioning himself behind the demon. With a subtle gesture of his right hand towards the staggering steps of the wolf demon, he unleashed a gentle pull of his Xiantian skill, employing the Tang sect's unique technique. The wolf demon stumbled forward, nearly falling. However, even inebriated, the third-tier Fenglang was agile, instinctively bracing himself with his hands to spring back up. Tang San seized this fleeting moment, swiftly closing in, his toes delicately pressing against the demon's lower back. For dogs and wolves, the lumbar area is their most vulnerable point, though the Fenglang was a wolf demon. The principle remained the same. Struck at this sensitive spot, the wolf demon's body went limp, toppling sideways, and as he began to curse, Tang San's Xianyu hand grasped his neck, sealing his bloodline and rendering him unconscious. This entire sequence transpired in mere seconds. The third-tier Fenglang lay sprawled on the ground. Tang San quickly scanned his surroundings, ensuring no one was watching, before dragging the unconscious demon into a shadowed area. He placed his right hand on the demon's chest. After years of cultivation, he was quite familiar with the wind elements in the Fenglang tribe's bloodline. As he infused his Xiantian skill into the demon's body, he immediately sensed the presence of wind elements within the bloodline. Much to Tang San's surprise, the vitality of the living Fenglang was significantly richer than that of the 2 deceased ones he had encountered 2 years prior. As his Xiantian skill permeated, it unapologetically devoured the bloodline power, channeling it into his own technique. The 2 energies, sharing a common origin, began to merge, and despite some dissipation during the process, Tang San distinctly felt his wind blade energy fluctuations intensify. It was not that the wind blade itself had grown stronger, but rather the imprint associated with it had been enhanced. This signified that when he used Xiantian skill to transform the wind blade, he could conjure a more potent version. Most thrilling for Tang San was that his Xiantian skill, long stagnated at the 3rd level, now exhibited signs of loosening, seemingly on the cusp of breaking through to the 4th stage. He carefully examined the 3rd-tier Fenglang, memorizing its features. Choosing not to kill him, Tang San swiftly departed, returning to his dwelling. It was not that he wished to spare the wolf demon's life, but a drunken fool collapsed by the roadside would attract no attention. However, a 3rd-tier wolf demon found dead in the town would undoubtedly incite unrest. The timing was not yet right. Chapter 18. Experiment and Judgment. Tang San returned to his dwelling without a sound. Finding Wang Zhong still engaged in his cultivation on the bed, Tang San could sense that Wang Zhong was deeply immersed in his training with the Wind Wolf bloodline. Tang San, too, seated himself on the bed, rapidly activating his Xiantian skill to circulate the portion of the wolf bloodline he had just absorbed. For him, today constituted a crucial experiment, one that would determine whether he could continue to break through and discover a method for doing so. If successful, it would greatly benefit his future cultivation endeavors. The experiment consisted of two parts. First, whether the consumed bloodline power of the Fenglang could assist him in overcoming his bottleneck, and second, whether the third-tier Fenglang, from whom he had absorbed the bloodline power, could later recover that power or if it would be permanently lost. Both aspects held significant importance for his future cultivation journey. Tang San was already adept at operating the Xiantian skill. After absorbing the third-tier Fenglang's bloodline power, he felt a clear loosening of his bottleneck. However, as he resumed the circulation of his Xiantian skill, he discovered that the sensation was fading. The previously loosening Xiantian skill seemed to be suppressed by an invisible pressure, failing to achieve the upward breakthrough. This caused Tang San to furrow his brow. If the situation diverged from his expectations, it would pose a substantial setback. Remaining confined to his current level would indeed be a significant predicament. One must seek alternative paths. He remained unhurried, silently practicing the Xiantian art, gradually dissipating the devoured bloodline power. The Xiantian art became somewhat denser. Although it did not break through to a higher level, its overall essence seemed to have solidified further even at its original peak. Simultaneously, Tang San noticed that the imprint within him, belonging to the Wind Wolf, had grown stronger. In simple terms, the wind blades he could condense would become larger. When he activated this imprint using the Xiantian art, subtle transformations resembling those of the Wind Wolf would emerge. And now, this transformation appeared to intensify. Initially, after absorbing Zhu Jiasen's leopard flash demon transformation and the bloodline power of the Wind Wolf, the imprint from leopard flash was evidently more potent than that of the Wind Wolf, thus yielding better results. It allowed him to unleash his abilities effectively within a 10-meter range. Although the wind blades formed from the Wind Wolf's bloodline possessed a certain degree of power, they were not excessively formidable. However, after absorbing the bloodline power of this third-tier Wind Wolf, the imprint associated with the wind blades had noticeably strengthened. He operated the Xiantian art to activate the imprint. Not only did the essence of the Wind Wolf intensify, but the wind blades also expanded significantly. Their power evidently augmented. They had essentially reached the might of a third-tier Wind Wolf in execution. Quietly absorbing and sensing the changes within him, Tang San gradually formed his own judgments, but he was now quite certain that the Xiantian art could indeed enhance oneself through the absorption of the bloodline power of monstrous races. Additionally, during this absorption process, the devoured bloodline power would transform into a part of the Xiantian art, aiding in the acceleration of his cultivation speed. At the same time, the unique characteristics of the bloodline would leave imprints, allowing him to transform through the Xiantian art and manifest the abilities represented by those bloodline imprints. This was a rather peculiar transformation and appeared to be unique to his Xiantian art. In other words, he could absorb the bloodline power of various monstrous races to form imprints, thereby acquiring their abilities, which was quite intriguing. Moreover, his previous speculations seemed to hold true, to break through his bottleneck without being constrained by this plane. Consuming the bloodline power of monstrous races appeared to be a necessary path. His previous sensation of the loosening of the bottleneck was likely accurate, and the primary issue preventing his breakthrough was the insufficient intensity of the energy he had absorbed. The third-tier Wind Wolf's bloodline energy was still inferior to the pinnacle of his third level of Xiantian art. Hence, if he wished to continue ascending, he would likely need to consume the bloodline power of a fourth-tier Wind Wolf. By devouring the bloodline of a more powerful tier, his essence would momentarily resemble that of a stronger monstrous race, and when the constraints of the plane loosened, he could break through the bottleneck, likely reaching the fourth tier. Moreover, he harbored doubts that as he approached the bottleneck from the third tier onwards, future breakthroughs would likely necessitate a similar approach to avoid the plane's constraints on his being. If that were the case, he would have a clear direction and goal for his cultivation. The next step would be to seek out a fourth-tier wind wolf and attempt to absorb its bloodline. Fourth-tier wind wolf bloodlines were scarce in Wind Wolf Town. However, one was present in his vicinity. Wang Yinfeng was a fourth-tier entity. Otherwise, as a vassal, he would not have been able to reside in such a house. Among the vassals in Wind Wolf Town, he was likely the strongest. The forthcoming experiment would involve observing whether the third-tier wolf demon he had previously consumed could restore its bloodline power. If it could recover, Tang San could begin preparing to search for a fourth-tier wolf demon, minimizing the risk of detection. If that wolf demon could not restore itself, Tang San would have to remain discreet for a time, as the inexplicable loss of bloodline power would raise suspicions among the Wind Wolf clan. If one instance were manageable, having a second fourth-tier instance experiencing the same issue would make it glaringly obvious. With these assessments, Tang San's mindset stabilized, and he continued to silently cultivate the Xintian art. Although he could not break through the bottleneck at present, his cultivation experience taught him that steady accumulation leads to eventual breakthroughs. The more solid his foundation became now, the easier future cultivation would be. In the following days, Tang San and the other four engaged daily with Wang Yinfeng for learning and cultivation. Each day comprised morning sessions of knowledge acquisition and afternoon sessions focusing on the training and transformations associated with the Wind Wolf. Their lives were now fulfilling, a stark contrast to their previous existence as slaves. Ling Mushue's mood remained rather somber, yet she exhibited exceptional diligence during training and study after several days of instruction. Each individual's talent began to manifest. Among the Wang brothers, Wang Chao, despite awakening at the highest level, displayed slightly lesser talent compared to Wang Zhong and Wang Xiaolei, both of whom exhibited commendable aptitude. All three of them were still a notch below Ling Mushue. After several days of guidance and practice in the Wind Wolf transformation, Ling Mushue had begun to manifest a certain degree of transformation, albeit still unable to condense wind blades. However, her rate of progress had garnered praise even from Wang Yinfeng. As for Tang San, his situation was markedly different upon witnessing the noticeably larger wind blades he could release. Wang Yinfeng was greatly astonished. While the wind blades had indeed strengthened, Tang San had not experienced any transformation into the wind wolf form. Not a single wolf hair had sprouted. This piqued Wang Yinfeng's curiosity, yet he found himself at a loss. Nevertheless, he imparted additional techniques for controlling the wind blades to Tang San. During this period, Tang San completed his experiment. Each night, he stealthily ventured out to locate the wolf demon he had previously consumed. He had no luck on the first 2 nights, but on the 3rd night, he spotted the wolf demon from a distance. Compared to its state before being devoured, the wolf demon appeared noticeably weakened. However, upon closer inspection, Tang San discerned that its bloodline power had likely restored a portion, and it was gradually recuperating. The absence of its presence over the previous 2 days suggested it had been resting at home to recover its bloodline power. This indicated that the bloodline power he had consumed could indeed be replenished through rest, albeit requiring time. For the wolf demon, it was akin to recovering from an illness through adequate rest. To ensure prudence, Tang San continued to observe for several days, and by the 5th day, the wolf demon's bloodline power had nearly returned to its original state. This revelation provided Tang San with clarity. The next step was to find a 4th-tier wolf demon to attempt his breakthrough. However, this posed a dilemma. 4th-tier wolf demons were entirely different from 3rd-tier ones. The disparity in strength was significant. Generally, 3rd-tier wolf demons stood over 1.9 meters tall and were quite robust. In contrast, 4th-tier wolf demons exceeded 2.2 meters in height. Transcending mere robustness, a 4th-tier wolf demon could easily contend with 4 or 5 3rd-tier counterparts. The transition from 3rd tier to 4th tier represented a substantial threshold. Although Tang San possessed confidence in confronting a 4th-tier wolf demon due to his adeptness with Tang Sek's secret arts, coupled with his abilities like Leopard Flash and Windblade, achieving a silent victory over a 4th-tier wolf demon was highly improbable. Any noise could potentially expose him. Thus, his current strategy was to either confront a 4th-tier wolf demon in the wild or devise a plan involving his mentor. Tang San did not rush. He continued his studies and cultivation daily. From Wang Yinfeng's teachings, he gleaned more about the history and culture of the monster continent, which were equally significant to him. As half a month passed, Each individual's bloodline had seen varying degrees of enhancement, and they were all capable of releasing wind blades. However, in this regard, the other four still lagged considerably behind Tang San. Today marked the beginning of a new course, practical combat training. Only through real combat could they further hone their fighting skills. As afternoon arrived, the day's lessons took on a different tone. "Follow me to the courtyard," Wang Yinfeng instructed, guiding the five into the yard. After half a month of learning, they could now independently enter the state of bloodline stimulation and practice the wind wolf transformation. However, this practical combat course was a first for them. The courtyard was not particularly large, yet provided ample space for activity, with wooden fences shielding them from external view. Standing at the center of the yard, Wang Yinfeng proclaimed, "You will take turns attacking me. Wang Chao, you go first. Utilize the wind wolf transformation." "Understood," Wang Chao replied, stepping forward to stand 3 meters away from Wang Yinfeng. "Begin." Wang Yinfeng chose to confront them directly, concerned that they might inadvertently harm one another due to their lack of control over their newfound powers. Wang Chao took a deep breath, and immediately his internal energy surged. He let out a wolf howl, his body swelling slightly, stretching his clothes as fur sprouted, teeth protruded, and a faint azure light ignited in his eyes. The hint of ferocity was awakened within him, compared to his previously frail form. After invoking the wind wolf transformation, he now stood robust among his peers. "Attack me." Wang Yinfeng nodded at him. Wang Chao emitted a low growl. The transformation into the wind wolf not only enhanced his physical capabilities across the board, but also imparted an instinctual ferocity akin to that of a wolf. He propelled himself forward, lunging directly at Wang Yinfeng. This attack lacked any semblance of technique, yet both his speed and strength were markedly superior to that of an ordinary human. Wang Yinfeng did not invoke the wind wolf transformation, but merely sidestepped, evading Wang Chao's charge with a single lateral step. "Your speed is insufficient. Remember to utilize your wolf claws as weapons of offense, aiming for your opponent's vital points." Wang Chao missed his target, pivoted, and launched another assault, his right claw aimed at Wang Yinfeng's chest. Once more, Wang Yinfeng sidestepped, avoiding the strike. Tang San observed from the sidelines, noting that Wang Yinfeng's judgments were remarkably astute. It appeared as if he simply sidestepped each of Wang Chao's attacks. Yet in truth, it was a precise anticipation of his movements. While evading, he also instructed Wang Chao on how to improve his offensive approach. Tang San discerned that his mentor possessed considerable combat experience. Throughout the encounter, Wang Yinfeng's gaze remained calm, consistently pinpointing the flaws in Wang Chao's assaults. After approximately 5 minutes, Wang Chao found himself squatting on the ground, gasping for breath, as the wind wolf transformation concluded. Given his current bloodline prowess, he could only sustain the transformation for about 5 minutes. "Be mindful of the mistakes you just made," Wang Yinfeng cautioned. "Furthermore, remember this. Do not employ wind blade frivolously until your bloodline power reaches the 2nd tier. The energy expenditure of such an outwardly released ability is substantial. Unless you are certain of a decisive strike, using it will shorten your transformation duration and leave you at a disadvantage." While speaking, Wang Yinfeng beckoned Wang Zhong, indicating that he had witnessed the errors made earlier and urging him to avoid repeating them. "Come forth." Wang Zhong said nothing, merely nodded, stimulating his bloodline to unleash his own wind wolf transformation. His transformation was noticeably less pronounced than Wang Chao's, yet his eyes gleamed with sharper intensity. Slightly crouching, he lunged toward Wang Yinfeng. Wang Yinfeng made a slight movement, seemingly preparing to evade, while Wang Zhong's charge abruptly halted. He pivoted on his right foot, changing direction to coincide with the path Wang Yinfeng appeared to be taking to evade. However, Wang Yinfeng's movement was merely a feint, and thus, Wang Zhong's attempt resulted in a miss, giving the impression that he had intentionally aimed wide. Among the 5 participants, only Tang San recognized Wang Yinfeng's maneuver as a deliberate ruse to mislead Wang Zhong. Indeed, you conserved your strength and demonstrated an ability to change direction. However, pay attention to your opponent's actions. Continue. Wang Yinfeng commended Wang Zhong. The latter twisted his body after the miss and charged again, exhibiting greater agility than Wang Chao. After several failed attacks, he wisely created distance to catch his breath. He managed to sustain the transformation for roughly 5 minutes, Despite his inferior prowess compared to Wang Chao, in terms of combat talent, he clearly surpassed Wang Chao. Next, Wang Xiaolei could only maintain the Wind Wolf transformation for 3 minutes, his youth rendering him less capable than both Wang Chao and Wang Zhong. Yet Wang Yinfeng had previously praised him, noting that during the cultivation of the Wind Wolf bloodline, Wang Xiaolei demonstrated superior results compared to the other two. The fourth participant was Ling Muxue. "Teacher, may I attack in any manner?" Ling Muxue inquired softly, her gaze fixed on Wang Yinfeng. "Feel free. Unleash your full offensive capabilities. You cannot harm me. Let me witness the combat prowess of our dear Muxue." Wang Yinfeng replied, clearly pleased with his only female disciple. Ling Muxue's dedication to training was on par with her male counterparts, and her early awakening had significantly enhanced her learning and cultivation efficacy. Taking a deep breath, her hair gradually shifted to a grayish hue, wolf fur emerging from the nape of her neck, her eyes shimmering with a green light. In an instant, she dashed toward Wang Yinfeng. Her speed was evidently swifter than that of the Wang brothers. Although her attack lacked finesse, it radiated a certain lightness. Wang Yinfeng recognized that she was fully committed to this assault. Her speed was commendable, yet she failed to avert the errors committed by the Wang brothers. He frowned slightly and sidestepped. Ling Muxue's strike, therefore, landed nowhere. However, in the moment of her miss, she executed a swift twist in midair. Maintaining her trajectory while her body threatened to lose control, her back descending toward the ground. Yet she managed to flip back, releasing a wind blade that shot forth from her hand, aimed squarely at Wang Yinfeng's shoulder. Chapter 20. Tang San versus Wang Yinfeng. Due to Wang Yinfeng's mere sidestep, the distance between them had closed considerably at the moment Ling Muxue launched her counterattack. Evasion was no longer an option. Wang Chao and Wang Xiaolei gasped in astonishment, but Wang Yinfeng's azure aura flickered, causing the wind blade aimed at his shoulder to vanish into thin air. Simultaneously, a beam of azure light shot up from beneath him, catching Ling Muxue as she landed, gently stabilizing her stance. The Wind Wolf transformation had dissipated, and she gasped for breath, clearly bewildered by the recent turn of events. In contrast, Wang Yinfeng's eyes brimmed with admiration. "Excellent, you recognize the gap between us, opting to concentrate all your power in the wind blade for a surprise attack. That is the essence of strategic combat. Well done." That he could easily discern the intent behind her actions. "Teacher, you are truly remarkable," Ling Muxue exclaimed, her eyes wide with astonishment. "That was merely an application of the wind blade. Once you attain the 3rd tier in the future, I shall teach you further. This requires a sufficiently robust bloodline power to execute." Both Ling Muxue and the Wang brothers gazed at Wang Yinfeng with a sense of reverence, akin to standing before a towering mountain. Even Tang San felt a profound shock within. Among the formidable humans he had encountered, Zhu Jiasun was the first, and now Wang Yinfeng was second. He could now firmly assert that Wang Yinfeng's strength surpassed that of Zhu Jiasun, who was likely at the 4th tier. Despite being heavily injured at that time, Zhu Jiasun had still managed to defeat a 3rd-tier wolf demon. However, even if Wang Yinfeng were also at the 4th tier, his mastery over the wind element was astonishingly intricate. This was not merely a simple wind blade, but a direct application of wind elemental control, the likes of which Tang San had yet to witness in any wolf demon. Such mastery evoked a sense of newfound respect for Wang Yinfeng in Tang San. This level of control necessitated formidable mental fortitude and a profound understanding of the wind element. Tang San. "It is your turn," Wang Yinfeng instructed as he signaled for Ling Muxue to step back before turning his attention to Tang San. Tang San advanced a few steps, pondering briefly before nodding at Wang Yinfeng. Wang Yinfeng smiled slightly at him. "Let us begin." Tang San narrowed his eyes, azure light bursting forth from them. Upon witnessing the radiance emanating from Tang San's eyes, Wang Yinfeng felt a jolt of surprise. For the Wind Wolf clan, the more potent the bloodline within, the greater the affinity exhibited with the wind element, allowing for mastery over more of it, particularly reflected in the light of their eyes. After only half a month's training, Wang Yinfeng was astonished to see that Tang San's eyes displayed a markedly enhanced condition compared to when he first arrived. Before he could contemplate further, Tang San made his move, raising his right hand as a wind blade, approximately 3 inches in length, shot forth. As the wind blade flew, it emitted no sound, appearing rather unremarkable as it sailed toward Wang Yanfeng. Wang Yanfeng had anticipated that Tang San would not charge at him directly, knowing that without the ability to transform into the wind wolf, it would be unwise to approach him recklessly. However, he was taken aback when Tang San's wind blade emitted no sound of slicing through the air, a stark deviation from the norm. Wang Yanfeng remained still, preparing to dodge as the wind blade drew near. With his extensive combat experience, he would never waste energy unless absolutely necessary. Yet in that moment, he was bewildered to find the wind blade before him suddenly vanished. It had indeed disappeared. He blinked, only to find it had vanished in a thin air. Dispersed? Did the energy fail to sustain the wind blade? Impossible. The distance between them was merely 5 or 6 meters. Even when Tang San had first awakened, a wind blade should have been capable of reaching him without issue. How could it simply dissipate? Just then, he felt a sharp sting before instinctively raising a blue light to shield himself. The azure light flickered, rippling across his forehead. Wang Yanfeng instinctively took a step back, his heart filled with astonishment. He had been struck. Indeed, Tang San's blade of wind had found its mark. He had failed to evade it and could not even perceive its trajectory. This silent and stealthy wind blade had sliced into his forehead. And had it not been for the protective energy of the wind wolf, he would have surely drawn blood. How could this be possible? Wang Yanfeng's gaze towards Tang San shifted dramatically. Once more, Wang Yanfeng shouted at Tang San. With a lift of his left hand, Tang San unleashed another wind blade. It appeared identical to the previous one, and once again, it emitted no sound. The two were in close proximity. And at the very instant he released the wind blade, Wang Yanfeng also conjured a wind blade of his own, its speed astonishingly swift, aimed directly at Tang San's wind blade, and it was evidently much larger, seemingly intended to obliterate the wind blade he had sent forth. However, a bizarre scene unfolded. Tang San's wind blade traced a graceful arc in the air, deftly evading Wang Yanfeng's attack at the last possible moment, allowing Wang Yanfeng's blade to plunge into the ground instead. Then, within Wang Yanfeng's line of sight, that wind blade vanished once more. Without any hesitation, a vortex of azure light surged around Wang Yanfeng's body, and in a flash, at the position of his lower back, that wind blade reemerged before dissipating. This moment, only shock remained on Wang Yanfeng's face. He pondered to himself that in terms of controlling the wind element bestowed by the Wind Wolf bloodline, there might be no one in Wind Wolf Town who could rival him, not even the Wind Wolf Lord. Only the unfathomable High Priestess would surpass him in this regard, for she possessed a far more potent bloodline power. Yet, he never anticipated that right before him stood a mere 8-year-old boy, who demonstrated such exquisite manipulation of the wind blade. If it had occurred once, one might attribute it to mere coincidence. But twice, both instances were silent, and the control was so refined that it enabled the wind blade to disappear before his very eyes. This was nothing short of a miraculous skill. Little did he know that in the world of his first life, Tang San had lived to the age of 28 in a sect known as Tang Min, famed for its mastery of hidden weapons and poisons. Tang San harbored an almost obsessive passion for hidden weapons, which compelled him to take risks and secretly learn the profound techniques contained within the Xiantian treasure record, including Xiantian skill, Xian Jade Hand, controlling cranes and capturing dragons, purple extreme magic eyes, ghostly shadows. In the 6 arts of hidden weapons, he further developed these 6 ultimate techniques into his own. After his transgressions were discovered, he chose to leave everything behind and leapt from a cliff to declare his resolve. This act led to his first reincarnation, transporting him to a realm known as Da Continent. It was precisely with the foundational knowledge of Tang Min as ultimate techniques that he began his cultivation anew, integrating them with a unique ability in that world called martial soul, ultimately achieving godhood and becoming a legendary god king. Among these 6 ultimate techniques of Tang Min, the first 5 served to enhance the final technique of hidden weapons mastery. Tang Min's hidden weapons fell into 2 categories. One type was crafted with intricate mechanisms, while the other relied on skill and profound personal power. In his previous life on Da Continent, Tang San's father was a blacksmith, A master craftsman of unparalleled skill, Tang San learned the art of blacksmithing, and with the opportunity to start new, he created numerous astonishing mechanized hidden weapons that in this life he arrived endowed with consciousness and memories from his past, accompanied by an immeasurable wealth of experience. Furthermore, given that he had no opportunity to forge weapons here, he dedicated himself to honing his techniques with hidden weapons. Chapter 21. The art of storytelling. Even when he first acquired the wind blade ability, its strength was limited. However, through the techniques recorded in the hidden weapons mastery and his years of understanding, coupled with the enhancement of his mental prowess through the cultivation of the purple extreme magic eyes, he had long since mastered the wind blade. After absorbing the bloodline of a third-tier wolf demon, the power of his wind blade had further intensified. He had been quite conservative in his approach against Wang Yanfeng. Otherwise, he could have compressed the wind blade to unleash a far more potent attack, making it significantly more challenging for Wang Yanfeng to defend against it. Wang Yanfeng stared at him in disbelief, while Tang San maintained a calm demeanor, his expression betraying a hint of bewilderment. Without immediately inquiring, Wang Yanfeng simply stated, "All right, today's practical lesson concludes here. Upon returning, you must carefully reflect on the issues you encountered during today's exercise. From now on, we will conduct practical lessons every 3 days. I hope to see progress next time, as it pertains to your success in the assessment when you truly confront the Wind Wolves 3 years from now." As everyone returned to their quarters, Wang Yanfeng called Tang San aside and led him to the second floor. There were 2 rooms on the second floor, which Tang San had visited before. They belonged to Wang Yanfeng and Xiao Jing, with a third that was presumably a guest room, which he had never entered. To his surprise, Wang Yanfeng opened this guest room and beckoned him inside. "Come in with me." Tang San complied and followed Wang Yanfeng into the room. Upon entering, he could not help but raise an eyebrow. It was a seemingly empty room, devoid of any furniture or decor. Yet, from the moment he stepped inside, Tang San distinctly felt that the concentration of wind element within this room was significantly denser than outside, although he could not readily manipulate his consciousness. The presence of a thread of awareness accelerated his mental growth beyond that of ordinary individuals, enhancing his sensitivity. Quickly, Tang San discerned the source of the wind elements, a collection of minerals positioned in each corner of the room. The wind elements emanated from these stones. Closing the door, Wang Yanfeng's expression grew serious. "Speak, how did you come to master the wind blade?" Tang San blinked, gazing at him. "Teacher," he began. Wang Yanfeng maintained a composed countenance, looking at him intently. "You must clarify this. It pertains to your very survival. I require a reasonable explanation. Otherwise, you cannot remain here. What exactly is going on? From the moment you awakened, I sensed something was amiss." Typically, those who awaken the Wind Wolf bloodline exhibit transformations akin to the Wind Wolf, enhancing their physical strength and gradually accumulating the powers of the wind element within their bloodline to ultimately wield the wind blade ability. Yet, you have never manifested any Wind Wolf transformation, yet you can wield the wind blade, and your control over it appears to be escalating rapidly. Today, you displayed a level of manipulation that should not stem from an innate ability. If the wind blade derives from bloodline power, then from whence comes your mastery of it? I refuse to believe you possess such talent without guidance. And furthermore, you must clarify how you came to possess such awareness. Tang San fell silent, lowering his head as though contemplating how to respond to Wang Yanfeng's inquiries. Wang Yanfeng remained patient, silently awaiting his reply. After a brief pause, Tang San finally spoke. "Teacher, I actually awakened long ago. It was not during this recent occurrence." When did this happen?" Wang Yanfeng seemed to have anticipated such a revelation. 6 years old, I awakened by chance one night when I was quite hungry and ventured out in search of food. Unknowingly, I wandered to the edge of the village and encountered a person in the woods. He suddenly grabbed me, and in my fright, I wanted to scream, but he covered my mouth. Overcome with fear, I awakened the power within my bloodline. He paused momentarily before continuing. That person seemed to sense my awakening. He urged me not to cry out and then released me. After inspecting my body, he asked if I wished to learn from him. That time, I understood nothing, not even the concept of learning. He spoke to me further and offered me some food, instructing me to seek him out each night. promising sustenance in return that I had often gone hungry. So, I visited him daily. He began teaching me various things, and gradually, I learned more that he was the one who taught me to control the wind blade. What did he look like? Do you know his name? Wang Yinfeng pressed for details. Tang San shook his head in confusion that he never mentioned his name, that he said he would tell me when I was older. However, he hasn't appeared in 3 months. After that, the awakening ceremony took place. So, your control over the wind blade was taught to you by him. Did he say why you cannot transform into a wind wolf? Tang San replied. He said that transformation is not necessarily advantageous, as it could confine one to a singular aspect of the demon god's form. One should only extract its essence. He then taught me a method of cultivation, which led to my inability to transform. He told me that this technique is extraordinarily unique and must not be divulged. It cannot be learned at the onset of awakening, and those who attempt to do so will meet their demise. A technique? One that is solely reserved for humanity? Wang Yinfeng's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Tang San replied, I do not know. That I only remember that during our last encounter, before he departed, he advised me to keep in mind that no matter what challenges arise in the future, I must strive for the redemption of humanity. One day, humanity shall no longer be enslaved. Upon hearing these words, Wang Yinfeng suddenly trembled violently, his face a portrait of astonishment, instinctively clenching his fists, as if struck by an overwhelming force. Unable to contain himself for a long while. Redemption, redemption, Nan Nan murmured, pressing her lips together. Tang San could sense the fervent emotions coursing through him at that moment. After a considerable pause, Wang Yinfeng's expression gradually softened. He took a deep breath to steady his emotions and said in a solemn tone, Tang San, remember what I have told you today? Do not speak of it to anyone, including Mu Shui and the others. It must remain buried deep within your heart. Should anyone inquire about your wind blade technique, you may tell them it was learned from me. Oh, you understand? Tang San gazed at him, blinking once more. Teacher, would you like to learn? I can teach you. That person mentioned that as long as one is human, they could be taught. Wang Yinfeng felt a stir within. Today he had indeed been astounded by Tang San's mastery of the wind blade technique. He believed his own control over the wind element was already quite refined, and further progress seemed difficult. However, the shadowless wind blade Tang San had demonstrated appeared to open a new door for him. He hesitated, learning from his own student. Teacher, I doubt you could defeat me, Tang San remarked suddenly. Wang Yinfeng was taken aback. Looking at him, he saw Tang San's youthful yet earnest eyes. You can't defeat me? Tang San nodded and stated, that person told me not to easily showcase my combat prowess in front of others. That day, I truly wished to vanquish them. Yet I sensed that I would not be able to overpower the 2 strongest. However, the ordinary wolf demons should not stand a chance against me, Wang Yinfeng retorted, and I am no match. Tang San replied, your energy level should be higher than mine, but I believe you cannot contend with my wind blade. Chapter 22. You should not be able to compete, Tang San declared. Your energy level should be higher than mine, but I believe you cannot contend with my wind blade. Wang Yinfeng pondered for a moment and then suggested, very well, let us spar right here. If you win, I shall learn the use of the wind blade from you. If you lose, I will teach you a method to cultivate the wind element to enhance your own abilities. How does that sound? Good. Tang San promptly agreed. His actions today were executed with utmost care, serving several purposes. Firstly, he aimed to showcase his shadowless wind blade to Wang Yinfeng, thereby elevating his standing in Wang Yinfeng's eyes, which would grant him greater freedom in the future. Additionally, he genuinely wished to impart some abilities to Wang Yinfeng, along with the other 4, to expedite their growth and strength, ensuring they could pass the assessments 3 years hence and prevent further tragedies. Moreover, on a deeper level, by mentioning the name redemption, he sought to gauge Wang Yinfeng's reaction. Considering Wang Yinfeng's protective stance towards them, he wished to probe whether Wang Yinfeng was aware of the redemption organization, or perhaps even a member thereof. If that were the case, it would be fortuitous for him, facilitating his future integration into the organization to seek his reincarnated wife. Lastly, there was the matter of his own cultivation. By asserting that Wang Yinfeng was inferior to him, he aimed to create an opportunity to absorb a portion of Wang Yinfeng's wind wolf bloodline power, thus breaking through to the 4th level of the Xintian technique. Over the past few days, he had deliberated on various strategies and observed the fourth-tier wind wolves in the town, but a reckless attempt to ambush a fourth-tier wind wolf would likely create too much commotion and expose him, especially given his physique. Absorbing from Wang Yinfeng posed no fundamental harm, and thus represented the safest route to his breakthrough. He had also considered the unlikely scenario of Wang Yinfeng being a staunch ally of the Wind Wolf clan. Even if Wang Yinfeng hesitated to defy them, his demeanor towards Tang San and his companions suggested a commendable character. Even if, hypothetically, he were to betray Tang San, the latter had been exercising considerable restraint. If pushed to extremes, he could unleash his consciousness to level the Wind Wolf town. After weighing the risks and rewards over several days, he concluded that a certain degree of self-exposure was far outweighed by the potential gains. Consequently, he made this choice at this moment. Wang Yinfeng had approached a corner, cautiously moving among the emitting wind elements. In the next instant, Tang San was taken aback as he felt a gentle wave of energy permeating the air, clearly. It was the wind element enveloping the entire room. This was akin to a wind-based formation. Such a thing exists. Tang San's heart raced with astonishment. The surprise Wang Yinfeng had presented him was profoundly impactful. Could such phenomena truly exist in this world? It was settled. Here, he need not worry about excessive noise. Come forth, let me witness what you have learned from that individual. Wang Yinfeng deliberately increased the distance between himself and Tang San, allowing the latter more room to execute his wind blade technique. The nature of their sparring was markedly different from the previous guidance. Wang Yinfeng did not underestimate the 8-year-old before him. His eyes shimmered with azure light, and his body suddenly expanded. Wind Wolf Transformation. Though the Wind Wolf transformation performed by a human would certainly enhance their strength, it would never surpass the size of a similarly ranked Wind Wolf. Nevertheless, after transforming, Wang Yinfeng's height exceeded 2 meters. The wind elements surrounding him became noticeably turbulent, and azure light swirled around his wolf-like claws. Although they were at a distance, Tang San could still distinctly feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from him. It was fair to say that this was the strongest opponent he had encountered since arriving in this world. Tang San's gaze hardened, fixing intently on Wang Yinfeng as he slightly crouched, positioning his feet one in front of the other. Azure light flowed within his own eyes, a faint azure glow rippling outward from the corners. In the next moment, Tang San moved. He raised both hands, unleashing 2 wind blades, noticeably larger than those he had previously demonstrated in the courtyard. They emitted no sound, cutting through the air in 2 arcs aimed directly at Wang Yinfeng. Simultaneously, Wang Yinfeng charged forward without regard for the wind blades. He recognized that evading Tang San's wind blades would be a formidable challenge. Instead, he relied on a superior tiered strength to overpower Tang San. He was uncertain whether Tang San's claim of being able to defeat him stemmed from arrogance or genuine confidence. He was eager to find out. Ignoring the 2 wind blades, he closed the distance to Tang San, ensuring the latter could not unleash more wind blades. This was the best approach. Yet he refrained from releasing wind blades of his own, concerned that Tang San might not withstand the impact and suffer injury. The 2 wind blades Tang San had released were now slicing through the air, while he retreated, with 2 sharp sounds. The wind blades struck Wang Yinfeng's knees. Although he had enveloped himself in wind element protection and his transformation had significantly increased his physical strength, he was still staggered by the impact, causing his forward momentum to falter. He was taken aback, realizing that these were not wind blades that a second-tier wind wolf could produce. Seizing the opportunity presented by Wang Yinfeng's momentary loss of control, Tang San executed a swift maneuver, circling around to maintain distance while unleashing 2 more wind blades. Wang Yinfeng took a step forward, using his wolf claws to steady himself, but the 2 wind blades found their mark once again, striking his knees and halting his intended leap. Before he could regain his footing, 2 additional wind blades, smaller in size but seemingly more potent, hurtled towards him, but he instinctively sensed the threat they posed. Compression? He lowered his body, unleashing his wolf claws to create a swirling gust before him, unwilling to take them head-on. Yet at that moment, an unusual spectacle unfolded. The 2 azure lights flickered above the wind swirl. In the next instant, Wang Yinfeng felt a sharp pain in his eyes. Reflexively, he raised his arm to shield himself. Two stabs of pain shot through his arm. It was evident that Tang San's latest attack was aimed directly at his eyes. Tang San's wind blades were far more formidable than he had anticipated. They had evidently reached the third-tier level. This was a scenario Wang Yinfeng had never foreseen at such a tender age of merely 8. He has already attained a third-tier strength. Although devoid of the enhancement that the wind wolf transformation provides to the body, the sheer might and finesse of his wind blades would undoubtedly rival that of an ordinary third-tier wolf demon. However, he himself is not at the third tier. Wang Yinfeng no longer harbored any thoughts of underestimating Tang San. With a low growl, the azure light around him surged dramatically. The blue radiance erupted about his body, deepening the azure hue in his eyes. The intense wind element seemed to be further amplified by the magical array within the room, causing every strand of his wolf fur to emit a faint azure glow. With a powerful push against the ground, he accelerated abruptly, shielding his eyes with his arms, and charged directly at Tang San. Two wind blades struck him once more, yet were effortlessly dissipated by the protective wind element surrounding him. At that moment, he had fully unleashed his cultivation. His intent was straightforward: close the distance and conclude the battle. In his view, no matter how exquisitely Tang San wielded his wind blades, it held no significance if they could not penetrate his defenses. Once in close quarters, Tang San, unable to transform, would undoubtedly face defeat. The room was not large. In the next instant, he would be before Tang San. Yet at that very moment, a faint smile graced Tang San's lips. In truth, he desired Wang Yinfeng's approach. In terms of absolute speed, he could not contend with the fourth-tier Wang Yinfeng. However, when it came to close combat, when had he ever faltered, regardless of Wang Yinfeng's extensive combat experience? He could not be compared to Tang San, the once great god king who had faced countless battles in his past life. With a swift push of his toes against the ground, Tang San's figure flickered as if a ghost. Evading Wang Yinfeng's frontal assault through an almost impossible GAP'd in an instant, he maneuvered to Wang Yinfeng's side, crouching low to utilize his small stature to evade Wang Yinfeng's robust arms. His right hand shot out like lightning. With fingers united, his right hand glimmered with a jade-like luster, almost instantaneously striking beneath Wang Yinfeng's armpit. The azure light erupted from Wang Yinfeng, and with his powerful physique, he possessed a considerable degree of defense. However, Tang San's strike, applying pinpoint precision and augmented by the Xian Yu hand technique, created an opening in Wang Yinfeng's protective wind elements. The armpit, a critical point, bore a relatively weaker defense, despite his formidable body. Wang Yinfeng felt a sharp, needle-like pain emanating from his armpit, and in the next moment, half of his body went numb. In his astonishment, Tang San's right hand transformed from a thrust to a fist, landing another blow in the same spot. Wang Yinfeng's body weakened, and he began to topple to the ground. Tang San leaned against him, pressing his shoulder into Wang Yinfeng's armpit, denying him any chance to support himself, and effortlessly toppled him over. Wang Yinfeng felt his right side grow weak, unable to muster any strength. His heart was filled with shock. They could hardly comprehend how he had been defeated. The entire sequence unfolded too rapidly. It was undoubtedly because he feared injuring Tang San, which had prevented him from unleashing his full power. Throughout the encounter, he had refrained from employing his most adept wind blades for a comprehensive assault. Yet, even so, Tang San had managed to bring him down through close combat, leaving him with a sense of incredulity. Tang San swiftly retreated, azure light swirling around his palm. During the 3 recent collisions, he had quietly utilized the Xian Tiangong to siphon a modicum of 4th-tier wind wolf bloodline power from Wang Yinfeng. This was also one of the reasons for Wang Yinfeng's weakened state. Although the quantity was minimal, the quality was 4th tier, and Tang San felt an instant change within his Xian Tiangong, akin to boiling. His judgment had proven correct. Indeed, it required higher-tier bloodline power of the same attribute to assist in his breakthrough. Feeling this change, Tang San withdrew to a distance, sitting down heavily and panting deeply, feigning exhaustion. In truth, with the richness and recovery ability of a Xian Tiangong, he could have unleashed dozens more wind blades without issue, especially since he had not employed the leopard flash technique. In terms of true strength, If they were to engage in a full-force clash, Tang San would likely possess a 60 to 70% chance of overcoming Wang Yanfeng. Wang Yanfeng had held back, and so had he. Even if there was a disparity in cultivation levels, Tang San's combat experience and tactics were far more extensive than in his previous life. Overcoming opponents of higher tiers had been remarkably effortless for him. However, in this life, he had yet to fully comprehend this world and had not accrued more benefits from it. Otherwise, his pace of growth would only accelerate further, as the sensation of weakness gradually faded. Wang Yanfeng turned to sit up, his gaze towards Tang San filled with complexity. He had never anticipated that one day he would be defeated by an 8-year-old child. Defeat was defeat. He would not concoct any excuses for himself. "Teacher, I feel rather drained. May I return a rest?" Tang San looked at Wang Yanfeng, projecting a pitiful demeanor. Wang Yanfeng's lips twitched. "Go ahead. Remember what I told you today. Do not disclose anything to anyone. Otherwise, it could lead to dire consequences." "Understood, teacher," Tang San promptly replied. Rising and leaving through the door, he needed to seize the sensation of breakthrough and hasten his Xian Tiangong's advancement to the 4th tier. Elevating his cultivation to the next stage would inevitably alter everything. Upon returning to his room, he found Wang Zhong already immersed in his training. Tang San climbed onto his bed, his mood buoyant. From Wang Yanfeng's reaction, it was evident his judgment was correct. This teacher would undoubtedly harbor some doubts, yet he would still protect him. He had no qualms about imparting some of his concealed techniques to Wang Yanfeng. Moreover, today had yielded an unexpected delight. The wind-based magical array in Wang Yanfeng's second-floor room was evidently conducive to training. Currently, his mastery over wind elements relied on the imprint left by the Wind Wolf bloodline, which necessitated continuous absorption for enhancement. However, he seemed unable to directly control the wind elements. Despite having ample mental energy, he simply could not manipulate them. This was also a limitation imposed by the rules of this realm. To break through these rules, according to Wang Yanfeng's description of the hierarchical system of the Fa world, he would likely need to wait until he reached the 9th tier, settling into a meditative posture. He activated his Xian Tiangong. The surging energy swiftly broke through the bottleneck of the 3rd tier, which had long been stagnant, culminating in a seamless breakthrough. Tang San's aura noticeably thickened, and his absorption of the world's elemental energy became increasingly rapid. He had finally entered the 4th tier of Xian Tiangong. The moment he successfully broke through to the 4th tier, Tang San immediately sensed that the entire world within his perception seemed to transform. It was a wondrous sensation. Within his awareness, the world appeared to call out to him, and he could perceive a richer spiritual energy that belonged to this realm. Everything beckoned to him, and the imprint of his Wind Wolf bloodline deepened, albeit not significantly. Yet it held the potency of a 4th tier bloodline. This still provided him with a certain augmentation. Most importantly was the elevation of his Xian Tiangong. Through years of training and the experience accumulated from this breakthrough, Tang San gradually elucidated the relationship between his Xian Tiangong and the transformation of the demon god, or rather, the connection between his Xian Tiangong and the bloodline of the demon race. To become even more powerful, he needed to acquire more skills. Thus, seeking out stronger demon races and more suitable skills to absorb, leaving behind their ability imprints for himself, was undoubtedly the optimal choice. The Wind Wolf town was clearly not a place where he intended to linger. Only by venturing to the grand cities of the Tianyu Empire could he encounter demons with stronger bloodlines. Yet, the prerequisite was that he must possess the strength to absorb them. 3 years. After 3 years, he could attain a vassal status here. According to Wang Yanfeng, with a vassal identity, he would be free to traverse the continent. Provided his lord consented. 3 years hence, he would journey to the grand city. This was the goal Tang San set for himself, with the next 3 years being crucial for accumulation. Further accumulation of knowledge from his past life to enhance his strength. Perhaps due to the minimal amount of bloodline power extracted, when Tang San next encountered Wang Yanfeng the following day, he seemed to have returned to normal. Yet, Wang Yanfeng's gaze towards him had noticeably changed. How could he not perceive that this mere 8-year-old child had, in reality, already possessed 3rd-tier capabilities? However, this realization also brought Wang Yanfeng a sense of relief. understanding why Tang San had shown a tendency to engage in combat that day. Indeed, he possessed a certain level of strength. Even he, without giving his all, had fallen into the trap. This young man possesses not only a remarkable mastery of the wind blade technique, but also excels in close combat in ways that are truly formidable. The morning continued with cultural lessons, imparting knowledge to them. Tang San remained attentive, diligently studying and practicing his writing. After class, Wang Yinfeng summoned Tang San to the upper floor once more. Tang San, there are a few matters I wish to discuss with you. Although I cautioned you yesterday, I feel it necessary to elaborate further, Wang Yinfeng said, his expression solemn as he regarded Tang San. Please go ahead, teacher, Tang San nodded earnestly. Wang Yinfeng continued, when I first began teaching you, I explained the concept of collective punishment. You should remember that, correct? Tang San nodded again. Now, bringing up collective punishment is not born out of fear for my own life, that in truth, I have lived for decades, and among our kind, I am considered quite aged. Compared to most, I have been fortunate. At the very least, I can still share my life with your teacher's wife. We have lived a life worth living. However, in our Windwolf town, there are 27 vassals. Each surviving vassal possesses strength beyond the third tier. Adding you 5, there are 32 of us. If any one of us is discovered to have issues, it is likely to result in collective punishment for all at this point. He paused momentarily before continuing. The term redemption that you mentioned yesterday should not be spoken of with anyone. You must also conceal your own strength as much as possible. You are still young and prone to emotional impulses. This is something you must learn to restrain. It is not just for your own sake, but for the well-being of all humans in Windwolf Town. Do you understand my meaning? I do, Tang San replied earnestly. Wang Yinfeng sighed lightly. I hope you truly comprehend this. Now, I concede defeat from yesterday. A promise is a promise. Starting tonight, you may come to this room to cultivate. This room is equipped with a formation arranged with wind spirit stones. Although it is quite rudimentary, it represents years of my effort. If you practice here every other day, it will greatly benefit your understanding of the wind element and enhance the effectiveness of your wind wolf transformation. You are only 8 years old, yet possess such capabilities. Your future is boundless. You must heed my advice and preserve your valuable self for the possibilities that lie ahead. Understood, Tang San respectfully replied. Wang Yinfeng hesitated before asking, Do you have anything to say or inquire? Tang San asked, Teacher, do you wish to learn the technique for manipulating the wind blade? Wang Yinfeng's lips twitched in surprise at the unexpected question. But after a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded. Yes, I wish to learn. It has become quite difficult for me to advance to the 5th tier. The Wind Wolf clan will not provide me with the corresponding techniques. Moreover, our bloodline power is ultimately limited. The strongest bloodlines among the Wind Wolves in our town are scarce, which indeed imposes a ceiling on our potential. Learning some techniques can enhance my abilities. Then I shall not hold back, Tang San declared. Teacher, is there any method to strengthen our bloodline? Wang Yinfeng was momentarily taken aback and replied, There should be a way, but I am not entirely certain. However, I have heard that in both the Monster Clan and the Spirit Clan, if a high-ranking member dies and is willing to impart the essence of their bloodline to a lower-ranking kin, it can enhance their bloodline as for us humans. Such considerations are futile. How could the Monster Clan or Spirit Clan possibly grant us high-level inheritances? Tang San pondered. What if it were forcibly extracted? Is that a possibility? Wang Yinfeng's heart tightened. Who suggested this to you? Was it someone who once taught you? Tang San nodded. This was indeed his own speculation, but now he could only attribute it to that vague person, which could also refer to Zhu Jiasin. Perhaps it might be possible, Wang Yinfeng conceded, but it is beyond my grasp that in the realm of redemption. He suddenly halted, striking himself in realization. I mentioned that term again. Remember, never speak of it, especially not outside, to anyone. Teacher, please be gentle. Just watching it pains me. Tang San winced. Wang Yinfeng retorted, Enough of that. You rascal. Shall we begin? I wish to learn your method of making the wind blade invisible. Tang San nodded. Teacher, controlling the wind blade is not particularly difficult. First, you must maximize the inherent advantage of the wind blade, which is speed. The wind element itself is the best enhancer for speed. Thus, the shadowless wind blade you observed is fundamentally based on speed. Allow me to teach you some foundational techniques today. This technique is called the flicking arrow, which can significantly increase the speed of the wind blade. Once you have mastered the flicking arrow, I will then teach you the spiral technique. Only after mastering these two techniques can you attempt the shadowless wind blade. Wang Yinfeng listened intently, somewhat dazed by the multitude of techniques. The previous night not only marked Tang San's breakthrough to the 4th level of the Xiantian Gong, but this tranquil night also signified Wang Yinfeng's protection and recognition of him. This further solidified Tang San's acknowledgement of his teacher. Thus, he began imparting the foundational techniques from the Tang sect's hidden armament manual to Wang Yinfeng. Wang Yinfeng exhibited exceptional control, surpassing most wolf demons, and thus learned at an impressive pace. Each day, after cultural lessons and before lunch, became a time for Wang Yinfeng to learn from Tang San. However, to the Wang brothers and Ling Muxue, it appeared as though Wang Yinfeng was offering Tang San special privileges. None of the four harbored any doubts about this. Ling Muxue felt the closest affinity to Tang San, having endured hardships together. The Wang brothers, being significantly older, instinctively believed that the 8-year-old Tang San warranted additional guidance. Otherwise, he might struggle to pass the assessment in 3 years. When Tang San first practiced in the wind-based formation, he gained a deeper understanding of this world. As night fell, the room radiated a gentle azure light, with soft wind elements undulating from the wind spirit stones in the corner. Though merely rich in wind elements, the spiritual energy within the room was several times denser than in ordinary places, greatly benefiting Tang San's practice of the Xiantian Gong. Yet he did not rush into cultivating the Xiantian Gong. Instead, he endeavored to feel the wind elements present in his past life, wielding immense divine power and consciousness. Mastering any element was a trivial pursuit. However, in this life, he was starting anew, and everything had transformed, requiring him to reassess his understanding from the ground up. The wind elements here were remarkably light, with a gentle breeze carrying a warm yet cool essence. Tang San attempted to communicate with them using his mental energy. The wind elements naturally rippled, exhibiting a sense of rejection rather than attraction. When Tang San employed the Xiantian Gong for cultivation, forcibly drawing these wind elements into his body, they naturally succumbed to the influence of the Xiantian Gong, transforming into the energy of heaven and earth, thus facilitating his cultivation without issue. Yet, this was not what Tang San truly desired. He sought to grow stronger, and this strength must transcend what the Xiantian Gong alone could provide if direct communication was impossible. Then how could the Wind Wolf clan manage it? Resolutely, he utilized the Xiantian Gong to activate the wind blade imprint within his body, allowing part of his Xiantian Gong energy to transmute into wind blade energy. In that imprint, Tang San immediately sensed a difference. As he transformed the energy, the surrounding wind elements began to alter distinctly. The wind blade imprint within him served as a node, drawing the wind elements to swirl around his body. Tang San attempted to absorb these wind elements through this node, but discovered an apparent barrier within himself, preventing complete absorption. However, he continuously manipulated some of the air's wind elements. When he condensed a wind blade in his palm, its ability to draw in the surrounding wind elements became increasingly pronounced, enhancing the wind blade's power. This is quite intriguing. Tang San began to grasp certain insights in this realm of fairies, or rather in the realm of Phalon. The existence of various elements seemed to resist direct cultivation and manipulation. Rather, it adheres to a peculiar rule, attracting only those possessing equivalent elemental attributes embedded within their bloodline's power. In other words, the Wind Wolves of the Wind Wolf clan can absorb the wind elements from the air to augment their bloodline, and even those who, as vassals, possess the bloodline of the Wind Wolf clan in their veins can absorb it as well. The reason he cannot absorb it is that he is purely of human blood, devoid of the Wind Wolf clan's lineage. The Xiantian technique can transform this bloodline power, yet cannot directly extract from the atmosphere. However, it can draw upon the energy of the Wind Wolf bloodline that has been transformed by the Wind Wolf clan to enhance his wind blade. The bloodline appears to function as a filter, sifting the forces of nature. The weakness of humanity in this world is intricately linked to this aspect, as ordinary humans are utterly incapable of cultivation in this realm. there exist no laws suitable for their practice. Such beings are destined to be mere slaves. Their survival, despite not being entirely exterminated, is solely due to humanity's formidable reproductive capabilities. With this understanding, his perception of this world deepens significantly. Consequently, cultivating within this wind elemental array benefits him primarily by accelerating his progress in Shintian technique. While it bears little effect on the wind elements themselves, however, Tang San harbors no concerns regarding this. In this town, there are numerous wind wolves. Now, with his Shintian technique having reached the 4th level, his overall strength has increased considerably. Acquiring bloodline power from various wind wolves has thus become considerably easier for his subsequent cultivation. Tang San has determined his course. Each night, he practices within the wind elemental array on the 2nd floor. And when dusk descends the following day, he stealthily departs the wooden cabin to seek solitary wind wolves outside, that he deliberately avoids the rarer, but more formidable 4th-tier wind wolves, focusing instead on the 3rd-tier wind wolves. Moreover, from each 3rd-tier wind wolf, he quietly absorbs merely 1/3 of the bloodline power. After being siphoned a third, they can fully recover within 2 to 3 days, experiencing only a slight weakness. The vast majority of wind wolves remain oblivious to this occurrence. By absorbing in moderation, Tang San also assimilates the energy swiftly. Typically, within 2 days, he achieves complete integration. This greatly aids both his cultivation of the Shintian technique and the wind blade. Days pass in tranquil succession. The Wang brothers and Ling Mu Shui possess commendable talents, and under Wang Yanfeng's meticulous guidance, their progress accelerates rapidly. A year has elapsed, and all 4 have attained the cultivation level of 2nd-tier wind wolves. Judging by the activation and stimulation of their bloodlines, it is evident that by the 3rd year, achieving 3rd-tier wind wolf strength will be effortless. Once they can wield the wind blade, Wang Yanfeng begins to impart some concealed weapon techniques that Tang San has taught him to the fore. As Tang San anticipated, due to the constraints imposed by this realm, coupled with the inherent sluggishness in cultivating the higher-tier Shintian technique, he has not managed to elevate it to the pinnacle of the 4th level within a year. However, his overall strength has seen substantial enhancement, and he has gradually begun to reclaim some of the abilities he could cultivate in his previous life. With Wang Yanfeng's protection, the 5 of them, who are now well-fed and warmly clothed, have undergone noticeable transformations. Firstly, in terms of physique, upon their arrival, they were all emaciated and frail, resembling mere shadows of their former selves. After a year of training and nourishment, they appear significantly healthier. Wang Chao has reached adulthood, his physique robust, towering over 1.8 meters, which is quite tall among humans. Wang Zhong, though still appearing thin, exudes a palpable strength, his small eyes often squinting, hinting at a glimmer of coldness. He is the most taciturn among them, yet he trains the hardest. Wang Xiaolei is the liveliest of the Wang brothers, yet he seems to harbor other intentions, often lingering around Ling Mu Shui. Much to her chagrin, despite his youth, Wang Xiaolei stands over 1.7 meters tall, even surpassing Wang Zhong slightly. It is likely that he will exceed Wang Chao in height once he reaches adulthood. However, the most significant transformation has been in Ling Mu Shui. Through cultivation and nutrition, this originally delicate girl has blossomed into a vibrant beauty. 11 years old, she has begun to develop, her height already exceeding 1.5 meters. In contrast, Tang San's changes have been the least pronounced among the 5. He still appears somewhat frail, with little height variation, rendering him the most inconspicuous of the group. Tang San, please come here. Concluding the morning's cultural lesson, Wang Yanfeng once again summoned Tang San to the upper floor. The other 4 had long since grown accustomed to this. Tang San followed Wang Yanfeng upstairs, where Wang Yanfeng led him into a room and gestured towards the wall. When Tang San's gaze fell upon the object hanging on the wall, his eyes brightened instantly. It was a map, somewhat rudimentary in appearance. This is what you have long desired. I managed to procure it for you, though it was quite a challenge. Wang Yanfeng remarked, by the way, an opportunity is arising soon. The Lord has asked me to visit Jelly City, and I can take a companion. Would you like to accompany me? Entering the city, Tang San's eyes sparkled with excitement. his normally calm demeanor transformed almost instantaneously. Over the past year, he had learned the language of the fairy continent from Wang Yinfeng and had listened to many tales about various monster and spirit clans, as well as different races. For him, the cultural studies were far more significant than the afternoon's training. However, since arriving in this world, he had not once ventured beyond Wind Wolf Town in 9 long years. Haven't you always wanted to see the city? Wang Yinfeng smiled as he regarded him. He harbored a peculiar sentiment towards Tang San. Over the past year, he had indeed imparted many teachings to him, yet he had also learned much from Tang San in return. Initially, he believed that Tang San had acquired only a superficial understanding from that mysterious figure. However, upon starting to learn the control of the wind blade from Tang San, he discovered that Tang San had opened a brand new door for him. Although Wang Yinfeng still held a 4th-tier cultivation level, he was entirely certain that he was no longer comparable to his former self from a year ago. This transformation was entirely attributable to Tang San. Thus, despite Tang San's youth, Wang Yinfeng had never underestimated him. Simultaneously, he noted that Tang San's wind blade had been steadily increasing in power. Wang Yinfeng could not ascertain Tang San's true strength now. He merely sensed that this child was progressing at a remarkable pace. Consequently, during practical lessons, while the other four engaged in sparring with one another, Wang Yinfeng forbade Tang San from participating, citing his youth as a reason that a year prior, he had even defeated himself. What significance would practical training hold for him now? Moreover, Wang Yinfeng was particularly cautious about concealing Tang San's true capabilities. The prospect of going to the city was undoubtedly a boon for Tang San. He harbored an insatiable desire to understand this world. If it weren't for his insufficient strength and lack of a legitimate identity, he would have longed to leave this place. From Wang Yinfeng's teachings, he had come to understand that this world was vast, immensely, overwhelmingly vast. It was far larger than the Doha continent of his previous life. In such an expansive realm, searching for a single human being felt akin to finding a needle in a haystack. It was exceedingly challenging. Furthermore, humans were so insignificant in this world, he could not ascertain the circumstances of his reincarnated wife, Xiao Wu. The reason he hesitated to expand that fragment of spiritual awareness was also that it allowed him to faintly sense whether his reborn wife was still alive. This was the only certainty he currently possessed. Yes, his wife was alive, somewhere in this world, that if he could cultivate to at least a divine level, he could even utilize his spiritual awareness to search for her more effectively. However, he could not afford to wait. Even though the spiritual energy of this realm was exceptionally rich, the restrictions imposed on him in this dimension were also numerous. Under such conditions, the path to attaining a divine level of cultivation would likely entail enduring countless suppressions and tribulations. By the time he succeeds in his cultivation, he could hardly predict what would become of his wife. Would she be safe? Would she fall in love with someone else and become another's partner? These were the very concerns that weighed most heavily on Tang San's heart. The stronger he became, the more he yearned to escape this place. Lost in thought, his gaze fell upon the map before him. The map appeared rudimentary due to the scarcity of markings, containing only the most basic annotations. A line traversed diagonally from the northwest to the southeast, serving as a boundary that on one side of the line was marked the Tianyu Empire, while on the opposite side lay the Richin Empire. This is evidently a division between the Demon Clan and the Spirit Clan. Judging by the area depicted on the map, the two great empires are nearly equal in size, with the Sun Empire ruled by the Spirit Clan appearing to be slightly larger. Furthermore, at the heart of the map, near its center along a prominent line, there stands a distinctly marked city, Holy Spirit City. This city serves as the core of both the Demon Clan and the Spirit Clan, governed jointly by the two races, and is renowned as the greatest city on the continent. As Tang San's gaze wandered to the upper right corner of the map, he swiftly located the designation of another city, which was inscribed alongside it. Jelly City. Indeed, Jelly City is one of the 7 major cities of the Tianyu Empire, situated closest to Wind Wolf Town. Although it lies somewhat in a remote location, this main city is a place of immense aspiration for the Demon Clan. The continent boasts a total of 15 cities, with each clan possessing 7. While Holy Spirit City is claimed by both, leading each side to often assert they possess 8 major cities, AS for Wind Wolf Town, is conspicuously absent from the map, which simply marks the locations of the 15 major cities belonging to the two empires. After a cursory glance at the map, memorizing the most prominent mountains, rivers, and cities, Tang San felt his heart race. His beloved wife is somewhere within the confines of this map. Xiao Wu, where on earth are you? Observing the myriad expressions that flitted across Tang San's face, Wang Yanfeng felt no surprise. He too had experienced such emotions upon his first arrival in a grand city, even more intensely than Tang San. Jelly City is incomparable to our Wind Wolf Town. In such a grand city, one can find virtually every tier of demon, including potential members of the spirit clan. We are merely vassals, occupying the lowest echelons of existence within the city. In fact, such large cities do not permit the entry of slaves. I will assist you in obtaining a temporary vassal identity badge, which you must keep safe. Otherwise, you may find yourself in mortal peril. Teacher, is it really that dangerous in the city? Tang San had now regained his composure. Wang Yanfeng shook his head and replied, under normal circumstances, no one pays attention to us insignificant individuals, so danger is not a concern. However, it is wise to exercise caution. Just follow closely behind me and heed my instructions. Remember, do not speak unnecessarily or gaze around too much. Exercise utmost vigilance. Understood? Tang San nodded. He was indeed very curious about the cities of this world. While Wind Wolf Town seemed secure at present, the possibility of searching for his wife was non-existent, and he yearned to explore the outside world in search of ways to enhance himself. He sensed that the transition from the 4th to the 5th level of his Xiantian skill would prove increasingly arduous. 2 days later, Wang Yanfeng completed the necessary formalities and took Tang San to leave Wind Wolf Town. Due to Wang Yanfeng's own strength at the 4th level, he was the most formidable human vassal within the entire Wind Wolf Town. Ordinary wolf demons might not greet him with warmth, but they would not resort to hostility either. Upon exiting Wind Wolf Town, Tang San was suddenly enveloped by a peculiar sensation. It was a feeling of boundless freedom, akin to fish leaping in the vast sea and birds soaring in the high sky. Taking a deep breath, the air seemed to rejuvenate him. Wang Yanfeng guided him along a narrow path, explaining that following this route would lead them to the main road toward Jelly City, ultimately bringing them to their destination. This path was relatively short, measuring only 3 to 4 meters in width. While it was not particularly smooth, it was not excessively rugged either. The ground was strewn with pebbles, clearly the work of human slaves. The task assigned to Wang Yanfeng by the Wind Wolf Lord was to travel to Jelly City and present the tribute list to the leader of the Wolf Demon Clan within the city. The Wolf Demon Clan is a significant faction among all demon clans. While they have yet to attain the strength to possess their own main city, their large numbers and impressive individual combat strength place them among the top 20 clans in the demon world. Although they barely scrape into the top 20, one must recognize that there are well over 100 different types of demons within the demon clan. Being among the top 20 is already quite formidable. Among the wolf demon lineage, the Wind Wolf clan is considered weaker, yet it remains a prominent lineage within the larger clan. The leader of the Wind Wolf clan is a powerful figure who can enter the core of the Wolf Demon clan. Each year, as a small lord of the Wind Wolf clan, the Wind Wolf Lord must present tributes to the clan leader as a sign of submission. The delivery of tributes is a responsibility not borne by Wang Yanfeng. It is typically overseen by the Wind Wolf Lord and the High Priest at year's end, who personally escort the offerings to Jelly City. Wang Yanfeng's current mission is merely to present the list for the clan leader's approval. Should the leader be dissatisfied, it would spell significant trouble for the Wind Wolf Lord, while a favorable response would yield considerable benefits. Chapter 27. Elephant Demon. The distance from Wind Wolf Town to Jelly City is approximately 300 kilometers. Traveling day and night, Tang San and Wang Yanfeng could reach their destination in about 3 days as they followed the narrow path. The master and disciple pressed on without delay. The task given by the Wind Wolf Lord stipulated a 10-day round trip to return with news. Any delay would surely result in punishment for Wang Yanfeng, and a faster pace would allow them to spend more time in Jelly City as they advanced. Wang Yanfeng turned to Tang San and said, "Let me test your knowledge. What is used for trade in large cities?" Without hesitation, Tang San replied, "In villages and towns, most transactions are conducted through bartering. However, in large cities or rather across the entire continent, trade is primarily conducted using coins made from rare minerals or plants. In the Tianyu Empire, the currency is mainly derived from minerals, while in the Sun Empire, it is predominantly plant-based. The greatest advantage of these coins is that they inherently contain energy, which can be absorbed to enhance one's bloodline, rendering counterfeiting impossible. In other words, the coins themselves possess intrinsic value. Indeed, you remember quite well. Can you elaborate on the currency system of the Tianyu Empire? Wang Yinfeng nodded in approval. Tang San continued, the currency of the Tianyu Empire is categorized into 5 levels. The highest denomination is referred to as the purple gold coin, crafted from a special purplish golden metal. It is said to contain an immense amount of energy, suitable even for great demons and spirits in their cultivation. Its rarity means it generally does not circulate in the market, and its value is more symbolic than anything else. One purple gold coin is equivalent to 100 Tianyu coins. The Tianyu coin, named after the empire, is made from a combination of 6 rare minerals. These 6 minerals each embody one of the 6 elemental properties: water, fire, earth, wind, light, and darkness. The process of combining them is exceedingly intricate, and the energy contained within is substantial, greatly benefiting the enhancement of bloodline strength. 1 Tianyu coin is equivalent to 10 elemental coins. Elemental coins are categorized into 6 types, corresponding to the 6 elemental minerals present in the Tianyu coin, albeit of slightly inferior quality. These are the most commonly circulated high-grade currency, possessing significant purchasing power. Below the 6 elemental coins are the Lingxi coins. Crafted from a special Lingxi mineral. 1 elemental coin is roughly equivalent to 100 Lingxi coins. The lowest tier of currency encompasses various types, collectively referred to as demon coins, which are valued based on energy intensity. Any mineral containing approximately 1% of the bloodline power of a first-tier demon can be used as a demon coin. Due to the vast variety of demon coins, their exchange with Lingxi coins can be quite complex, which is why, in most instances, large cities prefer to use Lingxi coins for transactions. Wang Yinfeng nodded in approval, saying, "You recall it quite clearly. Our Wind Wolf Town's primary source of income comes from a wind spirit mine located near the town. The wind spirit stones produced there, one of fist-sized dimensions, are valued at approximately 1/5 of a Lingxi coin. While not a particularly precious mineral resource, it is still considered decent. Each year's output is mostly surrendered to the Wind Wolf clan, with strong and capable slaves engaged in the mining process." Tang San was familiar with wind spirit stones. They were a grayish-blue mineral used by Wang Yinfeng to arrange wind elemental arrays in his chamber. Although they contained a fair amount of impurities, the rare quality was that they solely contained energy of the wind element. With a deep sigh, Wang Yinfeng remarked, "A fist-sized wind spirit stone weighs about 1 kilogram. The tribute list we are taking this time includes 5,000 kilograms of wind spirit stones, which constitutes over 2/3 of the town's annual output. The situation remains consistent year after year." Tang San inquired, "Is the Wind Wolf clan very powerful?" Wang Yinfeng responded, "To us, they are indeed quite formidable. The leader of the Wind Wolf clan ranks among the top 10 powerful figures within the Wolf Demon clan. Although he may not be positioned at the forefront, he possesses considerable strength that it is said he is already a peak-tier expert beyond the 10th level, within the realm of the monster clans. The possession of a formidable leader often determines the fate of the tribe. The survival of the fittest, indeed," remarked Tang San indifferently. "You are correct. In this world, it is a matter of the strong prevailing over the weak." The path leading from Wind Wolf Town to the main road appeared somewhat desolate, and they encountered few monster clans along the way. After a day, they finally merged into the grand thoroughfare. The road towards Jelly City was considerably broader, spanning a width of 50 meters, and it was the first time Tang San had witnessed such an expansive and level thoroughfare since arriving in this world. The foundation was composed of compacted gravel, remarkably flat, flanked by dense forests and undulating hills. Upon entering the main road, they were greeted by the presence of numerous diverse clans, while slaves were a rare sight. The variety of monster clans left Tang San in Wind Wolf Town. He had primarily encountered wolf demons, and pig demons could be considered vassal races. These less combat-oriented clans were generally not very strong. However, on this thoroughfare, within just half a day's journey, Tang San observed more than 10 different monster clans. Among them, one particular race left an indelible impression upon him that it was an exceptionally robust species. Standing over 8 meters tall when upright, with its powerful limbs touching the ground while running, but standing erect when halting, presenting a humanoid form. Its trunk-like nose, exceeding 5 meters in length, swayed, and its massive head was covered in a thick layer of keratin. Its eyes were a pale violet, exuding an innate sense of overwhelming pressure. After witnessing this creature vanish from sight, Wang Yinfeng finally dared to explain to Tang San. This is a powerful member of the Elephant Demon clan. The Elephant Demons are not as numerous as the Wolf Demons and have a more singular lineage. Their population is much smaller than that of the Wolf Demons. Yet, within the hierarchy of monster clans, the Elephant Demons rank among the top 10 super races. Newly born Elephant Demons possess 3rd-tier strength, while adult Elephant Demons boast formidable power exceeding 7th tier. The Elephant Demon they had just seen could only be considered an average adult within its kind. To assess the strength of Elephant Demons, one must not only consider their size, but also the color of their eyes. Ordinary Elephant Demons have pale violet eyes, while 8th-tier Elephant Demons possess deep violet eyes. And upon reaching 9th tier, their eyes turn it is said that those above 10th tier have golden eyes, referred to as golden battle elephants, possessing extraordinary combat prowess, though this particular one was merely 7th tier. When it passed by, Tang San could distinctly sense the profound vitality emanating from it. Coupled with its immensely powerful physique, one could only imagine the fierce combat strength it possessed, witnessing such a formidable monster clan. Tang San increasingly understood why monsters and spirits held dominion in this world. Their innate prowess rendered them virtually unmatched. In his understanding, the so-called monster clans were essentially beasts that had awakened their intelligence. Yet on the fairy continent, there existed beasts that had not attained such intelligence. These beasts could also be enslaved and controlled by the monster clans. There could even be subordinate relationships between closely related monster clans and beasts, akin to vassalage. However, even these subordinate beasts held a higher status than human subordinates. After all, in the eyes of the monster clans, beasts were far more useful to them. Under Wang Yinfeng's guidance, the two followed the outer edge of the thoroughfare. Human vassals were strictly prohibited from venturing into the central part of the road. Otherwise, being trampled by the monster clans would be deemed their own fault. And no one would intervene in a hurry to reach their destination. After a day and a half of travel and enduring the elements, the two finally arrived at their goal. Chapter 28. Gui, from afar. Tang San spotted a colossal city wall. This wall was an impressive 100 meters high. Without exaggeration, precisely 100 meters that on either side of the wall stood 2 great mountains, and this fortification was constructed against the mountainside, with the sheer cliffs serving as an excellent concealment. Through the knowledge imparted by Wang Yinfeng, Tang San had already learned that Jelly City was a basin city, surrounded by mountains that provided the best protection for the city. Only the northern and southern sides had sections of walls, through which the city gates allowed entrance. There were no guards at the gates, which stood wide open, permitting free passage. Wang Yinfeng did not lead Tang San into the city immediately. Instead, he held him back, waiting for a moment when the gates were devoid of incoming and outgoing monsters before swiftly ushering him inside. Upon entering the city gates, Tang San's first impression was that he had stepped into another world. Windwolf Town, located in the northeastern part of the fairy continent, was predominantly cold for most of the year. However, within Jelly City, the atmosphere was as warm as spring. The air was warm and humid, imbued with a far richer aura of spiritual energy than outside, instantly providing a refreshing sensation upon entry. The ground within the city was entirely paved with stone slabs, appearing solid and level. On either side of the roads stood tall buildings constructed of wood and stone. Upon entering the city, the variety of monster clans became even more pronounced, overwhelming to the senses. Tang San mentally matched them one by one with the classifications of monster clans that Wang Yinfeng had taught him. Despite his profound disdain for monster clans, he could not help but feel a sense of awe at the spectacle, not stare. Wang Yinfeng admonished, blocking Tang San's view with his body. Speaking in a hushed tone, "What did I advise you?" "Yes," Tang San replied. lowering his gaze. His observations were not mere idle curiosity. His heart was filled with a profound sense of shock. The monster clans were indeed extraordinarily powerful, surpassing even the pinnacle of the soul beasts in his original world. This jelly city was merely one of the main cities of the monster clans, yet every clan he observed radiated formidable energy. Each race possessed its unique traits. Even the most ordinary of monster clans exuded an undeniable strength. Humans, devoid of any innate talents, were indeed far from being their equals. Tang San could not help but let out a silent sigh. In this world, any attempt by humans to confront the monster clan seemed insurmountably difficult. To change this reality would likely necessitate a fundamental transformation. Only when humans also possess the innate capacity for cultivation and enhancement would there be a glimmer of hope. Even so, it would be a formidable challenge. The control the fairy races exerted over this continent was too formidable. Humans were but slaves. Even if they were to awaken some talents, once discovered, they would likely be suppressed at the first opportunity. Moreover, could the transformation into a demon god truly be the salvation for humanity? Absolutely not. The origin of the demon god transformation stemmed from humans being oppressed by the monster clans, thereby tainting themselves with the bloodline of the monster clans. In reality, such hybridization paled in comparison to the true bloodlines of the powerful monster clans. To enable humanity to rise, it was imperative not only to bestow them with their own innate talents, but also to create opportunities for their development. Thus, a nascent idea began to take shape in Tang San's mind. Let us find a place to settle down. We can stay here for about 3 days. Once we complete our task, I will take you around. Wang Yanfeng's voice broke through Tang San's reverie. Understood, Master, Tang San replied obediently. The two continued along the edge, and Wang Yanfeng, evidently familiar with Jelly City, quickly located a modest lodging, a somewhat rudimentary and run by a human vassal. The innkeeper was a woman who seemed to be of a similar age to Wang Yanfeng. Upon seeing him enter with Tang San, she greeted them with surprise and joy. "What brings you here?" she exclaimed, rushing forward to embrace Wang Yanfeng warmly. Wang Yanfeng returned the embrace with equal fervor, his eyes alight with joy that I was dispatched to carry out a task and will be staying for a few days. "Tang San, come here." As he spoke, he released the woman from the embrace and drew Tang San closer. "This is my new disciple from last year, named Tang San. Tang San, this is my sister, Gue Gue. You may call her Aunt Gue." Wang Yanfeng introduced, "So, she is his sister," Tang San thought, feeling relieved about his master's marital status. "Aunt Gue, what a peculiar name," he remarked. Gue Gue looked at Tang San with surprise. Turning to Wang Yanfeng, "T awakened at such a young age? I haven't seen a child of this age awaken in a long time." "Yeah," she spoke. She paused, a hint of pity crossing her face. Wang Yanfeng cleared his throat and said, "Let us settle in first. I have no doubts about Tang San passing the assessment. If Tang San were unable to pass, then no one would." He certainly could not disclose to Gue Gue that this child had even taught him how to manipulate wind blades. The inn was somewhat humble, yet it featured nearly 20 rooms, each approximately 10 square meters. Furnished with 2 beds, the prices were quite affordable. Though simple, the rooms were reasonably quiet. Wang Yanfeng instructed Tang San to rest in the room before departing with Gue Gue. The two siblings were evidently engaged in a nostalgic exchange. The room, though equipped with a window, was situated in a rather secluded part of the inn, offering only a view of a tall wall not far away. Upon entering, Tang San had noticed a few other guests, predominantly human vassals. The dimensions of the bed suggested it was specifically designed for humans. This establishment was likely meant to accommodate human dependents. Curiously, the inn bore no name, nor was there a sign outside. A small plot of land in front was cultivated with some vegetables. Although the surroundings appeared somewhat austere, one could not help but feel a sense of detachment from the sprawling city, accompanied by an inexplicable sense of tranquility. Perhaps this place could indeed be considered a sanctuary for humans within the metropolis of Jelly. An hour later, as dusk began to envelop the sky, Wang Yanfeng returned and called for Tang San to join him for dinner. The meal was quite sumptuous, featuring meat, although the flavor was rather unremarkable. Since arriving in this world, Tang San had yet to savor any delectable cuisine. Through his observations, he noted that even the wolf demons in Wind Wolf Town consumed similar fare, albeit in larger quantities. In terms of culinary standards, this world seemed markedly inferior to his own. Gui Gei accompanied them for the meal, and while eating, she inquired of Wang Yinfeng, "Will you be taking him along tomorrow?" Wang Yinfeng turned to Tang San and explained, "Tomorrow, I need to deliver the list to the ancestral residents of the Wind Wolf clan in Jelly. Would you care to join? While danger is unlikely, it's prudent to remain cautious. The wolf demons there are all significantly more powerful than our lord. I shall accompany you without hesitation," Tang San replied resolutely. His advancements in Xiantian skill and wind blade necessitated engagement with the wolf demons. Should he have the opportunity to absorb the bloodline power of higher-ranking wolf demons, provided his current physique could endure it, it would undoubtedly benefit his cultivation and breakthroughs. Very well. Wang Yinfeng nodded. Gui Gei cast a perplexed glance at her brother. To her, Tang San appeared merely a 9-year-old child, yet Wang Yinfeng treated him with a surprisingly egalitarian demeanor. This struck her as rather odd. She turned to Tang San and asked, "Little Tang, what level have you reached in your Wind Wolf transformation training?" At her inquiry, Tang San looked towards Wang Yinfeng, who cleared his throat and replied, "It's progressing well that I believe I have a promising chance to handle the upcoming assessment. The awakening effect, is that impressive?" Gui Gei's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "No wonder you decided to keep him by your side. However, you must keep a close watch on him. Those demons have never held us in high regard. Ensure he doesn't stir trouble." "Rest assured," Tang San assured her with a composed demeanor. Wang Yinfeng smiled, having long ceased to view Tang San as merely a child. Their exchanges often revealed a maturity in Tang San's words and emotions, making him seem the eldest among their group of 5. Growing more curious, remarked, "It appears you have considerable faith in this child. Once the task is complete, do you plan to explore the city?" Wang Yinfeng nodded, stating, "Bringing him here is also to expose him to the wider world." "That sounds reasonable. Jilly has been remarkably peaceful lately, with no conflicts arising." Unable to contain his curiosity, Tang San asked, "Aunt Gui, will there still be conflicts in the city?" "Naturally," Gui responded. "Various demon clans often harbor grievances against one another, especially those of similar strength, who frequently engage in fierce battles for ranking. The disparity in ranking affects the resources they can acquire. For instance, our Windwolf clan and the Flash Leopard clan are adversaries, often clashing, and more often than not, we find ourselves at a disadvantage. Thus, it is wise not to reveal your Wind Wolf transformation too readily, for at any moment, you may encounter clans that are particularly hostile towards us. They will show no mercy to our kind. The death of a vassal would not even warrant a blink from the Windwolf clan. Discretion in displaying one's demon transformation has become a fundamental aspect of survival for us humans." "Understood, Flash Leopard clan?" Baoshan, Tang San's interest piqued. "Aunt Gui, is the Flash Leopard clan also located in Jelly?" "Indeed, their ancestral residence is situated here as well. As one of the 7 main cities, Jelly is home to the ancestral residences of 7 major clans. These ancestral homes are the core of each clan. Both the Windwolf clan and the Flash Leopard clan are included among them, despite being mere branches of wolf and leopard demons. They hold a place of significance within the city. The ancestral homes of the major clans, however, are located in the vicinity of Holy Spirit City. Only the top 10 premier clans are granted the privilege of situating their ancestral homes in the core area of Holy Spirit City. Others must reside on the outskirts." Tang San committed Gui Gei's words to memory, realizing she possessed knowledge that seemed to surpass even Wang Yinfeng's. "Aunt Gui, have you ever visited Holy Spirit City?" Tang San inquired with curiosity. Gei shook her head, replying, "I have not. Merely heard tales. It is not a place accessible to ordinary vassals. It is where the most formidable beings of the demon tribes gather. A single sneeze from a powerful demon could spell our doom. It is said to be an enormous city without visible limits." After finishing dinner, Wang Yinfeng and Tang San retired early to rest. Sitting cross-legged on the bed to cultivate, Tang San could distinctly feel the swiftness with which he absorbed the ambient spiritual energy. The atmosphere in Jelly was particularly rich in spiritual essence, and he noticed varying concentrations in different locales within the city. Their current lodging, however, was in a region of relatively thin energy. The night passed without incident. The following morning, after breakfast, Wang Yinfeng and Tang San departed the small inn to head towards the ancestral residence of the Wind Wolf clan. Nestled in a more central area of Jelly, the ancestral home was situated in a basin city of considerable size, necessitating a leisurely pace on foot as they could not run along the streets. After a lengthy walk of over 2 hours, Tang San finally spotted the location of the Wind Wolf clan's ancestral residence. He recognized it instantly due to the imposing courtyard wall adorned with a massive emblem of a wolf's head. This wolf's head, measuring over 3 meters in diameter, stood out prominently atop the tall entrance gate, emitting a faint azure-gray glow that enriched the surrounding air with wind elements. There was even a subtle current that seemed to repel all near the entrance. This was an entire block of wind spirit stone, weighing an astonishing amount. From the outside, the courtyard walls of the Wind Wolf clan's residence extended for at least 100 meters on either side. Towering 10 meters high, effectively concealing everything within from view. As they approached the courtyard wall, an invisible pressure seemed to descend, making it difficult to breathe. Wang Yinfeng guided Tang San along the wall, and as they neared the grand entrance, several wolf demons, likely of the 4th tier, obstructed their path. There were 4 wolf demons stationed at the entrance, each towering over 2 meters, clearly of the 4th tier. Wang Yinfeng promptly activated his Wind Wolf transformation, his body swelling, and his eyes radiating a brilliant azure light, establishing his identity as a vassal of the Wind Wolf clan. "What brings you here?" one of the wolf demons inquired coldly. Hastily, Wang Yinfeng replied, "We hail from Wind Wolf Town and are here to deliver this year's tribute list to the clan leader. We kindly request your assistance in notifying him." Upon hearing that he was there to deliver the tribute list, the demeanor of the Wind Wolf clan demon softened slightly. "You may enter with me," he said, leading the way inside. Wang Yinfeng quickly followed suit. Just as Tang San was about to join them, a massive hand belonging to one of the wolf demons blocked his path. "The kid stays out. What business does a little brat have inside? Are you trying to get yourself killed? Wait outside." Taken aback, Tang San looked to Wang Yinfeng, who was equally surprised, realizing this was likely due to Tang San's tender age, prompting disdain from the wolf demons. Wang Yinfeng quickly instructed Tang San, "You should wait for me outside. Go over there. In front of the ancestral residence of the Wind Wolf clan lies a relatively spacious area, resembling a small square. At the center of this square stands a colossal ancient tree, so vast that it would require at least 12 people to encircle it. The expansive canopy offers generous shade, creating a serene atmosphere. This locale is the very heart of the entire Jelly City." Previously, Wang Yinfeng had informed Tang San that the ancestral homes of several prominent clans are situated within this vicinity. Wang Yinfeng discreetly gestured to Tang San, indicating that he should wait by the grand tree and refrain from lingering before the wolf demons, lest they subject him to excessive questioning or, out of annoyance, take unwarranted actions against him. Tang San obediently acknowledged with a nod and turned to walk away. The wolf demons evidently did not regard him as a significant presence, as their leader led Wang Yinfeng into the ancestral home without a second glance at him. Tang San couldn't help but feel a sense of disinterest. He had initially harbored hopes of exploring the Wind Wolf clan's ancestral residence, yearning to experience the energy levels of the clan's higher echelons and to survey the terrain in preparation for a future endeavor to pilfer the Wind Wolf bloodline. Yet, to his disappointment, he was unable to even step inside. He meandered to the base of the ancient tree, with a vast canopy cast a generous expanse of shade, and the air became increasingly fresh. In this core area of Jelly City, encounters with demons were scarce, and he could see other grand residences in the distance. Avoid drawing unnecessary attention from the gatekeeping wolf demons. Tang San chose to circle around to the other side of the tree, seeking a place to sit and await Wang Yinfeng. As he settled on the opposite side of the tree, he noticed a modest shop by the roadside in the distance. Is there a shop here? This establishment appeared to have separate entrances for the front and back. The front was a storefront while the rear seemed to be a living space that a sign was hung outside, proclaiming, "Mei Gongzi Milk Tea Shop." Chapter 30. I am not Xiao Wu. I am Mei Gongzi, a shop selling milk tea. What is milk tea? In Tang San's past life, such a thing did not exist, having arrived in this world. He had yet to encounter it. It appeared to be a beverage of some sort. Although few demons traversed this area, the milk tea shop seemed to enjoy a thriving business, with a steady stream of demons stopping by to purchase a cup. The cups appeared to be quite sizable. Tang San focused his gaze, his purple light flickering as he activated his purple extreme demon eye to observe the milk tea shop. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback to discover that the shop was run by two human women. One appeared slightly older, around 30, possessing extraordinary beauty, with black hair and dark eyes, her face perpetually adorned with a gentle smile that exuded warmth and approachability. It could be said that she was the most beautiful woman Tang San had encountered since arriving in this world. Beside her was a younger girl, seemingly around 16 or 17, with a fair complexion, busily assisting in the shop. Human vassals. Remarkably, they were able to operate a shop in the very center of Jelly City. Moreover, it appeared that the demons who came to purchase the milk tea showed them no signs of discrimination, merely buying their drinks and departing, presumably using the most basic demon currency. The prices of the milk tea were evidently quite reasonable, as some demons even bought multiple cups. The name a Gongzi milk tea shop was intriguing. Was the older woman indeed Mei Gongzi? The name was quite fitting, and she certainly lived up to it. Tang San rummaged through his belongings, recalling that Wang Yinfeng had previously given him some demon currency made from wind spirit stones, which essentially contained energy equivalent to that of demon currency. He felt an impulse to purchase a cup of milk tea to experience its flavor. The human proprietors evoked an unexplainable sense of familiarity within him. Ever since arriving in Jelly City, he had felt a persistent tension within himself. Now, gazing at the shop before him, he found himself wondering what the milk tea might taste like. Looking around, he noted the absence of any demons nearby. And the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop had just seen off a few customers, leaving a brief lull in activity. Taking a deep breath, he produced a demon coin crafted from wind spirit stone and hastened toward the shop. This would be the first time he intended to engage in commerce using the currency of this world. With each step, he drew nearer to the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop, and a delicate aroma of milk wafted out from within, enticing him and causing him to swallow involuntarily. As he approached within mere meters of the shop, he could see the two women inside busily attending to their tasks. He could see that moment. A figure emerged from the back room, approaching the older woman and speaking to her with a smile. Tang San's steps came to an abrupt halt, his entire being freezing in place. In that instant, he felt as if every pore in his body had burst open. His eyes widening in disbelief. He was utterly immobilized, the world around him fading away as only the enchanting figure before him remained in focus. She appeared to be merely 12 or 13 years old, with a petite and proportionate frame, her black hair cascading neatly down her back. Her delicate features were adorned with exquisite details, perfectly inheriting the beauty of the older woman while also radiating a vivacious and whimsical charm. Her large, dark eyes blinked, the long lashes quivering gently. Is it really you? Is it really you? Is it really you? Frozen like a statue, Tang San felt a wave of emotion wash over him, rendering everything else insignificant in that moment. Despite the changes in her appearance and the transformation of her aura, the imprint etched deeply within his consciousness unmistakably embedded her image in his heart. Tang San could hardly fathom that he would encounter her so effortlessly. In that fleeting moment, his resistance to this world filled with malice dissipated entirely. Within the depths of his being, only gratitude remained. His heart trembled, his body unable to move even a fraction. Yes, it is her. It is indeed her. Memories of his past life surged within him, intertwining with his thoughts. This was a fated reunion, the singular pursuit of his heart. He stood merely a few meters away from the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop, and the three individuals inside noticed him. The older woman regarded the dazed Tang San with surprise, while the young girl beside her also took notice. The girl furrowed her brow, and the older woman spoke to her, gesturing toward Tang San. The black-haired girl nodded and then vanished from his sight. Tang San's rigid body instinctively took a step forward, his mouth opening as if to call out, "Don't go." As that figure slipped away from his view, a profound emptiness flooded his heart. "Hey, here, drink this." At that moment, a melodious voice rang in his ears. Tang San was momentarily stunned, slowly turning his head, his stiff body beginning to tremble. The familiar yet unfamiliar figure, the one who had haunted his dreams, stood before him, and a cup was extended toward him, carrying the faint aroma of milk and tea. The black-haired girl observed Tang San's dazed expression and frowned once more. She thrust the milk tea into his hands, exclaiming impatiently, "Stop staring and hurry up and go." The distance between them was so minimal, and Tang San's voice trembled as he uttered, Xiao Wu." The black-haired girl paused for a moment, then turned to glance back at the milk tea shop, where the older woman waved to her, saying, "Xiao Mei, come back." "Okay, Mama," the girl replied, turning to head back. Tang San clutched the milk tea, which trembled in his grasp, instinctively taking a step forward. Just then, the black-haired girl turned back to him, saying, "You've mistaken me. I'm not Xiao Wu. Everyone calls me Mei Gongzi," holding the warm milk tea that vibrated in his hand. Tang San opened his mouth, but found himself utterly speechless, unable to utter a single word. Having spent 9 years in this world, he had witnessed the suffering of humanity, lost his mother, and faced the constant threat of being slain by demon clans. Yet, amidst the warmth he received from Wang Yinfeng's family, nothing had stirred his heart as profoundly as this moment. In 3 lifetimes, he had experienced far too much. However, when he met his beloved once more today, after a passage of 9 long years filled with countless longings and anxieties, his emotions became utterly uncontrollable. As the beautiful gentleman re-entered the shop, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably, tea that very moment. Vivid memories of their past life flooded his mind, recalling her charming smile from another era. Two figures, though distinct in appearance, slowly merged in his thoughts. Chapter 31. Nothing could be more beautiful than this. The sunlight seemed to shine even brighter, and the air around him felt refreshingly crisp, in a world so unwelcoming to humanity. This moment was exquisite for Tang. He had finally discovered the reincarnation of his wife, a task far simpler than he had anticipated. Without traversing the continents or enduring trials, he had found her. What could possibly be more wonderful than this? Xiao Wu, beautiful gentleman, beautiful gentleman. At that moment, the beautiful gentleman had returned to the shop, where her mother was speaking to her. Surprised, she glanced towards Tang San outside, catching sight of his tear-streaked face. Confusion flickered in her lovely eyes, while her mother offered Tang San a kind smile, gesturing with her hand as if to raise a cup, inviting him to drink some milk tea. Gradually, Tang San's emotions began to settle. In that instant, his consciousness trembled, his hands shook, yet he cautiously ensured not a single drop of milk tea spilled as he brought the wooden cup to his lips. The subtle fragrance of milk entwined with the delicate aroma of tea, accompanied by a hint of sweetness, cascaded down his throat. The warmth of the milk tea enveloped him, filling his heart as if it had been replenished. At this moment, his heart was no longer empty or wandering. He had rediscovered the fateful connection that belonged to him. What could be more beautiful than this? For the first time, he felt a flicker of gratitude towards the wolf demon. It was precisely because those wind wolves barred him from entering the ancestral home that he had the chance to encounter the beautiful gentleman. Everything was indeed the best arrangement. Taking another sip of milk tea and wiping away his tears, Tang San turned and returned to sit beneath the grand tree. The cup of beautiful gentleman's milk tea in his hand was the most delightful beverage he had ever tasted in this world. Tears were gone, yet a gentle smile graced his face. He had found her. Nothing could surpass this joy. He gazed from a distance at the milk tea shop, observing the busy mother and daughter inside. In this life, she was human. For 9 years, he had dedicated himself to cultivation, rarely allowing himself to think deeply. He understood that to seek his wife's reincarnation, he must first grow stronger, and at that moment, his mind felt rejuvenated. He needed to contemplate how to swiftly approach her, to protect her closely, and to make her fall in love with him again, truly walking alongside him. Nothing was more urgent to him than this. Whether you are Xiao Wu or the beautiful gentleman, you are destined to be my wife. Just then, a voice filled with mild surprise broke his reverie. Tang San, where did you get that milk tea? Startled from his thoughts, Tang San looked up to see Wang Yinfeng had approached him. From his expression, it was evident that the mission had been successfully accomplished. Tang San pointed towards the distant milk tea shop. Teacher, have you seen the shop? The milk tea is delicious, Wang Yinfeng paused, shaking his head. This is the core area of Jelly City. I rarely come here. Whenever I do, it's usually a quick trip to the ancestral home before leaving. Let us go. The demon nobles living here are not known for their good-tempered. Tang San nodded. Yet, as if recalling something, he suddenly exclaimed, Teacher, wait for me a moment. As he spoke, he dashed towards the beautiful gentleman's milk tea shop. Upon arriving at the shop's entrance, he saw the beautiful gentleman counting coins inside, categorizing the demon currency. Her mother had just sent off a demon guest. What is the matter, young man? Is the milk tea good? As he got closer, Tang San could sense the beauty of the beautiful gentleman's mother. A gentle, warm beauty that enveloped him like a spring breeze, her eyes radiating a soft warmth. Tang San took out the only wind spirit stone demon coin he had and placed it on the table. Auntie, the milk tea is very good. Thank you. This is payment, don't worry about it. The milk tea is a gift, the beautiful gentleman's mother replied gently. You should leave quickly. The demons passing by here aren't known for their amiable dispositions. Annie, I must pay. Thank you. Also, my name is Tang. As he spoke those words, his gaze was fixed on the beautiful gentleman tea that moment. She had her back turned to him and did not react. Tang San took one last deep look at her, but soon he heard Wang Yinfeng calling from a distance. Despite the profound reluctance and longing in his heart, he had no choice but to leave briskly. The beautiful gentleman's mother watched the boy with a hint of surprise. With her experience, she could see that Tang San's gaze held something different for her daughter. Although her daughter was young, she was well aware of her beauty. However, the way this human boy looked at her was not merely admiration or infatuation. There was a profound emotion embedded within, even with traces of tears at the corners of his eyes. Was this a case of sentimentality triggered by the scenery? Tang San returned to Wang Yinfeng's side, finishing the last sip of milk tea. Yet he still held onto the empty cup, reluctant to release it, as it carried a lingering essence of her presence. Are you all right? On the way back to the hotel, Tang San followed closely behind Wang Yinfeng, no longer glancing around as he had upon arrival, but instead walking with his head down, embodying the demeanor of a loyal subordinate. Wang Yinfeng sensed the change in his emotions and, upon returning to the hotel, inquired with concern, Are you all right, my student? I'm fine, teacher. I'm doing well. Really well. Tang San smiled broadly, a smile that radiated from the depths of his heart. Wang Yinfeng observed the smile on his face and remarked, It seems that cup of milk tea made quite an impression on you. Indeed, although this world harbors countless malice towards us, there remains beauty in your life. Even when faced with hostility every day, you should cherish that beauty within your heart. Only then can you face the sun with hope and a sense of happiness. Undoubtedly, his words were heartfelt, and within Tang San's heart, he resonated with them deeply. Now that the important matters are settled, we can linger in the city for a couple of days. Shall I take you around? Wang Yinfeng suggested with a smile that he had successfully completed his task, and the Wind Wolf clan leader had approved the tribute quantity. Upon returning, he could report back to the Wind Wolf leader without issue. Tang San asked, Teacher, are there any lively places in Jelly City I would like to explore? Wang Yinfeng replied, There isn't too much in the way of excitement, but as I said, be cautious with your words and actions. Stay close to me. All right, no problem. Tang San readily agreed. Wang Yinfeng continued, I haven't been here a long time. Let me ask Gui. When he found Gui and mentioned his intention to take Tang San to a more lively place. Gui responded, There are indeed lively spots nearby, and quite a few at that. By the way, there is an event happening not far from here tonight. The annual Jelly City Collision Competition. Not only the demons from Jelly City will participate, but also some strong clans from surrounding villages and towns. What is the collision competition? Wang Yinfeng inquired with curiosity. Chapter 32. The collision competition, Gui explained. The collision competition involves two competitors starting simultaneously from a distance of 30 meters and crashing into each other. The one who retreats the most loses, while the other is declared the winner. Different ranks of demon clans are categorized into separate groups, typically starting from the 3rd rank up to the 6th rank. It is a grand event for the younger generation of demon clans. The reason for the upper limit of 6 ranks is that collisions involving stronger beings above that rank could result in unnecessary injuries or fatalities. And those above 6th rank usually lack interest in such game-like competitions. That sounds quite intriguing. However, given the different traits of the races, it's likely that the sturdier ones will have an advantage. Wang Yinfeng remarked with a smile. Guige added, I've watched it once, and there are indeed some techniques involved. Let us do this. The time is getting late, so we'll have dinner first. And then we should just be in time for the competition to begin. Tang San and Wang Yinfeng visited the ancestral home of the Wind Wolf clan today. The journey took over 4 hours round trip. And after accounting for the time spent there, they returned in the afternoon. Regarding the collision tournament, Tang San had no objections, especially since the competition featured monsters ranging from the 3rd to the 6th rank. Precisely aligning with his aspirations, upon encountering the beautiful gentleman, his thoughts became invigorated, and the first notion that surged within him was an urgent desire for power, a yearning more intense than before. The beautiful gentleman's milk tea shop is situated in the heart of Jelly City, a place undoubtedly teeming with formidable monsters of the 8th and 9th ranks. After a long-awaited reunion, nothing mattered more than ensuring her safety. To protect her, he must first grow stronger. Merely possessing strength at the 4th rank was evidently insufficient. Through years of cultivation, Tang San had gradually unraveled the relationship between the Xiantian art he practiced and the energy of the monster bloodlines in this world. The Xiantian art possessed the abilities of devouring and transformation, allowing him to convert absorbed external energies into his own power, leaving behind a bloodline imprint within his body. Through this imprint, he could reverse the transformation of the Xiantian art to unleash similar abilities. The stronger the imprint, the more powerful the skills he could manifest during the transformation. The monster bloodline imprint residing within him served as a permit for various skill levels that he not only needed to enhance the Xiantian art, but also to elevate the level of his imprints to unlock more formidable capabilities, thereby augmenting his own power. According to Tang San's research and sensations, it seemed that until he broke through the 9th level of the Xiantian art, he would have to cultivate in this manner. Consequently, the best way for him to quickly elevate his strength was to acquire a variety of skills that, in this world, humans inheriting the bloodline of the monster god could only possess one ability. However, through the devouring nature of the Xiantian art, he was not bound by this limitation and could embody multiple capabilities. The more skills he acquired, the stronger he would become, especially when strategically combined. In the bustling city, he could seize opportunities to absorb lower-tier abilities more frequently. He needed to amass skills drawn from the power of monster bloodlines to fortify himself. Simultaneously, the energy he absorbed would convert into the power of the Xiantian art, enabling him to enhance his strength more rapidly. Today marked the most proactive day of cultivation for Tang San since his arrival in this world. The 4th rank was inadequate. The 5th rank was insufficient. He needed to swiftly reach the 9th rank to elevate his consciousness anew, reconstruct his spiritual essence, and restore his divine power. Awakening abilities absent in this world, but possessed in his past life, was essential for genuinely safeguarding the beautiful gentleman. After a brief rest and dinner, Gue changed into a more splendid outfit before leading Wang Yinfeng and Tang San out. The reason for dressing more extravagantly was that appearance bore significant weight in this world. As a vassal race, humans faced relatively few hostilities in large cities, provided they did not provoke the monsters. After all, the monster clans required vassals to serve them. Humans were arguably the most intelligent among all vassal races. Although not particularly powerful, they excelled in performing complex tasks compared to other subordinate species. The collision tournament was not particularly high in level, as it only involved monsters below the 6th rank, mostly comprising young participants. Moreover, the rewards were relatively modest. The first-place prize consisted of 5 elemental coins. While the purchasing power of elemental coins was astonishing, it did not amount to a fortune for most affluent monsters. Furthermore, this was merely the reward for the 6th rank victor. Lower-tier rewards were even less substantial. The 5th rank champion received 4 coins, the 4th rank 3, and the 3rd rank champion was awarded only 1 elemental coin. Those finishing in lower ranks received rewards in Lingxi coins. At it was noteworthy that the highest currency tier was the purple gold coin, followed by the Qianyu coin, neither of which appeared in the tournament rewards. This indicated that the competition was more of a lively event than a substantial contest. The collision tournament was held in a plaza surrounded by a variety of shops selling numerous goods. Had he not encountered the beautiful gentleman beforehand, Tang San might have found these shops more intriguing, as they would greatly aid his understanding of the monster clans. However, his current focus was on the collision tournament. At this moment, the plaza was filled with thousands of monsters. In the center lay an open space, cordoned off by the jelly guards. These guards were not from a single race, but rather selected from various clans. To become a jelly guard, one needed to possess at least 4th rank strength. In the monster clans, military systems were organized by cities. Each of the 7 main cities had its own guards, with higher ranks corresponding to greater power. The 4th rank was merely the most common level for jelly guards, illustrating the formidable strength of the monsters and spirits in this enchanting realm. Among the crowd were many vassal races, with humans being the most numerous. Some human vassals were seen trailing behind monsters, evidently serving as their attendants. At this moment, the competition had yet to commence, and the sky was gradually darkening. However, enormous wooden pillars had been erected around the plaza, adorned with luminous orbs that illuminated the area. The atmosphere here was quite mixed, due to the presence of so many different races, yet the spiritual energy was remarkably dense. Tang San followed Gage and Wang Yinfeng to a corner at the edge of the competition grounds, finally managing to find a place to stand. Here, most of the onlookers were vassal races. The competition area, approximately 50 meters in diameter, was circular and surrounded by jelly guards. Along one side of the arena, a platform held coins. It was Tang San's first encounter with elemental coins, each of different elements radiating distinct glows, overshadowing the nearby Lingxi coins, particularly noticeable in the night. The Lingxi coins appeared dark silver, exuding an ancient and understated aura. Although they lacked the dazzling brilliance of elemental coins, they nonetheless imparted a peculiar feeling to Tang San. The collision tournament was about to begin. A booming voice resonated. Chapter 33. I want to compete instantly. The monsters surrounding the competition area erupted into deafening cheers, evoking a sensation akin to being amidst a herd of beasts. A towering figure, a muscular giant, stepped into the inner circle, standing upright. His massive frame reached a height of 4 meters, exuding an aura of ferocity. His body was covered in black fur, with no upper garments, only a pair of tight leather pants around his waist. A large white fur V-shaped pattern adorned his chest. From his appearance, Tang San could discern that he was likely a bear monster, though he could not identify the specific clan. This was the Violent Bear Clan, a strong warrior race among bear monsters, second only to the royal clan. They were exceptionally gifted and possessed immense strength. Adult members of the Violent Bear Clan were inherently 6th-rank beings, Gue whispered. Violent Bear Clan, Tang San mentally noted. Adult 6th rank. Indeed, these powerful monster races are formidable. The bear monster from the Violent Bear Clan was now standing in the center of the competition arena, letting out a roar that suppressed all surrounding cheers. At least 7th rank. Wang Yinfeng muttered. This was clearly an elite among the Violent Bear Clan. The collision tournament follows the old tradition. The collision point remains the circle beneath my feet. The edge of the circle serves as the starting point for measuring the collision's aftermath. Whoever is closer to the edge is the victor. The burly bear monster declared sternly. Tang San then noticed the circle beneath him, roughly 3 meters in diameter. This meant that both parties would accelerate toward each other, colliding within the circle. After the collision, whoever was knocked further away would be the winner. This also indicated that the faster one was, the more advantageous their position would be in the circle. Therefore, it was not merely a contest of strength, but also of speed. Those of the 3rd rank may now register. Whoever achieves 10 consecutive victories or faces no challengers will be the victor of today's competition. With a grand gesture, the bear monster announced the commencement of the collision tournament. Tang San turned to Wang Yinfeng beside him and asked, Teacher, during the collision tournament, can one utilize techniques when colliding? For instance, can one use innate skills to attack the opponent? Of course, the monster clans hold martial prowess in the highest regard. Although the collision tournament is a straightforward contest, if you have the capability, any ability may be employed. No means are off limits in the pursuit of victory. The rules of the monster clans have always been to focus solely on the victor, disregarding the process. Tang San nodded in realization, pondering for a moment before inquiring, Teacher, may I register? Wang Yinfeng was momentarily taken aback, while Guege instantly directed her gaze towards Tang San. Are you intending to sign up? Gue's voice rose slightly in pitch. I wish to give it a try. There's a chance to win money. Tang San indicated towards the victor's reward displayed on a distant table. Wang Yinfeng looked at Gue, who furrowed her brow and remarked, vassal races are also permitted to compete. However, generally speaking, it is challenging to compare with the demon tribes. Moreover, they tend to be more ruthless towards vassal races, showing no restraint that if one were to be killed, it would be deserved. Are you truly certain you want to attempt this? Tang San nodded earnestly and replied, I want to try. Teacher, I possess a certain degree of confidence. Even if I cannot emerge victorious, I should not incur significant losses. Wang Yinfeng held a fair understanding of his abilities, yet he added, in terms of power, I shall rely on cunning to overcome strength. Tang San interjected without hesitation. Given that the collision competition does not take the process into account, but rather focuses solely on the outcome, I stand a chance. Had he not encountered the beautiful young gentleman earlier in the day, he would have never contemplated participating in such a collision competition. Before truly maturing, remaining low-key was the wisest course of action. However, after meeting the beautiful young gentleman today, his heart brimmed with a fierce determination. Time waits for no one. He could no longer afford to cultivate in a passive manner, even if it required taking risks. He must hasten his journey towards greater strength. Only by doing so could he hope to be by the side of the beautiful young gentleman to protect her. Gue whispered, isn't this too risky? Regardless of victory or defeat, the consequences may not be favorable. Tang San produced a cloth handkerchief from his pocket. One he had brought from the inn, he folded it into a triangular shape and covered his face, tying it at the back of his head to obscure his features. Teacher, Aunt Gue, after I finish the competition, I will return on my own. You need not worry about me. This way, I'll one tea be exposed, Tang San stated. Wang Yinfeng pondered for a moment and replied, very well, be cautious. Are you planning to register for the 3rd or 4th tier? If it's the 3rd tier, you may conceal your strength to some extent, and it should go unnoticed. Yet Tang San replied, I will go for the 4th tier. The reward for the 4th tier are more substantial. Teacher, I shall take my leave. As he spoke, he crouched down and slipped into the throng of people behind him. Are you truly allowing him to compete? Gue looked at Wang Yinfeng in disbelief. And what is this 4th tier? Does he genuinely possess the strength of a true 4th tier? Wang Yinfeng nodded affirmatively and said, this child cannot be judged by conventional standards. Although he is merely 9 years old, he exhibits far greater composure than his peers. Despite having only studied with me for a year, he consistently imparts a sense of assurance in whatever he undertakes. He must have his own plans. Over the past year, he had instructed Tang San and several others in various disciplines. However, it was precisely due to the knowledge imparted by Tang San that his own strength had visibly improved, bringing him to the cusp of the 4th tier. Remarkably, this progress had been achieved in just a year. This was unfathomable in the past. Thus, his sentiments towards Tang San differed from those he held for the other 4 children. He was also aware of Tang San's ascension to the 4th tier at the age of 9. Achieving the 4th tier is exceedingly rare, even among the exceptionally gifted demon tribes, aside from those inherently powerful races. Within the Wind Wolf tribe, he had yet to encounter anyone who reached the 4th tier at such a young age. This implies that Tang San, possessing the Wind Wolf transformation, surpassed even the innate talent of the Wind Wolf tribe. Under normal circumstances, such a phenomenon would be inconceivable for a vassal race, underscoring Tang San's extraordinary talent. Even Wang Yinfeng himself was not entirely cognizant of the extent of his disciple's current capabilities. In practical lessons, Tang San had seldom participated. Today, however, he had proactively requested to join the collision competition, eager to gauge just how far he could push his limits in this relatively low-risk contest. As Tang San navigated through the crowd, he clarified the rules of the competition's rewards. Regardless of the tier, winning a single match would yield a Lingxi coin. This reward was undoubtedly a fortune for those of the vassal class. Thus, upon arriving at the registration area, he noticed that numerous human vassals and other vassal races were also signing up, evidently eager to secure a victory and earn a Lingxi coin in each tier competition. Only the final champion would be awarded elemental coins. The higher the tier, the greater the number of elemental coins awarded. Upon receiving elemental coin rewards, participants could select coins that aligned with their attributes. Tang San's motive for entering the competition was not merely to acquire these coins. His primary objective was to seize the opportunity to absorb the bloodline power of various races encountered in this contest, thereby enhancing his Xiantian skill. Simultaneously, he aimed to augment the diverse abilities afforded by the bloodline imprint. Each unique skill served a distinct purpose, and the innate abilities of different demon tribes wielded their own formidable powers. The more skills he possessed, the greater his control would become. For instance, the wind blades granted by his current Wind Wolf bloodline boasted a power level of approximately the 4th tier, while the Leopard Flash ability from the Flash Leopard tribe was likely only at the 3rd tier, not yet reaching the 4th. After all, when Zhu Jiasun had encountered him, he had already sustained severe injuries, weakening the bloodline power. These bloodline imprints could evolve by consuming more abilities of the same type. A notion Tang San had thoroughly confirmed through his experiments with the Wind Wolf tribe. Consequently, his paramount motivation for participating in the competition was to absorb the bloodline power of the demon tribes, thereby fortifying his own strength. Chapter 34. The competition commences while Tang San queued to register. The 3rd-tier competition had already begun. His diminutive stature and the densely packed crowd obscured his view of the proceedings. Yet he could hear the resounding cheers and the heavy thuds of collisions. The pace of the collision competition was naturally rapid. The participants accelerated, charged, collided, and determined the victor. The vassals and demons signing up, though numerous, moved swiftly. When it was Tang San's turn, he couldn't help but feel a bit bemused. The registration process was surprisingly simple, that a table held number plates indicating the tier and the corresponding number. All a registrant had to do was take a number plate to enter the competition without any need for formal registration. After all, this was merely a recreational competition among the demon tribes. And being below the 6th tier, there were not many formalities involved. The area for collecting number plates had no staff. Participants could simply take one at will. However, after obtaining a number plate, they were required to queue on the other side to compete directly, meaning that once a number plate was taken, one had to participate. The guards responsible for maintaining order couldn't help but chuckle when they noticed the diminutive human child taking a number plate. Yet none intervened. Tang San knew instinctively that the guards, with their malicious glances, were eager to witness his demise. Both the demons in front and behind him were significantly taller, obstructing his line of sight. These demons were oblivious to the existence of the human vassal, whose height barely reached 1.30 meters. Their gazes never descended to such a low level. Tang San craned his neck, peering through the gaps in the crowd towards the collision competition arena. At this moment, the 3rd-tier match was in full swing. The ground was already stained with the blood of various races that a recent clash had just concluded, featuring a creature from the violent bear tribe, standing less than 2 meters tall, which appeared to be a juvenile. Its opponent resembled a lizard-like entity. As they collided, the lizard suddenly sank its body, swiftly pivoting and sweeping its tail towards the legs of the violent bear. However, the violent bear leapt into the air just as it entered the collision zone, delivering a powerful kick to the lizard, sending it flying. The impact only ceased when it collided with the crowd of onlookers, halted by the guards. The sound of bones cracking echoed from the lizard, while the cheers from the surrounding demons, particularly those from the violent bear tribe, grew deafeningly loud. The victor embodies the principle of survival of the fittest, a core belief among the demon tribes. This seemingly small bear exhibited extraordinary might. Not only was it powerful, but also demonstrated considerable skill to end the subsequent rounds, whether through brute force or tactical maneuvers. It maintained the upper hand, achieving consecutive victories. Through careful observation, Tang San deduced that this juvenile bear from the violent bear tribe likely possessed an innate ability akin to rage. Whenever it exerted its full strength, its body would swell, its fur bristling, and its power would markedly increase. Its originally brownish eyes would transform into a striking red. When a creature resembling a porcupine clashed with it directly, it was sent flying by a blow from the bear's shoulder. Although the porcupine's quills had left 2 wounds on the bear, it was clearly at a disadvantage in terms of strength. This juvenile bear, though a 3rd tier, demonstrated combat prowess that rivaled that of a 4th tier. Such disparities highlighted the varying innate talents across different races. This was Tang San's first encounter with so many demon tribes. He meticulously observed each race's abilities, committing their unique traits to memory. As he simultaneously analyzed within the depths of his heart whether these abilities would be advantageous to him, he had already formed a relatively accurate assessment of the connection between the Xiantian skill and the bloodlines of the monster races in this world. However, the sole uncertainty that plagued him was the extent to which he could accumulate various bloodlines during his future process of devouring. In other words, he pondered how many imprints of monster bloodlines his Xiantian skill could ultimately retain, and whether this was related to the level of the skill itself. Currently, he possessed only two forms: the Wind Wolf transformation and the Flash Leopard transformation, which granted him the abilities of Windblade and Leopard Flash, respectively. Both of these powers were immensely useful, one enhancing speed and the other providing long-range attack capabilities, provided they could be continually improved. He firmly believed that he could not infinitely enhance the abilities he had devoured. There must be a limit to their quantity, the specifics of which remained unclear to him. He harbored a vague hypothesis that required experimentation to ascertain its validity. The ultimate victor of the third tier was a young violent bear. Upon defeating 10 adversaries, it roared triumphantly in the center of the arena. Ultimately, it chose 1 fire element coin and 1 earth element coin, along with 10 spirit coins as its prize for victory. The host of the collision competition, a violent bear, lifted the young bear high above his head, roaring loudly in the center of the arena. "This is my son. Have you all seen? My son is first in the third tier." Roar, roar, roar. The cheers and roars reverberated, causing the very earth to tremble. The subservient races dared not voice a sound in such a spectacle, trembling in fear. The participants in the competition were predominantly from the third tier. Tang San noticed at least 7 severely injured, 2 of whom were uncertain to survive. As the third tier concluded, it was time for the fourth tier's contest. A robust pig demon slowly entered the arena, its body covered in iron-black fur, with a particularly massive head and standing approximately 2 meters tall. Its back was exceedingly broad, showcasing its remarkable strength, with 2 stout tusks protruding from its lips. Growling menacingly, the boar race possessed 2 rare innate abilities. Indeed, the innate abilities of the monster races were not limited to just one. That Wang Yinfeng had previously explained this to him, yet having multiple abilities did not necessarily equate to strength. However, it was generally observed that the elite monster races and spirit races possessed several innate abilities. The boar race's innate powers were charge and backstab. The spines on the back of the boar could shoot out. And the charge ability was self-explanatory. The stronger the boar, the more spines it had on its back. This fourth-tier boar had as many as 8 spines raised and poised to launch as it took its place on one side of the arena. Tang San held no interest in the innate abilities of the boar race. As for the other races, he had no desire to become a pig. Neither the charge nor the backstab were abilities he sought. Its opponent in this fourth tier was a flash leopard. This marked Tang San's first encounter with a member of the flash leopard race in today's collision competition, as none had appeared in the previous third-tier matches. The flash leopard was known for its speed, and frontal collisions were not its forte, hence its absence in earlier rounds. The fourth-tier flash leopard, slender and standing around 2 meters tall, did not exude overwhelming stature. Yet its narrowed eyes gleamed with a hint of malevolence, and its prominent fangs jutted downwards. Its seemingly lean physique was taut with muscle, radiating vitality. Begin, with a thunderous roar from the violent bear, serving as the host. Both contenders launched from their respective sides. The flash leopard, swift as lightning, charged towards its opponent, nearly instantaneously entering the collision zone. In the meantime, the boar's 8 spines shot forth without reservation during its wild dash. As the boar unleashed its backstabs, Tang San could not help but regard it with newfound respect. The backstabs it fired were not aimed at the leopard, but rather at other directions. However, these 8 spines effectively sealed all potential escape routes for the flash leopard. The boar was absolutely confident in its frontal collision strength to shatter the flash leopard, yet it feared the leopard's speed. Should the flash leopard evade its charge, it would undoubtedly propel itself far away, leading to a loss. If the boar and violent bear races were considered powerful entities in the collision competition, the flash leopard represented the realm of skill. When strength met technique, The former must first endeavor to restrain the latter's finesse. According to the rules, a collision must occur within 3 seconds of entering the inner circle, followed by a judgment of the ultimate victor. The boar's charge was not at full speed, yet even at a reduced pace. Its tough hide and substantial bulk would suffice for victory in a frontal clash. The only concern was the opponent's evasion, which its backstabs could mitigate. The 4th-tier flash leopard remained unperturbed before the 8 spines. Maintaining its rapid forward momentum, it charged straight ahead, seemingly oblivious to the 8 spines. As long as it did not attempt to dodge, it would not be struck. Both contestants approached the collision zone. Tang San's gaze shimmered with violet energy. Everything appeared to slow in his eyes. The boar raised its tusks, while the flash leopard, appearing to charge straight ahead, glimmered with yellow light as it activated its leopard flash ability. Their forms intersected almost instantaneously. With a resounding crash, the boar was propelled out of the collision zone, while the flash leopard soared upwards, performing a roll in the air before landing steadily in the center of the collision zone. Undoubtedly, the 4th-tier flash leopard emerged victorious. Most of the monster races had not caught the details of the collision, as the leopard's speed was astonishingly swift. After its victory, a chorus of astonished voices erupted. Yet, Tang San had witnessed everything clearly as the two were about to collide. The flash leopard had almost instantaneously leaped up, skimming perilously close to the boar's tusks, then forcefully kicked off the boar's back. Though the boar did not charge with full force, it had activated its charge ability, and its speed was merely reduced during the run. Moreover, it had sealed the flash leopard's evasion routes with its backstabs, believing it would certainly make contact. Yet, the flash leopard deftly soared over its head, its hind legs propelling it upwards with such force that it exited the collision zone. The outcome was thus rendered clear. Ultimately, the boar had lost to technique. Tang San mused that had he been advising the boar, he would have advised against prematurely releasing its backstabs to seal off escape routes. The flash leopard, despite its speed, would have faced considerable danger from the sudden onslaught of the 8 boar spines at close range. Unable to predict their trajectory, the boar had not fully utilized the advantages of its 2 innate skills. While the flash leopard had clearly dominated with its speed, skillful technique, and composed demeanor, the subsequent battles further validated Tang San's assessment of the flash leopard. It achieved consecutive victories, toppling 3 successive 4th-tier opponents with its speed and technique. Roar, roar, roar. It's my turn now. Prepare to meet your demise. A robust rhinoceros demon with a horn on its nose bellowed from the edge of the participant waiting area. With formidable defensive capabilities, it excelled at charging as well. It had resolved to charge directly into the collision zone against the remarkably swift leopard, confident that no technique would prevail against its formidable defenses. That it was certain it could triumph over its adversary. Yet, just as it was about to step forward, a voice suddenly called out, "Wait, it's not your turn yet." The nearly 3-meter-tall 4th-tier rhinoceros demon paused, looking down in surprise at its astonishment. It discovered a diminutive figure standing before it, one it had previously overlooked. The small figure's face was obscured by a cloth, concealing its features. Yet, its stature clearly indicated it was a human, a remarkably petite one at that. What nonsense is this? Get lost! The rhinoceros demon swung its massive hand to sweep the figure aside. However, the small figure darted forward like an arrow, entering the competition arena while brandishing its contestant badge. 4th tier, number 6. Indeed, this was Tang San's badge that he had registered first, thus earning the 6th number among all 4th-tier participants. The leopard demon had already claimed 4 victories at last. It was time for him to step forth. The rhinoceros demon, towering in stature, had been observing the arena from behind Tang San, completely oblivious to his presence. The moment Tang San stepped into the arena, a wave of astonished murmurs erupted around him. For the demon race, the sudden appearance of a human vassal, especially one of the 4th rank, was indeed a shocking occurrence. How could such a diminutive human possess the audacity to enter the arena, especially with his face concealed? The mask was not surprising, for while a vassal might not face the constant threat of death like a slave, offending a powerful demon could still lead to dire consequences. Yet, what courage propelled him to this battleground? The 4th-ranked lightning leopard, having achieved 4 consecutive victories, glimmered with a ferocious light in its eyes that it extended its tongue to lick its sharp fangs, excitement coursing through it at the sight of Tang San. After defeating 4 opponents in succession, the exertion had taken its toll. The Lightning Leopard clan, not known for being the pinnacle of races, understood that enduring 4 matches was a formidable challenge. However, with each additional victory, its chances of claiming the ultimate championship increased. After all, it was rare for any ranks competition to witness a 10-match winning streak. The higher the rank, the slimmer the chances, as all combatants were formidable. And the potential for exhaustion or injury was significant during clashes. The Lightning Leopard. Tang San's presence not only promised to conserve its strength, but also to secure another victory. An undeniably splendid scenario. The next opponent, the Rhinoceros Demon, was formidable, and the Lightning Leopard acknowledged its own lack of effective strategies against this powerful adversary, which also held an advantage over its kind. The 7th-ranked Violent Bear cast a glance at the Lightning Leopard and then at Tang San, its eyes gleaming with a savage light, urging the Lightning Leopard to tear him apart. Tear him apart. Tear him apart. The surrounding demons, after a brief moment of astonishment, erupted into a deafening roar. The audacity of a mere vassal appearing in the 4th-rank arena was, in their eyes, a profound insult. The Lightning Leopard sprang into action, relying solely on its speed to charge towards Tang San, foregoing any display of its abilities. Despite being a collision competition, it regarded the act of shredding its opponent with its claws as a trivial task. At that moment, Tang San also made his move. A cerulean light flowed from his exposed eyes, and although his body underwent little transformation, the gathering of wind elements enveloped him in a veil of ethereal blue light. Wind, blue light? Is this the Wind Wolf transformation? The gaze of the 4th-ranked Lightning Leopard became even more menacing. The Wind Wolf clan and the Lightning Leopard clan had always been bitter enemies. Even if the opponent were merely a vassal, they were still a vassal of the Wind Wolf clan. Among the spectators, there were indeed members of the Wind Wolf clan, and upon realizing that this vassal belonged to their lineage, their first reaction was one of humiliation. This was bound to bring disgrace to the Wind Wolf clan. Chapter 36. Instant Kill. Lightning Leopard ascends. Tang San's speed appeared slower than that of the Lightning Leopard. Therefore, when the Lightning Leopard entered the collision zone, he still had 5 meters to cover. The Lightning Leopard dashed past the collision zone, not even utilizing its lightning dash, its claws already extended forward, its elongated body coiling in preparation. The savage fangs were aimed directly at Tang S, and in its mind, it envisioned the inevitable fate of this vassal human. His arms and chest would be torn apart by its claws, his throat pierced by its fangs. But wait, where did he go? Just as the 4th-ranked Lightning Leopard anticipated savoring the warm, delicious blood of its human prey, it suddenly realized that Tang San had vanished. Sliding, Tang San executed a remarkably peculiar maneuver. As he propelled himself forward, his upper body leaned back entirely, his knees bent, and he glided along the ground. The elongated form of the Lightning Leopard soared directly over his head. In that instant, with a cold gaze, Tang San extended his jade-like hands, the tips of his fingers coalescing into sharp, wind blades. With just a determined thrust of his hands, the Lightning Leopard, rushing forward like a bolt of lightning, had its chest and abdomen completely exposed beneath his grasp. With 2 piercing sounds, Tang San's hands penetrated the Lightning Leopard's abdomen. The Lightning Leopard was not known for its defensive prowess, especially since its abdomen was its most vulnerable area. As Tang San's hands burrowed into its flesh, his legs coiled around its waist. The slender figure, propelled by the Lightning Leopard's momentum, slid forward. The Shintian skill activated at that moment, voraciously absorbing the bloodline power within the Lightning Leopard. His own Lightning Leopard imprint instantly brightened, and a surge of bloodline power flowed into him as it was transformed by the Shintian skill. The Lightning Leopard imprint evolved in an instant. Advancing from the 3rd rank to the 4th, this sudden breakthrough even made Tang San feel as though his body had become lighter. The 4th-ranked Lightning Leopard emitted a pained wail the moment its abdomen was pierced. Yet the next instant, its voice was abruptly silenced. The bloodline power was violently devoured, and in the blink of an eye, the wind blades erupted within its abdomen. From the moment Tang San struck, he had no intention of sparing its life. The lightning leopard was the most suitable race for him to consume, aside from the wind wolf clan. However, if he consumed too much, the other party would inevitably notice. He could not afford to take that risk. Only by silencing it could he ensure a thorough consumption. The observing demons witnessed the lightning leopard pounce and Tang San's body vanish. Their first reaction was to assume that he had been pinned beneath it, and thus was surely doomed, prompting their excited cheers. Yet, the chilling roar of the fourth-ranked lightning leopard jolted them back to reality. The anguished cries came to an abrupt halt, as if someone had grasped its throat. Then, torrents of blood mixed with internal organs erupted from the mouth of the fourth-ranked lightning leopard. Tang San rolled over, emerging from beneath the lightning leopard's carcass. He shook his hands to rid them of the blood, then stepped forward into the collision zone, where the cheers around him seemed to choke in their throats, one step after another. Meanwhile, the fourth-ranked lightning leopard lay motionless in a pool of blood. Silence enveloped the arena, plunging it into a brief stillness. This was a turn of events that none of the demons could have anticipated, that a human, merely a vassal, had slain a fourth-ranked lightning leopard. How could this be? Despite the lightning leopard having fought 4 consecutive matches, despite it not even using its lightning dash skill, how could it have met its demise so easily? Yet, the evidence was undeniable. The blood on Tang San's palm, the crimson liquid still flowing from the lightning leopard's mouth, and the vanishing life force all attested to the reality of the situation. The bright lights illuminated the diminutive figure, and for reasons unknown. It seemed to emanate an icy aura that sent shivers through the hearts of the observing demons. The sudden howl pierced the air. The colossal wolf demon, towering over 2.5 meters, strode forth, unleashing a howl in Tang San's direction. Well done, truly deserving of the bloodline of my wind wolf clan. This wolf demon, evidently possessing 5th-rank prowess, sparkled with fervor in its eyes. Had Tang San's opponent been a member of another race, even if he had utilized the wind wolf transformation, the wind wolf clan would not have reacted with such enthusiasm. However, he had slain a lightning leopard, their most bitter rival. Thus, in that moment, the wind wolf clan disregarded the fact that he was merely a vassal. The shame morphed into exhilaration. Nothing thrilled them more than the destruction of a lightning leopard. With a roar, a massive lightning leopard suddenly leaped into the air, charging directly at Tang San in the collision zone. This lightning leopard's speed was astonishing, its form flashing with yellow light in the air as it activated its lightning dash, reaching Tang San in the blink of an eye, faster than the previous contestant. Even the 5th-rank wind wolf demon, who had just praised Tang San, could not intervene in time. That moment, a colossal hand descended from the sky, ruthlessly striking down upon the seemingly swift form. With a resounding thud, the lightning leopard that had lunged for Tang San was sent flying, crashing into the gathering of demons. Standing beside Tang San was the 7th-rank violent bear, towering over 4 meters. Its eyes gleaming with ferocity as its enormous paw slowly descended. That a loss was a loss. Rules were rules. If revenge was sought, it could wait until after the match. Tang San silently retracted his already extended right foot, preparing to activate his ghostly shadow step, and even his lightning dash was ready. The sudden assault had come from a 5th-ranked lightning leopard. Faced with such swift opponents, he held no absolute confidence. However, the intervention of the 7th-ranked violent bear had diffused the crisis. In the distance, Wang Yanfeng and Guege, watching the spectacle unfold, felt their hearts leap into their throats. Guege turned to Wang Yanfeng, gripping his arm tightly, her nails digging into his skin. "Brother, is this the disciple you taught?" "No, a monster. The 4th-order lightning leopard. Indeed, it is the 4th-order lightning leopard. Participating in the collision competition is one thing, but to have it slain in a single encounter is utterly inconceivable. This the deed of mere human subordinates." Wang Yanfeng's gaze turned vacant as he murmured, "Who am I? Where am I? Who is he?" Meanwhile, standing at the center of the arena was Tang San, gazing up at the towering 7th-order violent bear, a colossal presence in his eyes. Would the match continue? His voice bore a hint of childlike innocence, unmistakably that of a youth. The 7th-order violent bear lowered its head, and perched upon its shoulder was the recently crowned champion of the 3rd-order collision competition, the little violent bear, who gazed back at Tang San with curiosity. "Continue," Chapter 37. Heavy armor technique. Tang San took a deep breath, feeling the surge of energy and the operation of his Xiantian skill within him, as his next opponent stepped into the arena. The rhinoceros demon. Yes, it was the very rhinoceros demon that had failed to notice Tang San earlier. Having assumed it was its turn to compete, the clamor of the crowd had quieted considerably under the imposing presence of the seventh-order violent bear. The lightning leopard that had been sent flying had now risen, its gaze fixated fiercely upon Tang. In today's collision match, the recently slain fourth-order lightning leopard was the first casualty among its kind. As for the death of the subordinates, it was never something they would dwell upon that a subordinate from the Wind Wolf clan had slain a fourth-order lightning leopard. This was undoubtedly a profound humiliation for the lightning leopard clan. Lower-ranked lightning leopards had already returned to convey the news. This moment, Tang San had no time to contemplate the thoughts of the lightning leopard clan, but Wang Yinfeng and Gue were starting to grasp the significance of his masked appearance. The rhinoceros demon let out a low growl, its front limbs planted firmly on the ground, while its right hind leg began to scrape the earth, the aura surrounding it becoming increasingly dense. A layer of dark yellow light enveloped it. This was the heavy armor technique, a specialty of the rhinoceros demon, whose defensive capabilities rank among the highest in the demon realm. Few races could withstand a direct clash with a rhinoceros demon. This fourth-order rhinoceros demon was already a favorite in today's competition. With a roar, the rhinoceros demon suddenly raised its head, its hooves pounding the ground as it charged ferociously towards Tang San, its horn gleaming menacingly, exuding an overwhelming force. Tang San also charged forward, his speed seemingly unchanged from his earlier rush towards the lightning leopard, still cloaked in the ethereal blue light characteristic of the Wind Wolf clan. The distance between them rapidly diminished, and at that moment, Tang San abruptly raised his hand, unleashing two azure wind blades that shot towards the rhinoceros demon. These wind blades traced elegant arcs through the air. The rhinoceros demon caught sight of the flickering azure light in Tang San's hand, but the wind blades appeared to veer off course. Just as doubt flickered in its mind, an overwhelming burst of azure light filled its vision. The two elegantly arcing wind blades had aimed directly for its eyes, perfectly timed to exploit its natural speed and position. As they entered the collision zone, the rhinoceros demon snorted disdainfully, abruptly halting its charge and swiftly closing its eyes. It refused to believe that Tang San's wind blades could penetrate its heavy armor technique, even if the skin around its eyes was one of its most vulnerable areas. Little did it know, Tang San had precisely intended to utilize this moment of blindness. The wind blade struck its eyelids, and while the heavy armor technique did provide some defense, the rhinoceros demon could not help but feel a sharp pain in its eyes, letting out another furious roar. That moment, Tang San had already leapt into the air. The onlooking demons witnessed him wielding an additional wind blade in his hand. Initially azure in hue, the wind blade began to shift in color. As the air currents seemed to coalesce around his palm, the azure blade rapidly transformed into a deep green shade. The rhinoceros demon, with its eyes stinging, had raised its head, but regaining its vision would take time. It could only rely on memory to guide itself into the collision zone. Tang San's slight figure descended gracefully, alighting upon the raised head of the rhinoceros demon as he thrust the deep green wind blade downward, targeting the demon's eyes once more. Simultaneously, his other hand struck the top of the rhinoceros demon's head. With a thud, upon closer inspection, one would notice that as the deep green wind blade pierced its eyelid, the rhinoceros demon's eyelid rapidly sank inward. Its heavy armor technique was indeed formidable, yet it was still merely a fourth-order demon, not particularly strong within its own clan. The defensive capabilities only barely covered its body, merging with its resilient hide, but lacking the ability to project energy outward. In contrast, Tang San's wind blade had compressed the wind element, delivering a sharp thrust at its most vulnerable point, the eyes. In an instant, the wind blade shattered, dispersing into countless green particles, but the rhinoceros demon let out a nearly frenzied, agonizing roar. Its upper body reared up, abandoning any pretense of a collision match. It charged wildly, its massive head thrashing about, intent on using its brute force to eliminate its opponent despite the severe injury to its eyes. Yet, Tang San had already lightly propelled himself upward, landing steadily at the center of the collision zone. No one noticed that the palm he had pressed against the rhinoceros demon's head had briefly flickered with yellow light. The Shintian skills surged within him. The energy expended in the wind blade technique rapidly replenished. However, he was also inwardly astonished. He had not held back during that wind blade strike. While it was not his strongest move, he believed that its penetrative power was formidable, though the fourth-order rhinoceros demon had indeed sustained significant damage to its eyes. It was not completely blinded. This underscored just how resilient the heavy armor technique of the rhinoceros clan truly was. The massive paw of the seventh-order violent bear shot out, seizing the frenzied rhinoceros demon by its horn. With a mighty roar, it summoned its strength, lifting the robust body of the rhinoceros demon high above its head with a single hand. In the next moment, it slammed the demon down onto the ground, rendering it unconscious. Useless. Take it away. Can't you even defeat a subordinate? The disdain in the seventh-order violent bear's voice was laced with anger. 2 consecutive victories. Tang San had defeated both the fourth-order lightning leopard and the fourth-order rhinoceros demon, employing nothing but skill. However, the more powerful demon clans recognized that it was not merely skill at play. The judgment of timing and his composure were key to his triumph. Gui's expression was peculiar. If she had been deeply concerned for Tang San's safety during the first match, now she could only wonder aloud to Wang Yanfeng beside her. Where did you find this little monster? The Wind Wolf clan's wind blades? Is it merely about the wind blades? Moreover, a fourth order at just 9 years old. Such extraordinary talent was rare, even in the human world, where she had scarcely heard of such a prodigy. Wang Yanfeng's eyes sparkled with amazement. He had always known Tang San was strong, but a year ago, when Tang San was still a third order, he had suffered a defeat at his hands. Yet he had never anticipated that Tang San could reach such heights. This was entirely beyond his expectations. With a resounding roar, Tang San's third opponent entered the arena. Compared to the previous rhinoceros demon, this opponent was considerably smaller. Its slender form stood only about 1.5 meters tall, yet it boasted a pair of wings that spread out to exceed 2 meters in wingspan. Its elongated eyes gleamed with a sharp light. If Tang San remembered correctly, this competitor should not have been the one directly behind him. It appeared that a later participant had been brought forth prematurely. Was it specifically chosen to counter him? This must be a type of hawk or falcon demon. Undoubtedly, after witnessing the previous 2 battles, the demons would have concluded that their agility and superior combat skills would give them an advantage over clumsy opponents. Thus, they had sent forth this agile, flight-capable hawk demon to challenge him. For a subordinate to achieve consecutive victories was a source of shame for the demons participating in the collision competition. Tang San needed no further contemplation. He understood the shifting sentiments within the hearts of these demons. A hawk demon. Was it? He chuckled inwardly. Chapter 38. The White-Headed Falcon Demon. This was a white-headed falcon demon, a relatively rare species among the demon clans. Renowned for its swift flight speed and sustained flying ability, its inherent combat prowess was not particularly formidable. However, its flying capabilities and reconnaissance skills were exceptional, as its keen eyes could detect minute changes from 10 miles away. Among the demon clan, it is the finest scout. The white-headed falcon demon evidently made its entrance upon the signal of a higher-ranking demon, with the intent of countering Tang San's agility. In truth, a genuine Wind Wolf clan member would not fear the white-headed falcon demon, for they possess not only the ability to wield wind blades, but also boast considerable physical strength. However, Tang San is merely a subordinate. In the eyes of the demons, his slender physique may enhance his speed, yet it inevitably renders his defenses more vulnerable. Thus, employing the white-headed falcon demon, the master of speed and reconnaissance, against him is indeed a most fitting strategy. The demise of the previous flash leopard was largely attributed to the latter's own carelessness, as perceived by the other demons. Begin with the command of the 7th-tier raging bear. The white-headed falcon demon flapped its wings vigorously, ascending into the sky in the blink of an eye. Its eyes shimmered with a radiant white light, activating its eagle eye bloodline ability. In that instant, its gaze locked onto Tang San. Should Tang San have been in a state of observation, he would have perceived that everything around him seemed to slow down and sharpen in clarity. Under the scrutiny of the falcon demon's eagle eye, even the slightest twitch of Tang San's muscles was distinctly captured, including the frequency of his eyelash tremors. At that moment, Tang San remained stationary, not charging forward, but allowing his arms to hang naturally at his sides, with a glimmer of azure light dancing at his fingertips. The white-headed falcon demon soared to an altitude of 100 meters in an instant. In the next moment, it dove downward, its wings retracting slightly, yet continuously adjusting to control its angle of descent. This ability to alter its flight path is its greatest strength that it relentlessly sought Tang San's weaknesses. The instant it identified one, its eagle eye would lock onto the target, ensuring a decisive strike. In its eyes, Tang San was already a dead man. Yet at that moment, Tang San finally moved, his toes touching the ground as he sprinted towards the collision zone, simultaneously lifting his gaze to meet that of the white-headed falcon demon in the sky. Their eyes locked, and he perceived the white light in the falcon demon's eyes. But at that same instant, the falcon demon caught sight of the purple glimmer in Tang San's gaze. That fleeting hint of purple, though ephemeral, caused the falcon demon to experience a sudden lapse in its mind, as if something had struck its mental realm, plunging it into a momentary daze. In the very next instant, Tang San leaped into the air, his arms, which had hung by his sides, suddenly swung upward. Each hand unleashed two wind blades, hurtling towards the white-headed falcon demon. Though the falcon demon's momentary confusion was brief, the imprint of that purple gaze remained etched in its mind. As it regained its senses, the keen edge of the wind blades, suffused with a silent azure light, was already upon it. True to its reputation as the most adept evader among the demon clan, the falcon demon swiftly maneuvered its body, narrowly avoiding the two approaching wind blades. Its sharp claws extended, and its wings spread wide, attempting to grasp the remaining two wind blades. The prior moment of disorientation had cost it the advantageous position, and as it prepared to ascend once more for another attack, Tang San, having activated the purple extreme magic eye, would not grant it such an opportunity again. The two wind blades that had missed their targets stealthily arced around and approached from behind. Just as the falcon demon's claws were about to seize them, in a sudden explosion, the two wind blades transformed into four, accelerating instantaneously and cleaving into the slender body of the white-headed falcon demon. Although much of the impact was absorbed by its feathers, both were fourth-tier beings, and the intensity of the wind blades was not easily resisted, resulting in a sudden eruption of blood. The two wind blades that circled back struck fiercely against the falcon demon's back, eliciting a pained cry as it plummeted to the ground. With a powerful leap, Tang San extended his hands, seizing the falcon demon by its slender neck with one hand and grasping its chest with the other. As he spun in midair, he hurled the falcon demon away. With a loud thud, the white-headed falcon demon crashed to the ground, blood streaming from its wounds, rendered unconscious by the impact, but triumphant 3 victories. Tang San took a deep breath and landed steadily within the collision zone. That if the first match was a stroke of luck and the second was a discovery of weaknesses, what could be said of this consecutive third victory? The gazes of the observing demons began to shift, filled with newfound respect for this human subordinate. When had a human vassal acquired such combat experience and prowess? It was important to note that the white-headed falcon demon had been specifically chosen to target him, yet had failed spectacularly, not evading the wind blades during its assault. All the demons witnessed was the falcon demon's blunder, oblivious to the reason behind it. The 7th-tier raging bear furrowed its brow, intently watching as Tang San silently moved to the side of the arena, preparing for the next bout, the next challenger. Rules are rules. Although the demon clan abides by the law of the jungle, where the strong prey upon the weak, it also holds its own order and regulations, especially within the main city. Thus, even if Tang San is merely a vassal, the demon clan must adhere to the rules during this collision tournament. They cannot swarm him nor allow higher-tier demons to bully lower-tier ones. How could a mere ordinary wind wolf transform into such a formidable combatant, showcasing both skill and luck? Tang San's fourth opponent had now entered the arena, one who had originally been slated to face him in the previous match. Following the defeat of the white-headed falcon demon, the sequence continued as scheduled. This opponent was a deer demon, adorned with a pair of branched antlers and possessing a robust physique. Its gaze lacked the ferocity typical of most demons, instead radiating a sense of calm. It regarded Tang San. A flicker of light glimmered within its deep-set eyes, and its fur was strikingly unique, a pale blue adorned with clusters of white. This was the Lingxi deer demon. A spark of recognition ignited within Tang San. He had heard Wang Yanfeng elaborate on this particular deer demon. They are exceedingly rare, especially with such blue fur among the demon clan. The deer demon population is considerable, placing them at a medium level within the demon hierarchy. The Lingxi deer demon does not belong to the royal lineage among deer demons and is not particularly powerful. Yet its innate abilities are remarkably extraordinary. Their innate talent is known as the Lingxi hard eye. This bloodline ability is primarily characterized by heightened perception. The Lingxi metal, used to create Lingxi coins, was discovered by the Lingxi deer demon clan, with the coins providing the significant benefit of maintaining mental focus for the bearer and even enhancing cognitive clarity and aiding cultivation. Following the discovery of Lingxi metal, it was subsequently minted into coins named after them. Although the Lingxi deer demon is scarce, its status within the demon clan surpasses that of even the royal lineage of deer demons. The Lingxi heart eye grants them the ability to perceive what others cannot. To be precise, they possess formidable sensory capabilities. They can sense fortune and misfortune and detect the presence of treasures, making them a highly welcomed presence in any demon clan. Some major demon factions boast the inclusion of Lingxi deer demons among their ranks. Chapter 39. Retreat from battle. Tang San had not anticipated encountering a Lingxi deer demon in this collision tournament. The Lingxi deer demon's eyes emanated a soft blue glow, and as it gazed upon Tang San, he suddenly felt as if he were being seen through. Yet in the next moment, confusion flickered in the depths of the Lingxi deer demon's eyes. It was indeed employing its Lingxi heart eye to observe Tang San. Searching for weaknesses while also sensing his uniqueness, It could perceive that Tang San's vitality was exceptionally vigorous, far exceeding what his slender form would suggest. Simultaneously, it felt a vague sense of unease, as if something about this young man instilled a peculiar discomfort within it. This caused the traditionally calm Lingxi deer demon to become somewhat agitated. Begin. The seventh tier raging bear growled. The reason the Lingxi deer demon had not been sent into the arena first was primarily due to its own lack of combat prowess in this collision. It was merely participating for the sake of participation, seeking amusement. The Lingxi deer demon possessed an intensely curious nature, often leading it into perilous situations, which is why most Lingxi deer demons tend to ally with powerful factions. Under the protection of formidable clans, they can live more securely. This time, it was Tang San who initiated the engagement, his toes barely grazing the ground as he sprinted swiftly towards the Lingxi deer demon. The Lingxi deer demon also inclined its head slightly and charged directly at Tang San. In that fleeting moment, it attained a distinct awareness, within which it discerned that the human subordinate before it harbored no ill will. This collision was undoubtedly safe. The distance between the two parties was rapidly diminishing. The Lingxi deer demon surged forward, its physique relatively robust. However, when it came to true combat prowess, it was not on par with the preceding three opponents. It was merely an inconsequential participant. Therefore, after the preceding three battles, no one would believe that this Lingxi deer demon could triumph over the somewhat enigmatic Wind Wolf clan's human subordinate, as they swiftly approached one another. On the verge of collision, Tang San had already leapt into action. With a circular motion of his hands, he positioned himself directly before the Lingxi deer demon. The Lingxi deer demon felt as if something had grasped its antlers. In the next instant, Tang San was above it, one hand pressing down upon its crown. A sudden wave of intense fear washed over the Lingxi deer demon, prompting an almost instinctive violent shake of its head. In an instant, Tang San was flung away, while the Lingxi deer demon, consumed by trepidation, wobbled on its front legs, nearly toppling to the ground. It struggled to regain its balance, bewilderment settling deep within. Tang San executed a somersault in mid-air and landed several steps back, barely managing to steady himself. That moment, the Lingxi deer demon, now dazed, found itself at the center of the collision zone. It straightened its form and pointed at its own nose, questioning, "Did I win?" The seventh-tier violent bear demon looked equally astonished, perplexed as to how a battle that should have been won had instead resulted in such an unexpected victory for the Lingxi deer demon. When had the Lingxi deer demon become so formidable? It had just flung the human away, or perhaps the human had exhausted himself beforehand and was unable to continue, while the watching demons gazed at the Lingxi deer demon in astonishment. Tang San swiftly made his way to the prize table, seizing 3 Lingxi coins before vanishing into the throng. He slipped through the crowd of demons. Some attempted to grasp him, eager to glimpse the visage concealed beneath his mask. However, they soon discovered that the diminutive human maneuvered through the crowd like a fish in water, disappearing from sight in mere moments. The ghost shadow stealth technique was perfectly suited for traversing such a populous space. Having won 3 matches and lost to the Lingxi deer demon, he made a hasty retreat. Upon witnessing Tang San's sudden defeat and swift exit, Wang Yanfeng and Gui exhaled in relief, daring not to linger any longer as they swiftly receded into the crowd, eager to leave the area. For the demons still engaged in the collision tournament, aside from the enraged Flash Leopard clan and the exhilarated Wind Wolf clan, there was little significant reaction from the others. Upon exiting the crowd, Tang San accelerated. His memory was remarkably sharp, allowing him to recall the path he had taken with clarity. He did not seek out Gui or Wang Yanfeng, but instead navigated the streets and alleys. Deliberately moving through the shadows, he made a direct return to the tavern. Having departed less than a minute ago, several Flash Leopard demons, aglow with yellow light, swept past the spot he had just vacated, their noses twitching as they endeavored to discern his scent and track his whereabouts. Naturally, their efforts proved futile. For Tang San, suppressing his scent required merely a simple task: transforming the Wind Wolf bloodline imprint, which had been used during the Wind Blade technique, into that of the Flash Leopard. With the change in bloodline aura, how could they possibly identify his scent? Continuing the competition would undoubtedly yield more victories. Defeating a 4th-tier demon in a contest primarily focused on skill and strength was no simple feat today. Tang San's performance had already been quite restrained. Otherwise, had he fought to his full capability, the white-headed falcon demon and the rhinoceros demon might not have survived. During the 3rd match, he had noticed a Flash Leopard departing the arena, evidently to summon reinforcements, given that he had already accomplished his primary objective for the day. There was no reason to linger any longer. Capitalizing on the encounter with the Lingxi deer demon, he made a rapid exit. As he hastily departed, he remained vigilant for any potential threats behind him. A smile gradually curving his lips, success, he had achieved his main objective for the day. Upon returning to the hotel, Tang San quickly retreated to his room, removing his mask to gaze out the window. Before long, Wang Yanfeng and Gui returned. They promptly made their way to Tang San's room, and before Gui could utter a word, Tang San presented her with a Lingxi coin, saying, "This is for you." Gui was momentarily taken aback. Her small and typically catered to human subordinates, who were invariably impoverished, often failing to provide payment to IT, was a rarity to receive anything of value, let alone a beautifully crafted Lingxi coin. Faced with such a gift, the reprimands that had been on the tip of her tongue were instantly swallowed. Tang San then produced another Lingxi coin, presenting it to Wang Yanfeng. "Teacher, I apologize for causing you concern." Wang Yanfeng accepted the coin, his lips twitching slightly. "You are incredibly bold. You even managed to slay that Flash Leopard." Tang San's face betrayed a hint of fear. "I didn't intend to kill it. I merely raised my hand." "Who would have known it would turn out like that?" "Teacher, will there be any consequences?" Observing the fear etched upon Tang San's face, Wang Yanfeng's expression relaxed somewhat. It was indeed an unnatural state for a 9-year-old child to remain unfazed after killing a demon. "Fortunately, you fled quickly to be by the time we left. Several leopard demons had already arrived," Wang Yanfeng remarked, a hint of unease in his tone. Tang San inquired, "Will that implicate the other human subordinates?" Wang Yanfeng shook his head. "Not at all. Different subordinates belong to different races. They have their own protective clans. When we returned, we saw the Flash Leopards and Wind Wolves already beginning to clash. Ultimately, the core conflict lies between the two clans." "That's good to hear," Tang San sighed in relief. Chapter 40. The transformation of the bloodline imprint. Wang Yanfeng regarded him intently before addressing Gui. You should rest now. Keep an eye on the door tonight. Although there shouldn't be any issues, it's better to be cautious. All right, I'll check outside. You both should get some rest, and I think it would be wise for you to leave tomorrow. Gue Gay suggested quietly that I understand. Wang Yinfeng nodded in acknowledgement. With Gue gone, Wang Yinfeng turned his attention back to Tang San, his tone serious. Why did you choose to participate in the collision tournament today? This isn't like you. Although you were the youngest among the 5 children, you have always been the most composed. What prompted such impulsiveness today? Do you realize how dangerous this is? Tang San lowered his head, resembling a child who had erred. Speak. Wang Yinfeng's frustration mounted. Watching Tang San compete had truly made his heart race, especially when he witnessed Tang San slay the flash leopard. At that moment, it appeared as though he was being overwhelmed by the 4th-tier flash leopard. Wang Yinfeng had thought it was over. Yet, to his astonishment, Tang San had achieved 3 consecutive victories, defeating the formidable rhinoceros demon and the remarkably swift white-headed falcon demon. Wang Yinfeng questioned whether he himself could have performed better in that situation. Tang San murmured softly, "Teacher, that milk tea was delicious. I wanted to earn some money." Milk tea? Wang Yinfeng was taken aback, gazing at the downcast child before him. Suddenly, he felt a profound sense of sorrow welling within him. All of this, merely for a cup of milk tea, was a sentiment difficult to articulate. At that moment, he realized that before him stood a mere 9-year-old child. Raised amidst slavery, he had never experienced warmth. In the eyes of the demon clans, human slaves were no different from livestock. That cup of milk tea likely represented a flavor he had never encountered before. Our human children are willing to risk their lives for the sake of affording a cup of milk tea. Yes, the milk tea is sweet and fragrant, Tang San continued, head bowed. Wang Yinfeng took a deep breath, stepping forward to embrace Tang San. Holding him close, in that moment, Tang San's mind drifted to the visage and laughter of the beautiful youth he had encountered earlier that day. The cup of milk tea sat on his bedside. Having been touched by that same youth, in the future, do not engage in such foolish actions again, that if you wish to drink milk tea, simply tell your teacher, and I will take you to buy it. Wang Yinfeng's voice softened, no longer harsh but imbued with warmth, as if tinged with a hint of emotion. Tang San felt a tremor in his heart. At that moment, memories of his father from his previous life surged forth in comparison to this life. The previous one could be considered fortunate, if only because he had his father by his side during his childhood. In the previous life, his father was among the few formidable figures of that era. Whenever he faced danger, his father remained by his side throughout his journey of growth. From Wang Yinfeng, he sensed the profound feelings his father had imparted to him in his past life. "I apologize, master. I shall not act impulsively again. I have caused you concern." Tang San sincerely acknowledged his mistake. Indeed, had he not encountered the handsome young man today, whose presence stirred his heart so deeply, he would never have recklessly chosen to participate in the competition. However, the moment he laid eyes on the young man, he found himself unable to restrain the impulses within him. Today marked the happiest day since his arrival in this world, as he had discovered the reincarnation of his beloved from his previous life. This very moment, he felt the warmth of paternal love emanating from Wang Yinfeng. He had anticipated a stern reprimand upon his return, but instead, he was met with kindness. Wang Yinfeng tousled his hair and said, "Forget everything that transpired today. You possess great talent. You will surely go far in the future. Rest well. I shall check on your Aunt Gue. If all goes well tonight, there should be no further issues." "All right," Tang San replied. Wang Yinfeng gently patted his shoulder before rising to leave. After his departure, Tang San noticed that the Lingxi coin he had given to Wang Yinfeng remained on the bed, untouched. Master truly is a good person. Tang San felt a warmth spread through his heart. Turning off the lights, Tang San sat cross-legged on the bed, first calming his mind before gradually entering a meditative state, feeling the surge of energy from his Xiantian skill within him. The 4 contests he faced today were of utmost importance to him. His decision to engage in the 4th contest and withdraw at the right moment was meticulously planned. In the first contest against the lightning leopard, he had slain it, swiftly absorbing all of its 4th-tier bloodline power, all to enhance his own leopard flash ability. The benefits of leopard flash were immense for Tang San. That instant acceleration granted him greater adaptability and versatility in battle, The difference between fourth-tier and third-tier abilities was like heaven and earth, significantly amplifying his power. Had it not been for the watchful eyes of the crowd, the true might of his Windblade would have been far greater. Elevating Leopard Flash to the fourth tier undoubtedly enhanced his overall combat prowess further. In the subsequent 3 contests, he merely absorbed a fraction of the bloodline power from the Rhino Demon, the White-Headed Falcon Demon, and the Lingxi Deer Demon, forming bloodline imprints within himself. Since the amount absorbed was minimal, the resulting imprints were akin to those of the third tier. Why did he choose to absorb these 3 types? One reason was to increase his skill repertoire, while the more crucial reason was for Tang San to ascertain how many imprints he could absorb through his Xiantian skill. He speculated that it was likely each tier of Xiantian could absorb 1 type of imprint, thus granting him a skill related to the transformation into a demon god. However, this remained a hypothesis that required practical verification. Having already acquired Windblade and Leopard Flash, the absorption of 3 additional types would push him beyond the 4th tier. If all 3 could be imprinted within his Xiantian skill for use, it would imply that his previous judgment was incorrect. Conversely, if he could only imprint 2 types and 1 remained elusive, it would affirm his initial assessment, significantly impacting his future cultivation. The outcome, however, was somewhat unexpected for Tang San at this moment. The 3 types of bloodline power he had absorbed remained unmarked, suspended within his Xiantian skill like 3 distinct orbs of light, quietly awaiting their fate. Tang San vaguely sensed that he could imprint all 3 skills within his Xiantian skill, integrating them into his abilities. Yet he also felt that the skills he already possessed, Windblade and Leopard Flash, seemed to be under some form of pressure, becoming more active. What could this mean? Tang San pondered, perplexed as to why the arrival of 3 new abilities rendered his previously acquired skills seemingly insubstantial. This situation marked the first time he had encountered such an anomaly since he began his cultivation in this world. The apparent insubstantiality of the 2 imprints did not induce anxiety. Rather, he felt a surge of excitement. For him, neither Windblade nor Leopard Flash was particularly formidable abilities, and their potential for enhancement was quite limited. The ceiling for their growth was evident. Thus, in this context, the most troublesome scenario would be if the already imprinted skills could only continue to improve while the total number of skills he could imprint remained restricted, in that case, at least until he reached the divine level. Windblade and Leopard Flash would accompany his growth. Chapter 41. Merging new imprints. This was undoubtedly the worst-case scenario, yet Tang San found himself with no alternative. During his initial time in this world, understanding its system had been of paramount importance to him. The integration of Windblade and Leopard Flash had, in fact, opened the door to this world, gradually leading him to his current understanding. Therefore, Tang San had mentally prepared himself to tolerate the continued existence of Windblade and Leopard Flash if his skills were constrained within a certain limit. He resolved to find ways to strengthen and adapt them to suit himself better. At this moment, as the 3 new imprints arrived, for reasons unknown, the 2 skills that had already been deeply imprinted within his bloodline suddenly felt insubstantial, as if they could detach from his essence at any moment. This revelation filled Tang San with a sense of joy. It implied that his Xiantian skill, in conjunction with the various abilities of this world, could undergo further transformations. While he was uncertain of the nature of these changes, they undoubtedly opened up new possibilities. He did not rush to activate the 5 imprints, but instead quietly observed their differences and their relationship with his body. Among these 5 imprints, it was clear that Windblade and Leopard Flash were more prominent and radiant. Following the recent upgrade, Leopard Flash, while still not comparable to Windblade, had undoubtedly improved. The other 3 abilities had yet to reach the 4th tier. Given the chaotic nature of battle, Tang San could not absorb more than a fraction of their bloodline power, lest his absorption abilities be revealed. Thus, the heavy armor technique of the Rhino Demon, the Eagle Eye of the White-Headed Falcon Demon, and the Spiritual Heart Eye of the Lingxi Deer Demon were all around the 3rd tier in strength. The 5 imprints included 2 4th-tier imprints that, due to their integration with Tang San's bloodline, appeared more vivid, while the other 3 were evidently detached from the system, yet still influenced by the Xiantian skill. After observing for a while, Tang San perceived that all 5 imprints were relatively stable. Even the three that had not fused with his bloodline remained contained within a certain range, showing no signs of dissipating. This was indeed peculiar, as the Xiantian skill operated. The energy within his Dantian swirled, and the two skills already imprinted in his body rotated in unison with the vortex, as though they were integral to it. Meanwhile, the three newly acquired skill imprints floated above the vortex, drawn by its motion, yet not fully integrated. That it was not that they did not wish to merge, but rather that Tang San had not directed his Xiantian skill to draw them in. His careful observation bore fruit, and he gradually discerned something remarkable. Although these three new skill imprints had not been assimilated into his body, their existence was nourished by his Xiantian skill. In other words, suspended outside his Xiantian skill vortex, they could silently absorb some of its energy to sustain themselves. With a thought, Tang San severed the connection between his mental energy and the imprint of the heavy armor technique. Instantly, the imprint trembled gently, then began to fade at a visible rate. Tang San quickly re-established the flow of Xiantian energy into it, and the imprint regained its clarity. He immediately concluded that these bloodline imprints belonging to the demon-god transformation provided skills, and their presence relied on the nourishment of his Xiantian skill. Using them was, in fact, a kind of conversion of Xiantian energy, but if he severed their link with the Xiantian skill, these skill imprints would vanish. As long as he maintained the nurturing energy of his Xiantian skill, they would persist. If this were the case, did it mean he could switch between the integrated skills and those not yet fused at will? Contemplating this, Tang San began to experiment, guiding the imprint of Leopard Flash with his mental energy, attempting to detach it from his bloodline. The moment Leopard Flash stirred, he immediately sensed his Xiantian skill becoming agitated. The once stable vortex now in turmoil. Yet his mental fortitude remained remarkably stable. He did not hastily attempt to extract the Leopard Flash, but instead proceeded methodically, carefully pulling while observing the changes unfolding. Before long, he discerned certain clues. The Leopard Flash imprint was gradually being drawn out. During this extraction, the brilliance of the Leopard Flash began to wane, and the newly attained power seemed to diminish. Tang San did not cease his efforts. For him, comprehending the intricate relationship between the Xiantian skill and these skill imprints was far more crucial than the mere acquisition of a Leopard Flash. Even if the Leopard Flash were to vanish, he could still seek to devour it again. However, if he failed to understand how they integrated with his Xiantian skill, he would find it impossible to advance further in the future. Eventually, under his continuous and steady detachment, the Leopard Flash slowly separated from the Xiantian skill. The moment of complete separation, its aura abruptly plummeted from the recently ascended 4th rank to the 3rd rank. Yet, the Leopard Flash imprint now hovered above the vortex of the Xiantian skill, rotating silently alongside the three newly acquired imprints. Indeed, it was feasible to separate them and even replace them with other skills. A surge of joy filled Tang San's heart, for this signified that he would not be hindered in his growth due to an erroneous fusion of skills. However, simultaneously, his earlier desire to switch skills dissipated. If each separation resulted in a decline of the skill imprint's capabilities, then such separations would inevitably require extreme caution. Currently, the 3rd and 4th rank imprints posed no significant issue. Yet, as he ascended to higher ranks, achieving even a single rank increase would evidently prove challenging, and suffering a rank decrease due to separation would indeed be disheartening. The Wind Blade could not be separated, as it pertained to his identity as the Wind Wolf. Thus, the subject of his previous experiment was the Leopard Flash. Gazing at the 4 skills suspended above the surface of his Xiantian skill, Tang San continued his experimentation, commencing the integration of these 4 imprints into his being. First came the return of the Leopard Flash. Perhaps due to their previous fusion, the process of the Leopard Flash reuniting with the embrace of the Xiantian skill was remarkably smooth, occurring almost instantaneously as it re-entered the vortex. However, it remained at the 3rd rank, as the previously dissipated layers of the imprint had not been restored. Next was the heavy armor technique. The fusion of the heavy armor imprint progressed at a slower pace. Yet, Tang San noticed that as he integrated the heavy armor technique, his physical bloodline seemed to be positively affected, becoming more robust, and his bodily strength appeared to be enhancing as well. These imprints brought not only the skills themselves, but also certain attributes inherent to their respective bloodlines. This had not been distinctly felt during his earlier integrations of the Wind Blade and Leopard Flash imprints. Perhaps it was due to the higher tier of the Rhinoceros Demon-S bloodline. Following this was the Eagle Eye imprint of the White-Headed Falcon Demon. Upon integrating the Eagle Eye imprint, Tang San distinctly sensed a refreshing sensation in his eyes, akin to the benefits he experienced during the integration of the Rhinoceros Demon-S heavy armor technique. If this were the case, it would imply that the stronger the bloodline of the fused skill, the greater the benefits it would confer upon him. This was indeed a fortuitous discovery, as he contemplated the prospect of enhancing his physical attributes to potentially possess the strength of a bear, the speed of a leopard, and the endurance of a horse. Tang San prepared to undertake the fusion of the final skill imprint. This was, for him, the most significant integration in the process, as it represented the fifth imprint. Surpassing his current tier, should he succeed, it would signify that his capability for skill fusion had not yet reached its limit, under conditions allowing for separation. The more skills he could integrate, the better his holistic enhancement would be. Even if he were to reach his limits in the future, he could still replace existing imprints with superior skills, as the heavy armor and eagle eye techniques evidently enhanced his physique. Tang San began to anticipate that his earlier judgment might be incorrect, wishing to integrate the Lingxi Heart Eye of the Lingxi Deer Demon. The Lingxi Heart Eye appeared to enhance perceptual abilities. A remarkably rare skill indeed, possibly even more precious than those directly augmenting combat prowess. However, true to the legacy of a divine king, Tang San's prior assessment proved accurate when he attempted to infuse the Lingxi Heart Eye into his Xiantian skill. The vortex of the Xiantian skill exhibited a pronounced sensation of swelling. The four imprints within flickered with their own radiance, while the luminous orb representing the Lingxi Heart Eye encountered a powerful repulsive force, attempting to expel it from the circle. Indeed, as he had surmised, it seemed that each tier allowed for the integration of only one additional skill, rather than an unlimited fusion of imprints. Tang San felt little disappointment. Certainty was paramount for him, which was precisely why he had sought to absorb 3 abilities for experimentation. Having confirmed his hypothesis, he could now choose his future paths for cultivation and enhancement. It was of no consequence if the Lingxi Heart Eye did not integrate. After all, nurturing the ability of the Lingxi Deer Demon-S Heart Eye would merely entail some expenditure of Xiantian skill energy, slightly slowing his progress. Once he had assessed the situation, he could decide which to retain and which to replace. Just as he was preparing to abandon the integration of the Lingxi Heart Eye, he suddenly sensed a tremor among the 4 imprints within his Xiantian skill energy vortex. Almost immediately, a powerful attraction emanated from one of the imprints. The previously repelled Lingxi Heart Eye imprint halted momentarily, then was drawn in by the imprint emitting the attractive force, gradually beginning to merge with it. This was unexpected. Tang San felt a surge of excitement, not the anxious kind, but rather a thrill of anticipation. He refrained from interfering with this transformation, focusing his mind intently and observing the interplay between these 2 imprints. The imprint generating the attraction was none other than the eagle eye skill of the White-Headed Falcon Demon, which now exhibited a distinct pulling force, seemingly intent on absorbing the Lingxi Heart Eye and devouring it. However, this absorption appeared to present some challenges. The Lingxi Heart Eye struggled vehemently, evidently unwilling to be consumed by the eagle eye. Yet, the eagle eye's determination to assimilate was unwavering, and, simultaneously, Tang San sensed a significant depletion of his Xiantian skill energy. It seemed that the eagle eye was utilizing his energy to facilitate the consumption of the Lingxi Heart Eye. This indicated that, in terms of tier classification, the bloodline of the Lingxi Deer Demon was likely superior to that of the White-Headed Falcon Demon, hence the need for Xiantian skill energy to assist in the absorption. The most critical revelation was that fusion was indeed possible. This phenomenon had not occurred with the more formidable Windblade, nor had there been any changes with the Leopard Flash or heavy armor techniques. Only the Eagle Eye exhibited this ability. Could it be that, under certain commonalities, bloodline imprints could engage in mutual absorption? Was this a mutation or a hybridization? Tang San found himself pondering these curious notions. Yet he refrained from attempting to interfere with the ongoing fusion, he allowed the eagle eye to absorb as much Xiantian skill energy as it required, while he silently urged his Xiantian skill to replenish his depleting energy. Indeed, the eagle eye demanded a considerable amount of energy. Within a short span of time, 1/3 of Tang San's fourth-tier Xiantian skill energy had been consumed. Yet he observed that 1/3 of the Lingxi Heart Eye's bloodline imprint had already been drawn into the eagle eye imprint. The eagle eye itself appeared noticeably brighter. While its tier did not seem to have increased, its luminescence had intensified. The Lingxi Heart Eye, originally a deep green, had merged with the white bloodline imprint of the eagle eye, which now transformed into a light azure hue, growing increasingly darker, reminiscent of the wind blade imprint, but even more radiant. This was indeed intriguing. The speed of absorption accelerated alongside the strengthening of the eagle eye imprint. As Tang San's Xiantian skill energy dwindled to over 2/3 of its capacity, the Lingxi Heart Eye imprint finally vanished entirely, merging seamlessly with the eagle eye to form a single azure-green imprint, adorned with delicate wisps of white energy. This was evidently more than a simple act of consumption. The eagle eye had not only enhanced itself, but would undoubtedly possess certain attributes of the Lingxi Heart Eye. Otherwise, the imprint's color would have remained white. Rather than undergoing such a transformation, A.S. Tang, since silently replenished his Xiantian skill energy, he reflected on the tremendous gains of the evening. This night had undeniably yielded significant rewards. Most importantly, it had clarified his understanding of the limits of his skill imprints and the potential for skill absorption and evolution, particularly the latter, a reincarnated divine king, despite the world being new and unfamiliar to him. He felt invigorated by the possibilities that lay ahead. However, as long as he can discern some of the intricate threads within, he will gradually come to perceive the true essence of this world, thereby utilizing his own capabilities to enhance himself, in comparison to acquiring new skills and making progress in his Xiantian art. Understanding the relationship between his bloodline imprint and his Xiantian art is of utmost importance. With this realization, a clear direction for future advancements emerges. Moreover, it is noteworthy that the skills that have already been imprinted are not immutable. They can be detached at the cost of sacrificing the hierarchy of the bloodline imprint itself. In this world, he stands alone as the sole practitioner of the Xiantian art, rendering his abilities uniquely his own. Given his current frailty, he is not yet a target for the dimensional forces of this realm. Whether that will change in the future, that is a concern to be addressed only when he breaks through to the divine level. The transformation of 2 skills into 4, with one of them being a fusion of 2 bloodline imprints, undoubtedly signifies a substantial enhancement of Tang San's prowess. A night of silence passed. The small one arrived at dawn unscathed. The absence of any attacks from the flash leopard or wind wolf tribes indicates that the events of the previous day have been successfully navigated. As for what lies beyond the collision tournament, that is not a matter for Wang Yanfeng, Guige, or Tang San to ponder. In the early morning, as the first light of dawn began to break, Tang San awoke from his meditation. This was his daily practice. He pushed open the window and gazed intently at the faint blush of dawn on the horizon. As he activated his Xiantian art, the auspicious purple aura that accompanied the sun's rise each morning provided him with the ideal moment to cultivate his purple extreme demon. But a subtle hint of purple emerged beneath his gaze. And suddenly, Tang San's pupils constricted in surprise as he discovered that his vision seemed to have magnified, as if the horizon had drawn closer in that fleeting instant. Just then, a wisp of purple emerged on the distant skyline, heralding the arrival of the purple aura from the east. Chapter 43. The Eye of Lingxi Tang. San felt a warmth radiate from his eyes, as if the amplified vision had instantaneously established a connection with the purple aura. An influx of purple energy flowed into his eyes, causing them to feel almost feverish, compelling him to swiftly close them and exert his mental strength to control the vast amount of purple energy drawn in, merging it with himself. This transformation was peculiar, providing him with a sensation of warmth enveloping his entire being. While he savored the changes in his purple extreme demon eye, he contemplated privately. This should be the result of the fusion of the eagle eye and the Lingxi Heart Eye. The integration of these 2 bloodline imprints seemed to significantly enhance his perceptual acuity. What if he were to employ this skill to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye? No, that would not be advisable. Even the purple energy attracted in that brief moment was already several-fold what he would normally draw in. This would provide him with a substantial advantage in his cultivation of the purple extreme demon eye. However, if he relied on skills to draw in energy, an excessive influx could pose a risk, potentially overwhelming his eyes and leading to blindness. Having lived 3 lifetimes, he was certainly not reckless. After a moment of reflection, he reached a conclusion. The benefits of absorbing bloodline imprints were greater than he had anticipated. They could also enhance his physical prowess. At this moment, he could distinctly feel an increase in his strength, attributed to the heavy armor technique of the Rhino Demon. This world, which he had long harbored disdain for, finally revealed to him some of its inherent wonders, after a considerable duration of digesting the purple energy. Tang San silently assessed that his purple extreme demon eye had noticeably progressed, equivalent to 5 or 6 days of regular cultivation. By this time, the sun had risen, and the once blinding light appeared gentle to Tang San's eyes. The moment of the purple aura's arrival had passed, granting him merely that fleeting window of time for cultivation each day, since he could not utilize this newfound ability to cultivate the purple extreme demon eye. He pondered how it might manifest if incorporated during its usage. With that thought, Tang San focused his mind, closed his eyes, and activated the azure bloodline imprint within him. Upon igniting the blue light, Tang San distinctly felt a portion of his Shintian art deplete, nearly 1/10 of it. In the next instant, all his senses sharpened, as if the sounds of chirping insects and birds were right beside him. Everything around him appeared to take on a 3-dimensional quality, and he sensed an unseen force resonating with his perception. Instinctively, he became aware of the 2 Lingxi coins resting on the table. A subtle shift in the energy field of the coins seemed to harmonize with his perception. At this moment, Tang San slowly opened his eyes. In an instant, 2 beams of purple light shot forth from the depths of his gaze. Extending a good half a foot, as the purple light erupted, Tang San felt as though his vision had undergone a seismic transformation. What he beheld was a world of colors. The sky remained unchanged, yet it was composed of countless hues. The azure points of light represented the power of wind elements. The red signified fire, the blue denoted water, the green represented the essence of life, and the orange symbolized light. But what of the white? That seemed to be the purest essence of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Under the scrutiny of his gaze, the world appeared decomposed into its most fundamental elements. With a mere thought, he beckoned the wind. Instantly, the azure wind elements swiftly converged towards him, and Tang San instinctively extended his hand, allowing these wind elements to naturally coalesce within his palm, forming a swirling vortex that gently spiraled. He could now perceive the elements. This was not merely a visual achievement, but a sensation that resonated with his awareness. The eye of Lingxi, a remarkable fusion of the heart eye and the eagle eye, indeed proved extraordinary. It empowered his purple extreme demon eye to unleash even greater might when combined. Undoubtedly, in this moment, Tang San discerned that among the 4 skills he possessed, the most formidable was not the wind blade, which facilitated ranged attacks, nor the leopard flash, which granted him speed, nor the heavy armor technique, which provided defense. Rather, it was this eye of Lingxi, the synthesis of the eagle eye and the heart eye. The eye of Lingxi lasted for 30 seconds, and as its effects waned, Tang San distinctly felt a slight soreness in his eyes, leading him to shed tears. What a wondrous ability! The eye of Lingxi is undoubtedly a capability to strive to elevate in the future. Its current utility is already evident, and in the pursuit of higher levels of enhancement, its significance will certainly be even more profound. At that moment, a knock at the door interrupted his thoughts. As he turned, he saw Wang Yinfeng entering. Wang Yinfeng paused upon seeing him, taken aback. "Why are you crying?" "Oh, it's nothing. I was just momentarily dazzled by the sunlight," Tang San quickly replied, wiping away his tears. Wang Yinfeng scrutinized him for a moment, sensing that Tang San seemed to have undergone some transformation, as if he were somewhat different, especially his eyes, which, despite having just shed tears, appeared to have deepened in intensity. "We need to prepare to leave. Your Aunt Gue just went out to gather information. After the collision tournament yesterday, The Flash Leopard tribe and the Wind Wolf tribe clashed violently. It took a considerable number of jelly guards to quell the situation. Both tribes are searching for you, a Wind Wolf subordinate. We must depart from Jelly City at once. Although your face is masked, your physique remains a glaring flaw. Understood, Tang San nodded. His actions from yesterday had indeed been somewhat impulsive. While they had yielded significant benefits, they also posed considerable risks. Leaving swiftly was undoubtedly the wisest choice. Just then, a thought flickered in his mind, and he instinctively glanced out the window in a particular direction. He truly wished to see her once more before leaving, but that now seemed impossible. Wait for me. Meigongzi, I will return as soon as I can. I in the central district of Jelly City. Meigongzi had just arranged the ingredients for milk tea in front of dozens of cups and was preparing to brew the tea. Suddenly, she paused momentarily, her brows furrowing slightly. What's wrong, Xiao Mei? Su Qin inquired with concern, glancing at her daughter. It's nothing, Mama. I just felt a sudden pang of anxiety for some reason. Meigongzi replied, gently shaking her head. Su Qin approached her, facing her directly, and tenderly stroked her long hair. If you're not feeling well, you should take a break. Mama can manage that. I'm fine, truly, Meigongzi insisted, shaking her head quickly. With a charming smile at her mother, she resumed her busy work. Customers continued to flock to the shop for milk tea, and they could sell hundreds of cups each day, yielding a decent income after deducting costs. As evening approached, a girl working in the shop took over the task from Meigongzi. Meijia. You should go rest. I'll handle the rest. Xiao Shui. Then I must trouble you, Meigongzi replied. The handsome young man turned his head and flashed her a charming smile. Xiao Shui winked at her and gestured with her lips towards the back. The young man seemed to understand something, lightly nodding his head. The moment she turned around, an unusual transformation swept over her entire being. Chapter 44. Homecoming. Tang San and Wang Yinfeng exited the city with relative ease. As Gade drove a cargo truck that carried them out of the city, it was not until they had distanced themselves from the gates of Jelly City that Gade allowed them to disembark. Her gaze towards Tang San was somewhat complex. This child possessed a talent far exceeding that of ordinary vassals. But was this truly a boon for Wang Yinfeng? Or rather, for them the vassals? Tang San. Gue called out to him. Aunt Gue, he replied. With a soft sigh, Gue said, You are the most promising and remarkable individual among our human vassals that I have ever encountered. However, you must understand that in this world, it is the demon and spirit clans that hold dominion. Their power is so formidable that we cannot hope to contend with them. The humans around you who can survive as vassals have endured countless tribulations. Living is the first step to having opportunities. Though we cannot yet see the future, if you wish to achieve something for humanity, you must preserve your valuable life. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Tang San nodded. Then gazed deeply at him and said, I hope you truly comprehend this. Brother, I say this to you as well. You must protect him and keep a watchful eye. Such incidents as yesterday must not occur again. Fortune will not always favor us. Wang Yinfeng silently nodded, but said nothing. He will not return to Jelly City for the time being. Wait until you are a bit older, at least taller, before you return. Guge advised Tang San. Tang San glanced back at the direction of Jelly City. Could he truly stay away? Here lay his significant and profound ties. After bidding farewell to Wang Yinfeng and Tang San set forth on their journey. Along the way, Wang Yinfeng remained largely silent, offering no guidance to Tang San, as Guge had done previously. It was not until they turned from the main road onto a path leading to the Huifeng Wolf Town that Wang Yinfeng spoke up. Tang San, he addressed. Teacher, Tang San turned to look at Wang Yinfeng, who had suddenly spoken. Wang Yinfeng continued, I had always thought you were still young, needing time to grow and refine your resolve. However, I now realize that you are not as young as I presumed. You are more composed than I imagined. Yet, amidst this composure, why do you act impulsively? Tang San replied. Teacher, I wish to grow faster, to become stronger, that I hope that the tragedies of humanity can diminish. Wang Yinfeng nodded, saying, This is a desire shared by many enlightened individuals among humanity. But as Gue stated, we are still too weak in this world. The strength of the demon and spirit clans is beyond what you can currently conceive. Tang San shook his head, asserting no. You are mistaken that I can indeed fathom their might. But does their strength mean we should remain idle? If we do nothing, humanity will forever be enslaved in terms of wisdom. We must elevate ourselves above the demon and spirit clans. Yet why must our kin be subjugated by them, or even become their sustenance? Wang Yanfeng replied, because heaven does not favor us that we possess wisdom, but lack innate talent. Tang San countered, no, it is not that we lack talent. Rather, we have yet to discover a way to harmonize with this world. Wang Yanfeng was taken aback. He had not anticipated Tang San would express such thoughts. He had heard similar sentiments once before. Tang San, he said. Tang San spoke earnestly. Teacher, I do not believe that with my solitary strength I can change all of humanity. The true change for humanity lies in finding the method that aligns us with this world, enabling us to gradually grow stronger. This may not be achievable within a single generation, but if we strive, a way will surely present itself. When he first arrived in this world, even he, once a divine king, had felt fear and helplessness. Yet, as he began to comprehend this world more deeply, he gradually sensed its distinctness. As he mentioned, humanity had yet to find a means to align with this world, much like the Dua continent he once inhabited. When he was born there, the soul beast remained exceedingly powerful, formidable enough that humans struggled to compete. However, humanity discovered the method to awaken their martial spirits, becoming soul masters, and gradually grew strong enough to encroach upon the territory of soul beasts, ultimately becoming the dominators of Dua continent. Thus, could it not be said that this fairy continent was an early iteration of Dolua continent? Perhaps, in a millennium or 10,000 years, humanity would similarly uncover a way to empower themselves and overcome the demon and spirit clans. Though in this fallen world, atop this fairy continent, all of this seemed somewhat arduous. For the hierarchy of the demon and spirit clan surpassed that of the soul beasts in Dolua continent. However, hope was not entirely extinguished. Perhaps, in the grand design of fate, his reincarnation into this world was meant to bring hope to its humanity. Suddenly, Wang Yanfeng smiled. Initially, I intended to persuade you, yet I find myself being persuaded by you instead, and I, too, look forward to witnessing you discover a method more attuned to this world. However, until then, you must remain as inconspicuous as possible. Do not mention what we discussed today to anyone. Understood, Tang San nodded. Upon returning to Huifeng Wolf Town, everything seemed as usual. Tang San went home first while Wang Yanfeng reported to the Wolf Lord. Upon entering the courtyard, Tang San immediately felt the howling winds. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the Wang brothers engaged in a spirited sparring session. The three seemed to be in a free-for-all, relying solely on their enhanced physiques from the wolf transformation, seeking opportunities as they pounced and grappled with one another. Ling Muxue stood nearby, watching with great interest, her hands shimmering with green light, indicating her practice in controlling the wind element. Upon seeing Tang San enter, her eyes brightened, and she swiftly approached him, exclaiming, Tang San, you're back. Tang San smiled slightly and nodded at her, observing their fervent training. Indeed, you and the teacher were not here, and before he left, he instructed us to engage in more practical training. More practice makes it easier to stimulate the integration of the wolf transformation S abilities. Ling Muxue replied with a smile. Tang San nodded in agreement. Suddenly, he clapped his hands, drawing the attention of the Wang brothers, who halted their movements and turned to face him. Tang San gently shook his head, saying, your progress is far too slow. Upon hearing this, Wang Chao, Wang Zhong, and Wang Xiaolei were momentarily taken aback. Tang San was the youngest among them, and Wang Yanfeng often remarked on his youth, preventing him from participating in practical training. Moreover, Tang San was typically reticent, rarely interacting with the others, focusing instead on his silent cultivation. It was only during the first practical exercise that they had witnessed Tang San execute the wind blade. At that time, the Wang brothers had not yet fully awakened their intellect, remaining somewhat oblivious. After a year of guidance from Wang Yanfeng, they had gained some understanding of the outside world. Wang Xiaolei scoffed. How we made slow progress. Look at my agile form. As he spoke, still in his wolf transformation, he suddenly lunged toward Tang San, his right hand transforming into a wolf's claw. Ling Muxue, standing beside Tang San, was startled and raised her hand to unleash a wind blade, but Tang San swiftly intercepted her. In the next instant, he sprang forward with a flick of his toes. Now, it was Wang Xiaolei's turn to be astonished. He had only intended to give Tang San a fright, never intending to genuinely attack him. Seeing Tang San suddenly rush toward him, he hastily attempted to retract his claws. Then, he felt a blur before his eyes. And Tang San had evaded his wolf claw, closing the distance between them. Wang Xiaolei, tall and slender for his age, was nearly as tall as Wang Chao. Tang San raised his right hand, hooking it around Wang Xiaolei's neck as he spun. Wang Xiaolei felt his forward momentum shift abruptly, and he was flung sideways. With a thud, he landed on the ground. Chapter 45. Time waits for no one in his wolf transformation state. Wang Xiaolei's physical constitution was quite commendable. As soon as his back hit the ground, he quickly sprang up, fuming, "You cheated! You ambushed me!" Tang San replied nonchalantly, "Had this been a battlefield, your throat would already be slit." Wang Chao and Wang Zhong exchanged glances, with Wang Chao unable to restrain himself, asking Tang San, "What has gotten into you today?" Tang San looked at them, saying, "Nothing much. I simply feel that your rate of growth should be accelerated. The three of you should come at me together. I'll spar with you." Wang Chao exclaimed in surprise, "Are you out of your mind?" As soon as his voice fell, a shimmering azure light enveloped Tang San's hand, and two blades of wind shot towards him and Wang Zhong. Although Wang Zhong had remained silent, his focus was unwavering. Upon suddenly spotting the wind blades, he instantly sprang into action, his explosive power propelling his body upward as he deftly evaded the oncoming attack. Charging straight for Tang San, bang, the wind blade he dodged detonated, sending a powerful gust that caused Wang Zhong to stagger momentarily. Meanwhile, the other wind blade also erupted, and Wang Chao, who had intended to counter Tang San's assault with his own wind blade, found his attack landing in empty space, the explosion forcing him to retreat a step. "Hit him!" Wang Xiaolei cried out, already rushing towards Tang San once again. Tang San turned to face him, adjusting his steps to meet Wang Xiaolei head-on. Upon Wang Yinfeng's successful completion of his task and return to their abode, he was met with a startling sight. The three Wang brothers sprawled on the floor, gasping for breath. Wang Xiaolei's eyes were notably rolling back in his head. Tang San was engaged in conversation with Ling Muxue, who appeared to be in deep thought. "What happened here? Get up!" Wang Yinfeng admonished, frowning. "Teacher, you're back!" Wang Xiaolei exclaimed, suddenly sitting up, his voice tinged with a whimper. Tang San is beating us. Teacher, are you being biased? Why is he so powerful? It hurts so much." Wang Yinfeng was momentarily taken aback and turned to Tang San. With an unperturbed expression, Tang San replied, "I merely believe they should accelerate their growth. Otherwise, I fear they might remain mere vassals." Wang Yinfeng was left speechless, recalling that he had just advised Tang San to maintain a low profile on the way back. Tang San had his own plans. Before encountering the young master, he would indeed have preferred to advance steadily and discreetly. However, for him, nothing was more pressing than reaching the young master as swiftly as possible. Consequently, he also needed to ponder how to reach Jelly City and how to extricate not just himself, but all the vassals from his place. Undoubtedly, Jelly City was far safer, and what Wang Yinfeng provided him was more than mere knowledge. Yet, orchestrating the migration of everyone to Jelly City required extensive effort. Strength was foundational, but suitable opportunities and justifiable reasons were equally essential. Now, filled with ambition, he knew he must begin preparations, starting with expediting the growth of the Wang brothers and Ling Muxue. The Wang brothers gazed at Tang San as if he were a creature of legend. They could hardly fathom that their youngest sibling possessed such formidable combat prowess. Wang Yinfeng glanced between Tang San and the three brothers, contemplating before declaring, "In that case, starting tomorrow, Tang San will also join the practical combat class." "What?" the Wang brothers exclaimed in unison. "Tang San, come with me," Wang Yinfeng instructed, leading him to the second floor. "What is going on?" Wang Yinfeng inquired as they arrived. This journey to Jelly City had allowed him to see Tang San in a new light, not solely for his displayed combat abilities, but for the meticulousness of his thoughts. During the collision competition, from the beginning to the end, he left no trace of vulnerability. It seemed perilous, yet upon reflection, from the masked appearance to the sudden feigned defeat and retreat, he had not afforded the Flash Leopard tribe any opportunity for pursuit. These actions were hardly those of a mere child. Maturity beyond years, indeed, that I wish to assist them in growing rapidly, Tang San stated candidly. Wang Yinfeng's brow furrowed. What do you intend to do? Naturally, I aim to help them secure their vassal certification smoothly. Teacher, could you assist me in acquiring information about Wind Wolf Town? Details such as population, age distribution, strength, and so forth. Whatever is available, the more detailed, the better. That I wish to analyze our opponents. Wang Yinfeng was taken aback. Analyze our opponents? Yes, Tang San affirmed earnestly. Understanding both ourselves and our adversaries ensures victory in every battle. The vassal qualification examination in 2 years is a matter of life and death. Thus, preparation is paramount. Very well, I will do my utmost to help you. But you must keep your abilities a secret. Try to stay out of sight. Understood? Wang Yinfeng cautioned. Yes, rest assured, Tang San replied, retreating to his room for rest. After a moment of contemplation in his own chamber, Wang Yinfeng rose and departed in Wind Wolf Town. Wang Yinfeng's primary responsibility was managing human vassals and serving the Wind Wolf Lord. Thus, he typically had little to do but could communicate directly with the Wind Wolf Lord. His status in Wind Wolf Town was somewhat precarious, as a leader of vassals and a fourth-tier individual. Most werewolves were of lesser strength than him. However, due to the lowly status of vassals, even ordinary werewolves treated him with disdain. Upon returning to his room, Tang San found Wang Zhong already there. Why are you so strong? Wang Zhong exclaimed, leaping off the bed, his gaze intense. Tang San replied, talent combined with effort leads to strength. Just as Wang Zhong was about to speak again, Tang San interjected. Would you like to learn the footwork I used during our combat today? Wang Zhong paused, memories of Tang San's ghostly agility flooding his mind. No matter how hard they tried, they could not keep up, only able to endure the blows. Yes, Wang Zhong replied without hesitation, that I will teach you. Thus began a new chapter in their training, with Wang Yinfeng allowing Tang San to join the practical combat class. Though he himself refrained from participating thereafter, Tang San's guidance for the Wang brothers and Ling Muxue differed significantly. Wang Zhong, small in stature yet resilient in spirit, learned the ghostly shadow step. Wang Chao, the strongest of the three, was taught the crane control and dragon seizing technique, while Wang Xiaolei focused on the mysterious jade palm. Each learned a distinct technique from Tang San. Under normal circumstances, these 3 techniques would require the support of the Xintian art, a skill Tang San had brought from his previous life. However, here he could not allow them to practice it. He had discreetly guided Ling Muxue in attempting to cultivate the Xintian art. But she was immediately hindered by the influence of her own Wind Wolf bloodline, rendering her incapable of training and even risking bloodline disorder. This issue likely stemmed from the characteristics of the Xintian art. Although he was uncertain whether humans without the awakened Wind Wolf bloodline could cultivate it, he had no means to test it now. Therefore, he had to modify the 3 techniques into simpler forms, allowing them to harness the Wind Wolf bloodline's power. Ling Muxue also learned the ghostly shadow step. Among the 4, she possessed the greatest talent and exhibited the fastest progress, yet her physical strength was inferior to that of the Wang brothers. Additionally, their Wind Wolf bloodline was limited, as the wolf demons that granted them their lineage were not particularly powerful, and the inherited bloodline was weak. Nevertheless, under Tang San's tutelage, the 4 of them experienced remarkable advancements in strength. As night descended, Tang San quietly slipped out through the window, ascending to the roof of the 2-story building. Sitting cross-legged atop the roof, a faint golden glow illuminated his eyes. He activated the Lingxi eye rather than the purple extreme demon eye. Instantly, the world before him transformed into a kaleidoscope of colors, with various attributes and elemental hues clearly visible within his perception. Recently, as he honed his Lingxi eye, both his spiritual power and the purple extreme demon eye had strengthened alongside its mastery. If only he could see beyond to Jelly City. The image of a certain figure surfaced in his mind, igniting warmth in his heart. His spiritual power began to ripple quietly, guiding the azure elements beneath him to envelop the small building below. With the guidance of his Lingxi eye, he could sense and channel the power of these elements. Consequently, the wind elements within the building became noticeably denser. This was Tang San's method to accelerate everyone's training, enhancing the concentration of wind elements through the Lingxi eye. A sphere of azure light gradually coalesced in the palm of his outstretched hand, the soft azure radiating a gentle glow. This was the wind element being compressed. The external wind elements resonated with the bloodline power formed by his wind wolf transformation imprint. Visions of the transformations and characteristics of wind elements danced in Tang San's mind. To enable humanity in this world to truly rise, it was essential for them to possess their own powers. The strength derived from the demon transformation was ultimately borrowed from the spirits. It was not innate to humanity. Only by discovering a method for humans to cultivate their own abilities could they hope to establish a firm foothold in this world. As Tang San's own strength grew, so too did his understanding of the power structure of this realm. The elemental energy in this world was extraordinarily abundant, more so than he had ever encountered. While it remained a planet, it was not of the same caliber as the divine realms. However, the richness of the elemental energy in this world surpasses that of the divine realm's ethereal essence by a considerable margin. Particularly within the bustling metropolises, the elemental energy in Jelly City is significantly denser than in Fenglang Town, indicating there must be some method of aggregation at play. Yet, this world's elemental energy harbors its own issues. It is exceedingly domineering, with the power of this plane being remarkably potent, almost constraining all forms of strength. The reason Tang San encounters a bottleneck in his cultivation of the Xintian art is precisely due to the suppression imposed by the plane. Moreover, the elemental energy of this realm is exceptionally harmonious with the demon clans, which is why they possess intelligence and innate formidable talents and abilities. This implies that both the demon clans and the ethereal beings Tang San has yet to encounter are favored by the sovereign of this plane. In stark contrast, humans and several other subordinate races receive no compassion whatsoever, rendering them incapable of cultivation. Consequently, those wishing to cultivate in this world must align themselves with the demon or ethereal clans to have any hope of success. This necessity gave rise to the phenomenon known as the demon god transformation. To shatter the constraints imposed by this plane, Tang San can only hope to return to the pinnacle of his previous life. However, under the current circumstances, even achieving a breakthrough to divine level seems problematic. When he attempts to ascend to divine level, he would no longer be able to conceal himself in this plane, and would undoubtedly be discovered by the plane sovereign. Aspiring to reach a higher echelon appears to be exceedingly arduous, potentially even resulting in the entire plane turning against him. Overall, this plane functions as a double-edged sword for him. While the speed of normal cultivation is evidently swifter than in his past life due to the abundant elemental energy, breaking through to restore his divine king powers proves to be an exceedingly challenging endeavor. Sensing that the wind element within the small building beneath him was gradually reaching its limit, Tang San quietly descended the stairs, opting not to return to his room, but to stealthily slip out of Fenglang Town. Once he entered the woods, he took a deep breath, instantly accelerating, his body enveloped in azure light, as the wind element supported him, allowing him to dash through the forest like a streak of blue lightning. With the enhancement of the Lingxi eye, his form nimbly dodged the towering trees, maintaining a relentless speed. After running for a full half hour, he finally came to a halt, leaving a mark on the trunk of a nearby tree before heading back. He was testing his speed. The journey from Fenglang Town to Jelly City spanned 3 days. How long would it take if he were to sprint at full speed? He could not easily depart from Fenglang Town, as he lacked the status of a subordinate. However, he was relentlessly honing his speed, all to ensure he could reach Jelly City more swiftly in the future, even if it was merely to catch a glimpse of her. At present, what Tang San yearned to absorb from the demon clans was the ability to fly. If he could attain flight, he could traverse the 3-day distance in merely half a day. Departing in the evening would allow him to arrive at Jelly City by midnight. Regrettably, during the last collision competition, he failed to absorb the flight skill. The innate ability of the white-headed falcon demon is its keen eyesight, and flight is a physical capability inherent to it being that if Tang San could acquire the demon god transformation of the white-headed falcon demon, he could potentially fly through transformation. Yet, as he practiced the Xintian art, he lacked the true bloodline of the white-headed falcon demon, rendering it impossible that on his way back, Tang San pondered this issue meticulously, but he did not possess the ability of the demon god transformation. If he were to reach a large city in the future, it would still pose a risk. What should he do if the demon clans demanded that he transform when assessing subordinates? Initially, he had little interest in the demon god transformation. As a human, what benefit was there in becoming a demon? Yet the prospect of flying to meet the beautiful nobleman ignited a newfound anticipation for the demon god transformation within him. Upon returning to Jelly City and reaching his residence, Tang San settled onto his bed in a meditative posture to cultivate. Having continuously absorbed energy lately, coupled with persistent practice, his Xintian art had ascended to the pinnacle of the 4th rank. As he anticipated, he encountered yet another bottleneck. Undoubtedly, he would need to absorb higher-level Wind Wolf demon energy to advance to the 5th rank. Upon reaching the 5th rank, he should possess a degree of self-preservation ability. Focusing inward, he observed the 4 skill imprints of the Xintian art glowing softly. The most powerful among them was the azure light orb representing the Wind Wolf transformation, followed by the Lingxi eye, which fused the heart eye and eagle eye. Both of these were at the 4th rank. The previously stripped and downgraded 3rd rank skill imprints, the flash leopard and heavy armor techniques, shimmered less brightly. These skill imprints bestowed upon him the abilities of various demons. When utilized, it equated to the Xintian art, infusing them with energy, enabling the imprints to release corresponding skills. Was it truly possible to manifest the demon god transformation? Even partially, Tang San had been mulling over this question, undertaking a series of attempts, such as temporarily merging the imprints with his bloodline. However, during the merging process, he discovered an issue. Once integrated with his bloodline, the Xintian art would swiftly retract the skills, or rather expel them from his bloodline. The skills seemed capable of existing independently, but could not genuinely merge with his bloodline, that a wave of fatigue washed over his mental realm, prompting Tang San to realize that he had maintained the Lingxi eye in a semi-active state due to his earlier contemplations on the return journey. This semi-active state refers to a subtle condition where one refrains from observing the external world, instead enhancing their introspection. This is the advantage bestowed by the Lingxi heart eye, allowing Tang San's mind to become clearer and his thoughts more lucid, proving especially useful during contemplation. Moreover, by not fully activating the Lingxi eye, his energy consumption remained minimal, enabling him to sustain this state for a more extended period. Just as he was about to retract the Lingxi heart eye, he suddenly sensed some commotion upstairs. Chapter 47. The Redeemer. The tiger-faced man living above were the couple Wang Yanfeng and Xiao Jing. Having cohabited for so long, Tang San would typically not pay heed to normal sounds. However, in that fleeting moment, he sensed that there was not merely the presence of 2 individuals upstairs. Instantly alert, he glanced at Wang Zhong, who was meditating nearby, seemingly oblivious, before rising once more to open the window, activating his Lingxi heart eye fully. The world before him transformed into a vibrant palette, and he immediately felt the wind elements in the air were far denser than usual. Clearly, someone was manipulating the wind elements in large quantities. Judging by the agitation of the wind elements, it was evident this was not for cultivation, but rather for combat. Without a moment's hesitation, Tang San leapt through the window, swiftly scaling the exterior wall to ascend the building. In mere moments, he found himself outside the 2nd-floor window. The window was ajar, and within the room, 3 individuals stood in silent confrontation. At that moment, Wang Yanfeng had already activated the Wind Wolf transformation. And beside him, Xiao Jing had done the same. To Tang San's surprise, the usually gentle and nurturing matriarch exuded an aura that now reached the 4th rank. Her transformation was noticeably less pronounced than Wang Yanfeng's. As she stood slightly behind him, before them stood a man clad in black, wearing a peculiar mask that bore a resemblance to a tiger, adorned with blue patterns. "Greetings, Brother Wang. No need to be alarmed," the tiger-faced man said, raising his hands in a seemingly calming gesture. Yet his presence emanated a formidable aura. Although he had yet to invoke the demon god transformation, his cultivation clearly surpassed that of Wang Yanfeng and Xiao Jing, marking him as at least a 5th-rank powerhouse, a 5th-rank human. Tang San held his breath, focusing intently to suppress his own aura. Without employing the imprints within his body, his ability to conceal himself remained formidable. "Who are you?" Wang Yinfeng inquired warily. "Merely a harbinger, born for the salvation of humanity, destined to aid in our resurgence," the tiger-faced man replied with a light chuckle. Wang Yinfeng's pupils constricted, almost instinctively exclaiming, "Salvation?" Although Tang San had already deduced the implication, hearing Wang Yinfeng utter those two words sent a jolt through his heart. Had salvation truly arrived? During the early days of Wang Yinfeng's teachings, he had contemplated the connection between Wang Yinfeng and salvation, considering how few humans might possess a cultivation level above the 4th rank. Yet, given the current scenario, it appeared Wang Yinfeng was aware of salvation, but had not allied with them. When Wang Yinfeng spoke the word salvation, the tiger-faced man nodded slightly, acknowledging indeed that as it was Gue who informed me of your residence. Upon hearing the name Gue, Wang Yinfeng visibly hesitated, his tense form not relaxing, but rather becoming even more vigilant. The tiger-faced man succinctly stated, "She is one of us. I trust you have surmised that without our assistance, establishing a foothold in Jelly City would be no small feat." As he spoke those words, Wang Yinfeng inhaled deeply, retracting the claws that had formed on his palms. "What business do you have with me?" he asked in a subdued tone. Beside him, Qiujing also wore a look of perplexity. The tiger-faced man spoke in a hushed tone, saying, "We as humans struggle for survival on the fairy continent. The vast majority of our kin are incapable of awakening their intellect, leaving them to be enslaved by these beings. What is your perspective on this, Brother Wang?" Wang Yinfeng sighed bitterly. "What perspective can I possibly hold? The monster clans and the spirit clans are so formidable. Do you think we can ever overturn their dominance?" After a moment of silence, the tiger-faced man inquired, "Do you know how the Redemption Organization was originally established?" Wang Yinfeng was taken aback, unsure as to why the topic had shifted so suddenly. And he shook his head in confusion. The tiger-faced man's voice grew even more somber as he continued, "Those of us who possess the ability to transform into demon gods have no mothers. The desire for vengeance for our mothers has united in those days. Our wish for redemption was simply that our children might someday have mothers." These words fell, whether it was Wang Yinfeng, Qiujing, or Tang San outside the window. They all felt a profound tremor in their hearts. Qiujing's eyes turned red in an instant. Indeed, those who could attain the demon god transformation and become subordinates of the monster and spirit clans were nearly all motherless. Only if both parents were humans could their offspring possibly have a mother. Yet, how could the first generation of humans with the demon god transformation ever hope for such a chance? Their mothers had all been violated by the monster and spirit clans, leading to their births. Moreover, their mothers were often brutally killed at the moment they awakened their demon god transformation. The tiger-faced man continued, "In the time shortly after my own awakening, I was lost. After attaining my intellect, I even contemplated that if my mother did not have to die and could always be with me, I would willingly forego this power and not awaken my intellect. Even if it meant leading a dull existence, at least I could be with her. It was this very thought that filled my heart with anguish and boundless hatred. In my mind's eye, her image has long since faded, and I can scarcely recall her face. I can no longer even find where her remains lie. Each and every one of us in the Redemption Organization is a seeker of vengeance. Yes, you are correct. The monster and spirit clans are so powerful. What can our meager strength accomplish? Can we truly overthrow their rule? It seems utterly unrealistic now. But if we cannot topple them, shall we simply submit? Shall we allow them to butcher us and slay our kin? Do you know that within some of the larger monster clans, there are women among our kind who secretly awaken their intellect? They willingly offer themselves to the beasts, enticing the monsters so that their offspring might be born with the ability to transform into demon gods. Even knowing that once their children awaken, they themselves will perish, they still forge ahead without hesitation. Once, a mother like this told us that after her death, she wished for her child to join the Redemption Organization, not for vengeance, but simply to give us humans a glimmer of hope. Wang Yinfeng listened silently to his account, dispelling his wind wolf transformation, and spoke calmly, "Why share this with me? I have witnessed far worse." "And then what?" the tiger-faced man replied. "Have you become numb? Wang Yinfeng retorted. What else can one do? The tiger-faced man said solemnly. Join us. Help us redeem more souls. Redeem more souls. Wang Yinfeng chuckled self-deprecatingly. You know well the situation with the demon god transformation. What level can we truly achieve? As the bloodlines of humanity continue to pass down, the strength of the demon god bloodline will only diminish. All you can accomplish are some assassinations. What else is there? The tiger-faced man replied. When I first joined the Redemption Organization, I thought the same way, and at that time, all I desired was vengeance that I believed that would suffice for me. But later, I discovered that redemption is not merely that. We are forging a world of our own. I cannot divulge too much, but I can tell you that the goal of redemption has never been assassination or to act as a killer organization. It is to ensure that humanity can live better. Indeed, our current capabilities are limited and the number of people we can assist is few. But we believe that with effort, we will eventually see the dawn. Wang Yinfeng's body trembled slightly. The notion of forging their own world truly struck a chord within him. Do you understand what the consequences are if one is discovered to have joined the redemption? Wang Yinfeng said, furrowing his brow. The tiger-faced man nodded. I certainly do. But in recent decades, have you heard of any redemption members being captured and implicating others? Wang Yinfeng was taken aback. His knowledge of the redemption was indeed limited. The organization has developed a stringent set of rules over the years. Each member is meticulously arranged in terms of identity and tasks to ensure their safety. Yes, we do have an assassination department. But that is not our sole focus, that we also possess a well-structured intelligence organization. The bloodline and beliefs of humanity have brought us together. While there may be some who recognize the monsters as their kin upon awakening their demon god transformation, the vast majority still choose to remain human, for our appearances are still human. We cannot genuinely be accepted by monsters or spirits. Wang Yinfeng inhaled deeply. If I were to join you, what would you require of me? The tiger-faced man replied, I have come for two main reasons. First, I hope you'll join us. You need not do anything beyond continuing to manage our human subordinates here, expanding their numbers as much as possible, teaching them to awaken their intellect, and instilling some of our philosophies in them. This should not be difficult for you, as you have always done this. Wang Yinfeng felt a slight relief and nodded. And the second, the tiger-faced man continued, I have heard from Gue Ge that you have taught an exceptionally talented disciple. This child, though still young, has already attained 4th-tier strength. The organization has decided to prioritize his cultivation, and I must take him with me. Wang Yinfeng's heart tightened. You are referring to Tang San? He inwardly chastised his sister, as Gue Ge had not disclosed any information to him. He is still young. He has not yet even solidified his subordinate identity. Wang Yinfeng protested. The tiger-faced man waved his hand dismissively. You need not worry about this. The organization will handle it. Moreover, whether he can be fully cultivated by the organization will depend on his innate talent. Therefore, I still need to conduct a test on him. Wang Yinfeng said solemnly, What if I refuse to join you? The tiger-faced man replied, That is also acceptable. Given your relationship with Gue, coupled with the fact that betraying us would yield no benefit for you, I believe you will still keep our secrets. However, if I ascertain that the child possesses sufficient potential, I will still take him. And how will you test him? Just then, a youthful voice rang out. In the next moment, a figure gracefully landed in the room and closed the window behind him. It was none other than Tang San. Upon seeing Tang San enter through the window, the tiger-faced man instinctively raised his hand but halted upon hearing his words. A flicker of surprise crossing his eyes. Before Tang San's arrival, he had indeed not sensed his presence. This child, appearing no older than 8 or 9, concealed himself remarkably well. Moreover, his ability to detect the tiger-faced man's arrival indicated a keen perception. Tang San, come here. Wang Yinfeng immediately beckoned him over. Tang San approached Wang Yinfeng and Xiu Jing, and the tiger-faced man did not obstruct him, merely regarding him with intense scrutiny, assessing him from head to toe. The test is quite simple. Real combat. If you can endure for a minute against me, you pass, the tiger-faced man said with a smile. For some reason, when he gazed into Tang San's eyes, clear yet introspective, he felt an unusual sensation within him. He had an inkling that this child would undoubtedly bring him surprises. Tang San replied, I am willing to join you, but I have conditions. "Oh," the tiger-faced man said with curiosity, observing him intently. Tang San's tone was anything but childlike. "What conditions? You have yet to pass my test, yet you seem quite confident," the tiger-faced man remarked. Tang San did not respond to the skepticism, but stated his conditions. "I hope that your cultivation of me will take place in Jelly City, and I require a legitimate identity that ensures my safety." Having listened to the conversation between the tiger-faced man and Wang Yanfeng, Tang San deepened his understanding of the Redemption Organization. Undoubtedly, this human organization could not be considered powerful, and while their goals sounded noble, the reality was exceedingly arduous. However, the appearance of the tiger-faced man presented him with an opportunity to escape this place sooner. Otherwise, he would have to wait over a year to resolve his subordinate identity before he could leave. The prospect of reaching Jelly City sooner meant that he could reunite with her earlier, which was of paramount importance to Tang San. The tiger-faced man replied, "Your identity issue will naturally be resolved, but why is it that you insist on going to Jelly City?" Tang San fell silent for a moment, seemingly displaying a hint of timidity, before he finally spoke. "Because Aunt Gouet is there," the tiger-faced man inquired. "Then why do you wish to join us?" Tang San suddenly lifted his head and replied without hesitation, "Revenge! My mother spoke of it here," as he pressed his lips together, a glimmer of hatred igniting in his eyes. These emotions were not merely feigned. After all, he was still only 9 years old and needed to exhibit traits characteristic of a child his age to avoid suspicion. Furthermore, revenge and hatred were sentiments that emanated from the depths of his heart. The tiger-faced man regarded him with a gentle sigh and said, "Child, I support your desire for vengeance. However, remember this. Do not allow hatred to blind your eyes. Our redemption organization has grander aspirations." Tang San nodded silently, acknowledging, "I understand, but for now, this is the significance of my joining the redemption organization, that if you agree to my terms, I am willing to be a part of it." The tiger-faced man nodded in response, stating, "Very well. Let us set aside your conditions for the moment. First, you must pass my test. Once you have succeeded in that, we shall discuss your terms." Tang San comprehended the underlying implication. The man sought to assess his potential. In fact, when he first entered Jelly City, he had already suspected that the specter he encountered might be problematic. During his time in Jelly City, he had observed numerous vassals, yet very few possessed their own enterprises. The two exceptions were the daughter of the esteemed Mei Gongzi and her mother, as well as the specter, in Tang San's view. The Mei Gongzi's tea shop was the most concerning, for it was situated in the very heart of Jelly City. The ability to operate a shop there without interference from any monstrous clans attested to its uniqueness. As for the specter, while less extraordinary, owning a small and frequented solely by human vassals raised questions. At that time, Tang San had already deduced that the specter was likely connected to the redemption organization or had some backing from a powerful force. Moreover, since the specter was Wang Yanfeng's sister, the likelihood of substantial backing seemed low, thus increasing his suspicions regarding the former. Consequently, when participating in the collision competition, Tang San had factored in the specter's influence, deliberately aiming to impress her. The arrival of the redemption organization's members today came as no surprise. It was precisely what he had hoped for. In order to resolve his identity issues and make his way to Jelly City sooner, relying solely on Wang Yanfeng and himself would undoubtedly prove challenging, if not perilous. Although the redemption organization might not boast overwhelming strength, their persistence and status as the only organization among humans with a desire to resist indicated a certain depth. It was this very depth that Tang San desperately needed. Thus, his participation in the collision competition was not a spur-of-the-moment decision, but rather a well-considered strategy that promised multiple benefits. Chapter 49. A flock of birds returning to the forest. The tiger-faced man's arrival was even swifter than Tang San had anticipated. His objectives achieved, yet simultaneously, Tang San began to understand that the redemption organization was likely not very formidable, that a truly powerful and well-coordinated organization would not so readily reveal itself. A covert investigation would have been the prudent course of action. Their lack of talent made it evident that they would regard him with significance, especially given his remarkable fourth-tier prowess at such a tender age. A faint smile graced Tang San's face as he nodded and asked, "May I begin?" The tiger-faced man squinted slightly, turning to glance at Wang Yanfeng and his wife. Wang Yanfeng gently withdrew with his wife, clearing a modest space within the room, just as the tiger-faced man was about to speak. A sudden sense of crisis enveloped him that a flash of azure light appeared, and a wind blade surged toward him. Though the wind blade appeared small, it was remarkably solid, transforming from a pale azure hue to a striking cerulean, both pleasing to the eye and razor-sharp. In an instant, the tiger-faced man raised his hand, attempting to grasp the wind blade, only to be astonished as it unexpectedly halted mere inches from him. Suspended in a manner that defied the laws of motion, his palm, now adorned with patterned fur, swelled in size, yet he grasped nothing but in that fleeting moment. The cerulean wind blade accelerated anew, nearly instantaneously reaching the tiger-faced this proximity. Evasion was impossible. That a deep, guttural roar erupted from the tiger-faced man's throat, and the sound wave shattered the wind blade before him. However, the force of his roar shattered the mask upon his face. Thus, the tiger-faced man found himself at a slight disadvantage. Wang Yanfeng, observing closely, realized that what Tang San had unleashed was not merely a single wind blade, but the first blade had spun through the air, leveraging its rapid rotation to achieve a momentary suspension. This was a technique Tang San had previously practiced with Wang Yanfeng, yet even Wang Yanfeng admitted he could not execute it with such precision. The second wind blade then collided with the suspended one, triggering an explosion of numerous smaller blades in a sweeping assault. Had the tiger-faced man's roar not blown away the wind blades, he would have suffered even greater losses. The mask shattered. A rugged middle-aged face emerged, revealing a look of astonishment. In the next instant, he witnessed two more wind blades launching from Tang San's hands, tracing elegant arcs as they advanced toward him. The tiger-faced man's eyes narrowed, and a deep blue aura enveloped him, causing the temperature in the room to plummet. The deep blue fur on his arms thickened, his limbs growing more robust. Yet his transformation seemed confined to his arms. No other part of his body exhibited any change. The wind blades were silent, appearing as if they had veered off course, gliding past him. However, the tiger-faced man remained vigilant, sensing that the two wind blades would soon arc back to strike at his rear. The hovering wind blades and the ones before him opened his eyes to new possibilities. When Gui had reported on Tang San's abilities, he had found it hard to believe that a mere 9-year-old could consecutively defeat several fourth-tier monsters. It had seemed utterly preposterous. Yet, in this moment, he found himself beginning to believe it. The sheer skill displayed was enough to leave him in awe. If all this knowledge had been imparted by Wang Yanfeng, then Wang Yanfeng was indeed remarkable. Of course, Tang San remained the focal point. His youth suggested an even greater potential for future development. As his thoughts swirled, Tang San continued to unleash a stream of silent wind blades. These azure blades, resembling the elusive horns of an antelope, were seemingly insubstantial, yet each one conveyed a palpable threat to the tiger-faced man. The first two wind blades did not strike as he had anticipated. Instead, they missed by over a foot, just as an ice shield began to coalesce behind him, failing to provide adequate defense. Tang San had already launched 12 wind blades, filling the room with a swirl of azure light. Yet none disrupted the surroundings, all circling around the tiger-faced man. This extraordinary control over the wind blades was a sight the tiger-faced man had never witnessed before, prompting him to take the initiative. His eyes transformed to a deep blue as icy mist coiled around his tiger-like paws. With a swift push from his toes, a surge of power erupted, causing the temperature to plummet further. An ice-like armor materialized over his body, disregarding the wind blades as he lunged directly at Tang. In that instant, as he pounced with astonishing speed, the airborne wind blades seemed to be triggered, converging upon the tiger-faced man like a torrent. The wind blades remained silent, yet it was this very silence that rendered them most menacing. The tiger-faced man, undeterred, fortified his icy armor even further, just as he was about to reach Tang San. The latter moved. The tiger-faced man blinked in disbelief as Tang San vanished from sight, as though the figure that had stood there moments ago was merely an illusion. As Tang San executed a sudden shift, the wind blades followed suit. Meanwhile, Wang Yanfeng and Xiu Jing stood in astonishment, their mouths agape in disbelief. The previously chaotic 12 wind blades, now converged into a neat row, advanced in an orderly fashion toward the same spot on the tiger-faced man's back. The technique was none other than the flock of birds returning to the forest. With Tang San's mental prowess, he may not yet be able to control hundreds of wind blades, but manipulating a mere 12 is a task he masters with ease. Utilizing the technique of 100 birds returning to the forest, as the birds take flight, they converge upon their destination. Faced with the formidable defenses of his opponent, he focuses his assault on a singular point. It is worth noting that Tang San's wind blades are already compressed, and even ordinary wind blades, when launched in rapid succession at a single location, are far from pleasant. With a resounding bang, the first wind blade detonates. The tiger-faced man, attempting to turn, finds the second wind blade has already arrived. The consecutive strikes stagger him, and then the third and fourth follow suit as the azure light of the blades flickers. The ice armor on the tiger-faced man's back shatters, generating swirling clouds of ice mist and fierce winds that a simple act of turning becomes an insurmountable challenge. His heart is filled with dread, yet he finds himself utterly powerless. More critically, as the fifth wind blade descends, his layer of ice armor is on the verge of collapse, straining to summon the power of his bloodline to reinforce the armor. His body is uncontrollably propelled forward by the relentless barrage. Tang San quietly observes, and by the time the ninth wind blade strikes, the tiger-faced man is slammed against the wall, his ice armor fracturing instantaneously. The final 3 wind blades, however, do not strike again. Instead, they dissipate silently into the air. For a brief moment, the entire wooden cabin is enveloped in a whirlwind of wind and ice elements, as if a blizzard had just raged through. Pressed against the wall, the tiger-faced man feels a sharp pain in his back, and his chest surges with turbulent blood, leaving him momentarily overwhelmed. He abruptly turns, his body undergoing a transformation, specifically when the 7th wind blade strikes his back. He completes the metamorphosis into a demon god, his stature swelling to a towering 2.5 meters, his entire body now adorned with dark blue striped fur. Chapter 50. Who taught you? As the tiger-faced man turns, his slit pupils fixate upon Tang San, who stands resolutely in the same spot as before at a 5th tier against a 4th tier, yet he finds himself nearly incapable of resistance under the onslaught of wind blades. More importantly, the tiger-faced man vividly recalls the number of blades that struck his back. 9 out of 12 have been unleashed. What then? The 9th wind blade has already breached his defenses. Any additional blades would surely penetrate, even his fur. Setting aside the intricacies of the technique, the sheer power of each wind blade is far beyond what an ordinary 4th-tier wind wolf could unleash at this moment. He comprehends deeply that the talent of the child before him surpasses even the reports from Gue. Tang San refrains from continuing his assault, letting his hands fall naturally at his sides. His gaze calm as he regards the tiger-faced. That's sufficient. The tiger-faced man takes a deep breath and slowly nods. He certainly possesses many more tactics at his disposal. If pressed, he would have confidence in overcoming Tang San. However, that would undermine the purpose of the test that, of course, this confidence pertains only to himself. And whether Tang San shares the same sentiment remains uncertain. Who taught you to control these wind blades? The tiger-faced man inquires, his tone grave. Tang San turns his gaze toward Wang Yanfeng. Wang Yanfeng's heart twitches. I taught him. What nonsense! Yet at that moment he grasps Tang San's intent and nods, saying, this child has exceptional insight. I merely provided some guidance, and he was able to draw connections and develop his own ideas. His control over the wind blades is already commendable. The tiger-faced man silently nods, his respect for Wang Yanfeng elevating a notch. To cultivate such an outstanding disciple is no small feat. Although Wang Yanfeng's cultivation may not be high, his teaching ability is truly commendable. The 2 conditions you proposed earlier should pose no issue. That I will escort you to Jelly City for your arrangements. I need to report your circumstances before proceeding. The tiger-faced man concludes, nodding to Wang Yanfeng before abruptly accelerating towards the window, flinging it open and leaping into the darkness. His departure is as sudden as his arrival. Wang Yanfeng initially believed the tiger-faced man would have more to say once Tang San confirmed his willingness to join and pass the assessment. but he was taken by surprise when the man vanished. Wang Yinfeng cast a questioning glance at Tang San, feeling a mix of emotions regarding the child. Setting aside everything else, the control exhibited in the 100 birds returning to the forest technique has left him in awe. Wind blades can be wielded in such a manner. Little does he know, Tang San retains the wind blades not only to conceal his identity as a wind wolf, but also because, given his current circumstances, employing wind blades as hidden weapons allows his skill in 100 techniques of hidden weapons to be displayed to its fullest. 100 birds returning to the forest is merely the most fundamental technique. Even Tang San himself finds it somewhat peculiar. In his previous life on Dilua continent, his initial rise to prominence relied more on intricate hidden weapons. The exquisite and powerful mechanisms allowed him to establish a foothold before his strength was sufficient. Yet in this wondrous world of the spirit beast continent, the rich spiritual energy and the uniqueness of the demon-god transformation have enabled him to practice the hidden weapon techniques of the Tang sect more fervently, truly showcasing the art of hidden weapons. Upon exiting Wind Wolf Town, the tiger-faced man halts in the woods, letting out a gasp as a mouthful of fresh blood escapes him, finally allowing him to catch his breath. Why the urgency to depart? Simply to avoid the embarrassment of having to spit blood on the spot. It is truly humiliating for a 5th tier to be bested to the point of bleeding by a 4th tier. Especially considering the opponent's bloodline is not particularly strong, that he would have no face to return with. Yet even now, his heart remains filled with astonishment. He still struggles to believe that a 9-year-old child can wield wind blades with such mastery, both in power and control. This transcends mere talent. It is an extraordinary gift. The Wind Wolf transformation seems tailor-made for him, that a plan must be formulated swiftly to integrate him into the organization for further cultivation. Perhaps, in the near future, another high-tier powerhouse will emerge within the organization. For the cause of redemption, high-tier powerhouses are invaluable and exceedingly rare. Having departed the tiger-faced man, within the wooden cabin, Wang Yinfeng instructs Qiu Jing to rest before leading Tang San to their usual training chamber. Do you truly wish to join the cause of redemption? Is it for vengeance? Wang Yinfeng queries. Tang San pauses in contemplation before responding. Teacher, I wish to explore the outside world, that I also desire to grow stronger. I seek revenge. The one who spoke of redemption said it is to give humanity hope, and I believe he is right. Wang Yinfeng sighs softly. In truth, Gui has long urged me to join the cause of redemption. I am aware she is a member. The reason I have not agreed is that I did not wish to disrupt the stable environment I had painstakingly attained. I understand the greater principles. Yet I remain a coward at heart, lacking the courage to act. I simply wish to live peacefully with your master. Tang San lowers his head. I am sorry, teacher. I have brought you trouble. Wang Yinfeng smiles and shakes his head. Do not blame yourself. What is meant to come will come. You possess a maturity of spirit far beyond your peers. I trust your choices will not be misguided. Your talent warrants a place in the cause of redemption. I too yearn for humanity's resurgence, that I shall remain here. While you must spread your wings and soar high, I hope to witness even the faintest glimmer of hope for humanity within my lifetime. Even if it is but a small spark, that it will happen. It certainly will, Tang San affirms resolutely. Thus concludes the dialogue between master and disciple. Returning to his room, Tang San becomes lost in thought. The events unfold as he anticipated, aligning closely with his plans. The cause of redemption indeed sought him out, and he has essentially passed their assessment, as for how they will escort him to Jelly City. He harbors little concern if they cannot manage such a trivial task, then the organization truly has no reason to exist. What remains is to wait. Unconsciously, the image of that youthful yet exquisite visage resurfaces in his mind, and his gaze softens. In his plan, he delineates 2 possible scenarios. The first being the normal circumstance, where his judgment proves erroneous, and the cause of redemption does not arrive. Should that be the case, he will proceed methodically with his training and enhancement, formulating a plan to eventually secure a vassal identity and find a way to Jelly City. The primary issue with this plan lies in whether he can extricate himself from everything here. Should it come to that, even the destruction of Wind Wolf Town would not be out of the question. However, what of the humans here? What of the vassals? Would they face collective punishment? This presents a considerable dilemma. The second scenario is the arrival of the cause of redemption. This represents the most favorable outcome. Given their capabilities, aiding Tang San's entry into Jelly City should pose little challenge, and even if complications arise, they ought to handle them adeptly. In the present moment, Tang San finds himself not only lacking understanding in this world, but also devoid of significant influence. Circumstances are evolving in a manner more favorable than he had envisioned. It now rests upon the Redemption Organization to determine how to extricate him, a small slave still bound by servitude. Chapter 51. Dining, cultivating, and contemplating the fair young master for the subsequent fortnight. Tang San engaged in his routine of eating, cultivating, and dreaming of the fair young master. Naturally, he also participated in practical training alongside the three brothers of the Wang family and Ling Mushui. Under his guidance, his companions progressed swiftly, even surpassing their advancements during Wang Yin-Feng's tutelage. After all, Tang San is the youngest among them. The three brothers of the Wang family felt a sense of disgrace in being bested daily by their younger sibling, particularly in the presence of Ling Mushui. Being well-fed enabled their growth to normalize. Wang Chao, being the eldest, fared better, while Wang Zhong and Wang Xiao often found their attention diverted towards Ling Mushui. This was especially pronounced in Wang Xiao due to their similar ages. Meanwhile, Ling Mushui seemed to grow closer to Tang San. With this bond in place, the Wang brothers naturally strove even harder to best Tang San during their training sessions. As another night descended, when Wang Zhong entered meditation, Tang San prepared to venture out for some cultivation when he suddenly heard something. Without hesitation, he leapt through the window and ascended to the second floor. Wang Yin-Feng awaited him there, accompanied by the same tiger-masked figure from before who had donned a new mask. Wang Yin-Feng said nothing. The two men proceeded directly to the quiet room and secured the door. The tiger-masked man fixed his gaze upon Tang San, stating that his request had been approved and a preliminary plan was already formulated. Wang Yin-Feng, somewhat anxious, inquired, "What do you intend to do?" Although Tang San still bore the identity of a mere slave, he was nonetheless a quasi-vassal. Should he suddenly disappear, Wang Yin-Feng, as his overseer, would bear the responsibility. Especially with the Redemption Organization's growing influence, the control the monster clans exerted over human vassals had become increasingly stringent. The tiger-masked man reassured him, "Do not worry, Wang brother. You will not be implicated. We plan to create a diversion in such chaos. The disappearance or death of a small slave will not attract attention. We will seize this opportunity to extract Tang San." Wang Yin-Feng queried, "How will we create this chaos?" The tiger-masked man replied, "Do you recall the fourth-tier lightning leopard that Tang San defeated during the collision competition? The lightning leopard clan and the wind wolf clan are sworn enemies. Following that event, the two factions clashed several times in Jelly City. Until the city lord suppressed them forcefully, we will devise a means to incite the lightning leopard clan to launch an attack here. This will provide the perfect opportunity to take Tang San away. As long as you protect yourselves, you should be in no danger." Upon hearing this, Tang San's eyes lit up. It was indeed a brilliant strategy. An attack by the lightning leopards on the Wind Wolf clan's village was a perfectly reasonable scenario given their enmity. The small-scale skirmishes had occurred frequently over the years, though the nearest village of the lightning leopards was still over 100 miles away, making such confrontations infrequent. The lightning leopards attacking the wind wolves would naturally bear no connection to the human vassals. Regardless of the aftermath, blame could not be laid upon Wang Yin-Feng or the human vassals. The Redemption Organization certainly possessed some cleverness. Wang Yin-Feng, too, considered this and said, "The scale of the conflict should not be too large. I fear for the safety of our people." He was referring to the human slave villages surrounding Wind Wolf Town. Concerned that the lightning leopards might retaliate against them, "We will ensure control," the tiger-masked man replied solemnly. "An elder from our side will personally oversee this operation, should anything deviate from the plan. The elder will intervene." Wang Yin-Feng nodded and turned his gaze to Tang San. Tang San also nodded, affirming, "I have no objections." The tiger-masked man continued, "Very well, I shall now divulge the detailed plan to you. Wang brother, aside from you and Tang San, do not disclose this matter to anyone else, including your wife. This is of paramount importance for your safety in the future. You understand my meaning, do you not? Indeed, I comprehend, Wang Yanfeng replied. The tiger-masked man produced a rolled piece of leather, which unfurled to reveal a map. This map prominently displayed Wind Wolf Town and its surrounding terrain. Can you understand this? The tiger-masked man asked Tang San. Tang San glanced at it and pointed to the central area, saying, "Is this our town?" "Correct. This marks Wind Wolf Town, with the road leading to Jelly City here. This area indicates the residence of your 5th-tier wolf demon lord, and this is where the 6th-tier high priest resides. When the lightning leopards attack, they will undoubtedly intervene, drawing all attention. Our preliminary plan is to guide the lightning leopards to launch their assault from this direction, which will also serve as the focal point of the conflict. Wang brother, on that day, ensure all vassals remain indoors and do not venture out to avoid any collateral damage. An alarm will sound once the fighting commences. Tang San, at that moment, begin counting silently in your mind. Start from 1, following my current pace. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, all the way to 300, then exit your room and flee in the direction behind the town. To facilitate your departure, we will assist the lightning leopards in breaching Wind Wolf Town, creating the necessary chaos. Wang brother, remember not to act recklessly during that time. Safeguard the other vassals that if a lightning leopard draws near. You may engage in combat, but do not kill any of their vassals, as some may be our own. Tang San, ensure you memorize the locations on the map. We shall rendezvous here, and I will await you there before we proceed to Jelly City. Wang brother, after the battle concludes, you must claim that a lightning leopard has abducted Tang San. You may even go so far as to appeal to the Wolf Lord for assistance. Our plan will then be complete. The tiger-masked man reiterated the entire plan 3 more times, detailing each location and timing, ensuring that both Tang San and Wang Yanfeng thoroughly understood and could recite it back to him to confirm their comprehension. This is the plan. We tentatively schedule the operation for 3 days hence that I will return in 2 days to finalize the timing with you. Tang San, remember to take nothing with you. Simply slip away quietly. Timing is crucial. We must exploit the element of surprise. Should you be delayed and encounter the lightning leopards, escape will become exceedingly difficult, and our plan will fail. Do you understand my meaning? Tang San nodded, affirming I understand. Only then did the tiger-masked man express satisfaction, stating, "Good. We shall leave it at that for today. I will return in 2 days." After bidding farewell to the tiger-masked man, Wang Yanfeng regarded Tang San with a complex expression, surprised by the rapidity of their preparations. Tang San remained silent. In his view, the Redemption Organization had invested a fortnight in orchestrating their scheme to extract a mere small slave, which felt rather prolonged. Fortunately, the arrangements appeared to be quite meticulous. Noticing Tang San's silence, Wang Yanfeng approached, embracing him tightly. "Go now. You ought to venture forth. With your talent, you should contribute more to humanity that if you encounter insurmountable danger. Find a way to return. Even without a legitimate identity, the teacher will protect you here. This will always be your home." "Teacher, I will return," Tang San vowed earnestly. Wang Yanfeng smiled faintly, replying, "If it truly flourishes over there, be sure to bring those few along with you." Of course. Tang San understood exactly whom Wang Yanfeng referred to. Wang Yanfeng took a deep breath, contemplating, perhaps it is time for me to take action as well. Let this be the beginning. As long as they successfully extract you, I will formally agree to join the Redemption Organization and act as their informant here. A wave of warmth surged through Tang San's heart. He had never perceived Wang Yanfeng as a coward. Rather, he was a guardian, undertaking what he could to protect his kin. This was far superior to those reckless souls who rushed to their demise. Chapter 52. Zheng Mengqi. Without Wang Yanfeng's protection, the presence of so many human vassals in Wind Wolf Town would have been unimaginable. 2 days later, the tiger-masked man returned once more, confirming the final action time, with the original plan remaining unchanged. After dismissing the tiger-masked man again, Tang San returned to his room. He recognized that a momentous occasion awaited him, the first significant turning point since arriving in this world. Quietly, he took to his bed, sitting cross-legged, his eyes half closed, glimmering with contemplation. The plan articulated by the tiger-masked man, replayed in his mind. 300 breaths of time would afford him ample opportunity to accomplish much. In the depths of the mountains, agile figures darted swiftly through the trees, each one lithe and powerful, leaping effortlessly. The trees merely served as leverage for their motions, posing no hindrance to their passage. Each individual bore tawny brown stripes, and with every bound, they could leap several dozen meters. Before long, they traversed the forest and emerged onto the main road. Nearly 100 figures swiftly converged together to the forefront. A towering silhouette stood upright, reaching over 3 meters in height, its elongated form exuding an aura of strength, with bright yellow light flickering in its eyes. Its clawed hands slowly retracted as its body straightened, revealing a formidable lightning leopard. Behind it, shadows gathered in droves, clearly centered around its presence. This the direction. The leading lightning leopard gestured ahead. A smaller figure quickly approached its side, nodding gently. Master Shansheng, it must be this way. That place is called Windwolf Town. A fierce glint flashed in Shansheng's eyes, the yellow in his gaze subtly tinged with a flickering red. Windwolf? Damn it! Follow me. It spoke. It abruptly waved a hand. Leaping forward, with the other lightning leopards swiftly following, their eyes alight with ferocity. The lightning leopard that had conversed with Shansheng earlier slightly retracted its fur, revealing a humanoid visage. However, it soon transformed back into its leopard form, blending seamlessly into the ranks of its kin. Although the lightning leopard clan is not particularly powerful among the monstrous races, the sight of 100 lightning leopards charging along the Grand Avenue still emanated an imposing presence. Enough to make even some stronger monstrous clans retreat in caution if encountered alone. It was evident that the aura of these lightning leopards was somewhat amiss. The lightning leopards moved with astonishing speed, excelling in short bursts of acceleration. Yet even in a steady run, their pace surpassed that of ordinary monsters. The leopard demon lineage has always been the sovereign of speed upon the ground. When they finally halted, the sun was setting. Shansheng slowed down, stopping beneath a grand tree. It raised its right forepaw, prompting the following lightning leopards to come to a halt and gather around it. Rest here until nightfall. This time, success is the only option. Failure is not permitted. Shansheng's voice was laced with a chilling intensity. The multitude of lightning leopards dispersed to find places to rest after a relentless sprint. Their bloodline energy had been significantly depleted, and taking the opportunity to recuperate was essential for regaining optimal strength. Zhang Mingqi, come here. Shansheng barked coldly. A lightning leopard swiftly appeared, its fur vanishing silently, its form shrinking slightly as it transformed into a human vassal. Bowing respectfully before Shansheng, it said, Master Shansheng, may I see the map? With a wave of its paw, Shansheng beckoned. Zhang Mengqi promptly retrieved a leather map from his bosom, spreading it out before Shansheng and pointing at the illustration while glancing at the descending sun. My lord, we should be at this position that we are less than 10 kilometers from Windwolf Town. If we proceed from here, it should take about 10 minutes. Once you have rested, we can head over at any time. Shansheng scrutinized the map and inquired, Are you certain it is this way? If you lead us astray, you know the consequences. Zhang Mengqi, visibly anxious, replied, I assure you, my lord, I truly saw them coming this way and entering this town. What if we negotiate first? Perhaps they have abducted your kin. A fierce glimmer flickered in Shansheng's eyes. Negotiate? What is there to discuss? Do you believe those cunning wind wolves will speak the truth? We will search upon arrival. A mere town cannot possibly pose a threat. Once I find the evidence, I shall obliterate this settlement. A powerful aura emanated from Shansheng, and the yellow light in its eyes momentarily shimmered with a faint golden hue. Zhang Mengqi quickly lowered his head, respectfully stating, I shall comply with your will. Shansheng nodded in satisfaction. You may rest as well. If we find them this time, I shall commend you. Yes, my lord. Zhang Mengqi then found a corner nearby, leaning against a large tree to recuperate. Silently, he pressed his right hand against the tree, his fingers tracing several marks upon its bark. As dusk deepened, nightfall enveloped the land. Shansheng let out a low growl. The resting lightning leopards immediately sprang to their feet, gathering around it. Zhang Mengqi, lead the way, Shansheng commanded coldly. Yes. Zhang Mengqi swiftly completed the transformation into a lightning leopard. although still distinct from a true lightning leopard. In the shadowy night, he was not easily discernible. Grasping the map in one hand and orienting himself, he advanced quickly ahead. The lightning leopard clan was not particularly inclined toward cerebral pursuits, while all monstrous races had attained a degree of intelligence. The levels of intellect varied significantly. Some particularly astute monstrous clans existed, but the majority sought primarily the enhancement of their physical prowess, lacking in contemplative skills. For instance, reading a map was a cumbersome task for the lightning leopards, whereas their human vassals excelled in such matters, which is why many clans had human vassals to assist with simpler tasks. Zheng Mengqi would not make a misstep in direction. For lightning leopards, 10 kilometers, even at a leisurely pace, would not take long to traverse. Soon, they beheld the wisps of smoke rising from the village. Unbeknownst to them, the path Zheng Mengqi chose conveniently skirted around the village inhabited by human slaves, preventing any potential ire from the lightning leopards towards the human captives. For the monstrous races, slaves and livestock were regarded as one and the same, and mutual enslavement was a common occurrence. Especially amidst rival factions, A.S. Shansheng spotted the town not far ahead. A fierce glint ignited in its eyes that IT lifted a forepaw and patted Zheng Mengqi's shoulder, clearly satisfied with his navigation. My lord. This should be the place, Zheng Mengqi respectfully stated. Shansheng nodded, raising its right forepaw, causing the lightning leopards behind to part and halt. Shansheng slowly closed its eyes, at which moment the yellow patterns on its body began to emanate a soft yellow glow, each stripe seeming to come alive, gently swaying with the flow of light. This sensation was exceedingly peculiar. All present, including Zheng Mengqi, could distinctly feel the stirring of their bloodlines within, becoming palpably heated. Chapter 53. Kill. Within Wind Wolf Town. After dinner, Tang San was summoned upstairs by Wang Yanfeng. Today was the day they had agreed upon with the tiger-faced man. Just then, an impulse surged within Tang San, the imprint of the lightning leopard within him suddenly flaring with heat. Causing his very bloodline to feel as if it were boiling, he hastily suppressed the agitation of the imprint using his Xiantian skill. Though he was unaware of the cause, he surmised that the lightning leopard clan had arrived. Outside the town, the yellow glow emanating from Shansheng gradually receded. When it opened its eyes again, they were filled with a fierce crimson intensity. Here is the spot. I sense the presence of my kin. They remain as feeble as ever, yet undeniably existent. Damn it. This is the place. Charge in. Search the entire town. Should anyone obstruct us, kill without mercy. With a thunderous roar, the lightning spirit darted forward, swiftly heading towards the direction of Wind Wolf Town. Following closely behind, the lightning leopards emitted low, rumbling growls, racing alongside their leader towards the town. The defenses of Wind Wolf Town had always been rather lax, as the vast surrounding area was predominantly forest, and the nearest lightning leopard tribe was situated 100 miles away, leaving little need for vigilant guarding. However, at the sound of the lightning spirit's roar, the high priestess of Wind Wolf Town, who was preparing her dinner in her abode, felt her gaze freeze in an instant. She abruptly raised her hand, and a fierce gust of wind erupted, sending her human attendants flying. Simultaneously, her elongated staff shot forth from within, landing directly in her grasp. With the staff raised high, a brilliant azure light surged into the sky, accompanied by an ancient wolf's howl that escaped her lips. The azure light swirled around her, gradually lifting her body into the A.I.R.A.T. that moment. The lightning spirit had already reached the outskirts of Wind Wolf Town. The town lacked walls or barriers, and with its astonishing speed, it charged straight in the direction it had sensed through its bloodline. It soon encountered a third-tier wind wolf. The wind wolf, caught off guard by the sudden appearance of the figure, instinctively prepared to unleash an enraged howl. Yet, before it could discern its opponent's form, a sharp pain pierced its throat, silencing the roar that was trapped within. Its robust body gradually collapsed at that very moment. The lightning spirit caught sight of the soaring azure light, letting out a fierce call as it leapt into the air, its golden aura radiating brilliantly. The fur on its body erupted with the previously seen golden glow. The lightning leopards that had followed closely behind into Wind Wolf Town felt their bloodlines boiling, their auras visibly amplifying. This was a unique trait among the various monster clans. When a powerful leader guided their kin into battle, the leader's bloodline would bolster that of their kind, enabling them to exhibit even greater combat prowess. The lightning spirit quickly spotted the high priestess of Wind Wolf Town, who was ascending into the air, gracefully leaping across the rooftops in the direction of the high priestess, as the saying goes. To capture a thief, one must first seize the king. The elder Wind Wolf, exuding a potent aura in the center of the town, was evidently the core of this settlement. The high priestess, rising into the air, quickly discerned the rapidly approaching figure, recognizing it as a lightning leopard despite her age. Upon realizing the nature of her adversary's clan, a sense of dread washed over her. The lightning leopards and wind wolves had always been adversaries. Yet according to the rules of the monster clans, while conflicts might arise, they rarely encroached upon each other as territories, a decree from their ancestral home. Yet here they were, brazenly invading, exuding an aura of formidable strength that left the high priestess astounded. "Why have you invaded our town?" she bellowed. However, the lightning spirit had no intention of parleying, unleashing an enraged roar as it lunged towards the high priestess. Its form nearly vanished in an instant. Simultaneously, the high priestess felt a prickling sensation over her skin, a clear premonition of life and death. Without a moment's hesitation, her staff erupted with a blinding azure light, enveloping her in a massive aura. The vibrant yellow figure appeared before her, claws poised to strike. Yet, the azure light surged outward, spinning with tremendous force, propelling the lightning spirit sideways. The high priestess, once frail, began to swell with power. "Ancestors, grant me your blessing." She cried out in a piercing howl. In an instant, the azure light erupted to its zenith, taking on an emerald hue, illuminating the sky and revealing the flickering silhouette of a colossal wolf's head above. The lightning spirit missed its target, landing atop a house. Watching in astonishment as the high priestess's aura surged dramatically with her call, "How to return to ancestry. A priestess in this humble town. No wonder they dare to strike at us." It mused, feeling no fear at the high priestess's newfound strength, but rather an intensifying fury. Just then, a long wolf's howl echoed, and a massive figure charged forth, arriving beside the high priestess, the Wind Wolf Lord. At that moment, influenced by the high priestess's earlier call, its body swelled to nearly 4 meters tall, every muscle bulging with ferocity. That it knelt before the high priestess, further tapping into its ancestral strength. The high priestess floated above, landing on the Wind Wolf Lord's back, the two appearing as one, their combined aura soaring beyond the 6th tier. Meanwhile, the lightning leopards had already infiltrated the town, their intent clear. Upon encountering the wind wolves, they fought without hesitation. The ensuing chaos resulted in both factions clashing violently. While the Wind Wolf tribe boasted a considerable number of members, true strength was scarce, with many being the elderly, young, and women. Conversely, the 100-plus lightning leopards that had come were all in their prime. In the midst of the fray, the wind wolves, caught unprepared, began to falter, leaving behind a trail of fallen comrades. The Wind Wolf High Priestess, her eyes now a deep emerald, glared fiercely at the lightning spirit. "Why? Why do you attack my clan? Do you not understand that invading another's territory is forbidden by ancestral decree? Invading, your clan has preyed upon my kin. Do you dare question me?" The lightning spirit's eyes blazed with fury, its aura surging as its bloodline was fully awakened. "Preying upon my kin." The high priestess was momentarily taken aback, casting a glance at the Wind Wolf Lord beneath her. The hunting of younglings among the monster clans was a grave taboo. Past conflicts between the wind wolves and lightning leopards had stemmed from such issues that in the beginning, their enmity arose from this very predicament. Wolf meat was not particularly desirable, nor was it coveted. The same could be said for the leopard clan. Yet, curiously, the younglings of the leopard clan possessed a unique vitality. Consuming a leopard youngling, regardless of its lineage, was considered a tremendous boon, even enhancing one's bloodline. Consequently, the poaching of leopard younglings was a persistent issue, met with fierce resistance from the leopard clan, which sought to protect its young at all costs, retaliating against any who dared infringe upon their territory. This had led to several large-scale conflicts, resulting in an unprecedented unity among the leopard clans. Eventually, the ancestral home formally enacted a ban on the poaching of leopard younglings, warning that any transgressors would face severe repercussions. Thus, the hunting of leopard younglings was an absolute taboo. It was no wonder the lightning leopards dared to defy ancestral laws and invade Windwolf Town. Could it truly be that such poaching had occurred? The High Priestess found herself increasingly skeptical, her suspicion landing squarely on the Windwolf Lord beneath her. She knew full well that the Windwolf Lord had been striving to break through the 5th tier to reach the 6th, yet had repeatedly failed due to insufficient bloodline strength. This had fueled its relentless anger. Only by achieving the 6th tier could it hope to be summoned to the city of Jelly. The Windwolf Lord had long been weary of this remote village. The idea of hunting leopard younglings for consumption was indeed a tempting shortcut, and the risk of being caught was not unimaginable. In truth, even with the ancestral home as prohibition, the illicit hunting of leopard younglings had not entirely ceased. The Windwolf Lord, now restless, growled lowly, "High Priestess, I have not." The High Priestess turned her gaze to the lightning spirit. "Do you have any evidence?" The lightning spirit growled. "I can sense the presence of my kin's bloodline." "What more evidence do you require?" "My bloodline has reached ancestral strength, allowing me to sense my kindred, surely." "As a priestess, you understand this?" The Windwolf High Priestess's heart sank. She realized the truth in the lightning spirit's words, if it were not for the presence of lightning leopard younglings within Windwolf Town. The lightning spirit would not have acted so recklessly. This was a matter of great consequence for both clans. Just then, the Windwolf Lord beneath her erupted with a powerful roar, its potent Windwolf bloodline surging forth, invigorating the Windwolves battling the lightning leopards, bolstering their spirits, and amplifying their auras. The Windwolf Lord opened its mouth, unleashing a blade of wind towards the lightning spirit. The blade of wind surged in the air, expanding rapidly as the elemental winds coalesced around it, reaching a width of nearly 1 meter in the blink of an eye, accompanied by a piercing howl. The moment the Lord of Windwolf Town unleashed this windblade, both the Flash Spirit and the High Priest of Windwolf Town understood the implications. Although the Lord of Windwolf Town did not openly admit to capturing the young of the Flash Leopard clan, it was evident that he was the perpetrator. In truth, the Lord of Windwolf Town was filled with trepidation. He was acutely aware of the troubles that would arise from seizing the offspring of the Leopard Demon clan. Yet, the insatiable thirst for power and the desire to enhance his bloodline rendered him unable to relinquish such an opportunity. Just 2 days prior, while out and about, he had chanced upon a pair of flash leopards frolicking in the forest, among which were 2 clearly newborn cubs. The couple of flash leopards were not particularly strong, possessing merely around 3rd-tier strength. Driven by greed, he hesitated momentarily before striking down the flash leopard couple and abducting their 2 young. He believed he had committed the act with utmost stealth, such that even his closest wife remained oblivious to the deed. However, he never anticipated that within just 2 days, the army of the Flash Leopard clan would come knocking at his door. "Stand down," roared the High Priest of Windwolf Town. As the yellow light flickered in the eyes of the Flash Spirit, it prepared to evade, yet the wind blade before it erupted with a powerful wave of elemental wind, akin to a vortex which ensnared it, imparting a sense of inevitability to its escape. "A mere 5th tier, and yet it dares to shine," scoffed the Flash Spirit, its body swaying slightly before it split into 3. The 3 figures flickered momentarily, breaking free from the surrounding bindings, and simultaneously dashed in 3 different directions toward the Lord of Windwolf Town and the High Priest. "Have you lost your mind?" bellowed the High Priest of Windwolf Town, raising his staff high, a brilliant azure glow radiating from him as a tempest surged forth, forcefully repelling the 3 figures of the Flash Spirit once more. The Lord of Windwolf Town growled, "Kill it, High Priest. If we eliminate it and the invading Flash Leopards, I shall vacate the town. You know that if I do not resort to such measures in this resource-scarce region, I shall never ascend to the 6th tier. I have no other choice. Scoundrel!" The Flash Spirit seethed with rage. "You resort to harming the young of my clan simply because you lack a path to advancement? Do you truly believe that a mere regression can stand against me?" As it spoke, the yellow-brown leopard patterns on its body began to shift, a faint golden hue gradually emerging, and its physique became increasingly elongated and powerful. The light in its eyes transitioned to a soft, golden glow. "Seventh tier," exclaimed the high priest of Wind Wolf Town almost involuntarily. In truth, upon the flash spirit's arrival, he had already sensed the intensity of its aura. And now it was confirmed. The high priest, himself at the 6th tier, possessed the unique ability to draw upon the aura of ancestral Wind Wolf deities to enhance his own strength. However, even with this advantage, he was not truly 7th tier. He could only temporarily reach that level of power. The chasm between the 6th and 7th tiers was a vast divide, a significant distinction in caliber. Even as a priest, it was nearly impossible for him to overcome a genuine 7th tier adversary unless the Lord of Wind Wolf Town also reached the 6th tier, which would allow him to utilize secret techniques to temporarily elevate the Lord to 7th tier, giving them a fighting chance. The flash spirit chose not to speak further. Driven by intense hatred, it lunged directly toward the combination of the high priest and the Lord of Wind Wolf Town. In that instant, the three formidable beings clashed in midair. Waves of intense azure light and calls to their ancestors continually empowered the high priest and the Lord of Wind Wolf Town. Below them, at the Wind Wolf Town altar, faint azure light rose and swirled, bestowing them with strands of strength. After all, this was Wind Wolf Town, and for them, it was akin to fighting on home turf. Yet, the power exhibited by the Flash Spirit was exceptionally formidable. The Flash Spirit was fully aware that fighting on the enemy's territory would confer advantages to its opponents. However, it was a true 7th tier, confident in its ability to contend with them and emerge victorious. This was the essence of strength that, in an instant, spectators from afar could only glimpse the Flash Spirit transforming into a golden shadow, relentlessly charging toward the central azure light, pressing against it time and again. Yet for the time being, breaching the defensive perimeter of the two adversaries proved to be a formidable challenge as the battle commenced. Within a nearby 2-story wooden cabin, the Wang brothers and Ling Mu Shui had already been gathered together by Qiu Jing, forbidden for going outside. Wang Yinfeng and Tang San had remained on the 2nd floor. Upon opening the window, they could witness the distant conflict. The direction in which the flash leopard surged was precisely as the tiger-faced man had foretold, without any deviation, according to their agreement, after 300 breaths. Tang San was to depart from this place. Tang San, Wang Yinfeng called out to him. Tang San respectfully bowed to Wang Yinfeng, filled with deep respect for this mentor who had first brought warmth of family to him in this world. "Teacher, I must take my leave now. Please take care of yourself and Mrs. Wang, that I will certainly return to visit you when the opportunity arises," Tang San spoke softly. "You are leaving already? Did we not agree on 300 breaths? Wang Yinfeng exclaimed in surprise. "Rest assured, it should be fine. The Flash Leopard clan has sent a considerable number of its warriors. Have you not noticed that many wind wolves have already gone to the front lines? The rear is now devoid of wind wolves, and no one will discover my departure. Soon, as the man of redemption mentioned, the Flash Leopards should be able to breach the town. By then, it will be inconvenient for me to leave. So, I must depart early and seize the opportunity. You still doubt my capabilities?" Wang Yinfeng hesitated briefly before nodding. "Be sure to exercise caution. Once you reach Jelly City, find Gue Gay when you have the time. She will relay your safe news to me." "Understood. Teacher, I'll take my leave now." Tang San stepped forward, embraced Wang Yinfeng, then turned and leapt through the window, executing a graceful flip in midair, landing effortlessly on the ground outside with the aid of the wind element. He turned back to wave at Wang Yinfeng at the window before swiftly vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 55. The opportunity for slaughter. Watching Tang San's departing figure, Wang Yinfeng suddenly felt a sense of loss. Over the course of a year, he had indeed imparted knowledge to Tang San. Yet equally, he had learned from him. After the initial period, he had come to regard Tang San not merely as a child, but as an equal. This sensation was quite peculiar. Tang San was remarkably self-assured, yet composed. Perhaps, in the future, the man he would become could indeed bring hope to humanity. Subconsciously clenching his fist, Wang Yinfeng closed the window, preparing himself. When the flash leopards invaded the town, he too would need to devise a response to absolve Tang San of any suspicion regarding his departure. Outside the wooden cabin, Tang San was silently counting in his mind. He did not leave Windwolf Town immediately, in fact. Upon learning of the entire plan from the tiger-faced man, he had devised his own scheme. While departing outright was undoubtedly the safest choice, it also presented an exceptional opportunity. Last time, due to experimenting with different methods and techniques of the bloodline imprint from various demon clans, the imprint of the Flash Leopard clan had fallen from 4th tier to 3rd tier. Meanwhile, his Windwolf imprint had yet to reach the pinnacle of 4th tier. This battle between the Flash Leopards and the Windwolves was, for him, an excellent opportunity to enhance his own imprint. The greater the strength of the imprint, the higher the level of abilities he could unleash from both clans. The Rhinoceros Demon, the Spirit Deer Demon, and the White-Headed Falcon Demon were difficult to locate. Yet the Flash Leopards and Windwolves were right before him. In the midst of battle, who would notice him? Having long since become intimately familiar with the terrain of Windwolf Town, Tang San concealed himself in the shadows, swiftly approaching the area where the two sides clashed. Of course, he would not venture too close to the center, where a 7th tier being faced off against a 6th tier and a 5th tier. Not to mention the presence of the Windwolf Town altar. With his current strength, he was insufficient to influence that battle. Thus, he made his way toward the periphery of the battlefield. As he drew nearer, he could distinctly feel the heat radiating from both his Windwolf imprint and Flash Leopard imprint within him. This was a manifestation of his bloodline being stimulated. He could also sense that the battle between the two sides was reaching a fever pitch. Climbing atop a building, Tang San lay prone on the roof, gazing into the distance. Not far from his position, 7 or 8 Flash Leopards were assaulting 4 Windwolves. Both sides were of 3rd to 4th tier strength. Among the demon clans, the overall power of the Windwolves and Flash Leopards was roughly on par, which accounted for their long-standing rivalry without either side being able to gain the upper hand. At this moment, it was clear that the Flash Leopard clan held the advantage, with 2 among them exhibiting 4th tier prowess. In addition to the other Lightning Leopards, which are remarkably swift, they continually assault the 4 Windwolves. Among these 4 Windwolves, only one is of the 4th rank, while the others are of the 3rd rank. In terms of speed, although the Windwolves are not slow, they find themselves at a disadvantage when compared to the Lightning Leopards. However, the Windwolves possess superior defensive capabilities and strength, and they can unleash wind blades. Thus, even though the Lightning Leopards hold the upper hand, they're cautious in their attacks to avoid being struck by the wind blades, leaving only a series of injuries on the Windwolves. Truly eliminating them would require considerable time and effort. Tang San observed their battle and then glanced towards the distant other combat groups. This particular skirmish was somewhat isolated. The leading Windwolf emitted a series of fierce howls, evidently calling for reinforcements. Yet at this moment, the entire Windwolf town was embroiled in conflict, leaving no Windwolves available to provide support here. This is promising. Tang San's eyes narrowed slightly, and in the next instant he moved. Crouching atop the rooftop, he refrained from descending directly. With a swift motion of his hands, the Windwolf mark within him was activated. 2 wind blades shot forth from the rooftop. Simultaneously, his spiritual sense was awakened, capturing the movements of the Lightning Leopards. The 2 azure wind blades descended upon the fray below. The Lightning Leopards naturally sensed this and evaded. However, how could the wind blades Tang San launched be compared to those of ordinary Lightning Leopards? The 2 wind blades traced elegant arcs in the air, seemingly aimed at empty space, yet they collided precisely with 2 exceptionally swift yellow figures. With 2 muffled thuds, the 2 third-rank Lightning Leopards were almost instantly cleaved in half. This sudden turn of events startled both sides engaged in the battle. The 4 Windwolves were overjoyed. Reinforcements had arrived, and they were formidable allies. It is known that under normal circumstances, the Windwolves could scarcely strike the Lightning Leopards with wind blades unless unleashing a large-scale barrage. The speed of the Lightning Leopards was simply too great. Yet here, the 2 Lightning Leopards had not only been struck, but had also met their demise in an instant, indicating the tremendous power of the wind blades. One of the 4th-rank Lightning Leopards roared and leapt towards the rooftop. Although it was unaware of how the attack had occurred, it knew it must eliminate the Windwolf on the roof. as the fourth-rank lightning leopard ascended, it caught sight of a yellow silhouette. The similarity in bloodline aura instinctively led it to believe it was an ally. The leopard flash was, after all, the innate skill of the lightning leopard clan. Thus, its immediate conclusion was that a companion had arrived. Having dealt with the wind wolf on the rooftop, just then, the figure was already before it that a hand shot out with lightning speed, striking directly at its throat. The fourth-rank lightning leopard's pupils constricted in an instant. In the next moment, after receiving a heavy blow, it beheld a pair of violet eyes, sinking into a stupor. The power of its bloodline surged uncontrollably. Tang San pressed it down onto the rooftop, his Xiantian skill operating without reservation, drawing forth the energy from within the lightning leopard. This was a fourth-rank lightning leopard, and under his guise, it had been unable to unleash its combat prowess. Moreover, after the journey to Jelly City, Tang San's strength had significantly increased. With both strategy and surprise on his side, how could this lightning leopard possibly contend with him? As he continued to absorb, his Xiantian skill rapidly became more robust, and the lightning leopard mark within him glowed with increasing heat and brilliance. Once the bloodline power of this fourth-rank lightning leopard was completely consumed, the mark had ascended to the fourth rank. This was the complete bloodline power of a fourth-rank lightning leopard, an immense boon indeed. Having completed the absorption of this lightning leopard, Tang San mentally counted to 50. 50 breaths had passed since the onset of the battle ahead, but he cast a glance towards the three formidable figures locked in combat at the center of Windwolf Town. Time was of the essence. At this moment, due to the substantial decrease in the lightning leopard's strength and the desperate efforts of several windwolves, the previously overwhelming situation had temporarily reached a stalemate. Tang San, perched on the eaves, took a deep breath. His Xiantian skill surged rapidly. Having just consumed the fourth-rank lightning leopard, his Xiantian skill was exceedingly potent. A flurry of wind blades shot forth, aimed directly below, while his spiritual sense remained activated, allowing him to precisely control the wind blades to envelop the battlefield. The lightning leopards engaged in battle below immediately sensed something amiss. The wind blades descending from the rooftop signified what? It indicated that the fourth-rank lightning leopard that had charged to eliminate its foes was unable to withstand the onslaught, or worse, had already perished. The wind blades fell from the air, illuminating the ground with an azure hue. The lightning leopards scrambled to evade, attempting to dodge these wind blades. However, this time, Tang San showed no mercy that a total of 18 wind blades surged forth simultaneously, surpassing the number he had previously employed against the tiger-faced beings. Even the fifth-ranked tiger-faced beings could only withstand 9. The lightning leopards excelled in speed, not defense. Yet their swiftness proved futile under the precise targeting of Tang San's spiritual sense. The leopard flash became an even greater liability for them. The wind blades seemed to possess their own sight, always appearing in the paths the lightning leopards could not avoid during their rapid charges. The 18 azure wind blades manifested as tangible entities, far beyond what the lightning leopard's defenses could withstand. Tang San had now attained the pinnacle of the 4th level of Xiantian skill, and with the 4 major marks within him, he was no ordinary 4th-rank beast. At this moment, unleashing all his strength, the 18 wind blades coalesced into a tempest, sweeping across the entire battlefield in an instant. This was the first time he had exerted himself to such an extent. The 18 wind blades represented the limit of his current control, that if he disregarded control, he could unleash more. Yet often, the importance of precise control far outweighed mere quantity. The 4th-rank lightning leopards were almost instantaneously annihilated. The 4th-rank lightning leopard could barely evade a few strikes due to its instinctive awareness of danger. Yet those 18 wind blades were akin to death warrants. They spun and whirled in the air, even altering their trajectories through collisions with one another. This was one of the exquisite techniques within the Tang sect's concealed weapons, ranked even higher than the 100 birds to the forest. Utilizing the peculiar flight characteristics of bats, known as bat wing reincarnation. Not only was it precise, but it was also unfathomable. Under Tang San's control through his spiritual sense, this bat wing reincarnation technique reached new heights. The wind blades, composed of wind elements, absorbed additional wind elements from air while in flight, enhancing their formidable power. Thus, the 18 wind blades grew increasingly larger and stronger, to the point where even Tang San could no longer mask their sound. The piercing whoosh resembling the harbinger of death. With two sharp thuds, the remaining fourth-rank leopard demons were finally laid bare in the air, severed by the wind blades. Witnessing this scene, the few remaining wind wolves were left utterly dumbfounded. Was this the wind blades? The innate ability of their kin, the wind blades? They had never conceived of such a formidable application. The reality before them left no room for disbelief. The sense of survival ignited a wild joy within them. However, just as their excitement began to swell, they suddenly realized that the wind blades, having completed a circuit in the air, first dispersed and then surged forth from all directions, racing towards them. The howl of terror had barely escaped their lips before it was abruptly silenced. With their already considerable injuries, how could they withstand such powerful wind blades? 60 breaths had passed, Tang San silently counted. Having annihilated the wind wolves and lightning leopards below, he swiftly descended as he first sought out the fourth-rank entities among the wind wolves and lightning leopards, rapidly consuming their residual bloodline marks. The results were somewhat less than he had anticipated. Perhaps due to the bodies being incomplete, a significant portion of the bloodline power had been lost. The third-rank lightning leopards and wind wolves offered little in terms of absorption value. Yet, in pursuit of speed, he had little choice as for the beast kind. Ever since his biological mother had been slain by them in this world, he had long since harbored no compassion. In his eyes, all beasts deserved to perish. After absorbing the bloodline power of several fourth-rank beasts, Tang San swiftly departed. This battlefield was relatively secluded, making it difficult to be detected. The bloodline power of several fourth-rank beasts provided him with a substantial replenishment. The marks of wind blades and leopard flashes had evidently solidified considerably, marking significant progress in his fourth-rank standing. Especially the mark of the wind wolf has become exceedingly bright, even engulfing what lies behind it, seemingly reaching a bottleneck where further progress is unattainable. Tang San is not surprised by this. The mark is closely related to his own cultivation of the Xintian art, which cannot be advanced beyond the fourth rank. Thus, it is only natural that this bloodline mark remains stagnant as well. 80 breaths have passed. Tang San lifts his gaze, once more directing his attention to the fierce battle occurring in the heart of Windwolf Town. At this moment, the formidable 7th-rank Flash Leopard, Shining, has fully showcased its speed advantage. Despite the ranged wind element attacks unleashed by the High Priest of Windwolf Town, they failed to touch even a fraction of its body. The speed of the Flash Leopard is simply too astonishing that it can even retreat 100 meters in an instant when the High Priest releases a barrage of wind blades, only to swiftly counterattack as the blades disperse. The Wind Wolf Lord's eyes blaze crimson, empowered by the bloodline force bestowed by the High Priest, exhibiting combat prowess that far exceeds its normal capabilities, likely reaching the 6th rank. Its already imposing figure withstands much of Shining-esque assault. Yet it is riddled with wounds. Even though the High Priest forcibly enhances their strength with the secret arts of their clan, the disparity between 7th and 6th ranks remains an insurmountable chasm. Shining is dominating the fight, and more critically, the duration of the secret arts is ultimately limited. They cannot be employed endlessly. Once their effects wane, both the High Priest and the Lord's strengths will plummet. And they may even suffer a backlash from the secret arts. Nothing comes without a price, and the clan's secret arts are no exception. Meanwhile, the Flash Leopard clan has launched a full-scale assault into Windwolf Town. The able-bodied defenders of Windwolf Town can no longer hold the line. Even women and children have joined the fray. In such dire circumstances, the might of the monster clan is evident. Even the youngest among them possesses a degree of combat capability. Regrettably, they face the elite of the Flash Leopard clan, though there are no 5th-rank beings among them aside from Shining. Sweeping through Windwolf Town is still a trivial matter. Tang San has slain numerous Flash Leopards, alleviating the pressure from that direction. Yet more Flash Leopards continue to infiltrate Windwolf Town that, if this persists, the entire town may be utterly annihilated. Stop! A piercing cry suddenly resonates. Concurrently, the azure glow enveloping the High Priest of Windwolf Town suddenly intensifies, transforming into a colossal whirlwind that directly sweeps Shining away. The wind blades carried by the whirlwind carve multiple gashes into the body of this seventh-rank powerhouse, momentarily halting its advance. The high priest glares furiously at Shining, and with a thunderous crack, the staff in his hand shatters. Instantly, an overwhelmingly rich bloodline aura coalesces into a dark green sphere that materializes in his palm. Command your kin to cease their actions. Otherwise, we shall face mutual destruction. You must recognize what this is. The high priest lifts the dark green sphere. Shining's expression shifts. The stance it had prepared to launch an attack falters. It undeniably recognizes the object. In any monster or spirit clan, the priest possesses a revered position due to their ability to summon the power of ancestors, continually reinforcing and stabilizing the bloodlines of their kin, preventing the dilution of their bloodline strength through inheritance. Throughout this process, priests often gather these bloodline powers and gain the ability to commune with ancestral bloodlines. When united, these forces become the core of a clan. The dark green sphere that the high priest holds is the heart of the Wind Wolf, containing a fragment of the bloodline essence of all the clan members of Windwolf Town, along with the blood energy accumulated through continuous sacrifices and offerings. Under the high priest's years of refinement, this power has fused with the essence of the Windwolf ancestors, representing the very heart of Windwolf Town and a crucial part of the Windwolf bloodline heritage. Chapter 57. The Heart of the Windwolf. If you continue to press, I shall detonate the heart of the Windwolf. All your kin, save for you, shall perish. The feud between the Flash Leopards and the Windwolves shall be eternal. The High Priest of Windwolf Town declares fiercely that a trace of apprehension flickers in Shining's eyes. The High Priest speaks true. Should the heart of the Windwolf explode, it would spell doom for nearly all the Windwolves and Flash Leopards present. The blast would undoubtedly be catastrophic. Moreover, the destruction of the heart would alert the highest echelons of the Windwolf clan. More importantly, the bloodline hearts of every clan are pivotal to their lineage. Should one be destroyed, it would severely diminish the clan's bloodline legacy, an affront scarcely short of total annihilation. Once such an event occurs, even the ancestral grounds would be powerless to prevent retribution. At that moment, it would truly become a do-or-die struggle between the Windwolves and the Flash Leopards. Shining had not anticipated the existence of the heart of the Windwolf in this humble town. It had indeed harbored thoughts of extermination. With the capture of their young and the near annihilation of Windwolf champions, it could justify its actions. Yet, it had not expected the High Priest to be so resolute as to produce the heart. One must understand that once this object is activated, even if not detonated, reining it back would demand a substantial sacrifice. For the High Priest, it would necessitate the offering of his own bloodline power to stabilize the heart. A fierce glint flickers in Shining's eyes as it bellows, "Halt!" The Flash Leopards, poised to attack, suddenly cease their onslaught. Meanwhile, Tang San, who had just withdrawn from an engagement with a fourth-rank Flash Leopard, once again conceals himself in the shadows. What is that object? He is equally intrigued by the heart of the Wind Wolf clutched in the High Priest's grasp. The moment the heart is revealed, he feels a profound sense of trepidation. This clearly threatens his very existence, and immediately thereafter, he senses his Wind Wolf mark growing fervent, almost scalding to the touch. Through his lynxy eye, he perceives an intense longing emanating from the Wind Wolf mark towards the heart, as if it yearns to merge with it. The heart of the Wind Wolf undoubtedly does not exist within the knowledge imparted to him by Wang Yanfeng. Yet its capacity to instill fear in a seventh-rank powerhouse signifies its immense importance to the Windwolf clan. As the battle within the town gradually subsides, Tang San realizes that he can no longer take advantage of the chaos. He must wait for the right moment when both sides are engaged in conflict. In the brief interval, he has consumed the bloodline powers of 7 or 8 Windwolves and Flash Leopards. 160 breaths have passed. He must prepare to depart. Simultaneously, Tang San silently marvels at the Redeemer's acumen. The tiger-faced man had previously told him to leave within 300 breaths. However, the powerful Flash Leopards that have arrived possess the strength to raise Windwolf Town to the ground. Were it not for the High Priest's revelation of the heart, Windwolf Town would likely have met its end. According to the tiger-faced man's earlier instructions, it seems he had long anticipated that the Flash Leopards could not extinguish Windwolf Town. For if they did, undoubtedly, the Wind Wolf vassals, including Wang Yanfeng, would be slaughtered as well. Clearly, the Redeemers had conducted thorough reconnaissance of both parties during their planning. They likely even predicted that the High Priest would be able to produce this orb. At this moment, Shining coldly states, "You think that by revealing the heart of the Wind Wolf, we will refrain from rescuing our kin. The blood debt for the slaughter of our young cannot simply be overlooked. You must comprehend the consequences of your actions. Even if it escalates to the ancestral grounds, your Wind Wolf clan will inevitably face severe repercussions." The High Priest of Wind Wolf Town inhales deeply, fully aware that this matter cannot be resolved so easily. "The blame lies with the avarice of the Wind Wolf Lord, that I concede that the fault lies with us," the High Priest solemnly acknowledges. "However, you have also slain many of my kin that I can surrender the surviving young of your clan to you, provided you withdraw." Shining, enraged, retorts, "And that is it? The instigators go unpunished. Do you realize what you are proposing? If you persist in this manner, even if it means my kin perish here today, I shall destroy everything in this place and seek justice from the ancestral grounds. Oh, you truly believe we fear your threats of mutual destruction? The slaughter of our young is similarly an irreconcilable enmity." A resolute glimmer flashes in the High Priest's eyes as she rises, gracefully alighting from the Wind Wolf Lord to hover in the air, stabilized by the wind elements. "Very well, I shall provide you with an answer. Wind Xiong, you shall depart as the High Priest. I hereby declare that from this moment forth, you are stripped of your position as Lord. From now on, you are no longer the leader of Wind Wolf Town, and any matters concerning you shall be of no concern to the Wind Wolf clan." The Lord of Wind Wolf Town was taken aback, for Wind Xiong was indeed his name. The High Priest, in the eyes of the Lord of Wind Wolf Town, was ablaze with fury. The High Priest of Wind Wolf Town bellowed, "Do you genuinely wish to see everything in Wind Wolf Town perish due to your foolishness? Depart at once." It seemed that Wind Xiong grasped the gravity of the situation. With a clenched jaw, he abruptly darted away towards the horizon. In the next instant, Shan Ling sprang into action, a leopard-like flash aimed at obstructing Wind Xiong's escape. However, just then, a wall of wind suddenly appeared before him, blocking his path. Shan Ling cast a cold, piercing gaze at the High Priest of Wind Wolf Town and coldly inquired, "What do you mean?" The High Priest replied with deliberate calmness, "I can sense that your kin's young ones should still be alive. Should you not prioritize rescuing them?" Shan Ling narrowed his eyes slightly. Meanwhile, buoyed by the earlier bloodline enhancement bestowed by the High Priest, Wind Xiong had already sprinted several hundred meters away. "You! Very well." The fierce glint in Shan Ling's eyes flickered, yet he was genuinely wary of the heart of the Wind Wolf held by the High Priest. This artifact could not be detonated. Otherwise, even a seventh-tier being would suffer grievously. And more critically, instigating a duel between the two clans was a responsibility he could not bear, in deference to the heart of the Wind Wolf. "I grant you 100 breaths of time. Within this span, I shall not pursue. After 100 breaths, should you obstruct me again, it shall be a fight to the death. Withdraw from Wind Wolf Town." As he spoke, he suddenly swiped with his right forepaw. The shining leopard clan within the town swiftly retreated like water. The High Priest of Wind Wolf Town remained unperturbed, silently cradling the heart of the Wind Wolf, observing the unfolding events. Undoubtedly, with the shining leopard's complete withdrawal from the town, the threat posed by the heart of the Wind Wolf diminished significantly. Should it self-destruct, it would spell doom for the entire Wind Wolf clan. However, the conditions set forth by Shan Ling were also within the High Priest's tolerance. 100 breaths was ample time for Wind Xiong to distance himself significantly. Although the shining leopards excelled in speed, Wind Xiong was surely more familiar with the surrounding environment. If he could not manage to escape under such circumstances, it would simply be deemed unfortunate for him. As for Wind Xiong's fate thereafter, it was beyond the High Priest's control. It would depend on the clan's decisions. As long as he was not discovered by the shining leopards, hiding for a while was a reasonable choice. Once the storm had passed, he could always relocate. Shan Ling scrutinized the High Priest of Wind Wolf Town, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Your cultivation may not be particularly formidable, yet your ability to wield the heart of the Wind Wolf suggests your bloodline is exceptionally pure. You are no mere Wind Wolf. Why are you here?" The High Priest of Wind Wolf Town replied nonchalantly, "If I still possess my former cultivation, Do you think you could brazenly boast before me? Shan Ling was momentarily taken aback, contemplating the aged visage before him, as if something dawned upon him, yet he refrained from speaking further, silently counting the 100 breaths in his mind. Chapter 58. Devouring Wind Xiong. At this moment, Wind Xiong had already burst forth from Wind Wolf Town, his heart brimming with rage and resentment. How could he have been discovered? How could this have happened? He was acutely aware that the high priest had expelled him to save his life. Continuing to battle that 7th-tier shining leopard would undoubtedly lead to his demise. The crux of the matter was that the adversary had seized the upper hand. For now, he could only flee. No matter how swift the shining leopard, it could not possibly possess greater familiarity with the surroundings than he did, and with the aid of the wind elements enhancing his speed, a prolonged sprint might even allow him to outpace it. The wind elements also served to obscure his own bloodline aura. Yet he could sense that his previously activated 6th-tier bloodline power was gradually waning, and the wounds on his body throbbed incessantly. Although he had not lost much blood, the effects were still palpable at this juncture. He could not afford a pause. He had to distance himself from this place swiftly. Only in doing so could he hope to preserve his life. With all his might, he accelerated into the woods. Wind Xiong's plan was simple. He aimed to reach the Wind Spirit Stone Mine, where a tunnel had been excavated as a contingency measure, personally overseen by the high priest back in the day. Within that tunnel lay numerous branching paths, akin to a labyrinth, as long as he could escape to the Wind Spirit Stone Mine and burrow into the tunnel. He would be virtually safe. The wind elements associated with the Wind Spirit Stones would further conceal his presence. Just as he had locked onto his destination, a sudden, ineffable sensation gripped his heart. He came to an abrupt halt, instantly decelerating, that a streak of azure light flashed past him like lightning. Had he not just slowed down, that azure light would have struck precisely at his throat. Oh! Wind Xiong roared. Windblade. That was unmistakably a windblade. Could it be that a clansman is plotting against me? From behind a large tree, a slight figure slowly emerged. Wind Xiong was taken aback. A human. A mere child? He did not even recognize the identity of this human. Indeed, the individual who stood before him, blocking his path, was none other than Tang San. Tang San murmured, 50 breaths should suffice. Killing him in 20 breaths leaves little time to devour. Nevertheless, it should be manageable. Yes, he spoke. His hands moved with purpose, and under Wind Xiong's astonished gaze, a series of azure-green wind blades, each over a foot wide, were unleashed. 18 wind blades in total, without the slightest hesitation, all shot into the sky. Each wind blade emitted a piercing wail, as the wind elements in the air seemed to respond to the call of the wind blades. Rapidly coalescing around them, in the depths of the youth's eyes, Wind Xiong perceived a glimmer of golden-purple light. With a furious howl, Wind Xiong surged forward, and at this moment, his cultivation had already plummeted from 6th tier back to 5th tier. And due to the prior bloodline activation, he felt weakened. He harbored no fear of this human boy. However, the boy's interference would undoubtedly diminish his chances of escape. A 7th tier shining leopard could be on his tail at any moment. Thus, his instinctive reaction was to end this swiftly. In an instant, azure light erupted from behind him, as if in that fleeting moment, every hair on his body had turned a vibrant shade of green. His eyes glowed fiercely, radiating a potent aura of ferocity as he charged directly at Tang. He did not even spare a glance at the 18 wind blades soaring through the air, seemingly scattered and off-dash target. The Lord of Wind Wolf Town. He innately possessed the talent for wind blades, and his resistance to wind elements was formidable. He was not overly concerned about the threat they posed. Even if they could inflict harm, the damage would be significantly mitigated. Present, he was singularly focused on swiftly eliminating this human boy and fleeing from this place. In such circumstances, he had no time to ponder why a human boy, without invoking the wind wolf transformation, could unleash so many wind blades. Wind Xiong lunged toward him. Tang San's lips curled into a disdainful smirk, his eyes alight with loathing. The biological mother of this world had undoubtedly perished at the hands of this individual and that high priest. While he believed he could not contend with a 6th-tier high priest, he was confident in his ability to handle a 5th-tier wind wolf that was already considerably weakened and rapidly draining of bloodline power. Through his spirit eye, he could distinctly perceive the fluctuations in Wen Xiong's bloodline aura. Having followed him thus far, he had chosen this moment to strike because he was brimming with confidence. Rather than evade Wen Xiong's direct assault, Tang San advanced boldly, a flash of yellow light enveloping him as he almost instantaneously crossed a distance of 20 meters, just as Wen Xiong leapt forward. Barely 5 meters away, Tang San had already positioned himself right before him. Leopard Flash. This was the first time Tang San had employed Leopard Flash in a real combat scenario since elevating it to 4th tier. Wen Xiong's eyes widened in disbelief. He could hardly comprehend how a human could possess both wind blades and the ability to perform Leopard Flash at that moment. A fist loomed large before his eyes. With a resounding thud, Tang San's fist struck Wen Xiong's left eye with tremendous force. The momentum of the leap abruptly ceased, yet Wen Xiong's claws still lunged toward Tang San, while simultaneously, the wind element surrounding him surged forth. Attempting to shove Tang San away, Tang San's spirit eye radiated with brilliance. At the very moment Wen Xiong released his wind elements, a flash of purple light flickered in his eyes. Wen Xiong felt a sharp pain in his mind, and the wind elements he had just unleashed disintegrated instantaneously. Under normal circumstances, given his bloodline talent, even with Tang San's ability to wield the spirit eye, it would be nearly impossible for him to wrest control of the wind elements from Wen Xiong. After all, the innate bloodline talents of the beast clans wield significant control over their abilities, compounded by the disparity in cultivation. However, when Wen Xiong's mind was struck, he could no longer maintain control over the wind elements. As the wind elements collapsed under Tang San's influence, in that fleeting moment of confusion, the previously launched 18 wind blades came rushing back like a flock of birds returning to their roost. A flurry of wind blades struck with lethal precision against the neck of Feng Xiong, nearly in the blink of an eye. The surface of Feng Xiong's fur shimmered with a vibrant azure light, counteracting the onslaught of elemental wind. Yet it was overwhelmed by the sheer volume of attacks. Simultaneously, Tang San had firmly grasped its forelimbs. Just as Feng Xiong regained consciousness, it was met with a searing pain in its neck. It attempted to struggle, only to find its forelimbs seemingly ensnared by iron chains, utterly unable to break free in terms of physical strength. Even at the 5th tier, Tang San found it challenging to contend with a 5th-tier beast of the monster clan, especially without any special enhancements. After all, the innate bloodline prowess of such creatures rendered their physical might formidable. However, he did not need to restrain Feng Xiong for long. With the aid of his Xianyu hand and the Rhinoceros clan's heavy armor technique, he could easily hold on to Feng Xiong's forelimbs for a brief period. Moreover, the Xin Tiangong had already activated, forcibly devouring the essence of Feng Xiong's bloodline. The first wave of Feng Xiong's bloodline essence surged into Tang San's body. He immediately sensed a profound difference. The purity of Feng Xiong's bloodline essence far surpassed any Wind Wolf bloodline he had previously consumed, brimming with exquisite energy, so much so that as he began to absorb it, the Wind Wolf imprint within him erupted with a dazzling azure glow, enveloping Tang San in a luminous azure aura. A series of slicing sounds echoed as the wind blades continued their relentless assault. Chapter 59. The Bloodline of the Wind Wolf King. Feng Xiong was abruptly slammed to the ground by the successive wind blades targeting the same spot. Its fur was finally severed, and it struggled fiercely. On the second strike, it nearly managed to shake off Tang San. However, the critical assault on its neck proved unbearable. When the 10th wind blade struck, its nerve at the back of the head was already damaged, causing its once mighty form to collapse like a deflated balloon. That be why the time the 15th wind blade descended, its cervical spine had been severed. Tang San's eyes sparkled as he dispelled the last 3 wind blades. At this moment, Feng Xiong was on the brink of death. With only a final breath remaining, he could not allow its head to be severed, as that would hinder his ability to absorb its bloodline. The entire battle from start to finish had only taken 10 breaths. That appeared simple. Yet in reality, Tang San had exerted every ounce of his strength. He had utilized all 4 bloodline imprint skills, in addition to his Tang Sek's unique techniques. Although it seemed to have taken less time, this was directly related to Feng Xiong's response. When Tang San unleashed the wind blades, he could have easily concealed himself in the shadows, but he chose to present himself before Feng Xiong to disorient it. As merely a 9-year-old human child, he appeared inconspicuous, and any monster clan would naturally underestimate him, especially given his tender age. His slight stature was disproportionate when compared to Feng Xiong, which undoubtedly fostered a sense of disdain within a creature. Previously, when Feng Xiong had been driven away, Tang San had been observing closely, utilizing his Lingxi eye to monitor the situation. The moment he chose to strike was indeed the most opportune. Feng Xiong's first instinct was undoubtedly to flee. Yet it could not have anticipated the formidable strength of its opponent. Tang San unleashed a full-scale assault without restraint, leveraging his peak 4th-tier prowess, the combat experience of a former divine king, psychological control, and the devouring capability of a Xian Tiangong. It was through this confluence of factors that he was able to subdue the injured and weaken Feng Xiong in such a short span of time. With the Xian Tiangong fully activated, he voraciously consumed the bloodline power within Feng Xiong, simultaneously siphoning away its last vestiges of vitality. The light in Feng Xiong's eyes gradually dimmed, and its body began to wither. In contrast, Tang San felt an overwhelming torrent of bloodline power surging into him. Suddenly, his aura erupted, and the bones in his body crackled in a series of resounding pops. He had broken through. Yes, by absorbing Feng Xiong's bloodline power, he had transcended the peak of the 4th tier and entered the 5th tier. Not only did he achieve a breakthrough in the Xian Tiangong, but the wind blade imprint within him also advanced, transforming from its original azure hue to a profound green, the brilliance deepening continuously. This bloodline from Feng Xiong was distinctly different from that of an ordinary wind wolf. Tang San discerned this immediately. Was it perhaps due to its status as a lord? Although it was his first encounter with the bloodline power of a 5th-tier wind wolf, based on previous experiences with 3rd and 4th-tier wind wolves. While the 5th tier was indeed significantly stronger, it should not exhibit such a drastic qualitative change. Simply put, the bloodline power of an ordinary wind wolf contained impurities, necessitating transformation and filtration during the absorption process through the Xian Tiangong. Conversely, Feng Xiong's bloodline power was almost directly consumed by the wind blade imprint without requiring any filtration. Its purity was unrivaled. It was akin to the distinction between pure water and sewage. And there was an abundance of it. Absorbing one Feng Xiong exceeded the cumulative total of all the wind wolf bloodline imprints Tang San had previously consumed. Initially, he believed that to break through the 5th level of the Xian Tiangong, he would need to absorb the essence of a 5th-tier powerhouse. Yet he succeeded in one fell swoop, demonstrating the extraordinary nature of Feng Xiong's bloodline. Nonetheless, regardless of the circumstances, he had ultimately triumphed, in truth. When he strategized with the tiger-faced man and secured a time frame of 300 breaths, Tang San had already devised his own plan. His premature emergence was intended to take advantage of the chaos and seize the opportunity to enhance his own strength. Initially, he had not coveted the wind wolf Lord Feng Xiong, that he lacked absolute confidence in subduing a 5th-tier creature, considering the 1-tier disparity and his absence of abilities from his former life, making it exceedingly difficult to capture the physically robust Feng Xiong. Moreover, the high priest of Wind Wolf Town was present. Therefore, he merely aimed to absorb some bloodline power from wind wolves and flash leopards amidst the turmoil. He had been doing just that prior. When Feng Xiong was expelled and its aura diminished due to the earlier bloodline activation, Tang San keenly recognized that an opportunity had arisen. Such chances were exceedingly rare. He would inevitably face the peril of challenging a 5th-tier opponent at the peak of the 4th tier, as only by absorbing 5th-tier bloodline power could he breach the 5th level of the Xian Tiangong. What could be better than the opportunity before him? With time to spare, he seized the moment. It was proven that he succeeded. He could not afford to linger and digest the energy absorbed from Feng Xiong. Fortunately, as the Xian Tiangong broke through to the 5th level, it had already absorbed a substantial amount of energy during its autonomous operation. Even so, it left him enveloped in azure light, and the 5th-tier wind blade imprint within him had evidently advanced significantly, even in his incomplete state of absorption. Having consumed as much as possible from Feng Xiong, Tang San felt around within its clothing and swiftly retrieved a small pouch. Likely containing coins, he paid no heed to examine its contents, hastily stowing the pouch in his bosom. Activating the Xiantian Gong, he suppressed the wind blade imprint. Simultaneously, he summoned the leopard flash imprint, transforming his form into a streak of yellow light that flickered rapidly in place. The yellow glow circled Feng Xiong's corpse in a rapid dance for several revolutions, expending some of his Xiantian Gong energy. Only then did he ascertain a direction, utilizing the leopard's extravagant speed to distance himself from the scene. Just as he departed, less than 10 breaths later, 2 figures descended from the heavens. The yellow light flashed, and Shanling landed beside Feng Xiong's lifeless body, her expression one of astonishment. Following closely behind, the high priest of Wind Wolf Town arrived, borne upon a swirling gust. Upon witnessing the fallen form of Feng Xiong, a piercing wail escaped its lips as it rushed forward, the heart of the wind wolf in its grasp pulsating erratically. Who? Who killed it? Who? The howl of the Wind Wolf Town high priest resonated with sorrow, echoing clearly even from 10 miles away. It was not me, Shanling replied without hesitation. Upon seeing Feng Xiong's demise, her initial reaction was one of elation, quickly followed by confusion. Although the Lord of Wind Wolf Town had yet to break through to the 6th tier, it should have possessed the strength of the peak 5th tier. How could it have perished here in such a brief span of time? Previously, she had been in a standoff with the high priest within Wind Wolf Town. Yet that 100 breaths had not yet elapsed when the high priest's expression shifted dramatically, compelling it to hasten towards this location. While Shanling was unaware of what had transpired, she followed suit, guided by her perception of Feng Xiong's aura, arriving first only to be met with the sight of its corpse. When the high priest of Wind Wolf Town raised its head once more, its eyes burned with a fierce hatred. It was you flash leopards who did this. Don't you realize what you've done? Don't you understand that it bore the bloodline of the Wind Wolf King? The high priest of Wind Wolf Town roared in a near-manic frenzy. I told you. It was not me. I have no knowledge of who did it. The shimmering entity, though seemingly composed, was internally taken aback. The bloodline of the Wind Wolf King? Would the bloodline of the Wind Wolf King manifest as a mere lord here? Chapter 60. Beautiful young master, I have arrived. The high priest of Wind Wolf Town gasped heavily, struggling to stabilize his emotions despite his aging form. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and swallowed the Wind Wolf heart in his hand. Instantly, his entire body trembled violently, and his previously formidable aura plummeted rapidly. First to the 6th tier, then to the 5th tier, before gradually stabilizing, he appeared increasingly frail. The high priest of Wind Wolf Town emitted a series of low growls and mournful cries, yet the body of the withered Wind Xiong lay lifeless, devoid of any sign of vitality. Shimmering stood nearby, her eyes flickering with light, sensing that she should vacate the premises post-haste. The high priest and the deceased lord in this town were likely not as simple as they appeared. The high priest of Wind Wolf Town slowly rose, his gaze fixed intently on Shimmering, and after taking a deep, forceful breath, his previously dim eyes inexplicably deepened in intensity. It seemed he intended to engrave the visage of this 7th-tier, shimmering leopard firmly in his memory. A whirlwind surged from his hand, lifting the corpse of Wind Xiong and slowly propelling it towards Wind Wolf Town. Shimmering took 2 steps forward but ultimately halted her advance. After a moment's contemplation, she chose a direction and departed swiftly. Her purpose in coming here had been fulfilled. She had rescued the living young leopard, and the perpetrator was dead, having also slain numerous wind wolves in the process. The only lingering ambiguity was the apparent peculiarity surrounding the high priest and the deceased lord of Wind Wolf Town. Nonetheless, it was clear that the shimmering leopards were justified in their actions. She decided to report back to her clan first. The high priest of Wind Wolf Town, cradling the corpse of the Wind Wolf Lord, ascended back into the town, eventually placing Wind Xiong's body at the center of the altar. He murmured incantations, his crimson gaze intensifying. The altar began to tremble, and a series of azure light patterns gradually emerged upon its surface. Remarkably, Wind Xiong's corpse also radiated a jade-like glow, interspersed with mottled hues of pale gold. Great Wind Wolf King, Your descendants have been wronged. With the blood of your progeny as an offering, we beseech you to deliver justice for us. Oh, howl! The high priest of Windwolf Town let out a piercing roar. A brilliant azure light, tinged with crimson, surged skyward, transforming into a colossal pillar of azure red light. The entire Windwolf Town trembled violently upon the emergence of this light. Within a wooden abode, Wang Yanfeng, who had been on high alert since the incursion of the shimmering leopards, was taken aback upon witnessing the light ascend into the sky. He gazed toward the altar, momentarily dazed. Both he and Xiao Jing, along with the three Wang brothers and Ling Muxue, felt their bloodlines surging, their emotions profoundly affected. What on earth was this? 5 kilometers west of Windwolf Town, Tang San gracefully landed on the ground. As he surveyed his surroundings, a figure emerged from behind a large tree. It was the tiger-faced man from the Redemption Organization. The tiger-faced man gestured to Tang San, who promptly followed. "Let us go," he said, not offering further explanation, leading Tang San away swiftly. Just then, the tiger-faced man seemed to sense something, abruptly halting and turning around. Tang San felt it too, as the Windwolf imprint within him stirred noticeably. They beheld a massive azure pillar of light shooting into the sky from the direction of Windwolf Town, tinged with threads of crimson, as if tainted. Such intense resentment. The tiger-faced man's expression changed dramatically. "We must leave this place at once. There may be turmoil within Windwolf Town." As he spoke, he grasped Tang San's arm and strode away with urgency. In the city of Jelly, within the Windwolf ancestral abode. An elderly wind wolf reclined in a chair, feigning sleep. Suddenly, its body convulsed violently, and it sat upright in an instant. Upon sitting, it became evident that this elderly wind wolf stood approximately 2 meters tall. Robust and imposing. Strangely, it bore a striking resemblance to a human, with skin of a pale azure hue and long hair that shimmered with jade-like brilliance. Its deep green eyes appeared like endless abyssal pools. "Who dares to harm my descendants?" A low growl resonated from its throat. In the next moment, the entire wind wolf ancestral abode trembled. In the bustling milk tea shop of the beautiful young master. The mother and daughter duo, along with a female staff member, were engrossed in their tasks. Each had a defined role. The mother prepared milk tea, the daughter handled payments, and the staff member served cups to patrons. This hour in the evening was their busiest, as Jelly Square came alive with activity, frequented primarily by the clans of formidable families. Suddenly, the female staff member gasped. The beautiful young master showed no reaction. But her mother, Su Qin, instinctively turned to look, equally astonished. A robust wind wolf, having just purchased milk tea, suddenly radiated a rich azure glow. The glow captured the attention of the beautiful young master. Before they could inquire, the wind wolf dashed away without collecting the milk tea in Jelly Square. The few wind wolves present resembled azure lanterns igniting in the night, each hastening toward the wind wolf ancestral abode. 2 days later, a tall and a short figure appeared not far from the city gate of Jelly. Both walked with downcast eyes toward the gate. The smaller human quietly raised their head to gaze at the towering city walls ahead. A subtle smile gracing their lips. "Jelly City, I have arrived. Beautiful young master, I have come." Chapter 61. Return to Jelly City. Outside Jelly City, the tiger-faced man came to a halt, quietly removing his mask to reveal the middle-aged face Tang San had previously seen. In the distance, the towering walls of Jelly City and the surrounding mountains came into view. Tang San vividly recalled the stark temperature difference he had experienced upon his first arrival. One of the principal cities of the monster clan. The splendor of this place left a lasting impression on him, albeit one entirely disconnected from humanity. "Tang San, take this," the tiger-faced man said, handing him a token. Upon inspecting it, Tang San saw that it was azure, intricately carved from wind spirit stone, of even finer quality than any he had encountered before. One side bore a wolf's head, while the other was inscribed with characters of the monster clan. It detailed his name and clan affiliation, designating him as part of the Windwolf clan. Not merely the Windwolf Town, but the Windwolf ancestral abode in Jelly City. Undoubtedly, this was an official vassal token. Possessing this token meant that Tang San had acquired a legitimate identity within the monster clan, one that would safeguard him from arbitrary slaughter. Remember, from now on, you are a human vassal of the Wind Wolf ancestral abode. Your parents also served the Wind Wolf King within the ancestral abode, which is why you obtained this vassal status at such a young age. If questioned, simply state this. This vassal identity token is genuine and will withstand verification. Do not panic if you encounter any inspections. Naturally, you are not required to reside in the Wind Wolf ancestral abode. This token is merely a formal identification suited to your own transformation into a monster deity. The tiger-faced man explained. Senior, how should I address you? Tang San inquired. The title Senior caught the tiger-faced man off guard, evidently the first time he had heard it. Senior? That is fitting. I am Zhang Tian Xiao, affiliated with the Redemption in Jelly City. He replied with a smile. Tang San remarked, So, does this mean I am now part of the Redemption organization? Zhang Tian Xiao shook his head. The organization will need to conduct a series of evaluations for you. The most crucial aspect is your training. The reason you were chosen at such a young age is primarily due to your talent. In your forthcoming studies in cultivation, you must give your utmost effort. While I can expound on grand principles now, it holds little significance. Do you not seek revenge for your mother? Therefore, you must attain greater strength. Additionally, safeguarding yourself equally necessitates power. Understood, Tang San nodded. Zhang Tianxiao led Tang San into Jelly City. At the city gate, there is little difference from the last time they visited. They proceeded along the edge of the road, deliberately avoiding any encounters with the various monster clans within the city of Jelly. The temperature was significantly warmer and more comfortable than outside. The city remained bustling with activity, teeming with a diverse array of creatures. The status of the various monster clans was discernible from the areas they traversed on the streets. Those bold enough to walk in the center were undoubtedly powerful monster lineages. Naturally, should they encounter even stronger clans, they would also make way. This, it seemed, was the hierarchy within the monster tribes. Senior, where are we headed now? Tang San inquired softly. Zhang Tianxiao cast a glance at him and replied, to the academy. The academy? Tang San hesitated momentarily. For him, those two words carried profound significance. In his previous life on Dolua continent, the academy he had entered in his youth had ultimately become the most prestigious institution on the continent. Due to the excellence of its students, he vividly recalled the slogan of that academy. Only monsters are accepted. Ordinary people need not apply. Upon arriving in the fairy continent, he had never anticipated the existence of academies in this world as well as a monster tribe's academy. I had thought that education among monster tribes was primarily family-based. Tang San expressed his surprise. Zhang Tianxiao replied, That's precisely why your understanding of this world is limited, having been confined to that remote little town. The monster tribes certainly possess their own academies, and there are distinct hierarchies. However, not all monsters are qualified to enter these academies. The academies of the monster tribes are exclusively open to the aristocracy of each clan. Only nobles are eligible to attend, and the costs are exorbitantly high. However, the academy I wish to take you to is not one belonging to the monster tribes, but rather our own, Redemption Academy. Tang San was taken aback. Redemption Academy? The organization has its own academy. This was indeed something he had never anticipated. He had clearly observed the status of humans in this world over the years, not to mention Redemption or the Resistance Organization. Even humans who were vassals to the monster tribes were unlikely to have their own academies. Zhang Tianxiao had just mentioned that even among the monster tribes, not everyone could enter the academy for study. Zhang Tianxiao smiled mysteriously and said, You'll understand when we arrive. Redemption has existed for many years. We must have our own means. Otherwise, wouldn't we have long since perished? To survive in the face of such formidable fairy tribes, we naturally possess certain skills. Jelly City was vast. Although Tang San had visited once, he was not particularly familiar with its layout. However, Zhang Tianxiao was evidently well acquainted, moving briskly through the streets and alleys. After walking for an hour and a half, based on Tang San's sense of direction, they should now be in the eastern region of Jelly City, quite close to the city center. Zhang Tianxiao slowed his pace. Tang San observed his surroundings and noticed that the street they were traversing was wide, with rolling hills to the right, or the east side, serving as a natural barrier for Jelly City. The foothills extended down into the city, and they were currently situated at the edge of this area on the hillside. Numerous buildings rose in layers, but these structures were surrounded by tall vegetation. Enveloping them completely as they walked, Zhang Tianxiao explained, the most prosperous and prestigious area in Jelly City is the city center, where only the ancestral homes of the major clans are established, the east side. Aside from the city center is the next highest tier. Typically, it houses nobles who can reside independently of their clans. For instance, if you're a member of the noble class of the Windwolf clan, you would have the right to purchase or construct your own residence without being reliant on your clan. The nobles in this region are among the wealthiest of the monster tribes. Tang San committed his words to memory, recognizing their significance for understanding Jelly City. T, just 9 years old, with the beautiful young master residing in this city, he realized he would likely be living here for a considerable time. It was crucial to deepen his understanding of both his surroundings and the monster tribes. As they continued forward, they soon encountered a dense grove. Upon reaching the edge of the woods, Tang San discovered a broad road extending inward. Zhang Tianxiao turned and entered the forest. Following the path into the grove, Tang San immediately felt the air around them become markedly fresher, infused with abundant natural energy, creating a sense of comfort. Chapter 62. Jelly Academy. The concentration of natural energy within Jelly City was already superior to that of the outside world, and here within the grove, it surpassed any other area in Jelly City that he had previously visited. If one were to cultivate in this environment, the result would certainly be exponentially more effective. It was indeed an exceptional place. After walking for a good 10 minutes, Tang San sensed the terrain rising and falling. And in the distance, a towering wall came into view. These imposing walls were constructed from the trunks of colossal trees, standing at least 15 meters high, completely obscuring the inner courtyard from outside view. Before them stood 2 grand gates, the largest entrance Tang San had encountered in this world aside from the city gates of Jelly. The gates towered even higher than the adjacent walls, with a massive plaque hanging above emblazoned with the characters, Jelly Academy. Tang San read those 4 characters aloud. Zhang Tianxiao nodded, stating, "Indeed, this is Jelly Academy, the highest-ranking institution in all of Jelly City. Every major city among the monster and fairy tribes boasts such an esteemed academy. Only those with exceptional talent or noble lineage are granted the privilege of studying here. The entrance requirements for high-level academies are stringent, encompassing age, cultivation level, lineage, and bloodline, all subject to evaluation. Only those who meet the criteria are qualified for admission. This is our Redemption Academy," Tang San asked, puzzled. Zhang Tianxiao's mouth twitched slightly. "What good fortune do you imagine we possess? If we had such an academy, would we still be vassals?" "Follow me." As he spoke, he pulled Tang San aside, diverting from the path toward Jelly Academy, instead taking a lesser-known side road into the forest. As they navigated through the woods, they essentially circled around the outer wall of Jelly Academy. After a considerable time walking along the outer wall and ascending to a higher elevation, they appeared to have reached the side and rear of Jelly Academy. In the distance, a cluster of buildings came into view. Due to the towering walls, Tang San had previously been unable to see the interior of Jelly Academy. However, the wooden structures before him felt strangely familiar, reminiscent of those in the former Windwolf town. These wooden houses were situated just beyond the formidable walls of Jelly Academy. As Tang San drew closer, he noticed that this area was predominantly inhabited by humans. Some individuals, upon seeing Zhang Tianxiao's return, greeted him with smiles. "Old Zhang, you're back. Care for a drink tonight?" "Not just yet. I've just returned and am a bit tired," Zhang Tianxiao replied with a grin. "Tired? Have you been up to no good?" "Huh." The atmosphere here was surprisingly relaxed. As they entered this town-like area, Tang San observed that it was filled with humans. Immersed in the surrounding ambience, he suddenly felt as though he had stepped into a different world. The number of humans living here was certainly not insignificant, likely in the thousands. What astonished him was that among these thousands, there was no trace of the dullness typically associated with slavery. Most bore expressions of ease, akin to those he had known in his previous life. Thousands of people, all vassals. In Jelly City, there were actually this many vassals. Moreover, the atmosphere here was starkly different from that of humans he had encountered elsewhere. At the very least, The people here walked with their heads held high. Just as Tang San was about to voice his thoughts, his mouth was abruptly covered. The name I mentioned to you is something only you should know. Do not speak it aloud, understood? Zhang Tianxiao whispered. Tang San nodded in acknowledgement. Zhang Tianxiao led him deeper into the town, conversing as they walked. I senti curious why there are so many people here. And they clearly do not appear to be slaves? Tang San nodded in agreement. Zhang Tianxiao continued. That's because the existence of this town is directly tied to Jelly Academy, for both the monster and fairy tribes. The cultivation of their offspring is of utmost importance that high-level academies hold great prestige among these two tribes. The head of nearly every high-level academy also serves as the city lord. The highest-tier academy resides in the Holy City, where the ancestral court presides. Thus, the status of Jelly Academy is even above that of the city lord's mansion. And here, regardless of race, any monster tribe capable of gaining admission is considered elite. The existence of our town serves to support Jelly Academy. Do you understand? Tang San suddenly realized why this town existed in reliance on Jelly Academy. Indeed, such a vast institution required an abundance of resources and services. Although humans lacked any innate abilities, their strength was derived primarily from the transformation known as demon god change. However, their ingenuity made them exceptionally suited to serve the academy as vassals. Simultaneously, he understood that the so-called Redemption Academy of the Redemption Organization must be situated within this town, concealed by the esteemed institution, allowing the organization to maintain its presence here, likely serving as one of its most crucial strongholds. Zhang Tianxiao led Tang San to a wooden house deeper within the town. Pushing open the courtyard gate and stepping inside, he instructed Tang San to rest for a while in the wooden house before taking his leave. Once Zhang Tianxiao departed, Tang San began to observe his surroundings. The interior of the wooden house, though unadorned, was equipped with all necessary living supplies. The ambient spiritual energy here was remarkably rich. While he was unsure how it compared to that within Jelly Academy, it was certainly far more potent than that of Wind Wolf Town, and even denser than that found in Jelly City. How far was this place from the Mei Gongzi milk tea shop in the city center? Once settled, he would need to scout the area, Tang San mused. Thousands of human vassals resided here, marking this as the first truly pure sanctuary he had encountered among the human habitation he had seen thus far, at least, when compared to the places he had previously known. Before long, Zhang Tianxiao returned, accompanied by a tall, robust man. The man appeared to be in his 30s or 40s, towering over 2 meters in height, with a muscular physique that was reminiscent of granite, and his bare arms showcased powerful muscles. His countenance was stern, yet his eyes bore a tranquil gaze. This him? The towering man inquired of Zhang Tianxiao. Zhang Tianxiao displayed a marked deference towards him. Yes, I have conducted the test. If you're uncertain, feel free to test him personally. The middle-aged man nodded silently and instructed Tang San. Come with me. Without uttering a word, Tang San acquiesced, rising to follow the middle-aged man and Zhang Tianxiao as they exited. The middle-aged man clearly held a significant status in the town. Passers-by greeted him with respect. Mayor was the title bestowed upon him, a human mayor, rather than one appointed by the monster clan. This was indeed a rarity, Tang San thought to himself, though he chose not to ask further questions and simply trailed behind the middle-aged man. They arrived at a larger wooden house at the rear of the town, where the mayor and Zhang Tianxiao ushered Tang San inside. The interior of this wooden house was noticeably more spacious and devoid of excessive decoration, yet it exuded a strong sense of everyday life. The mayor regarded Tang San with a calm demeanor and said, "Please introduce yourself, including your areas of expertise." Tang San replied succinctly, "My name is Tang San. I hail from Wind Wolf Town, and I am 9 years old. I possess the ability of Wind Wolf transformation and excel in the manipulation of wind blades." His concise response prompted the mayor to narrow his eyes slightly before turning to Zhang Tianxiao. "You mentioned he is at the 4th level?" Zhang Tianxiao nodded, affirming, "Indeed, I have sparred with him. His wind blades are quite formidable. The precision with which he controls them is the most exquisite I have ever encountered." I also inquired with Wang Yanfeng, who mentioned that he may have encountered our people during his childhood and received some guidance. To cultivate to the 4th level at such a young age is truly remarkable. Chapter 63. Exposure. The mayor furrowed his brow in contemplation and said, "Very well. Hand him over to me. You may take your leave now. Your efforts have been commendable. This matter is more complicated than we anticipated. There have been significant disturbances at the Wind Wolf ancestral dwelling. Please cooperate with Zhang Mengqi to clarify the situation." "Understood," Zhang Tianxiao replied respectfully to the mayor before exiting the wooden house. With his departure, only Tang San and the mayor remained within. The mayor maintained a steady gaze upon Tang San, who met his stare with a similar calmness. "Do you wish to live or die?" the mayor suddenly inquired. Tang San was momentarily taken aback, and in the next instant, he felt a chilling surge of murderous intent emanate from the mayor, as if it were a tangible force. The overwhelming aura caused the air around them to grow frigid, and the very light within the wooden house dimmed, as if they had been transported to another realm in that fleeting moment. Instinctively, Tang San took a half-step back, his internal energy circulating rapidly. Although he was uncertain why the mayor had suddenly turned hostile, self-preservation was undeniably his foremost concern at that moment. In the next heartbeat. The mayor made his move. He reached out with his right hand, and simultaneously, a low, thunderous roar echoed in Tang San's ears. The roar came so unexpectedly that Tang San felt his mind spiral into a daze. Yet at that same moment, his spiritual awareness reacted instinctively, and his eyes shimmered with a faint golden hue, allowing him to regain a measure of clarity. As his internal energy surged, he unleashed his heavy armor technique without hesitation. Confronted with the specter of life and death, he dared not hold back in the slightest. Relying solely on his perceptions, he drew his hands in front of him, sketching out a pair of semicircles. The gentle flow of his internal energy redirected the sharp aura to the sides. Concurrently, Tang San's body moved like lightning, employing the ghostly shadow steps as he dashed toward the window, opting for it due to its proximity over the door. "Ah!" The mayor uttered a soft exclamation. In the next moment, Tang San felt the air around him grow scorching hot. Through the lens of his heightened awareness, he horrifiedly discerned that the wooden house was now saturated with fire elements. Banishing all other elements, that a formidable wave of heat surged toward him, causing his garments to dry instantly. His internal energy enveloped him, augmented by the heavy armor technique, forming a layer of radiant white light akin to armor on his skin, shielding him from the intense energy. Simultaneously, Tang San's figure flickered as he executed the leopard flash, nearly reaching the window in an instant. "You cannot escape," a low voice rumbled beside him. In the next heartbeat. The surrounding fire elements vanished, the searing heat dissipating in their wake. In its place emerged an overwhelming force of attraction, inexorably pulling his body backward. At this juncture, Tang San surrendered to the inevitable, his expression one of resignation. Resistance was futile. The disparity in their levels was akin to a crushing tide, rendering his myriad techniques ineffective against such a formidable opponent. The mayor had now risen from his chair, a dark red orb of light pulsating in his right hand, from which the immense force was emanating, ensnaring Tang San and leaving him powerless to escape. How? Is this merely 4th level? Good heavens, it seems he has entered the 5th level. The mayor marveled at the child before him. In contrast to Tang San's astonishment at the mayor's cultivation, the mayor himself was far more taken aback. A 9-year-old child reaching the 4th level was already astonishing. To find that he was even beyond that level was truly unexpected. The mayor retracted his hand. Tang San stood before him, his complexion somewhat pale and his eyes betraying traces of fear. This fear was, of course, feigned. Aware that he was unable to withstand the mayor's might, Tang San felt a pang of regret. If his suspicions were correct, he had mishandled the situation and revealed far too much. This moment, his mind raced as he contemplated how to navigate the predicament he faced. "You are truly remarkable," the mayor remarked, his piercing gaze fixed on Tang San. Yet beneath that scrutiny lay a profound astonishment. Indeed, Tang San's intuition had been accurate. The mayor's abrupt aggression had been primarily a test. With the mayor's level of cultivation, he had sensed Tang San's prowess the moment he laid eyes on him. Although Tang San had made efforts to suppress his energy, the vast disparity in their levels and the fluctuations in his vitality were difficult to conceal entirely. At least, Tang San had not yet achieved that capability. Thus, the mayor's murderous intent had erupted as a means of testing. However, this trial had revealed Tang San's latent potential and abilities in the face of a life-threatening crisis, astonishing the mayor to no end. Tang San chose to lower his head in silence, inwardly lamenting that since his rebirth, he had been affected by the inherent frailty of his current body, leading to diminished judgment in the past. He would not have failed to perceive that this was merely a test, the exposure of the heavy armor technique, the leopard flash, and the uncertainty surrounding his spiritual awareness. These abilities manifesting within a single individual fundamentally contradicted the principles of the demon-god change. The originally calm gaze of the mayor was undeniably tinged with an unusual intensity, the source of which was unmistakably clear. "Speak. What is the matter?" The mayor said nonchalantly. "Why do you possess the abilities of several clans simultaneously?" Tang San remained with his head bowed, silent. The mayor resumed his seat, now able to behold Tang San's visage. "I merely sense that your cultivation has reached the 5th tier, prompting me to test the waters. There was no ulterior motive. Your humanity remains unchanged. We have investigated your background, and it is quite clean. However, the extent of your abilities falls entirely outside our purview." Tang San slowly lifted his head to meet the mayor's gaze, his mind already formulating a plan. The worst-case scenario involved the mayor coveting his Xiantian skill and subjecting him to severe interrogation. His final resort would naturally be to unleash his divine consciousness, exerting full force, if not to obliterate the place, at least to ensure his escape. He might even be able to vanquish the mayor, who was evidently of a much higher tier. Yet, should he take such drastic measures, establishing himself in Jelly City would become exceedingly difficult. That was the most pessimistic outcome. Nevertheless, the discovery of his abilities had already posed a troublesome predicament, and some truths could no longer remain concealed. "Mayor, it was not my intention to conceal. It seems my abilities differ significantly from the ordinary transformation of demon gods." Tang San hesitantly articulated, realizing that pretense was now unavoidable. The mayor's voice turned grave. "Is this matter known to Wang Yanfeng?" Tang San quickly shook his head. "You're the first to know." The mayor appeared to relax slightly. "Very well. Tell me, how did you acquire these abilities when I was young?" Tang San recounted, "I was playing in the woods one day when I encountered a severely injured human. He was being pursued by the Wind Wolf clan's monsters, and I was terrified, hiding behind a tree as I watched him fight off several wind wolves. However, he too was gravely wounded." The mayor nodded, aware of the reports regarding Tang San's childhood encounters with a mentor, information relayed by Zhang Tianxiao from Wang Yanfeng, that I mustered the courage to approach him. Wishing to assist, he, seeing I was human, told me he was nearing his end and entrusted me with a book, instructing me to join the Redeemers and to burn the book after memorizing it. "A book?" the mayor inquired, astonished. "What was the title?" Tang San replied. "It was called the Xiantian Baolu, containing various cultivation methods. That time, I had not yet awakened the demon god transformation. Following his instructions, I committed its contents to memory and subsequently burned the book. Afraid of forgetting, I recited it daily, gradually mastering some peculiar abilities. This skill is known as Xiantian Gong, that I was unaware of its purpose until I inadvertently made contact with a wind wolf's body, at which point I felt as though I absorbed something from it, granting me the ability to manipulate wind blades. Upon hearing this, the mayor could not help but grip the arms of his chair tightly. Yet he refrained from interrupting Tang San. The latter remained observant of the mayor's expression, which revealed no signs of greed, but rather tension and contemplation. Tang San continued, "I persisted in my training, and Xiantian Gong progressed, seemingly divided into 9 tiers. Each tier corresponds to a rank of the demon tribes, and by absorbing certain abilities from the wind wolves, I eventually learned to control the wind blades. However, I have yet to complete the true transformation into a wind wolf. Under the guidance of Teacher Wang, I passed the preliminary test to become his student, but I do not truly possess the wind wolf transformation. I only wield Xiantian Gong and wind blades." "And your method of controlling the wind blades? Did you learn it from that book as well?" the mayor queried. Tang San nodded. "Indeed." The mayor then asked, "Do you remember the name of the person who gave you the book?" Tang San replied, "I believe he was called Zhu Jiasen." Zhu Jiasen At the mention of this name, the mayor's eyes visibly shifted, indicating familiarity. When Zhu Jiasin provided you with the book, did he mention its origins? Tang San shook his head. No evidence to confirm. The mayor pondered. So you later absorbed the abilities of other races' monsters during the collision tournament. Tang San found this unsurprising. The mayor had evidently conducted thorough investigations into his past experiences, particularly regarding the abilities he had demonstrated in the tournament, which closely resembled those of the monsters he had faced. The mayor inhaled deeply. Your abilities are remarkable. Tang San tentatively asked, may I share the cultivation methods with you? Would you like to learn? Absolutely not, the mayor exclaimed almost instantaneously. The air around them thickened with elemental fire, though this time it was not directed at Tang San, but rather enveloped the entire room, sealing its atmosphere completely. Rising, the mayor furrowed his brow, and Tang San could distinctly sense the tension in his body. The mayor paced the room uneasily, his steps revealing his emotional turmoil. After a prolonged silence, he returned to face Tang San, his expression now tinged with bitterness. The abilities you've learned from that book are extraordinarily unique. However, they may not necessarily bode well for the Redeemers. At least, not at this moment. Xiantian Gong has only 9 tiers, correct? Tang San nodded. He certainly would not disclose that he could potentially cultivate it to the level of a divine king. The methods beyond the 9 tiers were his own invention. Having had his unique abilities uncovered, he opted for a half-truth in his explanation. After all, in the mayor's eyes, he was still a child, and the mayor could not discern the veracity of his words. The mayor regarded him with a complex expression. Tang San, remember my words. From this moment forth, do not share what you have just told me with anyone, aside from myself. No one else within the Redeemers shall know, and I will not report this to the organization. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated such a reaction from the mayor. He had assumed the mayor's first request would be for him to disclose the cultivation methods of Xiantian Gong, a notion he was not opposed to. If more individuals could become powerful through Xiantian Gong, strengthening humanity in turn, it would indeed be a positive development. In his previous life, he had nearly popularized Xiantian Gong as a foundational technique. Individual strength, however, could not be solely represented by Xiantian Gong. Mayor, I am willing to document Xiantian Gong for the organization. IT rightfully belongs to the Redeemers, Tang San stated. The mayor cast him a surprised glance, but quickly shook his head without hesitation. That is not permissible. You may narrate to me the cultivation methods, and I will simply take notes for reference. But this matter, aside from me, must remain undisclosed. Tang San inquired, perplexed why. The mayor sighed with a bitter smile. I can sense that you are far more mature than your peers. The reason I do not want you to disclose the existence of Xiantian Gong is due to several concerns. First, the upper limit of Xiantian Gong is merely 9 tiers, and aside from you, no one else has practiced it. At least, I have never heard of anyone that we do not yet know the ultimate potential of its cultivation. Most likely, it could be comparable to the 9th tier of the demon tribes and spirit beasts. However, the 9th tier alone would not significantly enhance the strength of humanity. True great demons and heavenly spirits possess strengths beyond our imagination. Secondly, while Xiantian Gong may not be cultivated to higher levels, its unique ability to learn from various demon and spirit beast abilities is exceedingly alarming. That IT would enable us humans to acquire the capabilities of these races through absorption without needing to inherit the demon god transformation through bloodlines. This would fundamentally overturn the manner in which humanity learns and make it considerably easier for us to obtain abilities. Tang San queried. Isn't that a good thing? The mayor's expression deepened into one of profound distress. A good thing. This poses a great calamity for humanity. Consider this. If the demon and spirit beast races were to discover that we, already possessing high intelligence, could learn their abilities through absorption, what might their reaction be? Total extermination could very well be a possibility. You truly believe this is a good thing? Only upon hearing this did Tang San grasp the gravity of the situation. After all, he was still unfamiliar with this world, and the mayor's concerns were indeed valid. Should the demon and spirit beast races become aware that humanity could absorb and learn their abilities through Xiantian Gong, the repercussions would undoubtedly be catastrophic. He has not yet informed the town mayor about the situation, where even the act of devouring could potentially annihilate monsters. The mayor took a deep breath and said, Therefore, aside from you, no one else can be privy to the existence of this mysterious heavenly skill. As for you, we shall ensure your protection while you continue your cultivation. However, you must refrain from revealing this ability, even to the point of death. Otherwise, it will undoubtedly bring calamity upon humanity. You understand? Humanity is already struggling to survive before the two races of monsters. It is exceedingly difficult. We have gradually begun to glimpse a sliver of hope. And your heavenly skill can be considered one of those hopes, but it must remain concealed. Tang San would not expose his abilities during a life-and-death crisis, yet he merely nodded in agreement. Chapter 65. Apprenticeship. The mayor's eyes shimmered with intensity. Of course, if you find yourself facing formidable foes with a risk of obliteration in the future, you may use it. I hope to witness you cultivate the heavenly skill to its utmost level, so that we may evaluate the extent of its potential. Only then can we decide whether to disseminate this ultimate skill. The reason I requested you to confide in me is to create an additional backup record. But it shall remain strictly between us. You have not taught this heavenly skill to anyone else, have you? It can also be utilized for silencing. Tang San silently mused to himself. He shook his head, admitting he had only instructed teacher Wang on the manipulation of wind blades. In truth, he had tested whether Ling Muxue could learn the heavenly skill from him, but she was unaware that it was the heavenly skill, as she had already undergone the transformation of a monster god, rendering his attempts futile. He refrained from disclosing this to avoid causing trouble for Ling Muxue and the others. The mayor's reaction was beyond Tang San's expectations, yet it was also acceptable. Although his current mental strength was not particularly high, the fragment of divine consciousness hidden within it was sufficient to discern the sincerity of a person's words. Good. Remember, the things you have shared with me today must never be mentioned to anyone outside of this room, including within our organization, that I will maintain a confidential file regarding all your circumstances. As long as I live, no one shall have access to it, not even those of higher rank within the organization. Upon my demise, my successor will receive this file to continue maintaining contact with you. The fewer people who know, the safer you will be. This juncture. He paused, and a glimmer of light seemed to flash in his eyes. If, in the near future, we can prove that the technique you cultivate can be elevated to a higher level, then perhaps humanity will have a chance of its own. Tang San nodded repeatedly, unsure of what else to say. When the mayor discovered his secret, he had already prepared himself to eliminate any potential threats. His greatest trump card was that fragment of divine consciousness he had brought from his previous life. Once unleashed, he believed it could resolve the vast majority of issues. However, this also meant that once expended, he would not be able to recover it until he reached the divine level in his cultivation. What Tang San did not anticipate was that the mayor's reaction exceeded even his most optimistic expectations. Not only would he keep the secret, but he also expected Tang San to do the same, which further elevated Tang San's regard for the Redemption Organization. Let us proceed with the apprenticeship, the mayor suddenly declared. Tang San was momentarily taken aback. Apprenticeship? The mayor regarded him, his gaze regaining its calmness. What else could it be? Very well. What else could Tang San say? One must bow to the inevitable. He immediately knelt before the mayor and performed a profound bow. Master. The mayor nodded in satisfaction, a hint of a smile gracing his serene features. Little San, should you one day prove that the technique you cultivate is suitable for all of humanity, I hope you will agree to contribute it, to provide a significant force for the rise of our species. Tang San silently scoffed to himself. Haven't you already discovered that? What more do you want me to contribute? The mayor continued. My name is Zhang Haoxian, and my monster god transformation is the Fiery Tiger King. The Fiery Tiger ranks second among tiger-type monsters, surpassed only by the golden bloodline of the Tiger Emperor. It is a 9th-tier transformation. 9th tier. Tang San's heart jolted. This could be considered the most formidable existence he had encountered since arriving in this world, though he had sensed an overwhelming disparity during their earlier confrontation. Hearing Zhang Haoxuan affirm it himself clarified the extent of his cultivation, that in comparison to his previous life, this individual stood at the pinnacle just below the divine level of soul masters, comparable to a title Da. Furthermore, it seemed that the bloodline power of his monster god transformation was quite impressive. The tiger is the king of beasts, and tiger-type monsters are likely among the elite in the entire monster race. The fiery tiger, being ranked second among tiger-type beasts, boasts a bloodline of significant strength. The mayor declared, from this moment forth, you are a part of the Redemption organization. Given your cultivation level, you could have directly attained the orange tier redemption. However, to conceal your true capabilities, you shall start as a red tier redemption. Before Tang San could inquire further, the mayor continued, within our redemption organization, every member is categorized into levels. Members of different levels possess varying degrees of authority. There are a total of 7 major tiers, corresponding to the colors of the rainbow: red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, and purple. Red is the lowest, while purple is the highest. As a newcomer, you shall naturally begin as a red tier redemption. By accumulating merits, you can advance in rank. To encourage members to enhance their cultivation and accelerate their training, according to the organization's rules. Any 5th tier member, regardless of merit accumulation, can be promoted to orange tier as long as they are a formal member of the organization. This is why I mentioned earlier that you could achieve orange tier. Upon reaching the 7th tier cultivation, you will naturally ascend to yellow tier. The 9th tier corresponds to green tier. This represents the maximum level of promotion based solely on cultivation. To attain higher tiers, not only must your cultivation be formidable, but you must also make significant contributions to the organization to qualify. 0.7 levels of the rainbow. Quite intriguing, Tang San silently mused. Master, which tier do you belong to? Tang San asked, his curiosity piqued. Zhang Haoshuan replied, I am of the cyan tier. Those above green tier are considered the upper echelons of the organization. Here in Jelly City, I am one of the primary leaders, responsible for handling daily affairs. Tang San inquired, so you're the highest-ranking redeemer in this area? Zhang Haoshuan shook his head. Not quite. There are 2 others whose redemption ranks exceed mine, though their circumstances are unique, and they do not directly manage the affairs here. For the time being, I am primarily responsible for this area. Understood. Listening to his explanation, Tang San began to gain a better understanding of the redemption organization. Zhang Haoshuan continued, to conceal our identities and avoid detection by the monster races, the organization employs a special secret method to verify identities that I will imprint a secret mark on your hand. When higher-tier redeemers are present, they can use this mark to ascertain your identity, and you may also display your mark to confirm authenticity, facilitating mutual assistance when necessary. Master, are all the people in this town members of our organization? Tang San posed a question he most wished to know. Zhang Haoshuan shook his head. That, of course, not that we cannot possibly have that many members, that a large number of people leads to a cacophony of voices. An exposure would spell disaster. Approximately 1% of the town's population belongs to the organization. You will gradually learn who they are. Therefore, you must also safeguard your identity. This is why I chose to take you as my disciple. It grants you a legitimate identity. You need not concern yourself with other matters. Simply focus on your cultivation. I will briefly outline the situation in the town. Our small town exists in the shadow of Jelly Academy. Thus, it is also referred to as Academy Town. It serves primarily to support Jelly Academy. Consequently, many residents of the town often work at the Academy. As a vassal, our treatment within the Academy is relatively favorable. At the very least, the monsters here are of higher quality and unlikely to harm vassals. Working within the Academy is also a form of training, and at times, it can be beneficial for us. You will learn more about this in due time. When the opportunity arises, I will also allow you to enter the Academy for training. Chapter 66. Red Tier. So that is the case. Tang San nodded that if 1% of the population means a few dozen individuals truly belong to the redemption organization within a town of several thousand, that is indeed not many. However, a tighter organization is evidently advantageous. It seems that his newly appointed teacher will withhold more specific information for the time being, considering he has just joined the redemption. Master, I previously heard from that senior Zhang Tianxiao that we refer to this place as Redemption Academy. Zhang Haoshuan nodded. Yes, the primary mission here is to cultivate reserve talents for the organization, as we are adjacent to Jelly Academy and can utilize some of its resources. Thus, within the confines of the organization, you are now a member of the Redemption Academy. You will have the opportunity to study alongside others. Very well. Tang San nodded slightly. He felt an innate affinity towards the term academy. Zhang Haoshuan continued. I shall first brand your mark, establishing your identity as a redeemer, and then escort you to our Redemption Academy for formal enrollment. Remember my admonitions. Under no circumstances should you divulge any information concerning Xintiangong, nor should you display the marks of other monster clans in public. You possess but one ability, that is Windblade. Understood. The branding mark resembled a tattoo. Zhang Haoshuan utilized a fine needle dipped in a special liquid to inscribe a mark resembling a snowflake on the back of Tang San's right hand. Though the lines were slightly more pronounced, once completed, it transformed into a vivid red. The red snowflake exuded an aura of melancholic beauty after the mark was inscribed and the liquid fully absorbed. It naturally vanished from the surface of the skin. Following Zhang Haoshuan's guidance, to reveal the mark, one must channel the power of their bloodline within, flowing beneath the skin in a specific rhythm. A most peculiar process. Let us proceed. I will lead you to the academy. Having completed these tasks, Zhang Haoshuan nodded in satisfaction. As they exited the wooden cabin, Tang San instinctively glanced at the spot on his hand where the mark had been branded. From this moment forth, he had truly become a part of redemption. He pondered how this moment would be recorded in the annals of history on the fairy continent, if he were to reclaim his former glory. Today might indeed be a day worth commemorating. Zhang Haoshuan guided Tang San towards the rear of the academy town. They reached a platform halfway up the mountain and paused before a cluster of wooden cabins. The timber used in their construction bore a hue reminiscent of the mountains, making it difficult to discern from a distance when viewed from the town. Only upon approaching could one appreciate the considerable scale of the wooden structures. This area, situated on a hillside, featured a spacious courtyard surrounded by several cabins, resembling a large compound. As they neared the wooden cabins, a figure appeared before them, a youth, seemingly around 13 or 14 years of age. Upon spotting Zhang Haoshuan, he exclaimed, "Mayor, you have arrived." Zhang Haoshuan nodded in acknowledgement that I have brought a newcomer. The boy peered at Tang San, his expression morphing into one of astonishment that a newcomer this young. I thought one must be 12 years old and pass a trial before coming here. Mind your own business. Lead the way, Zhang Haoshuan retorted, a hint of irritation in his voice. The boy, evidently intimidated, turned to lead them forward. Passing through the foremost cabin, they entered a vast courtyard encircled by other wooden cabins, akin to a grand estate. The mayor is here, the boy shouted, prompting a dozen youths to emerge from within. The term emerge was apt, as these were adolescents, all lively and exuberant. Following them were several adults. Standing beside Zhang Haoshuan, Tang San observed coolly. He noted that the number of male youths outweighed that of the females. The aura of their bloodlines varied, yet each was evidently strong, not in terms of strength alone, but in the inherent power of their lineage. It seemed that entry into the Redemption Academy required considerable talent. The young ones regarded him with curiosity, aware of his apparent youth compared to them. Zhang Haoshuan clapped his hands, drawing everyone's attention. This is my newly accepted disciple, Tang San. He will commence his studies in the academy from today. Old Guan, please make the necessary arrangements. That a middle-aged man of average build and refined appearance approached. Astonished, you have taken on a disciple? Zhang Haoshuan nodded. This child is rather exceptional and holds great potential for development. I shall discuss further details with you later. Please take care of the arrangement for now. Understood. Old Guan did not press further, merely nodding. Zhang Haoshuan turned to Tang San, saying, "This is Director Guan Longjiang, the head of the academy. He will oversee your living arrangements and studies that I will visit periodically. I must attend to other matters now, but do not forget my warnings from today." "Yes, master," Tang San replied, nodding. Zhang Haoshuan pulled Guan Longjiang aside to confer privately for a moment, then prepared to leave. "Master," Tang San called out, hastening to catch up with Zhang Haoshuan. "What is it?" Adjusting to a new environment takes time. Zhang Haoshuan assumed Tang San was feeling apprehensive in unfamiliar surroundings. Tang San replied, "I will adapt swiftly. I merely wish to inquire if I may venture out occasionally, perhaps to the city, for essential supplies." Guan Longjiang cast a surprised glance at him. Zhang Haoshuan advised, "Try to refrain from going out. If you must, you will need to request leave from Director Guan and return on the same day." "Very well, master. Being allowed to go out is sufficient. After all, How else could he meet the beautiful young master? Returning to Jelly City, the foremost thing on Tang San's mind was to meet the enchanting young master. With that, Zhang Haoshuan departed. Come, Tang San, let us rejoin the others, Guan Longjiang said, leading him back to the center of the courtyard. There are currently 16 students in our academy, including you. Counting the teachers, along with the mayor, there are 5 of us. Allow me to introduce you to the other 3 teachers. As he spoke, he first pointed to a strikingly beautiful woman, seemingly around 25 or 26 years old. This is Teacher Mu Yunyu, primarily responsible for your daily life and physical training. Teacher Mu Yunyu stood tall, approximately 1.70 meters, clad in azure attire, her gaze soft and inviting, with large eyes that sparkled with warmth, exuding a sense of gentleness. However, Tang San discerned that as Guan Longjiang introduced her, the surrounding students displayed subtle signs of trepidation, hinting that Teacher Mu's true nature might diverge from her outward demeanor. Greetings, Teacher Mu. Tang San promptly saluted her, and Mu Yunyu smiled gently, her voice carrying a hint of a lilt. Hello, little Tang San. Welcome to the academy. You appear rather frail. You must strengthen your physical training. Thank you. Teacher, Tang San nodded earnestly, though the lilt in her voice sent shivers down his spine. Guan Longjiang furrowed his brow, clearing his throat as he gestured towards another middle-aged man. This is Teacher Mu Enqing, brother of Mu Yunyu, responsible for practical combat courses, and Mu Enqing bore no resemblance to his sister. His tall, rugged frame and coarse features exuded a robust demeanor, making it difficult to fathom their kinship with the delicate and beautiful Mu Yunyu. The final teacher was an elderly man, whom Guan Longjiang introduced last, indicating that his status was somewhat elevated. This is Teacher Si Ru, responsible for imparting knowledge regarding the transformation of monster gods. I handle social practices, and the mayor oversees the entire academy. Tang San bowed to each of the teachers. Among them, it was the unassuming elderly gentleman who left the most profound impression on him. Teacher Si Ru appeared to be in his 50s or 60s, slightly stooped, of modest height, with graying hair and an ordinary countenance. Always adorned with a gentle smile, he emanated an aura of warmth and approachability. As Guan Longjiang introduced him, the students' faces lit up with smiles, clearly holding him in high regard. Yet it was only this teacher who stirred Tang San's consciousness. The fact that his remaining fragment of consciousness could be roused indicated profound significance. He understood, well, that if unleashed, it could grant him a momentary surge of incredible power. How potent that power was, he could not ascertain, for this was his first experience resurrecting as a god king. However, the mere stirring of his consciousness suggested the gravity of the situation, that if he were to utilize that fragment of consciousness, it might not even be enough to contend with the man before him. Indeed, that was the impression he received. Even when facing the mayor, who possessed 9th-tier prowess, he had not felt such a sensation. This indicated that Teacher Si Ru was likely stronger than the mayor. A god-level being. Could it be that he had already touched the threshold of divine strength? While astonished, Tang San began to form his own conclusions. Guan Longjiang smiled and said, Tang San, why not introduce yourself to everyone? Tang San replied, I am Tang San. My transformation into a monster god is the Wind Wolf transformation, and I specialize in manipulating wind blades. I am at the 4th tier. Upon hearing him declare 4th tier, gasps of astonishment rippled through the gathered students. After all, he appeared younger than the other students present, yet he had already attained the strength of the 4th rank. The Wind Wolf transformation, after all, was no ordinary powerful beast transformation. Guan Longjiang evidently knew of his circumstances beforehand, as he nodded and said, I shall not introduce each of you individually. You may communicate amongst yourselves thereafter. Since you are new today, take a day to rest and officially join the studies tomorrow. Do by. Guan Longjiang called out, and immediately a slender youth hurried over. Here, Guan Longjiang regarded this somewhat quirky boy and instructed, take Tang San and help him settle in. Giving him a brief overview of the academy's situation, let him stay in room East 3.by himself. There's no one else in East 3, the boy, referred to as Dubai, remarked with a hint of envy. Enough chatter, Guan Longjiang reprimanded sharply. Dubai stuck out his tongue, replying cheerfully, all right, leave it to me. Tang San, come. I'll take you to your dormitory. Thank you, Tang San replied, following Du Bai toward one side of the courtyard. He could sense the curious gazes of both students and teachers upon him, and he also felt that the students here possessed extraordinary abilities. More importantly, the atmosphere was vibrantly alive, far more dynamic than in Wind Wolf Town, evoking a sense reminiscent of the human world from his past life that, to the very least, his initial impression of the Redemption Organization was quite favorable, despite his ignorance of its undertakings that Du Bai led Tang San toward the east side. Speaking as if they were old friends, Tang San, Teacher Guan is really nice to you, that we all share rooms, but you get one to yourself. How wonderful it is to have your own private space. I can't help but wish for a room of my own someday. Tang San merely smiled, choosing not to elaborate. It was likely that Zhang Haoshuan had arranged for him to have a room alone. To conceal the cultivation of the Xiantian treasure record, being alone would indeed make any endeavor easier. However, now that he was here, sneaking out alone seemed quite difficult, if not impossible, at least for the time being. After all, the teachers here were not of the same caliber as teacher Wang Yanfeng, and evading their awareness to escape would be nearly unfeasible, unless he could acquire another beast transformation imprint with concealment abilities and a sufficiently high level. Room East 3 was spacious, not just a bedroom, but also featuring a living area of approximately 20 square meters, an ideal one-bedroom apartment, complete with a separate bathroom that, in total, it must have measured around 60 to 70 square meters. For Tang San, who had begun his journey in this world as a slave, this was undoubtedly a luxurious residence, furnished with every conceivable piece of furniture. I'll take you to buy some daily necessities later, and you can settle in, Du Bai said with a grin. Tang San replied, I appreciate it, Du Bai chuckled. Why are you always so polite? We'll all be like family from now on, Oh, you know what my beast transformation is. Tang San was momentarily taken aback and shook his head. Look into my eyes, Du Bai suddenly said. Tang San turned to meet his gaze at that moment. He noticed a pearly white glow in Du Bai's eyes. With faint concentric rings of light radiating outward, their eyes locked. Tang San distinctly felt a momentary disorientation. Yet within his core a thread of divine consciousness existed. Almost in that instant of bewilderment, purple light erupted from his eyes. The purple extreme demon activated instinctively. The purple essence flickered from the depths of Tang San's gaze, and Du Bai, as if struck by lightning, let out a cry of anguish, stumbling back 2 steps before collapsing to the ground. This all transpired with incredible rapidity. Even Tang San was unprepared. Du Bai's loud cry startled him. Almost immediately, the door swung open, and a figure rushed in like the wind. What happened? A sharp voice rang out. Tang San felt an instant chill envelop him, as if the surrounding air had frozen in ice. Attribute beast transformation. This was the first thought to flash through his mind at that moment. Du Bai was rolling on the ground, clutching his eyes. The newcomer was none other than Mu Yunyu, who, upon seeing Du Bai writhing on the floor and Tang San standing there in confusion, did not continue to question, but crouched down, grasping Du Bai firmly by the front, her icy energy flowing through him, causing his body to tremble, yet he visibly calmed down considerably. This time, several other teachers and students hastily arrived. Tang San, looking bewildered, explained, I don't know what happened either. He asked me if I knew what his beast transformation was, and I said I didn't. Then he told me to look into his eyes. And I felt a little dizzy, and then he ended up like this. Guanlongjiang's lips twitched slightly, a mental backlash. By this point, Du Bai had begun to stabilize, though his body still twitched slightly, and he was mumbling incoherently. Guanlongjiang addressed Mu Yunyu. Take him to rest for now. This boy, relying on his limited abilities, always tries to pry into others. He deserves this. He then turned to Tang San, saying, Du Bai's beast transformation is a very unique inheritance from a monster clan known as the Tianhu. The Tianhu clan is not particularly adept at combat, but holds royal status among the Fox Demon clan, possessing the Tianhu Eye, which enables them to perceive the world. The Tianhu Demon King holds a revered position in the ancestral grounds of the monster continent, regarded as one of the 2 great seers. Du Bai has not yet fully mastered the Tianhu Eye, and his ability to pry into others is a reflection of his unstable disposition. He likely lacks mental strength compared to you. which is why you suffer a mental backlash while attempting to probe into you. It should not be a significant issue. Chapter 68. The Tianhu I. Tang San S. heart stirred. This ability sounded remarkably grand. The Tianhu Demon King is indeed one of the two great seers of the ancestral grounds. That places him among the pinnacle of the entire monster continent. I never expected Du Bai to possess such a beast transformation inheritance. What if I could also acquire this imprint? Could the Tianhu I and the Lingxi I be combined? This might allow the Lingxi I to evolve further. The benefits of the Lingxi I were evident. An enhancement in mental strength, improved vision, the ability to perceive the secrets of elements, and even a certain degree of evasion of fortune and misfortune. The only issue was that the Lingxi I was difficult to enhance, as it stemmed from the fusion of two abilities. The Lingxi Heart I and the Eagle I. Tang San had initially planned to continue devouring the bloodline powers of the white-headed falcon demon and the Lingxi deer demon to further elevate the Lingxi Heart I. However, upon hearing about the Tianhu I, he felt an odd sensation that if he were to continue using the Lingxi I to merge with other visual abilities from beast transformations, could it lead to a qualitative change in the Lingxi I? The Tianhu I might very well be one of the most powerful innate bloodlines in this regard. It certainly seemed like an excellent choice. Teacher Guan, what rank is Du Bai? Tang San inquired curiously. Guan Longjiang replied, he is at the 3rd rank. All Tianhu are 1st rank at birth, and quite fragile. Moreover, the inheritance of the Tianhu bloodline is exceedingly rare and thus received immense attention. Du Bai is currently the only known human possessing the Tianhu transformation inheritance. This is a matter of utmost confidentiality. It must not be mentioned outside. Tang San nodded vigorously, concerned he won't be in any trouble. Will he? Guan Longjiang reassured him. No need for concern. The spiritual power of the Tianhu transformation is quite stable, and it will give rise to... He paused. You should rest for now. Once he is recovered, I will have him come to apologize to you. No. Note that if anyone should apologize, it should be me for causing him harm, Tang San said. Feeling somewhat awkward, he could sense the astonished gazes of the other students upon him, clearly indicating that he was not the first to have been scrutinized by Du Bai. However, being one of the few who could make Du Bai suffer was likely a rare occurrence. Once the teachers and students of the Redemption Academy departed, Tang San finally let out a breath of relief. This incident with Du Bai had significantly elevated his assessment of the Redemption Academy. The Tianhu transformation must be among the highest-tier bloodlines within the entire monster clan, even if Du Bai's bloodline were not pure enough to rival that of a true Tianhu demon. Guan Longjiang had already stated that he was the only human to inherit the Tianhu transformation. Just this fact alone underscored his importance. Be admitted to the Redemption Academy and receive focused cultivation from the Redemption Organization. There surely could not be an ordinary individual among them. The talents of the other students must be formidable as well. Judging purely by bloodlines, his apparent wind wolf transformation was undoubtedly the weakest among them all. Du Bai's mental injury left Tang San facing the immediate issue of having no one to accompany him to purchase daily necessities, just as he was preparing to make do and meditate on the wooden bed for the night. There was another knock at the door. Come in. Tang San rose to his feet and stepped out of the bedroom. Yes, the door swung open. A petite figure entered. This was a young girl who appeared slightly older than Tang San, likely of a similar age to Mei Gongzi. Her hair was styled in a high ponytail, her fair skin a delicate pink, and her large blue eyes were strikingly beautiful. When she smiled, her face was adorned with 2 charming dimples. Hello, Tang San greeted her first. Hello, I am Cheng Zicheng. I am here to take you shopping for daily necessities, Cheng Zicheng replied cheerfully. Thank you for your assistance, Tang San smiled in response. The teachers truly think of everything. Cheng Zicheng laughed. Not at all. Consider it a token of appreciation. Appreciation? Tang San was taken aback. Cheng Zicheng nodded, saying, Indeed, that fellow Du Bai is utterly detestable. He relies on his heavenly fox to gawk at us incessantly, especially enjoying to spy on the girls. I often wish to blind him. Humph, from her demeanor, Tang San could distinctly sense a murderous aura, and he couldn't help but inwardly lament, women are truly not to be trifled with. Regardless of age, Cheng Zicheng continued with a smile, now he has suffered a setback at your hands. The teacher said he won't be able to use his heavenly fox eye for at least half a month. Serves him right, Tang San chuckled wryly. I didn't mean to hurt him. Is his injury serious? Not at all. The Heavenly Fox clan is known as the Children of Fortune. They're quite lucky to it's surprising he was even injured by you. We often wish to deal with him, but he always manages to slip away due to various strange circumstances. Moreover, anyone who attempts to confront him tends to run into bad luck that it's so frustrating. You should be cautious as well. Having injured him, you must mind your own luck. However, the fact that you could harm him suggests your own fortune must be quite good, she added. Is there such a saying? Children of Fortune, Tang San pondered. He could understand why Dubai's luck did not work on him, considering he was the reincarnation of a god king, where luck was unlikely to yield negative effects. His arrival in this world was already an act of defiance against fate. The true adversary he faced was the ruler of this realm. Not even Dubai's fortune, nor that of the heavenly fox demon king, could likely affect him. Let us go. I'll lead the way, Cheng Ziqing beckoned, turning to exit. Tang San followed her out of the Redemption Academy and retraced the path they had taken to the academy town with Zhang Haoshuan. Where are we going to buy things? Tang San inquired. Cheng Ziqing replied, we can find general daily necessities in our town. However, for more specialized or expensive items, we must go to the city, but you likely don't need to go to the city. Do you? Tang San thought to himself, I would love to visit the city. I want to go to the city center and drink bubble tea. However, having just arrived here, it is best to familiarize myself with the surroundings first, without rushing into the city. He nodded in agreement. Cheng Ziqing informed him, Teacher Guan asked me to introduce you to our academy town. There are about 1,800 households here, roughly 5,000 to 6,000 people. Among the human vassal groups, it is relatively large. Most of us hail from the major clans of Jelly City, and we gather here primarily to serve Jelly Academy, as you might already know. Tang San replied, the town head teacher mentioned it to me earlier. Cheng Ziqing continued, the town mainly provides various necessities for Jelly Academy. Sometimes we also assist the Demon Clan students from the academy in their training. Thus, we have a special training team, a training team. What is that? Tang San asked, surprised. Quite literally, it is for training the Demon Clan members. Those who participate can earn some income, and is one of the main sources of revenue for the town. Other services for the academy also provide some income. The entire academy town relies on Jelly Academy for its existence. Cheng Ziqing explained, is there any danger in being a training partner? Tang San inquired. Generally, there isn't. A few accidents are unavoidable. The students at Jelly Academy don't harbor hostility towards its human vassals. Moreover, by training with them, we help them enhance their strength, Cheng Ziqing reassured him. Tang San nodded, saying, it sounds like you have quite a favorable impression of Jelly Academy. Cheng Ziqing glanced at him and replied, you'll understand in due time. But let's continue discussing the town. In our town, there are several major divisions. The training team is primarily composed of strong young adults. There's also a procurement team responsible for acquiring daily necessities for Jelly Academy. They specifically travel to the city to purchase certain items and earn a percentage in return. Additionally, there's a herb gathering team. The mountain behind us is called the Jelly Mountain Range, which is vast and rich in high-quality materials due to its cold climate. However, the mountain is also home to demon beasts and various dangers. Hence, the procurement team's work is the most perilous, yet it offers the highest rewards. The spiritual herbs gathered are bought at a high price by Jelly Academy, making it a primary source of income for the town. Therefore, our academy town is mainly divided into the training team, the herb gathering team, and the service team. You can choose to join any of these in the future. Choose? Why? Tang San asked. Cheng Ziqing explained, the rule in our town is that no one can live without working. Everyone must rely on their own labor for survival. The academy does not support us that we must earn our living expenses through tasks. Although the academy provides some resources for training, to obtain more, one must depend on oneself. The teachers say this is also a form of training for us. Thus, you can choose to join any of these three teams to earn some living expenses and funds for training. This philosophy is quite refreshing. Tang San found himself in agreement. The fairy continent was different from the Dua continent he had previously inhabited. Attending an academy also required money, and resources within the academy had to be earned through tasks. This similarity created a sense of familiarity for him. indicating that the Redemption Academy was indeed on the right track, that I can lend you the money for daily necessities today. You can repay me later when you have some. Cheng Zicheng offered. However, it seems you don't need to work yet. You aren't T12 yet. Right before you turn 12, the Academy will cover your training resources, but you'll owe them. You can repay it once you start working. No need to trouble you. I have money. Tang San replied to Cheng Zicheng that he still possessed some funds, having acquired a few demon coins made from wind spirit stones and earned 3 Lingxi coins during the collision competition. He had given one to Wang Yanfeng, who later returned it. Moreover, most importantly, after defeating the Lord of Windwolf Town, he had a small pouch that likely contained money as well that he had just not had the chance to check how much was inside. But as a town lord, it wouldn't be too little, he presumed. Therefore, Tang San truly wasn't he short on funds at the moment. Cheng Zicheng looked at him in surprise. That is wonderful. As they spoke, the two had already entered the town. There was a street in the town dedicated to various goods, predominantly daily necessities. Tang San noticed there was also a special shop selling spiritual herbs. The herb shop was the largest on the street, situated at the center of the town, not far from the residence of town head Zhang Haoshuan. The academy town, with its population of 5,000 to 6,000, was quite lively. Upon returning, Tang San observed that the town was populated not only by humans, but also by figures from the demon clan. These demon clan members wore uniforms of a peacock green color, tailored according to their physiques, and they looked quite splendid. Without Cheng Zicheng explaining, he understood that these must be the students of Jelly Academy from the demon clan. Among these students, Tang San noticed several types of demon clans he had never encountered before. Indeed, these could serve as potential targets for his consumption in the future. Having now broken through to the 5th stage, he realized this meant he could acquire another imprint, another ability that he had essentially grasped the relationship between the Xiantian skill and the demon clan bloodlines. Thus, he needed to choose the 5th ability with caution, ensuring it was the most suitable for him. However, it seemed there was no harm in consuming multiple bloodline imprints if one integrated a sufficiently powerful bloodline imprint. It could replace his existing abilities. Furthermore, if the attributes aligned, the imprints could fuse. Nevertheless, enhancing a fused imprint would become complicated, unlike improving a single imprint, which was comparatively easier. Thus, fusion was a double-edged sword. If done well, it could enhance one's capabilities, but if done poorly, it might lead to adverse effects. In this regard, Tang San remains rather unconcerned. With his divine perspective and the experience he amassed in his previous life, he can quite accurately discern which bloodlines are suitable for fusion. The greater challenge lies in the fact that once the imprint is fused, enhancing it thereafter may prove to be quite arduous. Merely devouring a single type of bloodline prior to fusion may not significantly augment the imprint either. It necessitates the consumption of multiple types while maintaining a delicate balance. Alternatively, he may need to fuse with other bloodline imprints of the same category. This will require Tang San to engage in constant exploration himself. Fortunately, the characteristics of Xiantian art allow him to extricate any useless imprints, thus providing a margin for error even if the fusion does not yield optimal results. Consequently, Tang San does not feel rushed. As his strength increases, ample opportunities to select diverse monster bloodlines will inevitably present themselves in the future. Under the adept guidance of Cheng Zicheng, Tang San utilized demon coins crafted from wind spirit stones to procure some essential living supplies. The prices were quite reasonable. Although demon coins are the most rudimentary form of currency, they still possess a certain purchasing power. After acquiring the necessary items, the two returned to the Academy of Redemption. I truly appreciate your help today, Tang San remarked, presenting a demon coin to Cheng Zicheng. Cheng Zicheng's expression shifted. What are you doing? Tang San replied earnestly. I cannot let your time go to waste. Cheng Zicheng scoffed. How can you forget that I am your senior sister? Do you think I'm like that fellow Dubai? With that, she turned and walked away, clearly a bit miffed. Tang San couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Throughout their journey, Cheng Zicheng had been lecturing him about the principle of equivalent exchange and the importance of self-reliance in this world, which prompted his earlier gesture. He hadn't anticipated it would upset her. Truly, a woman's heart is as unfathomable as the depths of the ocean. By this time, evening had already descended. Cheng Zicheng had previously mentioned that dining at the academy involved everyone gathering together. teachers and students alike, in a designated cafeteria. However, it was still not time yet. They would have to wait a little longer. Tang San arranged the living supplies he had purchased, instantly infusing the room with a sense of vitality. As he gazed at his room 3, he couldn't help but feel a peculiar sensation. He pondered how long he might reside here in the future. Nonetheless, it was at least a stable place, albeit one he still needed time to familiarize himself with, whether it be the Academy of Redemption or the Jialu Academy. More importantly, he still needed to diligently enhance his own strength. Nothing is more paramount than the pursuit of power. He settled into a chair, silently attuning himself to the changes within his body. After defeating the Lord of Windwolf Town, he had been traveling alongside the tiger-faced man, Zhang Tianxiao, fearing exposure of his cultivation level, which left him no opportunity to truly absorb the bloodline energy of the Windwolf Lord. The bloodline energy of the Windwolf Lord was extraordinarily rich and pure. Having completely devoured it, Tang San was propelled into the 5th level of the Xintian art, thereby attaining a 5th-tier cultivation level in this world. Chapter 70. Monster Beast Meat. Reaching the 5th tier naturally ushered him into an entirely new realm. However, he had yet to fully digest the power of the Wind Wolf Lord's bloodline. To completely assimilate this pure energy would require at least a week. By then, Tang San anticipated that he would make significant strides at the 5th level of the Xintian art. The act of slaying powerful monsters and consuming their essence undoubtedly served as a shortcut for his cultivation. However, he was acutely aware of his current weakness, which rendered him susceptible to exposure. Had it not been for the Wind Wolf Lord's prior injuries, Tang San doubted he would have emerged victorious in their confrontation. That battle instilled in Tang San a heightened awareness of his own insufficient understanding of the monster races. He earnestly hoped that upon entering the Academy of Redemption, he would acquire a wealth of knowledge. Such knowledge was of utmost importance to him. At that moment, his wind blade imprint had unsurprisingly ascended to the 5th tier, enhancing his perception of the wind element. Previously, when confronting the town chief, Zhang Haoshuan, he had been unable to showcase his capabilities due to the vast disparity in their cultivation levels. In reality, his combat prowess had significantly increased compared to when he faced the Wind Wolf Lord. The higher his cultivation, the more adeptly he could wield the abilities from his past life. Many of these skills were applicable in this world. Time for dinner! Time for dinner! At that moment, a somewhat familiar voice echoed from outside. Moments later, a knock resounded at the door. Concluding his introspection, Tang San opened the door to find Dubai standing there. Their eyes met, and Dubai appeared somewhat awkward. He cleared his throat and said, "I didn't expect your mental strength to be so formidable." Tang San. We shall be brothers from now on. Tang San felt a bit lost in Dubai's erratic thought process and helplessly remarked, "Are your eyes all right?" Cheng Ziqing mentioned you need a rest for a while. Dubai, however, brushed it off nonchalantly. It's nothing at all. The first time I saw the teacher, I was in worse shape than this. I thought I was going blind. I just made a bit of a scene to get the teacher's attention. Let's go. It's time for dinner. I heard there will be a feast in your honor today. The town chief is here too. His eyes were noticeably dimmer, clearly affected by the prior encounter. The two exited the room, with Dubai leading the way to the cafeteria. As they walked, he lowered his voice and asked, "Tang San, what ability are you cultivating with your eyes? That purple hue, it's not from the Windwolf transformation, is it?" "It's quite impressive," Tang San replied. "It's a unique, innate ability of mine. Perhaps my Windwolf transformation has undergone some mutation." "Oh, that makes sense. Impressive. Once I reach the 4th tier, I'll challenge you to a staring contest," Dubai said, showing no signs of skepticism. Within the Academy of Redemption, everyone's abilities were indeed eclectic, and only those with extraordinary talents could gain entry. The cafeteria was located in a spacious wooden house to the west of the courtyard. Upon entering, a rich aroma of food wafted towards them. After 9 years in this world, Tang San had long since abandoned hope for its culinary offerings. Regardless of the ingredients, the predominant cooking methods were boiling or grilling, often seasoned merely with a sprinkle of salt. The flavors were neither remarkable nor terrible. When the ingredients were fresh, they were tolerable. Yet most of the time, describing them as tasteless would be an understatement. However, as he stepped into the cafeteria today, his perceptions were pleasantly refreshed. The enticing aroma of food stirred his appetite. A long table was laden with an array of dishes. Although the cooking methods appeared largely unchanged, the delightful scents suggested a significant improvement in quality. Some ingredients were unfamiliar to Tang San, and at the center of the table sat an enormous platter, over a meter in diameter, featuring a whole roasted creature of unknown origin. This dish was undoubtedly monumental in size. What a massive portion! The most potent fragrance emanated from his platter. Dubai licked his lips and chuckled. We're in for a treat. This is a low-tier monster beast known as the sky mouse, a flying rodent with succulent meat that can only be found in the Jelly Mountains due to its swift flight. It is notoriously difficult to catch. One of these can fetch 3 to 5 demon coins. If we can enjoy it once or twice a month, we are fortunate. The meat of monster beasts has the effect of strengthening one's bloodline. Even within Jelly City, only the nobles can afford such delicacies. Monster beast meat? Tang San had never tasted it before. However, upon learning it was a type of rat, his appetite waned somewhat. That moment. The faculty and students of the Academy of Redemption began to fill the cafeteria. As a newcomer, Tang San was naturally seated at the end of the table. Upon seeing the boiled sky mouse, the student's eyes sparkled with excitement, clearly eager for the monster meat. Town Chief Zhang Haoshuan sat at the head of the table, and once everyone was present, he proclaimed, "Today, we welcome Tang San into our family. From this day forth, he shall be one of us, and I have officially taken him as my disciple. Henceforth, may you all cherish one another, train together, and progress together." The announcement of Zhang Haoshuan taking Tang San as a disciple elicited expressions of astonishment from the gathered students and even the teachers. The ever-smiling Si Ru's gaze revealed his surprise. Evidently taken aback by the news, he turned to look at Zhang Haoshuan, who seemed oblivious to his scrutiny as he stood and approached the boiled sky mouse, tearing off a leg and placing it on Tang San's plate. Tang San's lips twitched involuntarily, internally lamenting, "Oh, teacher, must I eat this?" Yet, in front of so many people, he could not reject Zhang Haoshuan's kindness. With a forced smile, he could only say, "Thank you, teacher." Everyone, dig in. With a single command from Zhang Haoshuan, the students showed no signs of restraint, springing into action almost instantaneously. When dinner commenced, Tang San finally understood why Zhang Haoshuan had previously offered him a leg of the flying rat. In a mere 3 seconds, yes, just 3 seconds, the largest platter lay empty. The speed was astonishing. Tang San felt as if he were caught in a whirlwind, and the boiled flying rat had vanished into thin air. The teachers remained passive, contentedly savoring their other dishes. The entirety of the flying rat was divided among the students, a sight to which the instructors were already accustomed, but a voice echoed in Tang San's ear, urging him to eat quickly, lest he miss out. Realizing the urgency, he hastened to partake of the meal, not one to be picky about food, that he first bit into the rat leg before strategizing his approach to the other dishes. With the other students fervently focused on the flying rat, none contested him for the remaining food. The flesh of the flying rat was remarkably elastic, devoid of any unpleasant odor, and possessed a unique fragrance. Despite any psychological factors, it was quite palatable. After consuming it, warmth spread through his belly, with waves of heat radiating to his limbs. Clearly, the earlier narration was accurate. Consuming the flesh of magical beasts indeed had restorative properties. Throughout the dinner, not a word was spoken, perfectly adhering to the adage of eating in silence. When the last morsel was cleared away, only empty plates remained on the table. Tang San had eaten quite a bit himself. He couldn't deny that this was the finest meal he had experienced since arriving in this world. Although the flavors remained unchanged, the quality of the ingredients was exceptional. Both the vegetables and the meats were remarkably fresh. Chapter 71. Assessing gains. Once the teachers finished their meal, they departed one by one, and the students followed suit, exchanging little conversation as they returned to their respective quarters. After finishing his meal, the narrator also promptly left, merely informing Tang San that he was heading back to cultivate. As Tang San stepped out of the dining hall, the sky had completely darkened. The courtyard was silent, while lights flickered on in the surrounding buildings, creating a tranquil ambience filled with the essence of life. Exhaling deeply, Tang San made his way back to his residence, room East 3. The moment he entered, he felt a sense of awareness. Zhang Haoshuan was seated in the living room, gazing at him. Teacher, Tang San hurriedly approached to pay his respects. Zhang Haoshuan smiled slightly and said, "Sit down and let's talk." Tang San took a seat across from him. Zhang Haoshuan inquired, "Are you adjusting well?" Tang San nodded, replying, "I am just beginning to adapt. It's quite nice here." Zhang Haoshuan continued, "Do you have any idea how long it took us to establish this state?" Tang San paused, shaking his head in response. Zhang Haoshuan explained, "Over 300 years. 300 years. Tang San's voice rose in surprise. Zhang Haoshuan sighed softly. The accumulation of subordinate numbers led to the recognition of our abilities by the monster clans, gradually fostering dependence. From the establishment of the Academy town to its growth, it has been a step-by-step journey. The founding of the Redemption Academy took us over 300 years. To be precise. The emergence of the Redemption organization also dates back more than 3 centuries. This place can be considered one of the rare sanctuaries for humanity. If the entirety of the continent could possess such havens, our kin would suffer no more. How wonderful that would be." "Indeed," Tang San nodded thoughtfully. Zhang Haoshuan then stated, "Starting tomorrow, you will officially begin your studies at the Academy. I came specifically to remind you. Here, your foremost task is to gain the recognition of your teachers and classmates. This acknowledgement is not about being overly diplomatic, but rather about your strength in our Redemption Academy. Strength is the foundation of everything. I observe that you possess a calm disposition, so I do not worry about that aspect. However, your strength is essential for establishing your foothold. When necessary, you may reveal your 5th-tier cultivation, but you must keep your Xiantian treasure record a secret." "Understood," Tang San replied. Zhang Haoshuan rose, saying, "After a long journey, and with studies commencing tomorrow, you should rest early tonight." As he spoke, he made his way toward the door, and Tang San stood to see him off. Just as Zhang Haoshuan reached the threshold, he suddenly paused, turned to Tang San, and gently ruffled his hair, saying, "There is one more rule at our Redemption Academy. A true master can only be recognized once. Do you understand?" After this, he patted Tang San's shoulder, and in a flash of light, his imposing figure vanished without a trace. Only one master? What was he hinting at? A moment of confusion flickered in Tang San's mind. After closing the door, he returned to his room. Following a brief wash-up, he climbed into bed. Instead of immediately meditating and cultivating, he retrieved a small pouch from his bosom. This pouch was crafted from a leather of indeterminate origin. Its hue a warm brown, small enough to fit in the palm of his hand, and rather unremarkable. He had obtained this pouch after defeating the Lord of Windwolf Town, Feng Xiong, and had since traveled to Jelly City alongside Zhang Tianxiao, with no opportunity to examine it. Now settled, he decided to inspect the pouch and assess his gains. At the time of Feng Xiong's defeat, this pouch was the only item he possessed in that frantic moment of escape. Its value was undoubtedly significant, regardless of how small Windwolf Town might be. Feng Xiong was the town's ruler, having held that position for many years. More importantly, when Tang San absorbed its bloodline power, he discerned that it was distinctly different from ordinary wind wolves. Its bloodline energy was extraordinarily rich. To say that consuming it provided more energy than all the previous magical beasts he had devoured combined was no exaggeration. How could this not astonish Tang San? He had not had time to ponder it earlier, but now he recalled that the origins of this Lord Feng Xiong were likely quite extraordinary, increasing the probability of valuable items among his possessions. The brown pouch felt light in his hand, yet it possessed a texture akin to sandpaper. As Tang San activated his spiritual insight, a jolt of surprise coursed through him. When he focused on the pouch with his spiritual vision, he immediately detected a faint fluctuation of spatial properties emanating from within. He knew precisely what spatial fluctuations implied. Could this be a spatial treasure capable of storage, akin to the mythical Shumi or Nigeria? If that were the case, he had stumbled upon a priceless artifact. Even in his previous life, items imbued with spatial attributes were exceedingly rare. Of course, after achieving a divine level, such items lost significance as he could create his own space. However, this was the first time he had encountered such an item in the realm of magical creatures. Moreover, if this pouch was indeed a spatial treasure, it meant it could contain far more than its size suggested. As he contemplated this, Tang San attempted to open the pouch while subtly probing with his mental energy. The originally brown pouch radiated a soft blue light upon contact with his mental force. And Tang San sensed a subtle resistance, as if something within was obstructing his exploration. This barrier felt neither overwhelmingly strong nor particularly weak, yet it was remarkably flexible, easily repelling his mental energy. Intrigued, Tang San did not cease his probing. Instead, he activated his wind wolf imprint, causing a gentle blue light to emanate from him. Indeed, when he invoked the wind wolf imprint, the barrier hesitated for a moment before dissipating effortlessly. Within his wind wolf imprint, the most potent energy came from Feng Xiong's bloodline, as it was far richer than any previous wind wolves he had consumed. This confirmed that this seemingly unremarkable pouch was, in fact, an already bonded item, implying it possessed a certain degree of sentience. As his mental energy delved deeper, joy illuminated Tang San's face. Inside the pouch lay a misty expanse of blue, and the internal space was quite substantial, measuring nearly 10 feet in circumference. This was remarkable for a storage treasure. The primary concern for such items was the stability of the space. Thus, a larger stable space was undoubtedly more challenging to maintain. The outer leather likely originated from a spatial-type magical creature, but the specifics of its crafting were beyond Tang San's knowledge. Yet, the stability of the pouch's inner space already made it a rare treasure. What was stored within was rather simple. There were no extraordinary items, just currency. Among them, the most striking were the blue coins, which glimmered with a soft blue light and pulsed with intense wind elemental fluctuations. Although it was Tang San's first encounter with this currency, the richness of the wind elemental energy allowed him to draw immediate conclusions. This is unequivocally the third-ranking elemental coin within the entire currency system of the Monster Clan. Specifically, the wind elemental coin that resonates perfectly with the lineage of the wind wolf. Within this small pouch, there are hundreds of wind elemental coins, a truly remarkable fortune. Additionally, there is an abundance of wind spirit stones, which are exceptionally clear and transparent, distinctly different from any wind spirit stones he has encountered before. The value of such pure wind spirit stones is uncertain to Tang San, but they undoubtedly possess considerable worth. Chapter 72. Striking it rich, Tang San stirred the contents with his mental energy, and to his astonishment, among the pile of wind elemental coins, he discovered 3 coins shimmering with a 6-colored radiance. They appear to be of similar size to the wind elemental coins, but were crafted from a combination of 6 different substances. Curiously, these 6 materials, each representing a different attribute, synergistically complemented one another, resulting in remarkably stable energy fluctuations. This must be a higher tier of currency known as the Tianyu coin. It is noteworthy that a single Tianyu coin is equivalent to 100 elemental coins, underscoring its extraordinary rarity. All currencies of the Monster Clan can be utilized for cultivation, which is the essence of their value. Each piece of high-ranking currency can be regarded as a treasure. After thoroughly inspecting the contents of the pouch, Tang San's immediate reaction was one of elation. He had struck it rich. Indeed, he had. The benefits derived from vanquishing the Wind Sovereign were far greater than he had anticipated. The immensely potent bloodline of the Wind Wolf, along with what was likely the majority of the wealth accumulated in Wind Wolf Town over the years, had now become his possession. However, the most significant asset was not the wealth itself, but rather this spatial storage pouch. With this small pouch, convenience was paramount. The space, measuring roughly a zhang in circumference, could accommodate a vast array of items. For Tang San, this would greatly facilitate his future endeavors. Compared to the riches, he cherished this spatial storage pouch even more. Securing the pouch's opening, the spatial fluctuations gradually subsided, restoring normalcy. Tang San exhaled deeply. Previously, having possessed 3 Lingxi coins, he considered himself somewhat affluent. Now, he felt he could be regarded as a minor wealthy individual. In a place like Jelly City, having wealth certainly ensured access to ample cultivation resources. With such capital at his disposal, his primary concern would be how to swiftly convert it into his own strength. Enhancing his power was of utmost importance to AS for the Redemption Academy. His impressions thus far were remarkably favorable. This place was perhaps the finest platform for humans to exist on the fairy continent. Moreover, The most crucial aspect was its proximity to the beautiful young master. Once he settled down, he would be able to visit her. The mere thought of the young master filled Tang San's heart with warmth, and his gaze brightened. With a focused mind, he sat cross-legged in meditation, silently entering the cultivation state of a Shintian skill, continuing to absorb and assimilate the bloodline power belonging to the Wind Sovereign. The absorption of the Wind Sovereign's bloodline power through his Wind Wolf transformation was remarkably effortless, and Tang San could distinctly sense that after reaching the 5th tier, the imprint of the Wind Wolf transformation was beginning to evolve. This transformation was not solely a result of ascending in rank. A significant factor was the Wind Sovereign's pure and profound bloodline power. At this moment, his Wind Wolf transformation imprint had become vibrantly green and exceptionally clear, as if a colossal wolf was howling at the heavens within the imprint. With the enhancement of the Wind Wolf transformation imprint, Tang San's perception and control over the wind element had greatly intensified. The Shintian skill, too, was advancing at an astonishing pace alongside his absorption of this bloodline power. Theoretically, the Wind Sovereign's bloodline must be far more potent than that of an ordinary wind wolf. Moreover, as Wang Yanfeng had informed him, the stronger the monster, the purer its bloodline, and the closer it is to its ancestors. Thus, among the various monster clans, the most formidable beings are invariably of royal lineage, as their bloodlines are passed down through generations, with a profound emphasis on purity. The more purebred the monster, the stronger it is. Although humans have inherited the transformation from the monster gods, the presence of human blood within them means that, regardless of circumstances, humans cannot cultivate to the same bloodline levels as monsters. Nevertheless, the offspring of powerful monsters and humans will possess a greater potency in their transformation abilities. The Wind Sovereign's bloodline must be quite exceptional among the Wind Wolf clan. Yet, Tang San pondered why he had been placed in Wind Wolf Town, but he could sense that the strength of the Wind Wolf bloodline was likely very close to the 6th tier. When he first encountered the Wind Sovereign, he could feel its power. After consuming it, the sensations became even more pronounced at the moment of the Wind Sovereign's demise. Tang San sensed a peculiar energy abruptly dissipating within it, vanishing along with its life. At the time, he had been too pressed for time to contemplate it deeply, but reflecting now, these changes were likely connected to his own pure Wind Wolf bloodline. He hoped the Wind Sovereign's death would not bring trouble to Teacher Wang and the others. It should not pose a significant issue. After all, the Wind Wolf clan would likely attribute the matter to the Flash Leopard clan, considering it was they who were conducting extensive offensives at the time. That if the Wind Sovereign's identity was extraordinary, this incident could potentially ignite a conflict between the two clans. Let them engage in their own disputes. As his thoughts gradually crystallized, he slipped into a meditative state. A faint green light swirled around him, as the Wind Sovereign's bloodline power transformed bit by bit into his own strength. At a night without conversation passed. In the early morning, as the distant sky began to brighten, Tang San awoke from his meditation. He opened the window, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the auspicious purple aura, while retrieving the spatial storage pouch. This pouch was technically still an item belonging to the Wind Sovereign. Although he could currently use it due to the residual bloodline aura, it remained uncertain whether he would be able to use it once he fully absorbed the Wind Sovereign's bloodline energy. Thus, he needed to erase the imprint left by the Wind Sovereign. This required a substantial amount of mental energy, and the morning was the time when his mental strength was at its peak while practicing the purple extreme demon eye. In the distant east, a hint of dawn began to emerge, and Tang San's eyes transformed into a vibrant purple. His concentrated mental energy silently infiltrated the spatial storage pouch, accompanied by the essence of the Wind Wolf transformation. Before long, he discerned its intricate pathways. His previous experiences with spatial elements allowed him to accomplish this without consuming much time, but a fleeting green light flashed, and the original imprint was unraveled. Tang San then inscribed his own imprint of a Shintian skill upon it, sealing and controlling it while retaining a thread of mental energy within. Consequently, in the future, whenever he desired to retrieve something from the spatial storage pouch, it would require merely a thought to locate what he needed. As the sun gradually ascended, a smile blossomed at the corner of Tang San's mouth. This was truly a splendid beginning to a beautiful day, He carefully secured the spatial storage pouch close to him and stretched his body. After freshening up, he exited his room. Although Jelly City is situated in the north, its temperature is considerably milder than that outside the city. The basin-esque topography renders it a veritable springtime haven. Exceptionally comfortable, from his vantage point on the mountainside, he could clearly see the academy town below, with wisps of smoke spiraling upwards to eye in the distance. Jelly Academy presented a hazy, ethereal ambience, not due to fog, but likely the effect of some concealment array. This aura of mystery stirred within Tang San a desire to explore further. Yesterday, Chung Zicheng had mentioned to him the possibility of joining a practice group in the future to earn some income. The practice group would grant him access to Jelly Academy. Should an opportunity arise, he would certainly consider participating to year up. A familiar voice rang out, and as Tang San turned, he spotted Du by approaching him. Compared to yesterday, his eyes appeared slightly red, possibly a result of a night spent healing from injuries. "Good morning, Senior Brother Du Bai," Tang San greeted him with a smile. Hearing himself addressed as Senior Brother, Du Bai's eyes brightened. Before Tang San's arrival, he had been the youngest here, only 11 years old. He was always the one calling other senior brothers or sisters, so he was pleasantly surprised to find himself with a junior brother this time. Chapter 73. Senior brothers and sisters were all comrades. "Just call me Senior Brother," Du Bai replied cheerfully. "All right, Senior Brother," Tang San readily acquiesced. "Come, let us go have breakfast," Du Bai urged, pulling Tang San towards the dining hall. The breakfast spread was quite lavish. Although it lacked the exquisite fare of monster meat, there was still plenty of meat, eggs, and staple foods. The quality of the meals was far superior to what he had experienced in Windwolf Town. Aside from them, several other students had already gathered for breakfast. Du Bai introduced Tang San to his peers, facilitating their mutual acquaintance. With Tang San's keen memory, he had already memorized the names of the 10 or so senior brothers and sisters, with Du Bai and Chung Zicheng being the most familiar. "Later, I'll take you to class," Du Bai announced. This morning was the physical training class led by teacher Yu.B, mentally prepared, just as Du Bai was about to finish his sentence. A voice suddenly rang out from the canteen entrance. "Oh, Du Bai, are you bad-mouthing teacher Yu behind her back?" "You're doomed," giggled Tang San, glancing towards the entrance where the speaker, Chung Zicheng, wore a cheerful expression. I didn't say anything. You must have misheard that I was just saying that teacher Yu is the most beautiful woman in our academy's town." Du Bai quickly corrected himself. Chung Zicheng shot him a sidelong glance and sat down beside the two. Addressing Tang San, "Don't listen to his nonsense. Although teacher Yu is strict in her teaching, it's all for our benefit. However, you need to eat more during physical training class this morning. Otherwise, you won't be able to endure it. I'll go get some food." With that, she stood up to fetch her meal. "What about this afternoon?" Tang San inquired. "This afternoon, we have a combat class. Teacher Mu's combat class," Du Bai replied. Tang San vaguely understood. When he mentioned teacher Yu, he referred to Mu Yun Yu, and teacher Mu should be Mu Inching. He mentally noted these names. "I ess it like this every day?" Tang San asked. "Most of the time, yes. Occasionally, teacher Wan will give us lectures, which usually means no physical training, allowing us a day of rest. Then, teacher Siru has a class once a week, or rather, a session to help us improve our cultivation, and you'll understand when the time comes. The town mayor comes to assess us about once a month. Those with good results will be praised, while those with poor results will be criticized. The one who makes the most progress each time receives a reward. Though I've never received one," he said, a hint of gloom creeping into his voice by the end. Chung Zicheng had returned with breakfast by this time. "They're doing well. At least you haven't been punished. The teachers favor you. Claiming your transformation as a demon god is difficult to cultivate. Making progress hard even if you come in last, you won't be punished." Humph, how unfair. It seemed that Du Bai's transformation into a celestial fox was indeed difficult to enhance. Tang San could discern some students' cultivation level from the bloodline aura emanating from them. For instance, Du Bai was at the 3rd rank, while Chung Zicheng appeared to be around the 4th rank. Both of them were quite young, about 11 or 12 years old. The other senior students varied in strength, with some being so powerful that even Tang San couldn't perceive their exact cultivation, suggesting they were above the 6th rank. Chung Zicheng, while munching on her food, glanced at Tang San and said, "Be cautious during this afternoon's combat class. Since you just arrived, Teacher Mu will surely want you to demonstrate your abilities. Who knows, I might be your opponent. Thank you for the reminder, senior sister. Tang San replied sincerely to Dubai, placed a hand on Tang San's shoulder and said to Chung Zicheng, Little Chung, if it's you facing off against junior brother today, be careful not to hurt him. Chung Zicheng rolled her eyes. Little Chung, who do you think you're to call me that? Wait until you can stop me from beating you to a pulp. Dubai's lips twitched. In terms of combat prowess, he truly couldn't compete with anyone. If you dare to fight me. Aren't you afraid of bad luck? Chung Zicheng retorted, seemingly unfazed by his comeback. Instead, she turned her curious gaze towards Tang San, asking, Little Tang, did you experience any backlash from what you did yesterday? Didn't anything change? Huh? Shouldn't there be some change? Tang San asked, intrigued. Dubai also looked at him with curiosity and said, I'm the child of destiny. If my celestial fox I cultivates to a powerful level, it can foresee the future. Anyone who has harmed me will suffer misfortune. Didn't you feel anything? Tang San silently shook his head, thinking, I am a god king. With my divine consciousness, your little fate backlash could hardly affect me. Dubai scratched his head. Has it really failed? How strange. I must break through. I must work hard. Teacher Guan said that once I reach the 4th rank, my celestial fox, I will have some practical application. Humph, then I'll be formidable. Chung Zicheng scoffed and continued eating her breakfast. After finishing their meal, everyone gathered in the courtyard. Including Tang San, there were a total of 16 students in the Redemption Academy. Tang San's stature was similar to Dubai's, making them the shortest in the academy, standing at the very edge of that moment. Mu Yunyu, who had not been seen during breakfast, walked in slowly. Upon her arrival, Tang San noticed that all the students involuntarily straightened their postures. With a smile, Mu Yunyu said, Today, we will continue with physical training, that we have a new member joining us. Tang San, you are 9 years old this year, right? Yes, Teacher Yu. Tang San immediately responded. Good, then your intensity will be the same as Dubai's. The goal is Tianpeng. Collect your weights and set off, Mu Yunyu stated calmly. When the students heard the name Tianpeng, they couldn't help but grimace, but none dared to utter a word, promptly heading towards a nearby building. Once inside, Tang San understood what the weights meant. Hanging on the walls were various leather-like vests, each with dozens of pockets. The students selected vests according to their sizes and then approached a table to insert metal blocks into the pockets. By help Tang San choose a suitable vest. When they reached the metal blocks, Dubai whispered to Tang San, each block weighs 10 kilograms. Since we have the same standard, that means 4 blocks for you. Tang San noticed that one senior student had inserted at least 20 blocks. That would mean a weight of 200 kilograms. How terrifying. What kind of place is Tianpeng? Tang San thought as he picked up from metal blocks and inserted them in his vest, balanced across his chest and back. With 40 kilograms on his upper body, he felt a slight heaviness, but given his current cultivation, it was hardly a challenge. Dubai chuckled wryly. Tianpeng is in the mountains, about 100 miles from here, and the journey is extremely arduous. That we need to climb over 4 mountain peaks, and there are cliffs and precipices. More importantly, our powers will be sealed, and we can only rely on our physical abilities to get there. No use of demon-god transformation. That's harsh. Tang San was taken aback. After all, the physical strength of humans couldn't be compared to that of demon races. If the demon-god transformation's power was sealed, and they had to carry such heavy weights uphill, it would be no easy feat. It truly is severe. Teacher, you will accompany us the entire way. The most frightening part is that the last 3 to return won't have any food. He warned, let's go. Everyone is competing fairly. We are young, and our only advantage is that we have less weight to carry. As they exited the room, Mu Yunyu was already waiting outside. With a casual motion, she clapped her hands on them. Tang San immediately felt a strange force surge into his body, and the Xiantian skill within him felt as if it had solidified, a cool sensation enveloping his chest and abdomen, rendering him unable to mobilize any energy. Chapter 74. Physical Training. His mind stirred, and he sensed that with his current cultivation, if he tried to forcefully mobilize his energy, he might be able to break through this layer of ceiling. However, there was no doubt that if he did so, Mu Yunyu would sense it immediately. This made him recall his past life, where he had practiced physical training in a similar manner alongside his companions. Without the use of Xiantian's skill, he could only rely on his physical strength. Although Tang San appeared slender, much of that was due to him intentionally controlling his body's development during cultivation. He had kept a low profile while in Windwolf Town. However, upon arriving at the Redemption Academy, his safety was ensured. He was no longer inclined to suppress his physical growth, especially knowing that there were beautiful girls in Jelly City. He understood that his reincarnated wife would not possess any memories from their past life. So in this life, he would need to woo her all over again. This was no small task, particularly since the beautiful girl was so stunning. While he appeared rather ordinary, that he needed to focus on developing himself first, at least to look more presentable. Do by led Tang San as they took strides, following the other senior students into the forest behind the Redemption Academy. The rear mountain was not overly steep, but carrying weights made the trek laborious. Although Tang San had controlled his physical development, his physical strength was naturally considerable. Having once been a god king, he understood the significance of physical strength, and no matter how high one's cultivation, the body must bear the weight. The body resembles a vessel. The larger and sturdier the vessel, the greater the capacity it possesses to bear burdens. The Xiantian Gong, known for its formidable refinement of the body, renders its practitioners remarkably resilient. Thus, despite appearing somewhat frail, his strength is far from insignificant. The senior disciples ahead, burdened with greater weights, still exhibit a remarkable agility as they swiftly traverse the rear mountain. This mountain looms at a height of nearly 1,000 meters, and the ascent from the Redemption Academy reaches close to 700 meters. Fortunately, the terrain is relatively gentle, making the climb manageable. However, the last three must return before noon to satisfy the demands of the physical training course. Is there another method of physical training besides this outdoor exercise? Tang San inquired of his companion. Dubai nodded, but refrained from speaking. What other methods could there be? Tang San remained curious. Dubai, with a wry smile, advised him, save your breath, conserve your strength that you'll need it soon. Tang San smiled faintly and replied, very well. Let us proceed. As they crested the first peak, Dubai's forehead glistened with a light sheen of perspiration. Yet, he was astonished to observe that Tang San, participating in physical training for the first time, exhibited no apparent change at this juncture. The differences in stamina had yet to manifest, partly due to the varying weights they carried. Consequently, they remained clustered together as they advanced. The descent proved no less arduous than the ascent, for the added weight made the steep path treacherous, necessitating careful control of their form and strength. A misstep could lead to a perilous slip. Although Tang San did not catch sight of Mu Yunyu, he sensed her presence nearby, likely observing him, the newcomer, upon descending the first mountain and traversing a valley. The path became relatively flat. The thorns along the way had mostly been trampled down, indicating it was a route they frequently traversed. Those in the lead began to quicken their pace, and amidst the burden, breaths grew heavier within the group. Tang San and Dubai remained at the rear, with Dubai gritting his teeth to maintain a steady rhythm, striving to minimize his energy expenditure. For Tang San, the 40-kilogram weight felt hardly burdensome. As they began to scale the second mountain, the disparities in stamina became evident. Some senior disciples surged ahead, while Dubai's perspiration increased. Yet, Tang San did not hasten his pace, silently keeping in step beside him. Whenever Dubai glanced toward him, he noticed that while Tang San matched his speed, he displayed no signs of fatigue, merely a slight sheen of sweat on his brow. Upon reaching the summit of the second peak, Dubai's breath became noticeably uneven. If you feel capable, you may proceed ahead, he suggested to Tang San. However, Tang San shook his head, stating, I can barely keep pace with you. How are you faring? Dubai sighed. Each physical training session feels like a torturous ordeal for me. Thankfully, I'm not required to participate in the practical courses. We should rest this afternoon. But if you persist in following me, you might return without a meal, Tang San replied. That won't happen. Let us encourage one another. Lend me some of your weight. Dubai immediately shook his head, insisting, no need, I can manage on my own. Although Teacher Yu has high expectations of us, it is all for our benefit, as we all understand. Regardless of how challenging it becomes, we must not resort to shortcuts. Tang San regarded him with surprise. feeling a newfound respect for the young disciple. Upon their initial meeting, Dubai had struck him as somewhat whimsical, yet here, in the realm of training, he revealed a commendable tenacity. Then let us strive together. Continuing onward, Dubai's stamina visibly waned, while Tang San persevered. The figures ahead gradually faded from sight, leaving them at the rear. The difference between 100 kilometers of mountainous terrain and 100 kilometers of flat ground is immense, especially under the constraint of sealed powers. Upon reaching the fourth mountain, Dubai's energy had diminished significantly. You may go ahead. Truth be told, I can only make it back by evening, but if your stamina allows. Proceed first, and I will guide you on the way, Dubai said helplessly. Tang San contemplated for a moment and replied, I will accompany you to. Dubai shook his head again. No, I must rely on my own strength. If you assist me, you will undermine your own training goals. At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Tang San and Dubai were momentarily dazzled as Mu Yunyu appeared before them silently. With a flick of her hand, two weights soared toward Tang San. Instinctively, he raised his hands to catch them. 2 additional weights. Here are 2 more for you. Proceed on your own. This is a map, she instructed, tossing a rolled-up parchment in his direction. Tang San silently affixed the weights to himself and glanced at Dubai, who waved goodbye. See you back at the academy. Tang San bowed to Mu Yunyu before rising swiftly to continue his ascent. Watching his noticeably accelerated and graceful form, Dubai couldn't help but exclaim, though we all appear similar in build, how is it that his stamina is so exceptional? Mu Yunyu retorted, because his foundation is superior to yours. Now hurry up, unless you wish to feel the whip. As she spoke, she produced a whip from seemingly nowhere and cracked it in the air, producing a sharp sound. No, teacher you, I'm on my way. Dubai struggled to rise and continued his laborious march forward, and no longer trailing behind Dubai. Tang San seized the opportunity to quicken his own pace. The 60-kilogram weight was not too significant a burden for him, especially after having maintained a slower speed while following Dubai, resulting in minimal energy expenditure. Now, freed from restraint, he surged forward with rapid strides. As his stamina waned, a warmth surged within him, and his breathing grew labored. Yet, the flow of blood through his veins and the invigorating strain on his body granted him a peculiar exhilaration, akin to a liberating release. His speed increased further as he frequently glanced at the map and the sky to orient himself, continuing his swift advance. However, due to the time lost with Dubai, he had yet to spot any other figures ahead. It was only as he approached his destination that he finally caught sight of Cheng Zicheng. Chapter 75. Has she flown away? Tianpeng is the peak of a grand mountain, towering nearly 2,000 meters high, designated as their so-called destination. It was only upon arriving here that Tang San comprehended the name Tianpeng. Atop this summit stood a magnificent tree, its crown expansive, nearly 100 meters in diameter, casting a shadow over much of the mountaintop. This must be the origin of the name Tianpeng. Seeing Tang San ascend, Cheng Zicheng expressed her astonishment, remarking, Your stamina is impressive. I expected to see you on the return journey. Beneath Tianpeng, not only was Cheng Zicheng present, but Mu Yunyu was also there, acknowledging Tang San's arrival with a nod. She said nothing further but raised her hand to pat him on the shoulder. Instantly, the powers previously sealed by Mu Yunyu dissipated, and the Shantian Gong's energy began to flow anew. Tang San had been puzzled. If their abilities were sealed with added weight, how could they possibly return before noon? Now, it became apparent that their powers would be unsealed upon reaching Tianpeng. Let's be off. Let us hurry back and see if we can catch a meal, Cheng Zicheng said, pulling Tang San along as she hurried down the mountain. She leaped from the summit. An extraordinary sight unfolded. A layer of orange-yellow light enveloped Cheng Zicheng, and in the next instant, beautiful orange feathers sprouted from her arms, while her flowing hair transformed into an orange hue, adorned with 3 plumes that danced gracefully. With a powerful flap, her arms morphed into wings, and she turned to Tang San with a radiant smile. I'll take my leave first. And with that, she glided down the mountainside, swiftly becoming a mere speck in the distance. Fly? She has flown away. Is this not cheating? Tang San gasped at a loss for words. What transformation was this? Cheng Zicheng. Orange feathers and the ability to soar. Tang San had never encountered such a creature before. Yet, sensing the shift in her aura after her transformation, he realized it was an extraordinarily powerful metamorphosis, and the ability to fly was exceedingly rare. Senior sister, if I cannot attain my fifth imprint, I will choose you. Flying was one of the abilities Tang San most fervently desired. Taking a deep breath, he felt the azure light swirl around him, and he suddenly sprang from the mountaintop, his eyes shimmering with determination. The abundant wind elements in the mountain gathered around him, lightening his form as he sped down the slope. Under the aegis of the wind element, his speed now resembled that of a swift gale. Although it could not be compared to the direct flight of Cheng Zicheng, it was nonetheless quite impressive. As Mu Wenqing watched his departing figure, a hint of astonishment flickered in her eyes. Each student, upon scaling this height through sheer physical exertion, would typically feel immensely fatigued. In such moments, unsealing their powers and regaining control over their abilities allows them to truly appreciate the precious gifts bestowed by the demon god transformation, as well as to better comprehend their own bloodline strength during the return journey. This is a significant reason behind the structure of the physical training course. Just moments ago, Mu Wenqing had distinctly sensed that although Tang San exhibited some weariness, it was not severe. After all, he was merely 9 years old. Moreover, as he departed, his physique showed no signs of alteration from the release of the demon god transformation, yet his command over the wind element was remarkably robust, seemingly surpassing the 4th tier. Initially, when their group of instructors learned that Tang San's ability was the wind wolf transformation, they were not particularly impressed with the student. Had it not been for Tang San's tender age of 9, they might have even denied admission to a child whose demon god transformation capabilities were not formidable enough for the Redemption Academy, despite its seemingly small number of students, totaling only a handful. The Redemption Academy holds a prestigious position within the entire Redemption organization, specifically established to cultivate exceptional high-level talents for redemption. Across the entire fairy continent, there exist only 9 Redemption Academies, all managed by the core members of the Redemption organization. At this moment, as Mu Wenqing observed Tang San executing the wind wolf transformation and mastering the wind element to enhance his speed, her perception of him began to shift. According to the previous information she had gathered, Tang San possessed an extraordinary ability to manipulate wind blades. His mental strength appeared to far exceed that of an average person, a fact evidenced by his ability to cause the eye of the celestial fox to recoil against the reading white. The eye had amplified the mental strength of the reading white far beyond that of his peers, and for Tang San to elicit a backlash from the celestial fox's eye, his mental prowess must have been at least double that of the latter. This was indeed intriguing. The aspect that piqued the interest of the instructors most regarding Tang San was the fact that the town chief had taken him as a disciple. They were quite familiar with the chief's character. All for the sake of lunch. Tang San dashed forward with fervor. He had begun to grasp the essence of the physical training course. The outward journey focused on physical conditioning, while the return journey pertained to personal abilities. This arrangement was not particularly equitable, yet provided an intriguing form of training to this moment. His bloodline pulsed with warmth, and the soreness in his muscles was distinctly evident. Once the Shintian skill was unsealed, its inherent characteristic of perpetual regeneration circulated within him, hastening the recovery from prior exertion. This process was immensely beneficial for his physical training, especially since he had just broken through to the 5th tier and needed to acclimate to the 5th tier of Shintian skill. Today's physical training accelerated this adaptation, even enhancing his absorption of the bloodline energy of the Wind Monarch. As he sprinted, the return route was not a singular path. For instance, Cheng Zicheng could fly, while his route as a ground wolf would undoubtedly differ. As a result, Tang San did not encounter anyone during his return journey. However, upon his arrival at the academy, aside from reading white, everyone else had already returned. His clothes were drenched in sweat as he breathlessly extracted the weighted blocks from his vest, feeling somewhat helpless, realizing he might miss out on a meal today. Had he not been trailing behind reading white, he might have had a chance. Yet this also clarified for him that none of the senior students in the academy were to be underestimated. During the return journey, he had utilized his 5th tier cultivation and the acceleration from the wind element to attain a speed that was quite rapid, reaching approximately 80% of his peak capabilities. Nevertheless, he still could not surpass the others and close the gap he had fallen behind. The other students of the Redemption Academy were equally astonished to see Tang San return so swiftly, especially considering he was only 9 years old. As Mu Yunyu had not yet returned, Tang San was preparing to quietly retreat to his room to freshen up and endure his hunger when Guan Longjiang approached him. "It is your first day participating in training. I shall not punish you today. Go wash up, then join everyone for dinner." "Thank you, teacher." Tang San graciously accepted without any stubborn refusal to prove his worth. Simply agreeing and hastening back to freshen up to eat tea that moment, the composed Si Ru ambled over to Guan Longjiang. "What do you think of this child?" Guan Longjiang replied, "Not bad. Though young, he exhibits great composure and lacks arrogance. His physical capabilities are commendable. He just retrieved 6 weighted blocks. For his age, such physicality indicates a solid foundation. His breath is long. He is at the pinnacle of the 4th tier. I Ru shook his head, saying no, he is at the 5th tier. 5th tier? At 9 years old? Guan Longjiang exclaimed, extending his right hand with fingers spread wide. I Ru smirked. Otherwise, do you think Zhang Haoshuan was so eager to take him as a disciple? This young Tang San likely possesses more than just 5th tier capabilities. He may harbor secrets we are yet unaware of. You know Zhang Haoshuan's character. He won T-Act without profit. Guan Longjiang blinked. Are you suggesting that Sly character has made a preemptive move on us? Si Ru chuckled. That is inevitable, that I'm merely too lazy to expose him. After all, this child's demon god transformation is merely the wind wolf transformation. Even if his wind wolf transformation has undergone some mutation, the foundational bloodline remains somewhat weaker, that I hope he can go further. Guan Longjiang pondered, if the foundational bloodline is somewhat inferior, then even if he reaches higher tiers in the future, he would still likely be a relatively weaker entity among his peers. I Ru remarked. This is merely a preliminary assessment. The specifics will depend on the level of ability he can demonstrate. Let Inqing properly assess him during this afternoon's practical class. Very well, we shall see then. Guan Longjiang nodded in agreement. Upon returning to his room, Tang San washed up and changed into a fresh set of clothes. Feeling as though his entire being had lightened considerably, the Xintian skill provided excellent nourishment for the body, boasting remarkable health benefits. Coupled with Tang San's 3 lifetimes of cultivation in the Xintian skill, he was exceedingly familiar with its effects. In just a short span, the fatigue he had felt had dissipated by more than half, and his vitality surged. The downside, however, was that he felt hungry. In the cafeteria, lunch was already prepared. Boiled meat. This so-called boiled meat was indeed just meat cooked in water with a pinch of salt. Yes, it was that simple and unadorned, for the students expending vast amounts of energy. The nutrition for meat was precisely what they required. A large basin of steaming boiled meat sat on the table. With Guan Longjiang's announcement to begin the meal, everyone promptly dived in without hesitation. One must seize the opportunity to eat. This was indisputable. Those quick to act would be rewarded, while those slow would go without. Tang San was no exception, quickly joining the fray to snatch meat. He devoured the meat heartily and sipped on the broth, soon feeling warm all over. As he began to feel satiated, he noticed not only was the meat gone, but there were hardly any remnants of bones left. Tang San had not completely filled himself, but gazing at the empty basins left behind, he felt a twinge of helplessness. With no food remaining, the students dispersed. However, Tang San stopped Chang Zicheng. What? Not full, Chang Zicheng replied. You could consider purchasing some food in town to keep on hand. The teachers don't concern themselves with these matters, especially when punished and deprived of meals. One must find a way to supplement their nutrition. Preparing extra provisions is definitely wise. Tang San nodded affirmatively. I will go buy some later. Given his current stage of cultivation, how could he possibly neglect food supplementation? The better the nutrition, the more effective the body would be in its refinement, especially since he was now ready to let his body grow. Sister, I wanted to ask, when does the academy usually allow us to enter the city? Tang San inquired. Chang Zicheng answered, after classes each day. You can go, but you must be in pairs. You cannot enter the city alone to avoid danger. Moreover, you must keep a low profile and not cause trouble. Otherwise, severe punishment will ensue. Understood, Tang San nodded. Chang Zicheng added, don't overthink it. Generally speaking, after a full day of training, everyone is too exhausted to have the energy to enter the city. Tang San laughed and changed the subject. Sister, you looked amazing when you flew just now. What kind of demon god transformation is that? Can you share? Chang Ziqing chuckled. My demon god transformation is the golden Peng transformation, a bloodline legacy of the golden winged rock. Tang San's eyes brightened. It sounded powerful. Chang Ziqing added somewhat helplessly. However, my bloodline strength is somewhat lacking, so my cultivation isn't progressing as swiftly. The instructor mentioned that if I could break through to the 7th tier, they would find a way to allow me to undergo an ancestral return, thereby enhancing the strength of my bloodline. This would provide a greater opportunity for continuous improvement in the future. What is an ancestral return? Tang San inquired, astonished. Chang Ziqing replied, I'm not entirely sure either. I've just heard the teacher say that it is a kind of ritual, but it requires many precious materials, making it quite challenging. The ancestral return ISN, something we invented. It was created by the demon and spirit clans as a method to purify bloodlines that IT is beneficial for us as well. Tang San nodded silently and asked, Senior sister, will this afternoon's practical class involve sparring? Chang Ziqing's gaze shifted slightly. What? You wish to spar with me? Do you think I'm young and relatively weak? Let me tell you, I can be quite formidable. Be careful, or I might just give you a beating. Tang San chuckled. I merely wish to learn your golden Peng transformation. IT sound impressively formidable. Chang Ziqing giggled. I 1T hold back then. All right, I need a rest now. I'm utterly exhausted. I'll take a nap first. As he watched her depart, Tang San silently mused. Senior sister, my desire to spar with you is not due to your weakness, but rather because I am captivated by the power of your bloodline. Even absorbing a small portion would suffice. Being able to fly is immensely important. Indeed, after hearing about Chang Ziqing's demon god transformation, Tang San had already resolved that his 5th demon god transformation imprint would be the golden Peng transformation. During his brief time at the Redemption Academy, he had come to realize that he had arrived in a place brimming with treasures. His seniors were all treasure troves of unique abilities, each possessing exceptionally rare demon god transformation bloodlines. This signified that he could learn these powerful abilities from them. While the means of enhancement could be discussed later, he could at least acquire them now. Moreover, as his seniors improved their cultivation, their bloodline powers would naturally grow stronger. As long as he carefully absorbed a limited amount, the bloodline imprints he learned would also strengthen. This was far easier than hunting the demon clan. The abilities of individuals he was most familiar with, such as the heavenly fox I possessed by Dubai and Chang Ziqing's golden Peng transformation, were both invaluable skills that would greatly aid him. That he would need to observe the other seniors to discover their abilities, which could serve as future goals. Absorbing a small portion of their bloodline powers would allow them to recover in a relatively short time. And if he exercised caution, they might not even notice. Currently, Tang San possessed 4 imprints: the Wind Wolf transformation imprint, the Flash Leopard transformation imprint, the Rhinoceros transformation imprint, and the Spirit Heart Eye imprint, which was a fusion of the White-Headed Falcon and the Spirit Deer. Fundamentally, these imprints were not particularly strong, as they did not originate from powerful bloodlines within the Demon Clan. For Tang San to grow stronger in this world, he needed to enhance his Xiantian skill and acquire the abilities conferred by these bloodline imprints. This was a limitation imposed by the world itself. Only when he broke through to the divine level in the future would he have a chance to contend with this realm and retrieve some abilities from his past life. Chapter 77. Practical Combat. The morning's physical training was exhausting, and during his lunch break, Tang San meditated, quickly entering a state of focus. The energy within him surged, harmonizing with the power of the Xiantian skill, allowing him to feel noticeable improvements. It was not until the academy's bell rang that he emerged from his meditation. The sounds outside had grown somewhat raucous. Without a doubt, the afternoon classes were about to commence. Stretching his body, Tang San sprang up and exited his room in the courtyard. Many individuals had already gathered, including Guan Longjiang and Mu Wenqing, while Mu Yunyu and Si Ru were absent. All the students had quickly congregated in the courtyard. Mu Wenqing announced, today's practical class will still take place within the academy. Tang San stepped forward. Tang San took a step forward. Mu Wenqing continued, as you are a new addition to the academy, including our instructors, We need to familiarize ourselves with your abilities. You may choose one person as your opponent for a practical match. You are free to go all out. Guan Lao, sure, and I will ensure your safety. Understood. Tang San nodded and turned towards the other students. The members of the Redemption Academy were somewhat curious about the newcomer, especially since they had already heard about his successful completion of the physical training course that morning, even with added weights courtesy of Mu Yunyu. The physical training was notoriously grueling, and everyone had endured its trials when they first arrived. Tang San's impressive physical prowess at such a young age had garnered him additional respect. Of course, the Academy placed great emphasis on potential when selecting students. Tang San scanned the faces of his seniors, and one person waved repeatedly, clearly not wishing to engage in a match with him. Dubai, who had evidently returned not long ago, looked somewhat pale. The physical training had indeed been a torment for him. Tang San had already set his sights, and, without further ado, declared, "I choose senior sister, Cheng Zicheng." Very well. Cheng Zicheng's demon god transformation is flight-based, so be mentally prepared, Mu Inqing cautioned. Cheng Zicheng pouted, stepping forward. "I encountered you during physical training today. You really want to challenge me? I want to go easy on you." The latter remark was directed at Tang San, who replied with a smile, "Senior sister, I look forward to your guidance." The others dispersed, creating space in the center of the academy courtyard for them. Mu Inqing and Guan Longjiang positioned themselves nearby to intervene if necessary during the match. The two stood 20 meters apart, facing each other. Cheng Zicheng's eyes sparkled with confidence, eager to begin to in contrast. Tang San remained calm, gazing at her with an even expression. "Begin." With Mu Inqing's command, Tang San's first practical combat experience at the Redemption Academy commenced. A flash of orange-yellow light enveloped Cheng Zicheng as she spread her arms wide, transforming them into a pair of wings, while her long hair turned orange, interspersed with feathers. Most human demon god transformations Tang San had witnessed became grotesque due to their beastly features. However, Cheng Zicheng's transformation made her appear even more radiant. Altering her entire demeanor, as she unleashed her demon god transformation, Tang San sprang into action. Confronted with Cheng Zicheng's golden pung transformation, the primary challenge for him was her ability to fly. At a flash of azure light signaled the activation of the Wind Wolf imprint on Tang San, causing the air's wind elements to converge around him, rendering his body remarkably light. In an instant, he crossed the 20-meter gap. Cheng Zicheng did not immediately take flight after transforming. Instead, her winged arms abruptly closed in, resembling two guillotine blades as they swept towards Tang San. The sharp sound of air being sliced apart echoed ominously. Tang San surged forward, appearing to offer himself to the blades. But at that moment, he thrust out both hands, unleashing two azure wind blades that struck the golden pung wings. With two sharp clangs, Cheng Zicheng's movement faltered. Her wings momentarily halted in mid-air, causing her to stumble back a step from the force of the wind blades. Simultaneously, Tang San's fingers trembled, and a barrage of wind blades erupted from his palms, shooting outward with remarkable speed. .18 wind blades blossomed like flowers in the sky, bathing the battlefield in a vibrant azure hue. The intense wind elements created a noticeable howling sound throughout the courtyard. The 18 wind blades did not target Cheng Zicheng. Instead, they arched into the air, weaving into a vast net that effectively deterred Cheng Zicheng from taking flight after a recent setback. As the wind blade soared, both Guan Longjiang and Mu Inqing's eyes widened in astonishment, exchanging glances filled with disbelief. Though they had learned from Zhang Tianxiao that Tang San had remarkable control over wind blades. Witnessing him release such a multitude of blades in an instant, each one so solid and entirely under his command, was astonishing. Could a 9-year-old truly accomplish this? Such control would be impressive even among the 8th or 9th tier Wind Wolf clan members, if not more so. The wind blades were evidently launched with a remarkably unique technique. Unlike the astonishment of others, Cheng Zicheng was engulfed in a tumult of anger and shock. She had certain expectations and judgments regarding Tang San, well aware of his proficiency with wind blades. However, she could not have anticipated that in the very first clash, she would find herself at a disadvantage. The two wind blades unleashed by Tang San were exceedingly powerful, and upon collision, Even her formidable golden pung wings were left trembling and slightly numb. Just as she was about to take flight while being forced back, the 18 wind blades hovering in the air posed a threatening barrier that rendered her unable to ascend. The sensation of being unable to control the battle was profoundly distressing. Yet, as a member of the Redemption Academy, Cheng Ziqing was not one to be easily intimidated. Realizing that taking off might make her an easy target for the wind blades, she reacted almost instantaneously, charging forward instead of retreating. Her wings flapped violently, stirring up a tempest, which not only served as her defense against the aerial blades but also propelled her body into a swift acceleration. In an almost instantaneous movement, she collided directly into Tang San. With a flash of orange-yellow light, she found herself face to face with him that moment, Tang San, who had just released the 18 wind blades. Clearly lacked the time to conjure more. A smile finally appeared at the corner of Cheng Ziqing's mouth. You wish to restrict my flight? Then I shall strike directly at your heart and defeat you in close combat. Yet, in the blink of an eye, her smile became frozen in place. Tang San had vanished. Just as she thought she would crash into him, her vision blurred, and he seemed to disappear into thin air. Suddenly, an onslaught of sharp sensations surged from all directions. Her wings tightened, and she felt a distinct halt in her movements. From the perspective of the onlookers, it appeared that Tang San had merely swayed his body at the moment of impending impact, somehow finding himself behind Cheng Ziqing, grasping her shoulders. Cheng Ziqing's body immediately stiffened, and the previously unleashed 18 wind blades surged toward her like swallows returning to their nest. Chapter 78. Sister. I concede. The rapid sequence of events unfolded too swiftly, leaving the spectators aghast, their astonished gasps barely escaping their lips before Cheng Ziqing found herself surrounded by a sea of azure light. She attempted to break free from Tang San's grip, only to discover that her body had suddenly grown weak, and her first attempt to escape failed. In the next instant, the wind blades were upon her. The overwhelming blue light filled her vision, inducing a sudden wave of panic within her. How could this be happening? This singular thought echoed in her mind. However, in the very next moment, the blades halted abruptly just a meter away from her. Suspended in midair, that moment, Guan Longjiang and Mu and Xing had arrived at either side of her. Yet before they could intervene, the wind blades came to a standstill, transforming into gentle breezes that quietly dissipated. Tang San released his grip on Cheng Ziqing's shoulders and took a few steps back. Cheng Ziqing swayed slightly before turning abruptly. What she beheld was Tang San's calm smile. Sister, I concede. Cheng Ziqing's eyes instantly reddened. She had lost, and so easily at that, without even a proper struggle, defeated by Tang San, who had only recently joined the academy and was significantly younger than her. The shame and resentment within her erupted almost instantaneously. You, she stammered, unsure of what to articulate. I lost. Mu and Xing placed a comforting hand on Cheng Ziqing's shoulder. Victory and defeat are commonplace in battle. When you lose, you must find a reason within it. That is the purpose of our practical lessons. Guan Longjiang turned to Tang San. You've reached the 5th level. Tang San had no intention of concealing his cultivation level. Undoubtedly, within the Redemption Academy and the Redemption Organization, greater abilities equated to higher privileges and resources. Moreover, his newly appointed teacher was aware of his 5th level status. Thus there was no need for concealment. Just broke through. Tang San nodded. Reached the 4th level at the age of 9 is astonishing. And now you've attained the 5th level. In that moment, the gazes of the other students fixated on Tang San with a mix of bewilderment and awe. Among the 16 students, excluding Tang San, the highest cultivation level was merely the 6th, and that was only just touching the threshold. Most were at the 4th level, comparable to Cheng Ziqing, and only 3 others were at the 5th. This 9-year-old child had already achieved the 5th level. How could they not be astounded? Cheng Ziqing was momentarily taken aback. 5th level. Indeed, the immense power he wields through wind blades is not something a mere 4th level could achieve. Has he truly reached the 5th level? Guan Longjiang chuckled. No wonder the town chief took you as a disciple. Truly impressive. Take a moment to rest, and then we shall have another practical session. Tang San's spirits were notably high at this moment. While grasping Cheng Zicheng's shoulders, he had silently absorbed a trace of her bloodline power, forming a new imprint of the demon god transformation within his body. Due to the limited amount of power absorbed, it had only resulted in an imprint of approximately the 3rd level. However, this was sufficient for him to preserve his 5th imprint, but of course, he was not yet ready to experiment with the effects of the golden Peng transformation on himself. Yet, it should enable flight. This was distinct from the eagle-eyed abilities of the white-headed falcon demon. The golden-winged Great Peng was renowned for its flight capabilities, soaring upward with the winds, ascending to great heights. Among flying demons, it undeniably ranked among the finest. Very well, Tang San replied, not revealing that he did not require rest. There was no need for such arrogance. He merely nodded in agreement, offering an apologetic glance to Cheng Zicheng before retreating to stand beside Dubai. Cheng Zicheng followed him, standing by his side with a huff. Have you truly reached the 5th level? How can you cultivate so rapidly? Tang San shrugged. I'm just training normally. Dubai suddenly seized his arm, exclaiming, 5th level? You've actually reached the 5th level. I'm envious. I'm so jealous. When will I reach the 5th level? As the one with the lowest cultivation level in the entire academy. Dubai had initially thought he might avoid being at the bottom upon Tang San's arrival. But now, he realized the chasm between their abilities was immense. Dubai gripped his arm. Tang San quietly activated his Xian Tian Gong, drawing a trace of bloodline power from him. Given Dubai's relatively weak cultivation and his injuries, he only managed to extract an imperceptible amount of bloodline power, which Dubai would not perceive at all. Within Tang San, this formed a bloodline imprint akin to the 1st level, belonging to the celestial fox that he intended for the golden Peng transformation to become his true ability. While he hoped to merge the celestial fox eye with his Lingxi eye, promoting its evolution. With the increase in his cultivation level, the benefits derived from the Lingxi eye were becoming increasingly evident. Primarily, it significantly enhanced his vision, combining well with the purple extreme demon eye to yield excellent results. Furthermore, it allowed for better observation and control over elements, acting as a magnifier for his mental strength, leading to distinct improvements in his elemental manipulation. Thus, he could effectively employ the techniques from the art of concealment. Additionally, the Lingxi eye could, to a certain extent, discern the weaknesses of opponents, making it exceptionally useful in combat. In contrast, the celestial fox eye, while one of the most elite abilities among demon races, was not intended for battle. Its tremendous potential was self-evident that Dubai might very well be the only human possessing the celestial fox eye, a closely guarded secret of the Redemption Academy. Otherwise, the celestial fox clan would undoubtedly seek to claim him. What kind of effects could such a revered ability among demon races yield? Tang San would have to explore that himself to uncover its mysteries. Muanxing called out, next match, Gu Li, Zhang Zabin, you two come forth. 2 youths, each around 13 or 14 years of age, stepped forward, bowing to their teachers before taking their positions. The next match was about to commence. And Dubai finally released Tang San, though his envy remained palpable. Tang San quietly inquired, what is the usual procedure for practical lessons? Dubai replied, under normal circumstances, everyone participates in a match. Each practical lesson features different opponents. After all matches conclude, the teachers will provide feedback, highlighting our strengths and areas for improvement during the battles. Not us, ours. Not you. Cheng Zicheng interjected irritably. Dubai's mouth twitched slightly. Don't be so harsh. You'll end up friendless. Cheng Zicheng huffed, I refuse to befriend a 3rd-level loser. Tang San glanced at Dubai, then at Cheng Zicheng, suppressing a laugh. Cheng Zicheng was clearly venting her frustration from the earlier defeat onto Dubai. What are you looking at? Once I reach the 5th level, I will definitely defeat you. Cheng Zicheng glared at Tang San, visibly irked, clearly not yet reconciled with a recent loss. Yes, yes, sister, go for it, Tang San spoke. In the arena, 2 young men had already taken their stances. Begin. With Muanxing's command, the second round of the actual combat confrontation commenced. The boy known as Guli appeared noticeably smaller in stature, seeming hardly taller than Tang San. However, at this moment, his body began to undergo a transformation that a thick layer of what resembled a keratinous scale emerged from beneath his skin, and even his head began to morph, sprouting a long, substantial tail from his back. This transformation was indeed monumental. Generally speaking, the transformation into a demon god would induce some alterations in a human's body, but such changes were typically limited. The greater the transformation, the closer one's bloodline aligned with that of a monster. At this moment, Gully's transformation was so pronounced that it was difficult to recognize him as human. Chapter 79. The Transformation of the Scarlet Flood Dragon. The time shift, as the transformation unfolded, a shimmering radiance began to pulsate around him. Although grotesque, it imparted a peculiar sense of wonder. What kind of demon god transformation is this? Tang San could not identify it. At least among the creatures that Wang Yanfeng had previously described to him, he had no recollection of such a being. It bore some resemblance to a crocodile. But how could a crocodile exude such a radiant aura? Gully's opponent, Zhang Zabin, was also undergoing a transformation. His physique expanded slightly, and a formidable aura erupted from him, with diamond-shaped scales materializing on his body. Horns sprouted from his head, and his stature quickly grew robust. In no time, he had morphed into a towering figure, over 2 meters tall, adorned with scales and horns, emanating a fierce presence. Gully was likely at the 4th tier, while Zhang Zabin radiated the aura of a 5th-tier warrior. Was it truly a confrontation between a 4th tier and a 5th tier? What were the instructors considering? As doubts swirled in Tang San's mind, the battle had already commenced. With a roar, Zhang Zabin lunged forward, his form seemingly expanding mid-air. His dark scales suddenly glowed with a crimson hue, and as he opened his mouth, a stream of red flames erupted forth towards his opponent. Gully, bathed in a luminous aura, propelled himself towards the flames with a powerful thrust of his legs. In the next instant, the radiant light surrounding Gully flickered, and Zhang Zabin's flames astonishingly froze mid-air. Zhang Zabin, unable to halt his advance, collided with the suspended flames. What kind of ability is this? Tang San's heart raced. This seemed akin to a time-freezing ability. He had once been a divine king and understood the immense power of controlling time and space. Among all abilities, those pertaining to time and space were the most enigmatic on the battlefield. As Zhang Zabin plunged into the flames he had unleashed, his body trembled momentarily. However, the scales adorning him appeared to offer substantial protection. At that moment, Gully had completed a turn, and his long tail struck fiercely towards Zhang Zabin. Zhang Zabin took a step back, twisting his body to evade, but instead of counterattacking, he crossed his arms defensively in front of him. Crouching LOW in that instant, his body seemed to momentarily freeze before Gully's tail made direct contact, sending Zhang Zabin hurtling 5 or 6 meters away. He rolled upon the ground and swiftly sprang back to his feet, charging at Gully once more. Meanwhile, his right fist was enveloped in a fierce blaze. Gully retreated, the luminescence surrounding him noticeably dimmer than before. He relied on his tail to occasionally hinder Zhang Zabin's movements. Engaging in a series of fierce clashes, both exhibited formidable defenses, particularly Gully's. Even when struck by Zhang Zabin's fiery fist, he sustained no apparent injuries. Yet as the battle wore on, Tang San observed that Gully was gradually losing ground because his extraordinary control abilities were becoming increasingly difficult to maintain, likely due to the depletion of his bloodline energy. However, Gully's defense remained robust, and he fought tenaciously. Even when unable to effectively restrain Zhang Zabin, he managed to occasionally mount counterattacks, using his tail like a sledgehammer to strike at Zhang Zabin. Zhang Zabin's defensive capabilities were also commendable, his strength formidable, and his demon god transformation imbued with the power of flames, making him a powerful adversary. In terms of strength, speed, and explosive power, he proved to be quite formidable. The two exchanged blows. But as time progressed, Gully's energy waned, the radiance around him fading, and even his demon god transformation was becoming increasingly difficult to sustain. "Stop," Muanxing called, halting the match. Although Gully's abilities were exceptionally unique, Zhang Zabin's cultivation was ultimately superior, and he triumphed through sheer attrition. At this moment, Tang San was filled with astonishment that he felt that the golden rock transformation he had just absorbed paled in comparison. Gully's ability to manipulate time was overwhelmingly powerful. It was not mere spatial confinement, but rather an extraordinary control over time, capable of instantaneously freezing it. Such mastery surpassed the effects of direct spatial manipulation. With such control, Zhang Zabin was utterly helpless despite his higher rank. This ability to control time was something Tang San resolved to acquire. Guli's combat experience was somewhat lacking, and he possessed few combat techniques. However, if such an ability were in Tang San's hands, its potential would be immense. That he was now contemplating which of his current marks he could replace with this time manipulation, or whether he should forego the golden rock transformation altogether in favor of this time transformation. Yet, the ability to fly was also crucial, leaving him in a state of deep contemplation. He was reluctant to recklessly fuse different types of demon-god transformations, fearing adverse effects that could undermine his strength. Dubai, what were the demon-god transformations of those two, just now? They appeared so remarkable. Tang San inquired softly. Dubai responded. Zhang Zabin has transformed into a scarlet flood dragon, a subspecies of the dragon lineage. The scarlet flood dragon clan is quite rare, yet among the subspecies, it is exceptionally powerful. He is quite well-rounded in terms of strength, explosive power, speed, and flames. It's all-encompassing. The instructors have praised him for his versatility. Guli's transformation is even more impressive. The Time Crocodile Demon God transformation, also known as Time Transformation. Generally, our demon god transformations are associated with a specific type of monster, but his does not. Due to the overwhelming power of his time manipulation ability, it is said that if one can cultivate it to the divine level, they could reverse time on a grand scale, defying death itself. However, like me, this ability is quite difficult to cultivate and requires significant effort to improve. Time Crocodile, Scarlet Flood Dragon. Treasure boys, wait for me. Tang San swallowed hard. He sensed that since arriving here, his understanding of demon god transformations was undergoing a profound shift. Entering the Redemption Academy had truly opened his eyes, allowing him to witness the capabilities of those powerful monster clans that in comparison, the abilities he previously possessed seemed rather inconsequential. How to adjust and reconfigure his abilities would likely be a matter he needed to contemplate deeply for a considerable time. A well-suited combination would undoubtedly elevate his power to new heights. The practical combat lessons continued. The previous battle had been relatively lengthy, lasting about 5 minutes. Due to the stalemate, Tang San and Cheng Zicheng's match had concluded in a mere 10 seconds. In the subsequent rounds of practical combat, Tang San observed intently. He noted that his seniors possessed truly extraordinary abilities. None of their demon god transformations were ordinary, although their real combat experience and application left something to be desired from Tang San's perspective. Their innate talents were far beyond those of the human subordinates he had previously encountered. Even among the monsters he had seen before, few exhibited their type of bloodline. Tang San, are you well rested? After the conclusion of the 7th practical sparring match, Muanqing called upon Tang San once more. I am well rested. Tang San replied respectfully, and Muanqing nodded and said, the final match will also be yours. Your opponent in this round is Wu Bingji. Wu Bingji is the only one among all the students to have attained the 6th tier. Your best, and let us see where your limits lie. The 6th tier, Tang San couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. He was naturally aware of who Wu Bingji was, though he was still unfamiliar with everyone. However, of all the students, only 2 had not participated in the earlier matches. One was Dubai, and the other was a young man who appeared to be around 16 or 17 years old. Chapter 80. The Ice Spirit Transformation. This young man was tall and slender, with an air of scholarly refinement about him, and he was quite handsome. Previously, he had stood quietly to the side, watching the battles unfold. He was likely the oldest among them, and also the most powerful. This was the senior brother of the Redemption Academy. The senior brother is very strong. Be careful. Dubai reminded Tang San from the side. Understood. Tang San nodded slightly and then stepped outside. Wu Bingji had also emerged, wearing a faint smile as he acknowledged Tang San with a nod. Mu Wenqing remarked, what you are about to engage in may be termed a battle of elements. Bingji's demon transformation is the Ice Spirit Transformation, the only one among you that does not originate from the Monster Clan's demon transformations. The Ice Spirit Transformation is derived from a kind of ice spirit belonging to the Spirit Beast Clan. It is said to be an innate spirit, capable of mastering the power of ice from birth. Bingji's Ice Spirit Transformation is not a direct bloodline inheritance. The Ice Spirit Clan can only pass on their lineage through division. By a stroke of fortune, during the division of an ice spirit. He happened to be contaminated, resulting in a mutation of his bloodline and the emergence of his ice spirit transformation ability. Within our academy, several students possess unique characteristics in their demon transformations, and Bingji's ability is one of them. The Tang transformation and the celestial fox transformation should also exhibit uniqueness, right? Tang San pondered quietly. The ice spirit transformation, originating from the spirit beast clan, was a first for him. Mastering the ice element comprehensively implies a remarkably versatile capability. Senior brother, I seek your guidance, Tang San said, bowing slightly to Wu Bingji. Wu Bingji smiled and replied, your control over the wind blade is quite impressive. Mastering elements is also the direction of my studies. Let us exchange insights more often. Please. His voice was gentle and melodious, devoid of any hint of earthly strife. Although he cultivated the ice element, he emanated no chill, easily endearing him to others. Begin, Mu and Qing commanded, and their auras shifted simultaneously. Tang San's eyes instantly transformed into a vivid green, with a green light radiating from his entire being. Wu Bingji, on the other hand, was enveloped in a layer of icy blue luminescence. Without any alteration to his physical form, he did not strike first, but instead gestured for Tang San to proceed. This was the demeanor befitting a senior brother. Tang San, not one to hold back, faced a 6th-tier opponent, a rare and undoubtedly formidable demon transformation, and he was certainly not one to underestimate his adversary. Raising his right hand, 2 wind blades shot forth instantaneously, tracing arcs through the air as they flew towards Wu Bingji. It was only in the next moment, as Tang San initiated his attack, that Wu Bingji raised his right hand and pressed it toward Tang. In an instant, crystalline ice spikes began to coalesce in front of him, ignoring the arcs of wind blades slicing through the air. A dozen ice spikes, accompanied by a piercing shriek, hurtled toward Tang San. Concurrently, a path of frost began to extend from beneath his feet toward Tang San, allowing him to glide along it, as if flying close to the ground. Faced with the ice spikes, Tang San refrained from deploying the wind blades for defense, as he observed the approaching icy pathway and felt the temperature in the air plummeting. He propelled himself forward, his toes lightly touching the ground as he surged toward the ice spikes. The 2 wind blades descended first, yet Wu Bingji exhibited no inclination to evade. Instead, he allowed Tang San's control to become somewhat ineffective, as it was certain to strike him that it required finesse. After all, with a resounding clash, the 2 wind blades struck Wu Bingji's back, producing a crisp sound of impact. The wind blade shattered, and Wu Bingji's body merely swayed slightly. Was this a manifestation of his body being transformed into ice, or perhaps an ice elemental body? Truly, he was formidable at the 6th tier. In the instant Wu Bingji was struck by the wind blades, Tang San was already confronting the ice spikes. Rather than releasing wind blades, his figure became ethereal in an instant. Visually, it seemed as though his body had twisted in that fleeting moment, that critical juncture. He slipped through the gaps between the ice spikes, evading all of them. The distance between them diminished the moment Tang San dodged the ice spikes. Cheng Zicheng, her eyes wide, watched this scene unfold, vividly recalling how Tang San had mysteriously evaded her frontal attack and ended up behind her, controlling her movement, which ultimately led to her defeat. Now, she was completely engrossed in the spectacle, yet she remained unable to discern how Tang San had eluded those ice spikes. How did he accomplish that? It was not merely a matter of speed. She was unaware that this was the Tang sect's secret technique, the ghost shadow mysterious steps, supported by sufficient cultivation and having immersed himself in this technique for countless years. Tang San had long since mastered the ghost shadow mysterious steps to an extraordinary degree.